The second day of the second round of the 2022 Kent Cams and Simpsons sponsored British Autograss series. We are in for a cracking day's racing as we look up to the sky and we see it's lovely and blue and the sun's shining on us. The track, of course, after the bit of rain that we had yesterday and throughout the night, is looking slick, but I'll tell you what, they've done some work on it, and as we seen yesterday, this circuit comes out in pristine condition once we've had a bit of racing on it, and it will not take long for it to be a 10 out of 10 track once again. We've got cars down there on the line, and we've got cars assembling in the holding lanes and ready to go racing. We are, of course, starting off with your ladies class 2s, which is what we had left from yesterday. Of course, we've got the rest of the ladies evens to come your way, and I'm sure they're going to go through without any trouble whatsoever. Hopefully, he says. So, ladies class 2s are down there on the line. So, as I said, for those of you, if you're still in your tent or in your camper or wherever you may be, then now is the time to try and get yourself trackside and get ready for the racing, because it's not going to be long. The marshals are out there on track. Everyone seems to be ready to go. They're just doing their last-minute preparations. And as I said, ladies class 2s are down there on the line. So for the first time this morning, to take you through the start of the racing, a very big good morning to him. It's going to be Mr. Archie Lewis.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you then, Liam. And say, indeed then, so ladies class 2s on what seems to be a warm morning. And as I say, Liam just said, as looking down on the track, if you're not here or if you ain't trackside just as yet, the track team doing a superb job yesterday and scraping off that sludge off the top of it. And I say, yesterday it come real quick, didn't it? And the dry line did appear very, very fast. And say, especially with the rear wheel powered cars. But Liam told you, Liam's introduced ladies class 2s from yesterday. So these are heat 2s, and these are what's run over. So Fleet Care Services is your sponsor for the series. Your SMS Autos is your weekend sponsor. So thank you very much to those. And once again then, so we look down to the line, and who have we got, you may ask, in the first run? Have we got time? As the marshals all look to be nearly in position. So we got Chloe Anchors in lane number 1, Caitlin Newton, Jess Roberts in lane number 4 in that Scunny 126. She took a win yesterday, so definitely keep your eyes on her, and she is your national champion as well, so she's going to want to keep her title chase and certainly keep her name at the top of the end of the class 2s. For your ladies, Beth Richards in your Penheim at 65. Then we go Pamela Horgan, Nicola Bahoney, and Vicky Robbins is the last of your runners and riders in lane number 8 then. So we, by the looks of it, just waiting for a marshal to get back to his position, and we can get going for the first time today of day number 2 of the British Autograss series here at the Cwmdu track, the Ovals Raceway then. So this morning it's going to be slippery. We certainly know that then, but from the far side then, you're sending it at 34, Vicky Robbins it is, that takes him down into the first corner. There comes the Jess Roberts machine in Scuddy 126 then, with the Richards there running back there in third. Jess Roberts then just getting it all out of shape then. Mahoney then, Bettany I should say, it is run up there in second in Radford 92, but sending it at 34 it is. Then comes the Radford 92, and Roberts then just struggling in these tricky conditions, but your Radford at number 92 then, Nicola Bertoni then it is, at the front of the field is pulling away. Yesterday she picked up a 4th, so a win is going to do her nicely, but just as we say that, then the conditions just catching her out ever so slightly. But I'll tell you what though, looking down on the circuit, look at that dry line that's appearing already with this sun beating down on this Ovals Raceway. But Radford 92 it is then, she's already away and gone, isn't she? Jess Roberts, what can she do in second position? Is she going to settle? But looks like we've lost to Beth Richards over on the far side in Penheim 65 in Startgate turn. Then comes your Strand District 99, then comes your North Shropshire 391 to Chloe Anchors, who and then we go to your Mallow number 2 for the Irish. Pamela Horgan rounds out the field, but one more lap to go then for the lady from the Radford Club, Radford 92 it is then, You're sending it to 34. Vicky Robbins is, I'm not sure if she's a lap down or two, but I think running second is the Jess Roberts machine in Scunny 126. Or they could have swapped positions, but we didn't quite catch that. But the Robbins is just spun it then into turn 3. So Jess Roberts negotiates her well in Scunny 126 with Robbins running back there as well with Strand District 99 and Chloe Ankers. But your race leader then is a spinner down on the far side. Where's Jess Roberts? We look back through the field in Scunny 126. I don't think she's quite close enough yet. So your race leader soon becomes your race winner in Radford 92 then. So we look back then, and so we just wait then for your Scunny 126 and Jess Roberts to come through to take second. So she's going to come in for a win and a second. So she is doing damage limitation, certainly in these wet conditions this morning. And I say, the Nicola Bettany car is took a fourth yesterday, so a win that's done her right up there. So she has got the all-important 55 points. So Strand District 99 comes through for third, I think. Then comes the Robbins machine, sending it to 34. Northrop to 391, and Mallow number 2 for Pamela Horgan. Right, so that's your first run of your ladies class 2s. You would say it's a bit scrappy, and say that is what we was expecting, especially from these front-wheel drive cars. As I say, they don't quite have the power, do they, for obviously compared to your rear-wheel drives. And say we look to move on to those a little bit later on. But we look down to the line though. We have still ladies class 2s, race number 2 then, and who is out in this one? Lucy Wickham in lane number 1, Laura Jones in Typhi 17, Jenny Booton in lane number 4. Then we go Linda Thomas, Rachel Fowles, Claire Cabot and Missy Mosley over on the far side. Then Laura Jones is coming into this with the best position, who finished the best position yesterday in the first race. So she took a second, but Laura Jones, she was challenging for the lead, so you can't count that out in Typhi 17. But I say, who else is down there? Missy Mosley, she took a third as well in Radford number 3. She's coming out of lane 8, and say Linda Thomas, can't count her out in PAC 91 then, so it's an even break then. But it's Booton in your Radford 80, but Wickham's there on the inside in Penal 13 as they take him into turn 1 then. So it's 3 cars abreast. How's this going to turn out? It's Wickham, she's sideways, and Linda Thomas as well, I think that is. But there comes Laura Jones in your Typhi 17, then she's up the inside, but Wickham it is, finding the grip as Typhi 17 it is. Wickham runs there in second. This is closer already as Linda Thomas runs there in third, with Booton running there in fourth. And then we go to your Penheim car with Missy Mosley at the tail end of the field, but Laura Jones it is. I told you to watch out for her over on the far side in Typhi 17. She was looking menacing yesterday, and looking to do it all over again and try and hopefully progress and take that win this time around. But Lucy Wickham, she's on a charge, but she's out wide, and that certainly isn't where the grip is. But it seems to be working though, because the gap just isn't seem to be decreasing or increasing in your Penal 13. So Laura Jones it is. She's the one at the head of the field in Typhi 17. Penal 13 is. Linda Thomas still runs there in third with Booton in your Radford 80 machine with your Penheim 84. Then of Rachel Fowles it is that rounds out your top 5 with Missy Mosley then just struggling at the rear end of the field in Radford number 3. But it's Typhi 13 this time around. Laura Jones, she's going to see the yellow with the black cross. As we all know, that can only mean one more lap to go for Laura Jones in Typhi 17. So say, will Missy Mosley come into play? Will the back marker come into play, or will she get out of the way? Over into start gate turn they go then. So Lucy Wickham, she still runs there in second, but certainly no one's got an answer for Laura Jones over on the far side in Typhi 17 as we follow your race leader. If you're watching on BAStv, it's Typhi 17 then. Missy Mosley, will she be coming to play, or will Laura Jones just be patient? She's got the lead, so you would have thought she's got this, and she brings it round then. So checker flag flies. Laura Jones it is. Typhi 17, Missy Mosley then in Radford number 3 will be the lap down. Then comes Lucy Wickham in your Penal 13 machine. As we look back to third place then, it is going to be your PAC 91 and Linda Thomas, and then comes Booton in Radford 80, and then comes your Rachel Fowles machine in Penheim 84. So then it is the ladies class 2s. Now the second run is all done and dusted. As I say, we move on to race number 3 then. So Fleet Care Sponsors is your series sponsor for your British Autograss series, and as I said, the SMS Autos is your weekend sponsor. Right, so moving on then. This is going to bring out 2 race 1 winners for race number 2, or race number 3 of Heat 2, should say. So who's that, you may ask? Anne-Marie Chadbourne in White Rose 13. She took a win in her first one. Jessica Brown in North Shropshire 15. So it looks like then Chadbourne's coming out of grid 7 and Browning's coming out of grid 1. Donna Howell's in the mix as well. She took a second, so this is really all to play for in this one. But someone on the far side has got a good start. I think that's the Faye Stevenson machine in your Penheim 89. Then comes Jade Morgan in Cwmdu 30 with Anne-Marie Chadbourne in White Rose 13, and then comes your North Shropshire 15 of the Browning machine, but it's Stevens then on a flyer out of the first turn, and she comes in Penheim 89, White Rose 13, Cwmdu 30 is your Jade Morgan machine. Then comes Jessica Brown in North Shropshire 15. Donna Howells then runs there in about 5th position with the Jess Singer, I think that is, in the South Somerset machine. In South Somerset 45 then, so she moves up to 4th with the North Shropshire 15 car then trying to make a move up the inside of Faye Stevenson. So does that mean then the Anne-Marie Chadbourne in White Rose 13 is taking up the running? Indeed it does then. So here you go, White Rose 13 and Penheim 89, but she's all over the place with North Shropshire 15 and Jessica Browning. She's trying to find her way up through. She wants to claim as many points with taking her win in race number 1 yesterday, as she knows that Anne-Marie Chadbourne in White Rose 13 who's leading this race. Oh, we just get a spinner then, and it is then your Jess Browning machine in North Shropshire 13, but we keep then with your leaders in Anne-Marie Chadbourne in White Rose 13. This time around she's going to be yellow with the black cross, so 1 more lap to go for the Chadbourne machine in White Rose 13. But Stevens though, she isn't out of it just yet, is she? In the Penheim 89, she's there. Oh, as I say that then, she just is a spinner as she keeps it going the right way though, as Jade Morgan still runs back there in 3rd in Cwmdu 30. Then we go Jess Singer in your South Somerset 45. Then comes Donna Howells and Jessica Browning with all the work to do in North Shropshire 15. Then so down into Farmyard Bend for the first time and for the last time then to complete your ladies class 2s. It's Anne-Marie Chadbourne. She's going to come through. She's going to make it 2 out of 2 in a White Rose 13. It takes the win this time around. Faye Stevenson's going to come through for 2nd in Penheim 89. Who's it going to be for 3rd? It's going to be your Cwmdu 30 machine of Jade Morgan. Then comes Jess Singer in South Somerset 45 and say North Shropshire 15. Then comes Donna Howells in Cwmdu 60. So that is ladies class 2s all done and dusted, and as I say, looking down to the line, looks like ladies class 4s. So is that going to be Mr. Tim Jones? And indeed it is then. So take you through your ladies class 4s. As I say, just sorts out his paperwork. So as I say, the track here is coming along then, isn't it? So that dry line is appearing. I think with the sun, I do think we are in for some superb finals a little bit later on. Don't forget though, we do have a few semi-finals to come your way. I think it's the 1s, the 2s, the 8s, and possibly the 7s. I think me and Liam was working out this morning. So as I say, that's me done and dusted for a little bit, and ladies class 4s. So it's over to Mr. Tim Jones.
Yes, thank you, Art. So, yeah, good morning, everybody. And here we go then, our day 2 of the 2022 round 2 of the British Autograss series. So, we're going to kick off the ladies class 4, just the 1 heat. So, they're already assembled down there on the line. SW Maddie & Son Garage Services is your meeting sponsor, and of course, Mutt Junkie is your series sponsor. And once again, big thanks to both. So, already then, as I say, assembled on the line then. We should have first round winner then, Gwen Reeves in Command 7, Kelly Weatherick in IK 272, Claire Compton in North Shropshire 434, and Bethan Davis also should be there in Typhy 155 as they once again leave the line and head towards that all-important turn 1. It is Compton that makes the best start in the North Shropshire 434 machine, as they just struggle to find a bit of grip, these class 4 ladies. Gwen Reeves in Command 7 just slotted into second, but Kelly Weatherick's found that drying line on that inside line, and she's through, and she's already starting to pull away in IK 272. from Claire Compton in North Shropshire, 4:34. Then comes the one lone, that's the two stock matches, of course. That's Michelle Petrie in Radford, 59, as Bethan Davis also going through in Typhy 1:55. So I think we're going without Kelly Louise in the Hereford 182, which is the other stock match, but we're not going without Kelly Weatherick because she's still your race leader. Once again, back around towards us, and as I say, just starting to pull away. IK 272 from North Shropshire, 4:34, Gwen Reeves. First heat winner in Carmarthen, number 7. They're back there in that third place slot, but I think just losing out to Bethan Davis as Gwen's gone awfully wide into the sticky stuff, and she drops to the tail of the field in Carmarthen 7. But already pulling a fair old gap away. It's still Kelly Weatherick, IK 272. It hugs nice and tightly round to the tyres. With one more lap to go, the last lap flag already been shown. IK 272 from Claire Compton, North Shropshire, 4:34. Bethan Davis in Typhy 1:55, and Michelle Petrie in Radford at 59, and Gwen Reeves in Carmarthen 7. So all these ladies, of course, will go through to the final anyway, but always nice to go through as top point scorer and making it a win and a second. I hope if she comes across the line is Kelly Weatherick, IK 272. Out the last corner then she goes, and another 55 points on the board from Claire Compton in North Shropshire, 4:34. Bethan Davis in Typhy 1:55. Michelle Petrie in Radford 59, and Gwen Reeves will complete it all then in Carmarthen 7. So that completes ladies class 4. So next time we'll see them is for their third heat. But we're moving onwards and ever upwards. Ladies class 6s. So 2 heats to come your way. And looking down towards the line, first heat already assembled. Leanne Hushka in North Wales 20. Ella Bailey in Scunthorpe 33. Angela Evans in North Shropshire 2 and 9. Zara Sutton and Zoe Copeland complete the lineup. Bungee lifts, and already we're away and racing. And it is indeed the Scunthorpe 36 Zoe Copeland from the outside grid in lane 8. Makes the best start into the farmyard bend for the first time. As I say, there is a dry line just starting to appear, and the track will only get better and better as the day goes on. That's Copeland, still your race leader from Zara Sutton. Had a third yesterday, did SR71, but Copeland's just drifted wide. She's through, and SR71 takes up the running. Copeland now back in second from Angela Evans in North Shropshire 219, and Leanne Hushka rounds it all out in North Wales 20. But once again, back around towards us with another lap successfully in the book. SR71 motors on. Zara Sutton took a third yesterday, so hopefully win and a third will do very nicely. But just as I say that, problems on board, and she pulls off into the back to the pit, so we'll take no further part in this one. So down to 3 cars then, but Copeland it is in Scunthorpe 36 that still leads the way. Angela Evans making ground in North Shropshire 219, and Leanne Hushka in North Wales 20. So we're also going without Ella Bailey in Scunthorpe 33. But with one lap to go then, it's Zoe Copeland in Scunthorpe 36, Angela Evans in North Shropshire 219, and Leanne Hushka in North Wales 20. Once again, all line astern round the start gate turn as they go once again down the far side for the final time, as a checker flag then is being made ready. But Leanne Hushka not content to sit there in that third place slot. She goes right alongside, but I think just drifted wide, and Zoe Copeland nice and tidy round the tyres, and it's going to be a dash to line. Copeland going to take the win. Scunthorpe 36. Hushka takes second in North Wales 20, and Angela Evans will complete race 1 in North Shropshire 219. So once again, that's race 1 done and dusted. Elite Racing Transmissions, of course, your series sponsor, and D&M Fabrications, your meeting sponsor. So once again, big thank you to all involved. Right, race 2 of ladies 6s is already away from the line. No time to tell you who's in what and where, but from that outside grid, it's Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16 that leads the way. And Hannah was first round winner or first heat winner, I should say, from yesterday. The other heat winner from yesterday, that's Nicola Olsen in command at 47, and she slots into third, just ahead of Swansea winner of Leanne Lewis, and rounding all out. That will be Typhy at 66. That's going to be Caris Thomas, and no Jenny Brown in PAC 37 in this one. But we have got Hannah Thomas because she's still the race leader. Scarborough at 16. Once again, back round towards us as your race leader, Nicola Olsen in command at 47. So we're going to the form book, the two first heat winners then, first and second. Swansea 1 going through, that's Leanne Lewis, and Typhy 66 of Caris Thomas. Rounds it all out. But once again, no change in the race order. Field fairly well spread out as the Hannah Thomas machines in Scarborough 16. Once again, back around towards us. As I say, the track is drying all the time as the sun hopefully continues to shine. Don't want too much more like yesterday, but fair play to the Cwmdu club. They got through it, got sorted, and hopefully, as I say, the sun will continue to shine and we'll have some good racing throughout the day. But we've still got ladies class 6s, heat 2, race 2 as the Scarborough 16 machine. Hannah Thomas will come back round towards us. Olsen looking up that inside. It's going to be a dash to the line, but Hannah takes it. Scarborough 16, command 47 of Nicola Olsen takes second from Leanne Lewis in Swansea 1. And completing it all in ladies class 6s, then that's going to be Typhy 66 of Caris Thomas. Right, that's 4s and 6s done for their third round of second round of qualifying. Next time we'll see them, as I say, is going to be a little bit later on. But with the Marshals Link just altering the tyres on the top part of the circuit, we're going for the first time this morning, ladies class 8. So to take you through that then, who's there? Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim. So the KLE Building and Refurbishment sponsored ladies class 8s then already off the line, and into turn 1 they go. 4 races of course scheduled to come your way. Alice Bevins it is then that's going to lead them round in race 1. Charlene Hankey runs second, Ellie Lockwood runs third as the 1, 2, 3 come past us. Ellie Lockwood had a win yesterday, running third at the moment, so she's got a little bit of work to do as she's coming under strong challenge from Terry Mumford in that 4th place position. But at the front it's Alice Bevins with a couple more laps to go. PAC number 2, a second yesterday. She was saying that silver was no good, she's going for gold, and that's certainly what she's doing in this one as she leads them round. Charlene Hankey, Ellie Lockwood is the next one across. Then we go to the Forest Dean machine. Ellie Hines in Breednill 14 is the next one, and Claire Cockrell with big problems on board. The North Shropshire 55 well down the order and very uncharacteristically running towards the back, but uncharacteristically certainly not for Alice Bevins. She's running towards the front as we're so used to seeing in PAC number 2. As she starts her final circuit, goes down the far side for the final time. It looks like she's going to add 55 to the 45 she illuminated yesterday. She gets it sideways, keeping it nice and tight. Checkered flag. It's Alice Bevins that takes the first win of the day in the ladies class 8. Charlene Hankey takes second. Ellie Lockwood takes third. Then we're going to go to Terry Mumford in 4th. Ellie Hines 5th in Breednill 14. And as I said, very uncharacteristically, Claire Cockrell in North Shropshire 55 running well down the order and coming across the line to complete it all. So race 1 then of your KLE Building and Refurbishment sponsored ladies class 8 done and dusted with. As I said, 4 races are scheduled to come your way. Race 2 is down there on the line. As I said, don't forget this is still the second round of qualifying for the ladies, and a couple of cars missing in this one, but the ones that are down there then, Shelby Ullman definitely in North Wales 271, Jade Russell in Victor Kent 19, and there's a couple of gaps, so I think Sharon Barker's missing. Jenny Houlihan looks to be down there in West Waterford 158, Beth Tompkinson in Scunny 51, Sandra Jones in Cwmdu number 10, and Claire Horner in Melton 62. How's that for a lineup of ladies class 8? Claire Horner from the inside, very quick to shoot through the rest of them and lead them into turn 1 and throughout turn 2. 62 it is then, that leads the way. Shelby Ullman is up to second. in North Wales 271 as she occupies that second place, but coming under challenge from Jade Russell in Invicta Kent 19. Where's Sandra Jones, a heat winner yesterday? She's running 5th in Cwmdu number 10. She's got work to do. Shelby Ullman, though, leaves the door open and lets 3 cars come through. Sandra Jones is round in Cwmdu number 10 as she takes herself out and ends up facing the wrong way. So Claire Horner it is that motors on to another lap with 2 more to go. In 62, Jade Russell is still there in that second place in the Invicta Kent 19 and not coming under any challenge at the moment from Jenny Houlihan in 3rd in West Waterford Machine. But it's last lap flag at the head of affairs. Claire Horner looking to get a win to add to her second, the same as Alice Bevans in that Mountain 62 Machine. Jade Russell is still there in second in IK 19. Jenny Houlihan, Shelby Ullman is the next one across, Bev Tompkinson and Sandra Jones. That's the running order as they start their final circuit. I think that's going to be the running order as they take the checkered flag, because it's checkered flag this time. Claire Horner it is that takes the win. Jade Russell second, Jenny Houlihan takes 3rd in 158. Shelby Ullman, well, she left the door open and it relegates her to 4th. Bev Tompkinson takes 5th in Scunny 51, and Sandra Jones in Cwmdu number 10 coming across to pick up 21 points for 5th place. So I'll tell you what, Sandra, as I said, a win yesterday and running well down the order in this one. Ellie Lockwood was another heat winner yesterday. She had a 3rd, so no one's going unbeaten at the moment. And we're going to move on to race 3. Race 3 doesn't bring out any heat winners from the first round of qualifying. So race 3 then brings out Nicole O'Brien, Mallow 48. White Rose number 2, Rosemary Glover, Sophie Morgan, Radford 71, Maisie Phipps, Striding District number 10, Kelly Matthews, Cambridge 247, Sue Nichols in YD 7, and Jess Brown in the Mallow 319. So that's your lineup in ladies class 8s for race 3. The best of the runners then, Sue Nichols and Sophie Morgan, both picking up 3rd yesterday. So they'll be looking to add a win to their tally. And I'll tell you what, Sophie Morgan's certainly looking for it, because she's the first one to show in the Radford Machine, but she's drifted out wide, and Jess Brown's on the inside in Mallow 319. A little bit of understeer as she comes past us, and it's just dropped her back a little bit, but she looks to find the grip as they go through that Stargate turn. Nicole O'Brien runs 3rd. The front 3 are away and gone from the rest. Kelly Matthews is leading the chase, but Sue Nichols moves right up the inside in YD number 7, but at the front it's all to play for that second place. Sophie Morgan it is, unchallenged, but Nicole O'Brien now is up to 2nd in the Mallow Machine. She's going to drift out wide and not quite making a stick, but Nicole O'Brien it is then that still occupies 2nd place, but Sophie Morgan unchallenged still, but drifting out wide. And I'll tell you what, if she keeps taking that line, then Nicole O'Brien's going to find a way through, and that's exactly what she does in Mallow 48. As they start their final circuit, she takes up the running and already looking to pull away from the rest of the pack. Sophie Morgan dropping back more and more as she goes from 1st to 3rd, and not looking good. It looks like it's going to be 2/3 after 2 rounds of qualifying. It's checkered flag. Nicole O'Brien, brilliant win from Jess Browning, so it's a Mallow 1 and 2 in 1st and 2nd. Sophie Morgan takes 3rd. Sue Nichols in YD 7 is the next one across in 4th. Maisie Phipps in Striding District number 10, and Rosemary Glover in White Rose number 2. And problems then aboard the Kelly Matthews Machine in Cambridge 247, very uncharacteristically finishing at the tail end of the field, but picking up what could well be valuable points nonetheless, whether that's valuable points for this weekend or whether it's over the course of the series. So race 4 then, your final scheduled race, is down there on the line. This brings out 2 heat winners from yesterday. The 2 youngsters, Josie Tompkinson, Scunny 52, and Abby J. Bennett in Forest Dean number 8. Both of those 2 sit on 55 points. Wow. Not both of them can go into the 3rd round of qualifying unbeaten. Will any of them do it? Because it's a strong lineup. Jodie Glover, Dawn North, Ruby Emerson and Taylor J. Pascal are the ones that join them. And the first one to show is none of the heat winners, because Josie sits 2nd and Abby J. Bennett sits 3rd. As we let turn 1 sort the rest of them out, it's going to be Taylor J. Pascal that leads around, drifting out wide. That allows Josie up the inside in Scunny 52. I told you that's the faster of the 52 machines, just don't tell Dan Ray. As they go down the far side, it's running to the form boat because it's Josie Tompkinson and Abby J. Bennett that run first and second. Abby throwing the car sideways early, not making it work as Josie masters the line through. 52 from number 8, Taylor J. Pascal and Ruby Emerson running in third and fourth. Then we go a big drop back to Dawn North in the South Somerset machine, and we've lost one unfortunately over on the far side. I think that's Jodie Glover in Scunthorpe 71. But at the front, it's going to be last lap flag this time round is Josie Tompkinson. That still leads the way. Abby J. Bennett though closing the gap as they come past her. She got 3/4 of a lap to try and make a challenge on your race leader. I don't think she's going to be able to do it, but she's trying to find some grip. I say that, she's done it because she's at the inside in Forester Dean number 8. What's Josie got in reserve? As they go into turn 1, we've got red flags on ladies class 8, so not too sure why, but Abby Jade Bennett did cross the line from Josie Tompkinson. The only thing I can imagine is the fact that Jodie Glover was parked over on the far side, but I think she was parked there for a couple of laps prior to the red flags coming out, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens with that one. As I said, Abby J. Bennett was the first one across the line. There was no checkered flag given, but they were on their final circuit, so we will await confirmation. Once we get it, then we will let you know. And we will have to wait and see about that one. We don't mind having a rerun of that race, bringing out 2 more heat winners. That's absolutely fine. So that concludes your KLE Building and Refurbishment sponsored Ladies Class 8 for the time being. As I said, don't know whether we're going to be seeing a rerun. That is the first one of the day, Gareth. The first red flags of the day, and it's only fitting that it would happen to me. So to be fair, it was on their last lap. So if they take a result, then I'm not classing it as a red flag because we still get a result taken. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with that one. But we are moving on to the TM Factors sponsored Ladies Class 10s. We started off with 4, we're left with 3. So the first one to show then, Jill Grasby, certainly not missing from this lineup as she storms her way out of the gate and into turn 1. Who's running second? Becky Faulkner, I think it is, in North Shropshire number 6. We started with 4. We was meant to have 3, and then we had 2 running. So it looks like the Carmarthen machine has got it going again. Catherine Jones in Carmarthen 29. And Jodie Pascal just about a lap behind, so a late wake-up call for Pascal Machine as she makes her way off the line. But Jill Grasby it is that leads them round. As I said, getting quicker and quicker in the ladies class 10s, and certainly looks like the one to beat over the course of the series by the looks of things, not just this weekend, but literally the course of the series and any other major meeting. She seems to be the fastest ladies class 10 around at the moment. But Becky Faulkner running strong in second, and she won't give up. She will try and stay on her the whole way around, and of course if Jill does make a mistake, she's going to try and capitalise. So last lap flag it is for the Evesham 122 machine. Becky Faulkner runs second. Jodie Pascal is a lap behind, so she doesn't run third, she's currently 4th. So third place is Catherine Jones in Carmarthen 29. But down the far side they go for another time, and it's going to be the final time because it's going to be checkered flag. Jill Grasby it is, that takes another win in Evesham 122. Becky Faulkner takes second in North Shropshire number 6. Then, as I said, Jodie Pascal is a lap behind in Hereford 250, so I think third place is going to go to Catherine Jones in Carmarthen 29, and Jodie Pascal then will get the 4th place points in Hereford 250. So TM Factors Limited, your sponsors for your ladies class 10s. I believe, apart from that ladies class 8s, which I can't see going into the rerun lane, so I will just await confirmation. Apart from that, I believe that's all the ladies done, and we're ready to go with the third round of qualifying. It's not even 25 to 9, so there we go, perfect timing. We've got men's class 1s on the line, and as I said, to kick off the third round of qualifying, we're going to see some fast, furious and close competitive racing from the third round, I tell you. And who better to kick it off than Mr. Steve Langley?
Thank you very much then, Liam. So yeah, just to clarify, to make sure nobody misses any races, we have got a slightly older altered running order today because we've got to fit some semi-finals in on 5 classes. So for Heat 3s, we're going to kick off with the Class 1 men's, as Liam quite rightly says, that are on the line. We're then going Class 2, Class 7, Class 8, Junior Specials. Those are the 5 classes that we need semi-finals in. So we're putting Heat 3s out early, so don't miss your race. Heat 3 then, just to reiterate, men's 1, 2, 7, 8 Junior Specials, and then 3, 5, 9 Junior Saloons. But particularly the 2s, 7s and 8s, then you have changed round and you come forward in the order. Make sure you're in the pits, make sure that you're ready to go. And just before we do go, then announcement for Mark Stevenson. If you want to come down to commentary, we have got your credit card here. We've had 3 goes on the pin and it didn't work, so you may as well have it back. So Mark Stevenson, joking apart, we have got your credit card here. So if you want to come down and claim it, then obviously it's a lot more use to you than it is to us, because as I say, the pin numbers that we've got don't work. Anyway, so what can you say about day 2? Aren't we going to be set for a cracking day? Apologies if we got you out of bed early, but trying to second guess the weather is a little bit difficult here, to state the obvious. Those of you, and obviously a vast majority of you, were here with us yesterday will know that we were subject to some very heavy, intermittent, but very, very heavy rain showers. The forecast is better for today, but we don't think we're going to escape with no rain whatsoever. So just trying to make sure that we can get through what is a very, very busy programme that we are ahead of, I have to say. Then the decision was taken to sort of like just start a little bit earlier. The advertised start time for today was 8:30, and that was when we were looking to kick off with the 3rd round of qualifying. And I tell you what, we are absolutely bang on course on that. So we've just used that little bit of extra time this morning to clear the ladies' Heat 2s from yesterday. On behalf of Cwmdu Autograss Club, then a very, very big thank you, of course, to all of our sponsors, as always, at any race meeting. And we couldn't sort of like run without sponsors, and that applies also to our Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss Series sponsors. TBR Racing are the sponsors of Class 1 for the series, and for here, then MJN Group and Kia Motorsport. Liam is poised with a microphone, so I think he's actually waiting to say something rather than just keeping his hand warm.
Well, I mean, it was working, Steve. So, just to let you all know then, out there in Spectatorland on BAStv, we are going to have a rerun of race 4 of your ladies' Class 8s. Of course, we did see it get red flagged on the final lap, so I didn't know whether they was going to take a result. But they are, in fact, going to rerun it, so I'm sure Abby J. Bennett will be absolutely over the moon about that after coming across the line. Unfortunately, we will be going without Ruby Emerson in Scunthorpe 199. So once you start seeing specials going into the rerun lane, that will be the ladies' Class 8 race 4. As I said, unfortunately, without Ruby Emerson in Scunthorpe 199.
Thank you much then, Liam. So there we go. So that's our one rerun of the day out of the way. So that's good. So just a little bit of track work going on over there on the far side. And obviously, as I said, we did have a fair bit of rain yesterday. And it has to be said, I wasn't here. So apologies if this is a stupid statement to those of you that were. Looks like there was a bit of rain here overnight. We don't live actually that far away now, having become Welsh. And we had very, very little rain, if any, overnight. But it looks like there might have been a bit more here. So certainly on the start line area. And they're just looking at grading that to give the cars the best opportunity of the start that they can over there on the far side. It can't be early anymore, Mickey B's here. So there we go, he's busy there doing his paperwork over to my right and sorting out his points. So there we go. So yeah, morning Mickey.
Yeah, good morning, Steve, and morning, everyone. I think we're in for a better weather day than yesterday. Some real challenging conditions, but fair play to all the drivers that braved it and still went out and put on a show. I know, speaking with people that are watching back at home on the live stream on BAStv, the conditions didn't look as bad when you sat in your living room. Obviously, you know, when you were down trackside, it was a different story.
Yeah, I bet the marshals are thinking that as well. Hey, if we'd have been sat in their living room, it wasn't as bad as it was here. So there we go. But no, I know what you mean. So sorry, but no, I think we're set for good weather today because, like a lot of the country, one of the local folklores is if you're going to tell what the weather's going to be like, then you look at what the cows and the sheep are doing, and all the sheep were standing up, so it's all right.
Can you describe what a sheep is, Steve? You know, I struggle. And it's great to see the finish line marshal as well, who's wearing his Wimbledon trainers again, the white Adidas. Have they dried out? Look at him. He's not looking very happy, is he? He must be mutton.
Hey, stop bringing another animal into it, else we're going to... I am getting worried about your farming skills.
Set you a challenge.
So there we go. All right, come on. Right, as you can tell, we're in good spirits in commentary. We will, as always, try and keep you, dare I say, informed what's going on and even entertained a little bit along the way, whether you're here or you are watching on the BAStv. So, talking to BAStv, of course, big thank you once again to Jeff and everybody at GB Engineering that have enabled BAStv to take on the format that it has for this year. And also, big thank you, as always, and a big thank you, I think, on behalf of the sport, to Nick Apps of Apps Media that really brought the concept of live streaming autograss racing and sort of like planted the seed for it being a possibility. Nick is very much on board with what BAS are looking to do. He's very much working with us and stuff, and accepts that we've not taken on further what he did, because what he did was absolutely superb, but obviously we are able to perhaps do it just slightly differently than Nick just stood on top of his set of step ladders and stuff and things. But yeah, big thank you to Nick Apps of Apps Media, as I say, for bringing the concept of live streaming autograss racing that hopefully you're all enjoying. But as we always say, there is absolutely nothing like being here. So if you're thinking, yeah, this is the way forward to watch autograss racing, yeah, if you can't get to a race meeting, absolutely it is. But there is just absolutely nothing like the atmosphere and everything of a race meeting, particularly if the sun is shining. I know it's a little bit different if it's a bit wet and everything out there, but yeah, days like this, then what could be better? So yeah, we're just grading down there on the bottom end as well. If you do look at the British Autograss Series website, then the points are uploaded and are up to date. What we will ask is if you can have a look at those points, and if you want to sort of like just double check anything, then if you come down to the points caravan on the finish line, which is the one that's furthest away from the start line end, basically, go into the bottom deck of that, and they will sort out any points queries. Yesterday was, as I'm sure you can appreciate, a very difficult day for commentators, lap scorers, etc, etc. At the height of it, it was very much brown car followed by brown car, and a super job done by the lap scoring team to actually record results at all. And if anything is slightly out of place, then yeah, come and politely let us know, and we'll certainly do our best to absolutely sort it. But 99.99%, I think, absolutely spot on. So well done to all of them, because having to look at it and being a little bit involved, and yeah, it was pretty horrendous trying to lap score yesterday, as I'm sure you can appreciate. But equally, there's the marshals that were, at least we were in the dry, and the marshals were stood out there in it. And the racers that were brave in it were going around there largely with smiles on their faces. I think it's fair to say, from what you could see of their faces anyway, which after about the first lap was not a lot. I would imagine there was a good trade done in sort of like roll-offs and things like that yesterday, without a doubt. Right, Mark Stevenson, I've got a bit of bad news for you. So there we go. Right, now, the good news is your credit card has been claimed. The bad news is it might have been cheaper if we'd have kept it. So, no, I don't even know the lady, so there we go, hopefully. But yeah, your wife now has your credit card. Hey, so there we go. She identified it, and what more can we do? So there we go. As I said, you might have been better off letting us have your PIN number. No, that's been reunited. That's the important thing. Don't think... we have still got some more lost property. These were handed in yesterday. Steve very kindly handed them in. We've got some wolf gloves, some driving gloves, which I suspect are going to belong to a junior. It's either that or... Well, they weren't going to fit Ian Stevenson, let's put it that way. No, so I think they might be juniors. If you've lost your gloves, then they are with us. And again, come and get them and be reunited with them. They might just be a ladies. They're small, basically, obviously. But they're down here in commentary. They were lost and found up in the trade stand area, I think, by the Bodyworks trade stand. So, yeah, if you come down and you want to claim them, that will be good. Don't think we've got any more lost property here. Tim's looking a bit thin, but I don't think we can give him away.
Well, there is one thing that got handed in, which is a quad bike key. So any of you marshals out there that have lost a quad bike key and are wondering where it is, we have one in commentary. And just talking, I think we've got time here with Water coming round, about Steve, obviously you've been doing this for many, many years, but some are like the strangest things that have been handed in, because we are like we're like British Rail, everything gets brought to us if it's lost for us to try and reunite it. I think I'll start off with, I remember someone bringing in a pair of hearing aids. That was quite funny.
Pardon?
He's on top form this morning. What else has there been? I think there was a pair. I'm sure, I haven't dreamt this, that someone actually bought a pair of false teeth in. It was, wasn't it? We had a pair of false teeth.
Yeah, you do remember that one correctly. Yeah, we did.
I mean,
oh, we're going to have trouble with the commentary team today, folks. I'll tell you.
And also there was, I remember there was a box of Viagra once brought in. I know that's hard to believe, but...
It's funny, as you quite rightly say, we do get a multitude of things and stuff, but nobody ever seems to lose alcohol or anything, do they, on the field? I think they seem to be very careful with that, I've noticed.
There's quite a few empty wallets that get handed in, though.
So, yeah, I think the long and short of it is look after your stuff, folks. But, yeah, if you do find anything around, then pop it into us and we will do our best through it all to try and reunite you with your property. Right, talking of property, then we got some stationary property that needs to be collected. So Wendy Moody from Cambridge and Nicole O'Brien from Mallow. If you're around, I know Nicole was racing not long ago, but, hey, she's had time to calm down after a cracking win. Wendy Moody and Nicole, if you can come round to race control, please. There is some stationery for you to pick up. We also do have some stationery for the Scarborough Club that we were asked to give to somebody reliable from that club. We can't think of anybody, so we're going to give that to Mickey, so that'll be all right. But if anybody wants to come and pick up some stuff for Scarborough, we thought Clarissa was going to be here, so we could trust it to her, but no, we'll give it to Mickey B. But you're all witnesses that he has had it, so when Scarborough moan that they haven't got any stationery, hey, it's not our fault. So looks like the tractor is making it. No, it's not. It's still doing a bit more grading there on that bottom bend. So just as soon as that has been sorted, what time? Oh, breakfast. Well, any time's breakfast time, isn't it? Really. Don't forget the fine array of catering facilities that are situated up to our left from where we are here in commentary on the top part of the circuit. Then if you want to go up there and grab yourself a hot, cold drink, they do a super breakfast box. Absolutely they do. Somewhat annoyed because with the early start in racing, didn't have time for breakfast this morning. That's not good.
Do you know what, Steve? You know when you walk around the track or you're listening in, because we do like to listen in on people's conversations. John Gaffney, the gaffer, if you're listening, I picked up on a story about you, by the way. And you know when you've got really good friends, you want them to look after and care for you. Apparently, you're really scared of flying, and you recently flew out from an airport on one of those propeller planes, and he was absolutely petrified. So, like his mates looking after and care for him went over to the announcer at the airport, and it came over, ping pong.
Ping pong.
Could passenger John Gaffney please make sure that he has his life jacket with him at all times? So he's like, my what? Me life jacket? And then about 15 minutes later, another message, ping pong. Could passenger John Gaffney please make sure he has his parachute with him? And at this point, I think they were having to pour booze down him to get him on the plane. It was like B.A. Baracus. You remember years ago, he wouldn't get on a plane, so they had to like inject him with whatever. And obviously, there's other products available to get you sleepy. But yeah, John Gaffney, I hope you enjoyed that one. I chuckled to myself because I could just imagine your terror on your face when those messages were coming out. But hey, he had 2/3 yesterday, so he's not doing bad for an old boy, is he?
No, there we go. He ain't as daft as he looks either. So there we go. You come up with that, pretend to be scared, and all your mates pour alcohol down your throat. Now, who is the stupid one there is all I shall say. So, yeah. So, yeah, well done, John. Yeah, great to see him out there. And, of course, we will see him and all the other North Shropshire people and lots of other people, of course, 3 weeks' time, because that's where we're heading for round 3 of the Kent Cams Simpson Races Oars British Autograss Series, off to that superb venue at North Shropshire. If there is anybody here from North Shropshire that has anything specific they want us to announce with regards to their meeting and stuff, then by all means, pop down to commentary. We'll be more than happy to do that. Just to remind you, though, it is the 3rd round, closed to British Autograss Series registered drivers only and host league cars. So if you remember the Shropshire League, you're all right. But it is closed. Obviously, we do have to try and manage numbers. Believe it or not, we are managing numbers. We do have to try and manage numbers just to make the meetings viable and to run. So much as we would love to have everybody there, unfortunately, at the moment, then it just doesn't stack up. Rounds 4 and 5 are going to be open to everybody, because what we do see in the 5-round series is that round 4s and 5 tend to be a little bit quieter as the points start to unravel and people sort themselves out. So when we head to Stroud for round 4 and to Border Counties for round 5, then those rounds will be open to everybody. But round 3 closed to North Shropshire and British Autograss Series rounds or registered drivers as well. Right, looks like, I was going to say, looks like the tractor has done what it needs to do, but no, it's still actually doing a bit up there on that top part of the circuit. I think just working on the start line. So once that's all been done and sorted, then honestly, we will be underway racing very, very shortly. What we will do then, because hopefully we are going to be seeing them very shortly, is take you through race 1 of, we've got 8 races of the men's Class 1 coming away. As I say, one of the classes that are looking at semi-finals, so we're going to be looking for the top 16 to go through to those semi-finals. When we get to semi-finals in all of the classes, it is just straight shootout semi-finals. Anything that's gone before doesn't matter. Well, it does matter because it got you there in the first place, but other than that, then there will be 8 cars on that line in each semi-final. The top 4 in each of those semi-finals will go through to the final. It is that simple, some would say that brutal at semi-final stage, but it does give some cracking autograss racing from a spectator point of view. And mixed views from the driver point of view, I think it's fair to say. So 16 we're looking for, and the first 8 trying to be in that 16 are up there on the line. Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe 1, he's currently on 100 points. He had a first and a second yesterday. Paul Boland, Mallow 196, currently on 90 points. So he had a couple of seconds, as did Craig Bagley. He's on 90 points as well in Cwmdu 1. Andrew Owen should also be up there in North Wales 397. Timothy Gardner in PAC 209. Ian Jenkins in WS 17. Daniel Harris in Penhouse 73. And Rich Parks from the Wessex Club in WS 20. So those are the 8 cars for the first heat of these Class 1s. Looking just to grade down that final side once again. Don't forget as well, we're getting closer towards Nationals time, talking of forthcoming meetings and stuff, and I'm sure all of you are very aware of this and have got it in your diary. But if you're used to Autograss racing in the men's nationals, then thinking first weekend in August for the men's nationals, yeah, must ring fence that, must sort something out and everything. I know it's sort of like middle of June. Then don't sort it out for the first weekend in August, because lovely part of the world. I'm sure you'll have a very nice weekend up there at Thornborough first weekend in August, but it'll be a bit quieter than you might be anticipating, because you'll have missed the nationals by a week. They have altered this weekend for various logistical reasons, and it is the last weekend in July, so 30th and 31st of July for the men's national championships, which will see the top cars from all over England, Scotland, Wales, Northern and Southern Ireland. They will have battled through qualifying right throughout the season to earn the right to represent their league up there at Thornborough. I say the top 400, of course it's not the top 400 this year, is it? It's, hold on, we've got a little bit of sexual molestation going on here. So, morning, so of course it's not the top 400 this year at the Nationals, it's the top 440. Because for the first time, it's not the first time there's been 440 cars there, because we have sort of like had in excess of 400 cars at the National. I think it was the West Midland Nationals. I'm looking at Gareth here, who's the fount of all knowledge. Where was it that they increased the numbers at the National? It was the West Midland one, wasn't it? So yeah, Gareth has sort of said yes. Well, that's what we're going to get officially him to confirm yes on that, because we're going to put him right on the spot with a microphone here. To no, I think it was Withington. So
yeah, I'm not sure if it was the 2017 Nationals that were held by the Cwmdu Club, or whether it was the Stroud Nationals that was run at Severn Valley.
I don't know. I can't remember what I did yesterday. But yeah, there was a Nationals.
That's what you get at 8:45 when you put me on the spot on a Sunday morning.
They upped the numbers at a Nationals, didn't they, from the 40-year class? That's about as far as I remember.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was one of the West Midland League Nationals that it was trialled at, but I can't remember which year it was. But I tell you, Jonesy would know. On Grand Victory, if he's awake, then he'll message one of us to let us know.
So I'm going to say somebody's going to let us know. But anyway, the whole point of all of that waffle is that, yeah, it's not the first time that we've had over 400 cars at the Nationals. And this year, there is going to be 440 cars at the Nationals, because 11 men's classes will be racing, because stock hatches now, and officially having been sort of like a associate class, I suppose you'd call it, for quite a few years, stock hatches is now an official NASA class, so it will be up there. So want to encourage everybody, because if you've been up to Thornborough, you will know it is, like here, one of the best venues in the country. So certainly not going to discourage anybody at all from going up to Thornborough. But the news is for all the men's nationals, and I'm going to have the great honour of talking you through classes 1 and 3. Mickey B, I think, is going to be there doing classes 5 and 7. Gareth is going to be there. It's going to be like a reunion, lads, isn't it? So Gareth's going to be there doing 4s and 6s.
Well, it's another question for you, Steve. Sees it early in the morning and a hive of knowledge. We want to know, the stock hatch is obviously coming new into the Nationals, making up those extra 40 cars on the 440. Hayley Turner-Goodwin is going to be commentating on the stock hatches at the men's Nationals. Is she the first lady to commentate at a men's Nationals?
No.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I think definitely 1, possibly 2 before. I think Jane Honeybun did a nationals, no longer with us, God rest her, unfortunately. And I'm, yeah, absolutely certain Kerry Lee Wilson certainly did a nationals. But it'll be great to have Hayley up there, absolutely.
I think you probably get the feel that it is quite a male-dominated commentator kind of sport, but it's great to get the young ladies in and doing it, and she's doing a sterling job as well. So well done, Hayley, and she's pregnant as well. So there's effectively we're going to have an extra person in commentary.
That will certainly be the youngest ever commentator, without a doubt. So yes, so she can have her claim. She can have her claim to that one. But no, that'd be great. I haven't seen Hayley for a while, and so we've caught up with her at sort of like meetings up north. But with everything that's going on and or has been going on, and obviously we haven't been able to travel as much as we would have liked recently. So I haven't seen Hayley for ages. So no, that would be really good to catch up with. And excellent that she's doing the nationals. And congratulations to her if she's listening and all of that. So. It's great that she's pregnant. It's not sort of like due the last weekend in July or anything, though, is it, Mickey? So, with water's breaking and stuff, it's, yeah, I do go to pieces.
All I'm saying, Steve, is I'm bringing towels and hot water.
There we go. Thank you very much. Yeah, you're all heart, aren't you? So, right. Are we progressing out there? Still got the tractor out there, it has to be said. So, yeah. And we've now got the quads who have, looks like quads have been sent out in terms of doing a bit of a track settling on that top part of the circuit. But yeah, so we've told you about the men's nationals. So genuinely, not just in the interest of everything, we do need to tell you about the ladies and juniors nationals, because if you're in this part of the world, you haven't got far to travel for the ladies. Well, it doesn't matter what part of the world you're in, you still want to go to the ladies and juniors. But if you're in this part of the world, you haven't got far to travel at all, because Hereford Autograss Club, obviously one of the sister clubs to Cwmdu in the West Midland League, are hosting the ladies and juniors nationals this year. Looking forward to that one. If you've never been to the Hereford venue, it really is a cracking venue. I know they've used it for UK rounds in the past, and everybody has always come back, quite rightly, full of praise of the venue. So really looking forward to the ladies and juniors nationals being held there. That's, as it always is, going to be a busy event, and certainly being held in the middle of the country, because it does make a difference. I mean, it shouldn't do, but it does, obviously, from a travel point of view and travel costs and everything. Then middle of the country, there are going to be a few more. Right, we're away and we're racing. It is Class 1 away from the line. So do you remember who's out there? Yeah, we're going to test you. Ollie Hall, Paul Boland, Andrew Owen, Timothy Gardner, Ian Jenkins, Craig Bagley, Daniel Harris and Rich Parks. Those are the cars. Ollie Hall currently on 100 points. If he can not snatch, but gain a race win here, then he's going to be well on course for a place in the semi-finals on this one. And SC1 it is. That's the race leader. He's under strong challenge from Craig Bagley in C1. Again, 90 points for Craig at the minute. So once again, a good run is going to get him a place, I'd have thought, in the semi-final. After that, then they might just still be struggling. Paul Boland not having the best of run in Mallow. 196 at the minute. Was well placed at the overnight stage, but running at the back of the pack. Ollie Hall completes another lap. Gunthorpe 1 from C1. North Wales 397. WS20, WS17. Mallow 196. Then PAC 209, then Timothy Gardner, just the back marker then from the PAC club down there in the South Wales League. But it's Ollie Hall from CGTRO in Scunthorpe 1 that comes round and takes that yellow flag with the black cross that tells him he's on to his final circuit. If he's got a mirror, and I'm sure he has, and he looks in that mirror, he's going to see Craig Bagley right there with him in C1. These two pulled quite a way clear now of Andrew Owen in the North Wales 397 car, still runs in third. Rich Parks runs fourth in WS20, but Ollie Hall it is in Scunthorpe 1 that's going to come out of that farmyard bend for the final time, take the checkered flag and take the win. C1 then in the second place. Craig Bagley, think he will have done enough for a place in the semi-final. North Wales 397, then Rich Parks in WS20. Then comes the Wessex 17 car of Ian Jenkins. Paul Boland, oof, it's going to be close, Paul. Don't know whether you've got any fingernails, but you might not have by the end of it in Mallow. 196. And then PAC 209. Right, we have just been informed also that unfortunately Rich Parks in WS20 has picked up a green flag in that one, so he will go back 2 places from his final finishing position. Right, race 2 of 8 on the line. Rhys Edwards in North Wales 44, Dan Keddy in Hereford 20, Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48, Tom Herbert in Stroud 31, Jamie Hussey in Scarborough 223, Phil McMahon in Yorksdale's 100, Carl Dyke Wickfield in Cambridge 295, and Greg Jenkins in Cwmdu 78. Those are the 8 cars that we're expecting, and 8 cars we've got. That's always good. As they get away from the line, then it is the North Wales car. Rhys Edwards, 91 points overnight. Good run. Equals place in semi-final for North Wales 44. Lee Deegan and Tom Herbert. Then the best of the points scorers after that. Dan Keddy in Hereford 20 had a mixed day yesterday, I think it's fair to say, but when he was quick in Hereford 20, but I think just got a bit too much to do. You never know, though, as he goes down the far side. The best he can do in this is get 55 points and hope, and he's certainly on course for those 55 points as the race leader goes into that farmyard bend once again and comes back round towards us. Rhys Edwards in North Wales 44, Stroud 31. Still runs in that third place slot. Tom Herbert. Lee Deegan runs fourth in Cambridge 48. Then comes the Jamie Hussey machine, Scarborough 223. And the Yorkshire Dales car then going through, that's Phil McMahon in the Yorkshire Dales 100. But down that far side, the field getting a little bit more spread out now as Dan Keddy comes round. It's going to be last lap flag time. 1 to go for Hereford 20. So on to his final circuit. North Wales 44, Rhys Edwards, and Stroud 31, Tom Herbert. Then Scarborough 223, Jamie Hussey now races ahead of Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48. Yorkshire Dales 100. Here's Phil McMahon, and completing it all, Greg Jenkins in Cwmdu 78. So all the cars onto their final circuit, but it is going to be Dan Keddy in Hereford 20 that's going to take the checker flag, take the win, and 55 maximum points from this race. North Wales 44 through in second. Stroud 31 it is in third. Scarborough 223, Jamie Hussey comes in fourth. Cambridge 48, Lee Deegan runs in that fifth place. And then Yorkshire Dales 100, and completing all, Greg Jenkins in C78. So race 3 on the line. We have 3 unbeaten drivers so far in Class 1, 2 wins out of 2 for them, and we have one of those on the line in race 3 in the shape of Tom Powell in Evesham 82. He's joined by Zach Bowers in North Shropshire 159, Ollie Tilson in St Neots 196, currently on 90 points, Jack Thomas in Hereford 24, Tyrone Cusack in Mallow 25, Cameron Phillips in Cwmdu 48, Harry Witham in Spalding 81. He's currently on Spalding 14, currently on 81 points, and Damien Goodman in Stroud 66. So that's the race 3. Tom Powell possibly might be the one to watch based on yesterday's form, but he'll need top 3 to perhaps be guaranteed a place in the semi-final. But he'll be looking to accumulate more British Autograss Series points. Obviously, all the cars and drivers do get points in the 5-round series in every race that they are out there. So it's not just a case of qualifying through to the semi-final. He'll want to be adding to his annual tally in Evesham 28, as indeed will all of the drivers that are out there. So they're just sorting out, I think, some tyres down there on there. So the Class 8 rerun that's coming is going to be coming after men's Class 1 race 5. So hopefully Liam is within shouting distance, because this is Class 1 race 3. So here we go then. So as they get away from the line, it is the St Neots car of Ollie Tilson in 196 that is the race leader. C48 runs in that second place ahead of Evesham 82. Cameron Phillips in C48. Evesham 82, then Tom Powell tucks into third. These three already just pulling away a little bit from I think it's the Zach Bowers NS159 car that is in there in that fourth place slot. But your race leader coming round then, Ollie Tilson it is in St Neots 196. Then a little bit, 2-3 car lengths gap back to C48, still holds off the challenger Evesham 82. North Shropshire 159, the Spalding 14 car then of Harry Witham racing ahead of Tyrone Cusack in Mallow 25 as they go around that top bend there. But down that far side then, slowly but surely, our race leader is pulling away, Ollie Tilson in St Neots 196. Last lap flag as Tom Powell looks to make a move up into second place in Evesham 82, goes through on the inside of the Cameron Phillips machine. North Shropshire 159, Spalding 14, Mallow 25. Then comes Hereford at 24, Jack Thomas, and Damien Goodman completes it all in Stroud 66. But down that far side, it's all getting a bit closer at the head of affairs, but has Tom Powell left it a bit late as Ollie Tilson into the Farmyard Bend for the final time instantly. It's 196. Think he's going to hold on. Ollie Tilson takes it. Think he's booked a semi-final place, as has Tom Powell in Evesham 82. Then come D48. Zach Bowers comes next in North Shropshire 159. Spalding 14. Harry Witham. Hereford 24 then. Jack Thomas comes just over the line ahead of the Mallow 25 car of Tyrone Cusack, and Damien Goodman completes it all in Stroud 66. Race 4 on the line. Ryan Morehouse in North Shropshire 172. Dylan Tyrrell in North Wales 6. Josh Hodge in Penhow 2. Rhys Phillips in Tybee 98. Josh Fowler in North Shropshire 2. Jack Firth in Spalding 86. Liam Morris in Border Counties 37. And Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12. Those are the 8 cars that we're expecting for race 4. As they're all sorting out, I think, just sorting out tyres and things down there on that bottom bend. And as soon as that's in place, another message from Mickey. Oh, right, unfortunately, in that last race then, Tyrone Cusack in Mallow 25 picks up a green flag. So that means that, once again, unfortunately, he will be docked 2 places from his finishing position on the track. So Tyrone, yeah, hopefully he's had a good weekend, but don't think we're going to be seeing him in the semi-final. He was joint 21st at the overnight stage and finished quite a bit down the field, and also a green flag. So, yeah, not to be for Tyrone in that one, but hopefully he's had a good weekend. So nice to see such a good contingent across from Ireland, both southern and northern. And, yeah, we appreciate the extra effort that you have to make to actually come and race with us here in the British Autograss Series or at most events. I won't say anything about next year, but no, there we go. Right, Penhow 2, North Shropshire 2. That's the 1 and the 2. Josh Hodge, the race leader from Josh Fowler. Josh Fowler, the highest point scorer in this race, 73 points at the overnight stage. So, yeah, second place, yeah, should be sort of on course, hopefully, for a place in the semi-final. But Penhow 2, Joshua Hodge is that race leader, as I say, racing for British Autograss Series points. Josh Fowler in that second place. A little bit of a gap then back to the third place man, and that's where Spalding 86 is. That's Jack Firth in Spalding 86. Dylan Tyrrell in North Wales 6. Then comes Liam Morris in Border Counties 37. Tybee 98 and North Shropshire 172. That's Rhys Phillips and Ryan Morehouse respectively as they go round that start line turn, then into the farmyard turn already. It's the battle of the twos. It's P against NS, and it's the Penhow car that's still getting the better of this battle as he takes the last lap flag from Josh Fowler in North Shropshire 2. Tell you what, don't discount Jack Firth in Spalding 86 either. He's close enough to take advantage if either of the front two get a little bit too exuberant in their battle. But down that far side, Joshua Hodge having to battle very, very hard to hold off Josh Fowler. So not only is it the battle with the twos, it's the battle with the Joshies. And coming round then, all line astern, and it's P2, NS2, SP86. That's how they finish, 1, 2, 3. But close racing from this heat of the Class 1s. Fourth place then is Dylan Tyrrell in North Wales 6. I think he's doing a bit of track grading as well. So there we go. Good on you, Dylan. But they'll probably want their tyre back. TA 98 then, North Shropshire 172. And PhD 12. Problems there for the Border Counties 37 car of Liam Morris on that top bend. Talking of Liam's, if the I can say if the Williams version is around, but he is. So there we go. So we just to remind you, we've got the Class 8 rerun coming out after the next heat of the Class 1s. Race 5 on the line then. We were telling you about 3 unbeaten cars at the overnight stage. We've seen one of them didn't manage to make it 3 wins out of 3. The Evesham machine, Cam Ben Gould, achieved that in North Shropshire 443. He's currently sat up on the line in lane 3. He's joined by Dan Jones in IK 430, Daffyd Jones in Tybee 18, Shandon Watkins in Swansea 10, Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403, James Slater in PAC 35, Jordan Robinson in Spalding 26, and Ryan Powell in North Wales 52. There we go. So We've got the definitive answer with regards to the Nationals. So there we got right venue, but we're a bit out on the years, so time flies. So there we go. I thought it was a bit further back than perhaps we were thinking, but yeah, we'll blame COVID. Or I'm just going to blame senility. So there we go. At my age, I can get away with it. You can't. So yeah, it was Severn Valley Nationals. So we got the right venue, but 2010. That the experiment didn't last long. I thought it went well, to be fair. The experiment of increasing the numbers at the Nationals was tried. So, God blimey, it's frightening to think that's 12 years ago. So, yeah, 2010 at Severn Valley, from what we were talking about a little bit earlier on. So, I think it was decided that no, couldn't run with that sort of numbers because you'd have to start racing early in the morning and things like that, or like 10 o'clock. But no, there we go. So, hey ho, things do move on, don't they? Right. So Dylan, I told you Cwmdu would want their tyre back, and they do. They're like that in this part of the world. So there we go. So North Wales 6 was taking a tyre round sort of thing, but he's done a great bit of track grading though down this home straight, so no, fair play to him. So yeah, talking of time moving on, I have been doing this job, and I'm sure 99% of the people out there are going to agree with this next statement. I've been doing this job far too long, because you sort of like see people out there and you think, oh, that surname seems familiar, and then you suddenly realise that's at best, oh, that's the son or daughter of so-and-so. And then at worst, you think, oh, my life, that's the grandson of so-and-so. So, yeah, time does fly. But no, it's great when sort of like the family moves. We do sell ourselves quite rightly as the family motorsport. And it's absolutely always so evident when the family sort of like move up through. And as I say, you can get at least 3 levels out there, or 3 ages out there racing. So there we go. We've got some important announcements to do, but yeah, we're going to have to do them in a very short while. It's very, very worthwhile charity is all I should say that we're going to plug. Right, North Shropshire 443 then, Ben Gould. Can he make it? 165 points, 3 wins out of 3. He's set off on the right foot to do that, absolutely. Spalding 26, runs in that second place slot. Tivy 18 then, it is in third place. That's Daffy Jones in the Tivy 18. 73 points at the overnight stage, plus 36 equals 109. Will that equal a place in the semi-final? It'll be close. But down that far side, Spalding 26 Spalding machine isn't going to let him have that second place slot, and they all get a little bit tangled up. North Shropshire 443 comes round as the race leader. Swansea 10 IK 430. We're looking down to that bottom bend, and I have a horrible feeling we're going to see flags of the colour we don't really want to see, and we are. So that one's going to go into the rerun lane. So whilst they sort that out, then, yeah, here we go. Very important information. Right, charity here, then if you follow on Facebook, you'll have seen this quite a bit, I think. But actually here in person, then Sue Herdman, one of the people very much involved in this, helping the underdogs. So they have got a super charity stall, if you haven't seen it, over sort of like just behind us on sort of like the race control side of the circuit, the Help the Underdogs charity. All sorts of things going on there. So there's a tombola with some absolutely cracking prizes, and to make it even better, a surprise every time. So, hey, talk about a win-win situation. You can give some money to a very worthy charity, and you can win yourself a tombola prize, and they're good prizes as well. So, prize every time tombola is over there. There's a lucky dip for the kids, £1 for 3 prizes. So again, sort of like all going to a good cause. Only £1 and 3 prizes for the kids. So there's a lucky dip over there. There's assorted goods for sale, toiletries, chocolates, etc. from only £2 upwards. So again, not a lot of money, lots of things you can buy. Bear in mind, all this goes to charity. And I don't know how many of these they've got, so I'm not sure whether I'm going to read this one out or not till I can get over there, because I'm commentating at the minute. So I'm going to read... No, I'm not. Assorted boxes of cakes. only £3 a box. So cupcakes, brownies, etc. Mixed boxes, and walked past. Come back, Jones, come back. So there we go. Walked past there yesterday, and they did look absolutely stunning. So only £3 a box. Assorted boxes of cakes. So if you can hear me, whoever's up there, put one aside for me, please. Seriously. Yeah, get yourselves over there. All sorts of good things going on at Help the Underdogs. So pay that a visit, and as I say, all in a very, very good cause as well. Right, Class 8 Rerun is on the line. I've waffled on for more than long enough, I think. So there we go. That was, where are we? 45 minutes of waffle. That's good, even for me. Over to Liam.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve. So, ladies Class 8 Rerun is down there on the line. And what have we got? I think we got 5 cars down there and ready to go. So, of course, for those of you that did forget, then this is the one where it was a little bit messy. We did manage, I think, just about to complete it, but the checkered flag didn't actually come out, and the red flags, unfortunately, did. And unfortunately, there was a black flag given out as well for Ruby Emerson in Scunthorpe 199. So, this is the one then that brings out 2 heat winners from yesterday. And I don't think anyone's gone through the heats unbeaten. They haven't. So can one of these 2 do it? It looked like one of them would have in the first attempt. So I'm sure they'll both be trying in the second attempt. Those 2, of course, Abby J. Bennett in the Forest of Dean number 8 and Josie Tompkinson in Scunthorpe 52. They're the 2 that sit top of the shop after the first round of qualifying, because of course this is still round 2 for your ladies racing. The best of the rest then, Jodie Glover, Scunthorpe 71. She come to grief in the first attempt, but she had a 3rd yesterday in Scunthorpe 71, so a good run will put Jodie up in that top 8. Of course, we are looking for the top 8 of ladies class 8s. And who else? Lindsay Mullen. Well, I know Lindsay's not down there today in the Yorksdales 37. So the next one will be Dawn North in South Somerset number 11. She had a 5th. And I think Taylor Jade Pascal is the next one. But unfortunately, no points accumulated in Heat 1 for her. So we're off the line anyway with ladies class 8. Josie Thompson it is. That's the first one to show, like she was the first attempt. But I'll tell you what, she's already pulling away from the rest. As Abby J. Bennett slots in the second in Forest Dean number 8. Taylor J. Pascal's weekend goes from bad to worse as she spins it out, faces the wrong way. We've actually lost 3 cars in this as Jodie Glover's facing with the problems as well over on the top turn, and someone else in that first turn, so Dawn North. But I'll tell you what, the 2 at the front are the 2 unbeaten drivers. So if you're going to let 2 race, these are the 2 you want to see as they go down that far side. And no, red flags once again on your ladies class 8s as Jodie Glover unfortunately once again finds herself square wheeled in Scunthorpe 71. She did the same in the first attempt, but this time unfortunately she found herself square wheeled on a racing line, and it's been deemed obviously too dangerous to continue, which you can understand because the tyres have been put out on that corner, so the cars are going to be sliding a little bit wider, and with Jodie Glover parked there, it wasn't ideal whatsoever. So unfortunately the red flags come out on that one once again. I think that's the first time this weekend where I've actually had a rerun of a rerun, and it's taken me till Sunday morning, so that's not bad by my standards. So we're going to try 3rd time lucky a little bit later on with your ladies class 8s, but we are going, well, I say backwards, but we're going back to men's class 1s, but moving forwards in terms of progression, because it's 3rd heats, it's men's class 1s, and it's back to Steve.
Thank you very much then, Liam. Right, yeah, race 6 is on the line. Just an update on race 5, the one that got stopped. Unfortunately, Ryan Powell is going to be excluded from the rerun, so there'll be no North Wales 52 out in the rerun. Right, race 6 then brings out Toby Chamberlain in 21F, Hugh Davis in Tivy 9, Ian Ullathorne, a 3rd unbeaten car on 110 points so far for Scunthorpe 25. Connor Griffiths is there in TA16. He's currently on 90 points. Charlie Williams in the Cambridge 42 car should also be out there. Harry Parker in Ludlow 85. Katie Hobbs in South Somerset 101 and Gwyn Reeves in Tivy 23. Those are the cars that we've got. And Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25. So Ben Gould was on course for 165 points in the last one before it got stopped. Ian Ullathorne is on course for 165 points at the moment, so he's going to be hoping that this one isn't going to get stopped as SC25 comes out of that farmyard bend. Tyres pushed out to allow the water to soak in. SC25, TA23 runs in second place. Gwyn Reeves, Ludlow 85 in that third place position. Charlie Williams runs fourth in the 42 car. Conor Griffiths then in Tivy 16 of his 90 points at the overnight stage. Then I don't think fifth place is going to be good enough, Conor, as 21F Toby Chamberlain pulls off into the pits. But Ian Ullathorne looking in good form in Scunthorpe 25 as he comes round. Takes that yellow flag with the black cross. One to go then. TA23 through in second place. There's a black flag there, I think, going to the Tivy 23 car there. So Gwyn Reeves, unfortunately, I think is going to be excluded from this one, but that's not going to concern Ian Ullathorne as SC25 goes down the far side for the final time. Looking comfortable, looking good. Maximum 3 wins out of 3. It's all going to depend on the semi-final for Ian Ullathorne. SC25 comes round and takes the win. TA23 then, unfortunately, is going to be excluded, so it's going to be second. TA16 by my money from Ludlow 85 and Cambridge 42. And then the South Somerset 101 machine of Katie Hobbs will dispatch. Oh, God blimey. So there we go. Right. Thank you very much. So I shall be over very shortly as soon as we finish commentating to settle up. So not only have they reserved me my box of cakes, oi, you lot, away. Not only have they reserved me my box of cakes, we've had personal hand delivery as well. So do appreciate that. And yeah, I'm going to have a sneak peek. Oh, God blimey. So there we go. Right. 1, 2, right, yes. I know how many's here. I know what they look like. So I know what you lot are like. But no, absolutely. Rocky Road, Welsh cakes and some lovely cupcakes. So excellent stuff. All then over there, courtesy of Helping the Underdog. So yeah, go across there and pay a visit to the stall without a doubt. As I say, Tombola's, things to buy. And you can buy the cakes now because I've got mine. So there, thank you very much. Right, and putting tyres there. So race 6 successfully completed. Did we get confirmation on who was second? No, we didn't. Somebody was going to go upstairs and they didn't. So, oh, I'll tell you what. See, the cakes turned up and the commentators just wouldn't move anywhere. So, yeah, we're going to go for Conor Griffiths in Tivy 16. Right, race 7, Conor Urquhart in Tivy 211, Dean Smith in Ludlow 48, Mark Stevenson, North Wales 164, Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221, Jake Hemsley in IK 611, Chris Dyer in Evesham 28, Jonathan Jones in Tivy 4 and Sean Emmett in BC 48. There we go. Right, we've got inside information on the Tivy Club from Gareth, but we've got Tim, I think, with an important announcement to my right. So he's just going to come in.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Steve. We need a car moving, please. It's parked in the hayfield, obviously the other side of the track. It's a Ford Cougar 171 WX924. You're blocking the entrance for the lady to get into the field to sort the sheep out. So we need to move that ASAP, please. Thank you very much.
Right, thanks, Tim. So, yeah, if we can get that moved, please. Obviously, it's the local farmer that needs to get into their field. The last thing we want to do is upset them. So, yeah, no, you didn't put it there deliberately and you thought you'd be all right. But if we can get it moved ASAP, please. 171 WX924 Ford Cougar. Good on you. Right, here we go then. We'll tell you the interesting information. It concerns the 2 Tivy cars. It's inside information from Mr. Jones. TA211 and Tivy 4, then, they are evenly matched out there, and they are very evenly matched, because apparently they have to have a runoff to decide who is going to represent the South Wales League at the Men's Nationals. Who won, Gareth? So we go, Jonathan. So TA4 got the better of that one, but Conor Urquhart is getting the better of this one in TA211 as he comes round as the race leader. Another lap successfully completed under strong challenge though from the Evesham 28 and Tivy 4 car. This one's going to be close. Ludlow 48 runs in 4th place. That's Dean Smith at the wheel of 48. The IK 611 car then goes through. That's Jake Hemsley He's on 100 points from yesterday, joint 4th on 100 points. But down that far side, it's all change around. Oh, TA4, got some bad news for you. Green flag, unfortunately, you're going to go back 2 positions. So Jonathan Jones, not to be this time round. But Evesham 28 then takes the checker flag, takes the win. Ivy 211 on track in 2nd. TA4 3rd on track, will go back to 5th. PhD 48 4th on track, will go up to 3rd. Scarborough 221 5th on track, will go up to 4th. In 5th place then is the Ivy 4, and then the rest of them come through. North Wales 164 and Sean Emmett in Border Counties 48. So Class 1, as we suspected it was going to be, very, very close in this final opportunity for qualifying, and the final opportunity is down there on the line because it is race 8. Just the one rerun to come, of course, that's race 5. But race 8, Dave Owen in North Wales 97, Alex Hill in St Neots 164, Mitchell Collins in PhD 48, Michael Aiken in North Shropshire 192, Tom Hawthorne in Radford 76, Mark Robbins in Swansea 16, and Luke Fairhurst in ARC 304. Those are the 7 cars that we are expecting, and actually we can only see 6 of them, so there we go. Not quite sure which one we're missing as they get away from the line. I have a feeling it might be Tom Hawthorne. It is. Can't see Radford 76 out there, but certainly we can see Alex Hill in St Neots 164 as he comes round as the race leader in that 2nd place slot. Then North Wales 97. That's Dave Owen at the wheel of that one. Luke Fairhurst runs in 3rd place in the ARC 304 cars. They just spread themselves out quite a bit, actually, in the early stages of this Class 1 race. And SM 164, it is. Alex Hill then down that far side. North Wales 97 still in 2nd place. The 304 car, Luke Fairhurst, in 3rd, and completing the leading quartet as they come out of that farmyard bend once again is the Swansea 16 car. That's Mark Robbins at the wheel of that one. North Shropshire 192 and PhD 48. That's Michael Aiken and Mitchell Collins respectively. But down that far side, no challenge at the moment on Alex Hill in St Neots 164. 100 points, joint 4th overnight. 55 points from run 3 equals place in semi-final. Last lap flag then, onto his final circuit goes 164. North Wales 97, ARC 304 and Swansea 16. So no change in the race order. No real challenge for any of the positions at the moment. Only where you can perhaps see any of these changing is mechanical problems befalling somebody, and you hope that's not going to happen. And certainly it doesn't look like it is going to happen to Alex Hill as SN 164 comes round for the final time, takes a good win. See you in the semis. 2nd place goes to North Wales 97, Dave Owen. 3rd place is Luke Fairhurst in ARC 304. Swansea 16 is Mark Robbins. North Shropshire 192 is Michael Aiken. And a few problems over there on the far side for Mitchell Collins, PhD 48, but he's going to come round and successfully complete. That completes the Class 1s, subject to 1 rerun. Don't forget the race order. We are going to be seeing Class 2s come in next. We do have a rerun. I think this is Liam's outstanding ladies Class 8 rerun. But in the race order is going to be Class 2, Class 7, Class 8 coming next. But it is ladies Class 8's rerun. So hopefully 3rd time lucky. Over to Liam.
Yeah, cheers, Steve. Hopefully indeed, as this has proved to be my most problematic race over the course of the weekend so far. And as I said yesterday, I think I was saying the same thing at the first round of the BASt, because the ladies' Class 8s so far this season have proved to be more problematic than the men's Class 8. So hopefully this time we can get it done. I think we've got 5 cars down there on the line. So Taylor Jade Pascal is certainly down there, Hereford 350. Abby J Bennett, Forestine number 8, is also down there. We've only got 4. Josie Tompkinson's the other one. And I'm going to take a guess and say the next one is Dawn North and South Somerset number 11. So Jodie Faulkner is the one, Jodie Glover rather, is the one that we've lost. So we're away anyway. Josie Tompkinson it is for the 3rd time that leads the way in the Scunny 52 52. Taylor Jade Pascal, once again, running second, running out wide, and allows Abby Jade Bennett to run through. So we're having a repeat of the last couple of attempts with ladies class 8. Hopefully we don't have a repeat of the result, as we want to get this one through. It's Josie Thompson looking to make it 2 out of 2. Abby Jade Bennett, though, is on a mission, running there in second, runs out wide, but trying to close the gap. These two are weighing on from Taylor Jade Pascal in Hereford 350 and Dawn North in South Somerset number 11. But your two unbeaten drivers are the first two down the far side. Once again they go. It's Josie Thompson that still leads them in Scunny 52, but Abby Jade Bennett keeping it a little bit tighter this time, and that might have just made some ground on your race leader as they start their final circuit, as the yellow flag with the black cross goes out. Taylor Jade Pascal and Dawn North is in third and fourth. Those two running fairly comfortably in third and fourth. I don't think they're going to challenge each other for any positional change. And speaking of challenges, we're not going to be seeing one for the front, because Josie Tompkinson it is. That's going to take 2 out of 2 in Scunny 52. Abby Jade Bennett has to settle for a first and a second at the end of her first two heats. Taylor Jade Pascal comes across in third in Hereford 350, and Dawn North in South Somerset number 11 comes across to complete the door. So there you go. If you want to get through a ladies class 8 race, just get rid of half of them, run 4 cars, and it goes through. That's the secret. So we eventually got through there. So big thank you then to your sponsors of ladies class 8, of course, Beresford Chassis and Components, your sponsors throughout the course of the British Autograss series, and your sponsors for the weekend is going to be told in a second when I find it, because my memory's gone. KLE Building and Refurbishments. Anyway, we're off the line, Class 1s, back to Steve.
Yeah, so this is one outstanding rerun on the Class 1s. This is race 5. After this, we'll be able to calculate semi-finalists as Spalding 26 brings the field past us. Jordan Robinson, it is. So, big news. Where's North Shropshire 443? He's there. He's back in 5th place. Ben Gould not on course for maintaining his maximum at the moment. This is going to be some drive if he does. It has to be said. And Jordan Robinson in Spalding 26 comes out of the farmyard bend once again. So he is the fairly clear race leader, running in that second place slot. It is IK 430, Tyvee 18 is the next one through. That's Daffy Jones at the wheel of Tyvee 18, and we got red flags on that one. So you sometimes just get a troublesome heat in a class, and there we go. Race 5, it looks like it might be getting that mantle for the Class 1s. So fingers crossed we can get it through quite soon, because I say we do need to calculate some semi-finalists. Tim is here again, so I'm going to go quiet.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. And yes, I never like reading this sort of stuff out, but unfortunately some tools, and quite expensive tools, went missing last night from around the trailer park area. So anybody knows anything, can you please let us know? There is a reward for their return, and as I say, don't like reading this stuff out. So, but if anybody knows of anything that went on last night, then can you please let us know? There is a reward for their return, and as I say, just be vigilant. Well, obviously where all your kit is and stuff, but anybody knows anything, we would just please let us know, and we'd like to get them back to the rightful owner. Thank you very much.
Right then, so men's Class 2s, we're on to semi-finals then. So say third runs are all complete. This is for your top 16, and wow, what a start then. Will Duggan it is into Cwmdu 190. He's into farmyard bend. He's going to slow the pace right down then. So the cone's being pushed out, a little bit of water onto the inside, but it's Will Duggan then in C190. Then comes the Yorkshire Dales 104, Jack Hodgson. He's been up in the points in this time around, but in your YD 104. So then it's running back there in second. Then comes your Aston machine and your Penal 40 of Evans, and all just comes into contact then with your Aston 83 machine. Back there of Callum Woodward, but it is then Will Duggan, Cwmdu 190, Hodgson's all over the back of him in Yorkshire Dales 104, then to another clap complete, but it's C190, YD 104, Aston 83, and then comes Griffiths in 7 Valley 8, and is that George Craswell trying to get through, but cones and tyres are flying as they come out of turn 3, and turn 4 he goes over down the far side, then with a change of lead, then Duggan, he's giving up the first place then to Hodgson, but the last lap flag then is out and readied this time around, so Hodgson, he's got to drive defensive now for a whole lap. What can Will Duggan do? Is Will Duggan on the back foot, or is he on the one to challenge? Now it's always easier to try and challenge for the lead than it is to defend, but Will Duggan then bouncing over cones and tyres, that's not done him any good. So it looks like he stalled it over on the far side, gets it going again, but all the meanwhile Hodgson it is down into Farmyard Bend and brings him round the bottom, and certainly we're going to see him a little bit later on into your final. So Yorksdale's 104 it is then that takes the win. Who's it going to be for seconds? Duggan's been swallowed up in the pack, but it's Evans in Penal 40, Severn Valley 8 of Griffiths, then comes Will Duggan in 190, Radford 22, Aston 83 of Woodward, and George Craswell in your Scunny 127. So that is your first run of your men's class 3s all done and dusted. As say, we are looking for your top 16 a little bit later on, so these are all trying to fight their way into their semis. Obviously this is heat number 3, and we'll have semis a little bit later on. Obviously we have more than this significant number of class 2s, so resulting in us having the semi-finals. So race number 2 then, who's out in this one? Graham Holmes, he's in lane number 1 over on the far side. JD Farrer in Scarborough 17, he's in lane number 2. Jack Bromley in your Victor Kent 130. St. Neots 34 of Daniel Robbins, he's going to be coming out of lane 4. Now Daniel Robbins, he is joint 3rd overnight in St. Neots 34, and as I say, we was trying to be all organised with the paperwork, and it turns out he's joint 4th overnight because there was an alteration on the class 2 points. So Jack Bromley, he is sat up there in the points, so a good run in here, and say Daniel Robbins I should say, a good run here, and we'll see him a little bit later on in your semis, so that's another one for you. Rich Owen in North Wales number 1, he's lane number 5, and Simon Chadbourne, White Rose 70. He comes out of lane 6 now. Gareth Stokes is in there as well in Penheim 87, he's coming out of lane 7, he's joint 8th in your points, so a good run in here, and hopefully we'll see him a little bit later on. And as I say, Jack Bromley was another one as well that is up there in the points. He's joint 6th, so another good run for him, and we'll see him in the top 16. But your men's class 2s are so fierce and certainly so fast. And the other one we didn't give a mention then was Shane Sproul in your North Shropshire 391. He comes out of lane 8, so this should be interesting. But looking down on that line, I don't think that this is that actually race, because I can see the Scunny 227 machine of Chris Hall over there in lane number 7, which would indicate to me that this is going to be race number 3 and not race 2. So I'm going to say we have got Ashley Robinson in lane number 1, and indeed we do then can see that distinctive colours of Ashley Robinson. He's joint 1st, so he is certainly a man on a mission in Spalding 43. So he comes into this on 2 wins, so he's going to be one to watch. Aidan Street's out there in Gloucester District number 5. Then we go to Carmarthen 6 of Darren Williams in lane number 3. Then we go to Scunny 109 of Adams Pickersgale, and he is joint 10th overnight, so he's going to need a good run in here, and say the top 2, top 3, as I say, wow, top 2 really to try and secure that top 16 position. As I say, we've got 7 races of your men's class 2s, and say, wow, anything happens in men's class 2s, doesn't it? Especially when all 8 of them come off the line and go into that first corner. And say, that is where it all happens. The start is obviously the biggest advantage in this form, and say, when you've got rid of these restricted powers and restricted modifications to the cars, the start is an absolute advantage. But I'll tell you, Spalding 43, Ash Robinson is that takes him into turn 1. Hall's there as well in 227, and all he needs to claim some points back. He's sat 23rd overnight, so he's going to try and look to do the damage and claim some points back. Will Empford's in the mix as well in Penal 13. He needs some good points in this one, but he's sat back in 3rd at the moment. But all the meanwhile, Robinson, he's going to be able to catch, let alone pass, in Spalding 40. 43 as Hall it is that runs back there in second is Scunny 227. Will Empford's found a gap from somewhere in Penal 13. He's pushing his way through, and Chris Hall slips back to third. He goes. Heathford is in Penal 65. Then we go Aiden Street. Then we go Pick Skill in 109. Then Carmarthen 6, and then comes your Mark Mosley machine in Radford number 3. So that's how they run for the moment in time. But down the far side, then Robinson it is, and look at the lead he's got already. Empford it is. He's coming now in Penal number 3, but he's drifting a little bit wide, allowing the Chris Hall machine back up the inside in 227. So that nice tidy line seems to be working in Scunny 227. But Ashley Robinson it is in Spalding 43, down the far side for another time. Then we go 227, Penal 13, and then we go to Heath in your Penheim 65. Aiden Street it is in Gloucester District 5, and Scunny 106, Carmarthen 6, and Mosley still at the rear end of the field, but checker flag flies this time, and he's going to go unbeaten then in Spalding 43, 165 points. Oh, it's a drag race for second. Chris Hall's going to get it then from Welempford, and Penheim 65, Gloucester District 5, 109, and Carmarthen number 6 with Mark Mosley rounding out your race number 3. So down on the line is we going to get race number 2. No, we're not, because that is Severn Valley number 4. And down there, as we look for Severn Valley number 4, is down there. And I think it is going to be race number 2, I should say, because I think that is a Graham Holmes machine down there in grid 7. Or is it? No, it isn't. So we are trying to decipher which one. We are going to go for race number 6 then. Are we? No? So me and Gareth just trying to decipher which one it actually is going to be, because I think that is the Severn Valley 4 machine down there, but on my paperwork I can't actually see where Severn Valley number 4 is. So yeah, race 4 then we are going to go for, and that's what I think it is. So down on the line then we should have Darren Aiken in North Shropshire number 4. He comes into this in joint 3rd place, and Darren, he had a good run yesterday, wasn't he? He was always there in the mix. And did he pick up a win? Yes, he did. So he picked up a win and a second yesterday. So running on good form is the man from the North Shropshire Club. So he comes out of grid lane 8, I should say, over on the far side. Next to him is Aston 99, Tom Stevens in Lud 55. Jack Stevens in Aston 16, but who it is then is Darren Aiken has got a good start from the lane number 8 then, so 2 different starts and 2 different grids then showing the better starting, but Stevens it is that runs back there in second in 55, but as they come past for the first time it's Aiken in North Shropshire number 4, Love 55, North Wales 171. Is running back there in 3rd position then of Andrew Wild then, so he's on a good charge as well. Wild, where was he overnight? He was 6th position, so a 3rd, yes, we might see him in this top 16, but another place would certainly do no harm. In North Wales 171 with his North Shropshire 4, Lud 55, well, North Wales 171 after 99, Severn Valley 4 of Griffiths, he's locked in a battle back there for about 5th position. We're going to try and go right round the outside of Dexter Dummel in Aston at 99. So 4-way battle for 4th, but we'll switch back to your leading 3 then for Darren Aiken. It is then see the last lap flag says yellow with the black cross. It looks like we've lost the Aston 99 down there in start Farmyard Bend. There's North Shropshire 4, Lud 55, Stevens. Can he do anything? With Wild looks to be closing on the back end of the chasing 2. So we go down the far side then, so the yellow flags are still flying, and down there in the bottom corner, but Aiken it is then. Oh, he just throws a few cones. That's allowed Stevens to close the gap into the last bend. It's going to be a drag race line. Aiken, I think, has defended it well in North Shropshire 4. Lud 55, North Wales 171 is Wild. Then it comes Griffiths and Severn Valley 4, Scarborough 222, Athelston 16, and Aston 99. And Gareth on doing the walkie-talkie is hoping we'll see what the decision, if that is going to stand or if it isn't, but we'll let you know as soon as we will. So that'll be a question mark, is that is going to be a rerun then on race number 4. So that is first rerun for me today, and let's hopefully we can keep it with just the one. But this is men's 2s, and we're at the top end of the Autograss sport, aren't we, with your British Autograss. And the Cwmdu Club, what a spectacular venue it is, isn't it? And say, for viewing expertise, if you're up on the hill down over on the far side, just behind the start line, and if you haven't taken a walk up there or walk over there this weekend, I'd certainly recommend going and having a look and going and having a watch. You can certainly see over the top of all the Harris fencing, as say, that is in front of you when you're trackside, and you do get that sort of aerial view over there on the far side, and it always is a better spot. So, as I say, race number 5 is down there on the line. Carl Urquhart in tie feet 2-1-2. He comes out of lane 1. Jamie Lane, Radford 9:41. He is coming out of lane number 2. Ashley Farrer, Scarborough 2:49 is lane number 3. Lee Kent, Indian North Wales 38. And Ollie Stevens is meant to be down there as well in lane number 6, but he's crossed out on the sheet, so I don't think we'll be seeing him. Tim Harbour in Severn Valley 25 is coming out of lane 6. Matthew Sawyer in lane number 7 with Dan Owen in lane number 8 over there on the far side in the green machine. So then we look to track clearance, and who is your top point scorer coming into race number 5? It's going to be Ashley Farrer from the Scarborough Club in 2:49. He sits joint 6th overnight, so he's going to want to try and claim some points. And as I say, looking down on he took a win and a 3rd yesterday, so he is going to be on a mission, no doubt, to try and claim a point and certify his place into that top 16. But your North Wales 38 then up the inside he goes with Tim Harbour's in there as well. Dan Owen is there in North Shropshire 15. Then Harbour tried to lean on him, but Owen knows that way around. In North Shropshire 15, Harbour is up the inside in Severn Valley 25, then just collects a few cones and tyres, and certainly lets Dan Owen know he's there. Harbour's round in Severn Valley 25, but there it is. So it's North Shropshire 15, then comes Harbour, and where is your Scarborough man? I think he's buried in the pack at the moment, but it is your North Shropshire 15 of Dan Owen. Right, so where was Dan Owen overnight? He was 27th, so a win, all that is going to be hard. It depends where everybody else finishes, but North Shropshire 15 it is for the moment. Tim Harbour still runs back there in 2nd, and that is Matthew Sawyer in your PAC Club that runs back there in 3rd. Right, so then Farrer in your Scarborough 2:49. He is in, what's that, about 5th position. Then Harbour's bonnet's up with, looks like to be held on by 1 pin or so, but the yellow with the black cross for Dan Owen in your North Shropshire 15, and it's a scrappy race back in the pack, but Harbour still runs there in 2nd. Then comes Sawyer, then comes Jamie Lane in 9:41, then comes Farrer in your 2:47. North Wales 38 it is in running at the tail end of the field for the moment in time, and that is Lee Kent, but checker flag flies as he comes out of Farmyard Bend. And then Dan Owen, is this enough? We'll certainly have to wait and see him if we see him a little bit later on. In North Shropshire 15 it is that takes it. Tim Harbour comes for 2nd, and say Tim Harbour then is picking up a flag. Jamie Lane then from Matthew Sawyer, from Farrer, and Kent then in North Wales 38. Was that a green flag, or was that... So Tim Harbour then picking up a green flag in Severn Valley 25. So that will push Jamie Lane up to 2nd, Sawyer up to 3rd, and Tim Harbour will slot in 4th position. So not the best of weekends for Tim Harbour in Severn Valley 25. He was buried overnight down in the field, and say picking up a green flag and picking up 4th place points probably isn't going to see him into the top 16 a little bit later on. But we're going race number 6. I think this is going to be, if my page is right. So it is then Bradley Thomas is down there in a Victor Kent 55. He comes out of lane 2. He sat joint 10th overnight. So Bradley then, he is in that top 16 already. So no doubt he is going to be up there in top 2 or a top 3 maybe. We'll see him into that one. Then who else down there? Simon Overty in Scunny 18. He's the one that's got a good start from the inside line. Thomas is with him though on his shoulder in a Victor Kent 55. And Conway's in this one as well in 1:26. So Conway's coming into this and being always a bit scrappy. Conway's sideways, but he's kept his toe in it, and he's there in 3rd. So over to it is in Scunny 18 and Victor Kent 55. Then comes Conway, then comes Foster. So if this is a race in men's class 2s, here we go. It's Overty that leads. Then comes Thomas in 55. Conway's there. No doubt Conway is certainly going to try and make his move. He's letting Thomas know he's there, but Thomas just breaks the challenge in 55, who runs back there in 2nd. No doubt he's going to want to try and deal with Overty as quick as possible because he knows Conway's going to come through, and here comes Conway in your Scunny 126. Meanwhile, over to you in Scunny 18. He's certainly not pulling away from the rest of the chasing pack. Where's the Linton come from in your South Somerset machine? Oh, Conway's round in 126 with Typhy 202 is in Twig in that one with Foster, and say yellow flags are picking up, or no, I should say red flags are out in that one. So that was getting interesting, wasn't it? Oh, the marshal's got a black flag, and who is this going to be towards? As I say, we look towards the marshal. Who's it going to be? And I think it's going to be, I'm not quite sure who it's going to be, as the black flag still pointing up. Then Typhy 202 it is that picks up the black flag of Ian Twig. So we'll go back into the rerun lane for race number 6, and what a race that was turning out to be, wasn't it? With some of your top end of your men's class 2s, your top end contenders. And as I say, Conway, he was running 3rd, and Bradley Thomas, he was running up there in 2nd. Overty, though, he's going to have to do that all over again in Scunny 18. He was the one that was out front, but he wasn't a million miles away from the rest of the chasing pack. So that is 2 reruns of your race 7s to out of your 7 races to come your way. So we are still waiting for race number 2, but I think this is going to be race number 7, because I can see then the Nigel Bishop in Radford 80. He comes out of grid 6 then. So lane 1, we are going with Dan Heath, Penham 89. Jamie Epsley in North Wales 101, Ricky Julian in Mallow 2 for the Irish. Then comes Jamie Lillington in South Somerset 45. Brad Edison, he's another one that's out in this one. He comes into this one unbeaten. He's in the middle of the grid, but Doveridge has got a good start in 5th 515 from the Forest Club. And look at the lead he's got already as he goes into turn 1. But here comes Ellison in York 16. Then comes Dan Heath. Jamie Lillington's in the mix as well in South Somerset 45. But someone is a spinner down in the bottom corner, but it's Doveridge. Then comes Ellison, then Heath and Lillington. He rounds out your top 4 for the minute in time, but that back marker down the bottom, he needs to get that car going, because we carry on racing. Doddridge it is. He's left the door wide open for Ellison. He said thank you very much, and red flags fly then on this one for your rerun of men's class 7s. So we have one more race of class 2, but that doesn't look like class 2. That looks like a class 1 rerun, and that would be your race number 5 of men's class 1s. But Tim, I think, is just going to hop in.
Yes, thank you, Arch. And say just a very, very important and quick announcement that unfortunately, carrying on from what I said earlier, a quad bike has been stolen from the pits area last night. Now, if anybody knows anything about this at all, then please, we need to speak to anybody who knows about any information. There is a reward for its very safe return, and unfortunately, due to this actually going missing, then they have made the decision that all big vans and trailers will be searched on the way out of the venue. There is only one way out, and that's through the farmyard and up the path the other side. So unfortunately, every big vehicle and trailer will have to be searched. It's mandatory. It's not up for debate or question, but unfortunately, we need to find this. And as I say, anybody knows anything, can you please let us know? Thank you very much indeed.
So then, yeah, indeed, this is men's class 1s, and this is the rerun. So we'll pick it up, though. So who's out in this one? There is no Dan Jones. He picks up the black flag, but what it is, though, is your North Shropshire machine of Ben Gold. He comes into this on 110 points, so I believe that means he's had 2 wins. He's trying to make it 3 out of 3 in North Shropshire 443. Spalding 26 then is running there. Then comes your Tyvee 18 machine then of David Jones. He runs back there in 3rd, but your Spalding 26 man is Jordan Robinson. He runs there in 2nd for the moment in time, but it's Goldie at the front in 443, takes him down into Farmyard Bend for another time then. So last lap flag is indeed out and being shown to your race leader, which is Ben Gold then in North Shropshire 443. Then comes Robinson in Spalding 26, David Jones, and he's certainly closing the gap to Robinson in Typee 17. So here come the Welsh then in 3rd place, as say the rest of the back markers go through for a moment in time, but we'll stick with the battle for 2nd position. Then David Jones has just lost a little bit of daylight between himself and the Robinson machine, but 3 out of 3 it is, and going unbeaten then is Goldie in North Shropshire 443. Then comes Jordan Robinson in Spalding 26, then David Jones in Typee 18, PAC 35, Cambridge 403, and Swansea number 10. of the Watkins machine. So that is all done and dusted for your men's Class 1's race number 3. For the moment in time, I believe that's Steve's reruns all out of the way. So we've just got one more run of your Fleet Care Services SMS Autos sponsored men's Class 2s to go. Obviously, we've got the 3 reruns to come your way. So it is then the reruns to come, but we do have race 2 that we haven't seen as of yet, which is seems to be down there on the line then. Well, they're off and away already then. JD Farrer's in the mix in this one in Scarborough 17. He sits in 24th, but the Graham Holmes it is in your North Shropshire machine in 93. He sat 31st overnight, so certainly a win isn't going to be any harm to his sort of points. But it's Pennine 87 of Gareth Stokes. He sat joint 8th overnight, so a win will certainly see him into your top 16, but Farrow wants to have a say on that in Scarborough 17, back there in 2nd. Then we go to your Bromley machine, I think that is in a Victor Kent 130. So say Bromley had a good race yesterday, and he was sitting 6th overnight in YK 130. North Shropshire 391, Senior 34 then is running back there of Daniel Robbins. He was 3rd overnight, so buried in the pack this time around with a lot of work to do back there in 5th position. And as Graham Holmes get to go in North Shropshire 93, not the weekend for him that he's certainly wanted, but Gareth Stokes it is in Pennine 87, goes on to his final circuit. Then comes JD Farrer, and Bromley's in there as well. Robbins is up to 4th this time. Someone's picking up a green flag. Rich Owen it is in North Wales number 1, but down the far side is Stokesy that's in 87. Then comes Scarborough 17 for JD Farrer. They go out of start the last turn, I should say, for the final time then. So here it is, your race winner, Gareth Stokes, and I'm 87, JD Farrer, Scarborough 17, Bromley it is in 130, Robinson it is in St Neots 37, 391 is down there as well. And as I say, that then is all done and dusted for a moment in time. So I've got 3 reruns down on my sheet, and as I say, the one race 4, I believe that Kieran Griffiths has picked up a black flag in Severn Valley number 4, so that would be rerun. That did finish, but that is going to be rerun. But down on the line then, no time to talk, it's super soon. It's over to Mickey B.
Yeah, we're off and racing. Gouldy's got a flying start out of grid 8 down into turn 1. Cameron Mills comes into this unbeaten, 2 wins out of 2 from yesterday. Into that 2nd place out of turn 2 they go. Gouldy defends that 1st place. Mills goes in there. Then we go Manning. Typhy 32 next to show. That's Alan Jenkins. Jenkins climbs here in that 4th place. The rest of them sort themselves out of the back, but eyes back front. Mills goes for the gap up the inside, finds it. Can he slow it down? Can he keep it tight? Is Gouldy going to come back at him? No, Millsy then takes up the run in from Gouldy. Then next man in, then we go down in the causeway. Carlo 160 machine. Liam Roach. Roach currently equals 16th, so it is semi-finals in the Super Saloon, so he's right on the cusp of it. Probably needs to make up a couple more places. He knows it as well. Last lap flag, 1 more to go on this one. Cwmdu 9. Cameron Mills then from Gouldy, from Manning, from that Roach machine. Then we go Alan Jenkins, followed by that PAC machine, as well as that's J-Ran Lewis, and J-Ran pushing up there as well, Boardman, and then that's a final place, Alan Green. But checker flag, 3 out of 3. 165 points, Cameron Mills takes a win. Oh, Gouldy! Yeah, I think Roach got it from Manning. Then go Alan Jenkins, PAC 47, J-Ran Lewis, LM 277 of Tom Boardman, and then the Radford 69, Alan Green. So, wow, that is great racing, and well done to Cameron Mills and well done to Gouldy defending that 2nd place. Here we go then, we go into race 2. Simon Hawthorne, Ali Ashmore, Andy Holtby, unbeaten coming into this one. Tom Page on 91 points, Darren Adams, Alfie Smith, Jake Roberts equal 11th, so he needs a good result on this one. And we are off and running, and coming out on that outside, Ali Ashmore again, I think, and Simon Hawthorne go with it. Hawthorne then gets his nose in front Where is Holtby? Holtby coming round the outside. Hawthorne then from, and Holtby looking to go wide, coming into that turn 3. He's going to climb the hill. Holtby on the outside of Hawthorne. Holtby then takes up the running. Coming out of Stargate turn. Simon Hawthorne, then the Ashmore machine into that. Then Alfie Smith and the Ludlow 23 machine looking to make a move up the inside and move up to that 3rd place. He needs bigger points as well. So here we go. Holtby from Hawthorne, from that to Alfie Smith. Ashmore, then it's Jake Roberts, the Border Counties 26 next showing as well. Darren Adams. Adams climbs up the hill as they bring it down that opening straight gate. Look at this, Holtby on a mission. He is absolutely flying round that turn 2. He's going to pick up the last lap flag. One more lap to go from him, followed by that Bradford 176 Simon Hawthorne. Then it's Alfie Smith, then Ashmore, then Roberts, then that Border Counties 26 machine of Darren Adams. Oh, we got a spinner then. It's the Isham 555 Matt Richards. Your weekend is done and dusted, but checker flag. Wow, that's a statement and a half as well. It is. Holtby takes the win. He's unbeaten this weekend. Simon Hawthorne, Raffle 176, Alfie Smith, then it's Ashmore, then it's Jake Roberts. Border count is 26 of Darren Adams. And, we've got another spinner. Oh, you didn't want to go out there, did you? No, it's a bit mucky out there. And, yeah, come on then. Bring yourself back round. There's always round 3, as it is that Tom Page machine, Scunthorpe 19. So Pagey was on 91 points. He was in that top 16, and that's going to do him no favours whatsoever. Right, we move it down into race 3. Cole Mosley, 83 points. He needs probably top 3 to get him into that semi-final. Howard Thomas in the down 26 over the water. He's on 91 points. And then the rest of these lads are below that top 16 at the moment. Tom Lewis, Martin Dunmo, Hugh Jones, Kerry Pope, Jake Lee, Clive Williams. So all to play on this one. As we look up to the line, Cole Mosley coming out of lane 7. Alongside him in lane 8 is that Howard Thomas. So the top point scorers coming into this one, in this heat, are side by side. Furthest away from commentary. Who else? Tom Lewis is in 6, Martin Dunmo in lane 5, Hugh Jones lane 4, Kerry Pope 4, Jake Lee lane 2, and Clive Williams lane 1. So just looking around for track clearance, and we wait for that Welsh flag to point to the sky. Once that's done, it's synchronised with the bungee. And here we go then. Let's go racing with the Super Saloons. And a great start. Howard Thomas again flying out of that blocks. Mosley into that 3rd place at the moment. He's got that Spalding 82 machine in front of him. Kerry Pope as they come round. And it is that down 26. And here we come. Mosley looking up the inside. Howard Thomas then from Mosley. That's why they're holding those points at the moment as they bring it out of that Stargate turn, chasing it down there. Down 26 in Howard Thomas, 91 points. This would put his book his place in the semi-final, but Mosley goes for the gap. Cole Mosley then from that down 26, Typhoon 113, then Pope, then Lee, then Dunmo, then the North Wales 35 machine, Hugh Jones climbing up the hill as well as they bring it down the opening straight again. It's Mosley with clear track in front of him. He's 83 points. This puts him in the semi-final with one more lap to go then. Scunthorpe 82, down 26 of Howard Thomas. Typhoon 113, Clive Williams. Williams going to under the pressure of Scunthorpe 12. Jake Lee looks up the inside. There's a bit of contact and it is. It pushes out Williams a little bit wider. Pope says, all right, I'll come up the inside up into that 3rd place. But checker flag at the ready. It's Cole Mosley. Scunthorpe 82 takes it. From down 26, Howard Thomas. Then it is Jake Lee. From that Kerry Pope machine, Martin Dunmo. Then it is that Hugh Jones. Typhoon 113 across the line. Clive Williams. And then Tom Lewis in Border Counties 66. So race 3 of the Max Sports Series sponsored, and Ian Jones Tyres, our weekend sponsors, Super Saloons. We move it down into race 4. Top point scorer in this is White Rose 20, Ian Stevenson. Barry Leach currently equal 19th. He's 2 points off top 16. Brendan Ellison, Anthony Booth, Paul Johnson, 100 points as well, the same as Steve-O. Then Phil Barliman, and he's on equal 11th in the Pennine 23. West Waterford 192, Aaron Long equal 16th. So, wow. So many people have got so many different reasons to finish up higher in the points in this one. Steve-O and Johnson, anything in top 5 would book your place in this semi-final, I would say. The rest of the guys, Barry Leach, Phil Barleyman, Aaron Long, you need to be top 2. And then it's shoes and socks off time and count the points up and see if you've accumulated enough. I say semi-finals in the Super Saloons this weekend, 53 signed on, 49 needed to get to a semi-final status. And we've got 5 classes this weekend that have made it to semi-finals. So all to play for. We look up to that start line. All the cars are ready. We're waiting for that first marshal post, a pirouette round. A bit like Strictly Come Dancing style. Point the flag to the sky. And then we will be back racing down here at the Cwmdu Club, and a super track as well. It's had some hassle, wouldn't it, with the rain, but it's in great condition again this morning. And who's got the best of the start? Steve-O coming out of grid 1, and it is the White Rose 20 that's going to take them down into that turn 1. Barleyman goes with him as well. Barleyman into that second place as they bring it round. Oh, there's understeer and push on at the back as it is the 2 breakaway down 120 of Barry Leach. Leach, I told you, needs some big points here, and he's running in 3rd place at the moment, and I think 3rd place might do it for him, but he's got to protect it as we go back to the front. Steve-O then round that turn 2 and being pushed hard down by Barleyman in that 2nd place down 120. Then we go down to Anthony Booth and then Ellison, then the Paul Johnson machine. Border count is 2 as coming through as well, Will Caulfield, and then a slightly rearranged, there's a bit of a car flapping about there on that North Wales, the West Waterford machine 192. But Steve-O then picking up the last lap flank still from Barleyman from the down 120 machine of Barry Leach. And Leach has left the door open as I think Booth has gone through and moved himself up into that 3rd place. Can Leach come back at him? We'll wait and see as mud is flicking up through, but round the final turn it is Steve-O takes the win from Barleyman in 2nd. 3rd goes to Anthony Booth from the down 120 Barry Leach. Then it is an Ellison in York 219 from Paul Johnson. Well done there from Border Counties 2 Will Caulfield, and then the West Waterford 192 Aaron Long. So well done there to the lads. And quad bikes moving out to put the tyres and the cones back in. I'm just going to grab a pen off one of my fellow commentary pals. Hold on a minute, and then I can start ticking away off the races that have been done and completed. Race 1, Michael, was done. 2 done, 3 done, 4 done. We now move into race 5, and that brings out Brill Badford, Kieran Smith, Mark Jenkins, Mike Barrett, Ayrton Ellison, Lewis Woodruff, Daryl Heath Bayard, Archie Bentley. Top point scorer coming into this, Archie Bentley, Border County 7, the young lad. He's doing, I told you, really well in the sevens in starting out his career. Lewis Woodruff was also another youngster out in Super Saloons this year. White Rose 72, currently equals 16th. So you need to be in the top 16 to get into the semi-final, and he's right on the edge of it. So I say, Lewis, if you can find yourself a top 3, then you've given yourself every opportunity. So looking over onto Cwmdu Camber. See that the spectators are sat down on the hill, getting the best seat in the house, get to see all of the track and the action. The good thing is I can't see any umbrellas or waterproof clothing today. It's just going to be tropical. That's what we want to be. And it's not going to be tropical with a rainstorm, by the way. It's tropical with some decent weather through the course of the day. So we've got some great racing to come. We're obviously the race order has just been moved around a little bit just to accommodate the semi-final requirements. So we're getting those classes, their Heat 3s, out the way and done and dusted, and then we can get into the semi-finals quickly and sort out our finalists. So here we go then. Bill Bradford coming out of that lane 8. Kieran Smith 7, Mark Jenkins 6, Mike Barrett 5, Ayrton Ellison, York 14, lane 4, Lewis Woodruff out of lane 3, Daryl Heath Bayard out of lane 2, and Archie Bentley lane 1. So that is how they line up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there is one missing there. It looks like it could be lane 6. I can't really see the screen here. The sun's crating it, the sun. We didn't have that problem yesterday, did we, with the sun on the screen? We do this morning. So I think it is lane 6, and it could be Mark Jenkins not there. Here we go then. We are off and racing, and it's a flying start coming out of the top gate. And he goes into there. Bill Bradford then in the 15 machine. But here comes Archie Bentley. Bentley finds a gap up the inside. Oh, Bradford square-wheeled it, and there's contact. You know what I think is going to happen? Or are they going to get it going? No, they're keeping it going. Oh, that's a nice bit of work. And it is Bill Bradford with the rearranged front end, down 82. Kieran Smith also involved in that, but they've got the cars going. Well done, guys. And we keep racing on this one. So Archie Bentley pushes out wide as York 12. Mike Barrett goes close to him as well. Ayrton Ellison there in the York 14. Ayrton Ellison with new engine in the back as well. Pushing up hard up the hill he climbs. Chasing down Barrett in that second place, but still leading the way. Archie Bentley, this will take him into the semi-final and driving like a seasoned campaigner, and he's just fresh into the Super Sloughs, doing a great job as well. So Archie Bentley from Mike Barrett, from that Ayrton Ellison, there's your top three. The Lewis Woodruff, White Rose 72, running in fourth place. Bill Bradford's back up on the pace in Border County's 15 as well, and Bill will be absolutely pig sick because he was first going into the turn 1. But checkered flag, Archie Bentley, we'll see you in the semi-finals in Border County 7. Mike Barrett, York 12, from Ayrton Ellison, York 14. There's your top 3. Lewis Woodruff holds on to that 4th place in White Rose 72, down 182. Across the line, and then we go Bill Bradford in the Border County's 15 car that had a little bit of contact in it going in there, and there's nothing in these front end of these cars. They just crumple up, don't they? Down 82 involved in that as well, Kieran Smith. So there we go, that is race 5. Lewis Woodruff, a 4th place. You were equal 16th. It might do you. It all depends what happens in some of the other heats as well. But we go down to race 6 of the men's class 7s. And it is Mike McKenzie, Gareth Roberts, Dan Johnson in that Scunthorpe 383. He's 19th. He's 2 points off top 16. Liam Evans, top point scorer in this, North Shropshire 120, coming out of lane 2. And Okaidanu, Colin Reid, Central Scotland 21, equal 11th. So lanes 1 and 2, keep your eyes on them because we are off and running. And we're looking for Liam Evans and Colin Reid to come and make a statement coming into this then. As Evans looks for the cutback, coming out of turn 2, he finds it as well. Oh, there's contact. Evans is being demoted back. Typhy 112 is square-wheeled as well. But Colin Reid's fighting hard there with that Cambridge car of Mike McKenzie. McKenzie takes up the running then from Okaidanu. Colin Reid in Central Scotland 21 as they bring it into turn 1. Out of 1 into turn 2. The sun beating down on this track. There's a move going and the change of place in that second place. And it is that Scunthorpe 383 machine as he takes up there Dan Johnson. And Dan Johnson does need the points, and he said, right, I've got to go for it. And he is. Look at it, he's driving it like he stole it down into turn 1, following that lead car of McKenzie. McKenzie pushes it out wide as Johnson goes with it as well. Can he hold on to it? Last lap flag, 1 more lap to go on this one. McKenzie then from the 303. Colin Reid's up there as well in that Central Scotland 21. Andy Graney leaving the door open. Evans cuts back up the inside. Evans now up into that 4th place. That will do enough for him to get into the semi-finals a bit later. But here we go, we're round the final 2. McKenzie goes for it. Mike McKenzie then, Cambridge 12, no he's not. Oh, 383 takes it. Dan Johnson from McKenzie. Colin Reid from Evans, from Andy Graney. And then, just as I get my voice back, we move it down into the North Wales at 76, Gareth Roberts. And we've got the Typhy 112, and that is Steve Wilson. And there is going to be a runoff. Not for this, by the way. It's men's class 1s. So there we go. That was my Super Saloons done and dusted. Oh, right. OK, sorry. Drivers, Hereford 24, Jack Thomas. And Hereford 20 Dan Kinney, you are into a men's Class 1 runoff to get into the semi-final. Get yourself into the pits. G yourselves up. Here we go, we're back to Archie.
So indeed, yes. So men's class 2s are the rerun. Then Dan Eichen it is in your North Shropshire number 4. So this is race number 4 then. We differing track conditions. The cones and tyres being pulled in, but it's Eichen it is in North Shropshire 4. Then comes Wild in 171, Absolute 16, Lodge 55 is Stephen, Scarborough treble 2, Severn Valley treble 4, Severn Valley 4. Then Kieran Griffiths is out there as well, but I thought he picked up a black then. So so then everyone is going again then in that one. So right then, we are back at this time then. It's Eichen that leads in North Shropshire number 4. Wild runs there in second, but I'll tell you the pack's closing in. Oh, there's a little bit of contact there. Aston 16 and Tom Stephen in 55. Scarborough treble 2 of Ashford Grove is in there as well. Kieran Griffiths in your Severn Valley 4 rounds out your top 6 for the moment in time. And down the far side, Darren Eichen it is. He's going to have to do it all over again, and he seems to be setting his sights, and he's certainly where he left off in North Shropshire number 4. Wild still runs there in second, but he's gone a little bit sideways. So is the rest of them. The water catching them out just as they come out of turn 3 then. So on to the final lap they go. It's a real scrappy battle for third place. Tom Stevens up the inside of Ashford Grove. Or is he going to up the inside as well of your Aston 16 and Jack Stevens? He still defends that third place. Wild Stevens, he looks to be on a charge in Lud 55, where it's Kieran Griffin, Severn Valley 4. He is back there in about 6th position, but check a flag and race win. Darren Eichen it is in North Shropshire number 4. Who's going to be second? Oh, someone's coming and absolutely dawed. The Wild Machine in 171, Aston 16, Lud 55, Ashford Grove and Scarborough treble 2, Kieran Griffin, Severn Valley 4, Attleston 99. So then, we are done and dusted with race number 4 for your men's class 2s. That's Fleet Care Services, sponsors of I think that race is. So yeah, confirmation then. Lud 55, Tom Stevens picking up a green flag in that one. So we're sticking with open wheelers. And I'm going to say, just as I get this, I'm thinking it's going to be 9s, but it's not, because it's going to be class 8s. So that is 1 rerun, and we've got 2 more of your men's class 2s to come your way. A little bit more of track work being done down there by the start line, by the seams, but it's just scraping off that top layer of mud. And I say, look at the track now, and when the class 7's gone by, they were flicking up mud all over the commentary box at one stage, and over Liam, as he says, and he was stood outside. But the track's coming faster and faster with those men's 7s, wasn't it? And the Super Saloons, they're putting on a performance as ever. And say, men's class 8, these are your third races. They've got semis, and I think junior specials have got semis as well. 1s, 2s, 7s, and junior specials, I think, was the only ones with the third heat, which have been pushed forward, obviously due to them having semis. So open wheelers, and who else to take you through? Then over to Liam.
Yeah, thank you, Archie. So we're moving on then to the Raider 4x4 and Beresford Chassis and Components sponsored men's class 8. 9 races scheduled to come your way today. We had 10 yesterday, but obviously with it being class 8s, we've lost a few, because what else would you expect? I'm sure a few people picked up damage in the throughout the 2 heats yesterday, although, actually, I'm not going to say it. I know what I want to say, but I'm not going to say it. We're going to wait and see. We're going to wait until I do these 9 races, and then if I feel confident enough, then I'll say it. So 9 races then scheduled to come your way, and looking at the points, I said yesterday, to get into a semi-final in class 8s is probably harder to do that than it is to get into a final of most classes. I mean, you are looking at least 2 wins and maybe a 5th, depending on what everyone else does. So what's that, 131 points to get in. I think the lowest we've had to get into a semi-final was around 124. Of course, it does depend on what all the other drivers do as well. Of course, yesterday, with their second heats being wet, it may have sprung up a few surprises. Some names you wouldn't normally associate with running at the front, and some names you would associate running at the front with running at the back. And it certainly mixed things up a bit. And I'll tell you what, even though the conditions obviously wasn't ideal for their second round of qualifying, it has given us some surprises in terms of points, and it is good to see some different names being mixed in. But of course, your usual suspects are still in amongst it as well. And as I said, it all depends on what they do in the third and final round of qualifying. Of course, looking for the top 16 cars to go into the semi-finals a little bit later on. And once we get there, I'll tell you what, we're going to see some brilliant stuff. We've seen cracking racing already from the Class 8s, especially their first heats yesterday when they come out. Of course, the track was bone dry at that point. We had no rain up until that point. And the Class 8s, they were just on and off the line so quick, and some of the racing that we've seen was absolutely fantastic. And I'll tell you what, looking at this track now, we're going to get more of the same. We might get a bit of carnage going into turn 1 in the first couple of races because there's water going down, which doesn't bode well with Class 8 racing. But of course, that is to keep the dust down. It will get dusty today because the sun's shining, and these Class 8 boys have a tendency for picking up the speed and kicking up the dust. Probably the fastest class in Autograss racing. Yes, Mickey, even over Class 7s, I will still say Class 8 is faster. So, equally as exciting. I'll be biased and say Class 8s are more exciting, but I would say that. I'm sure Mickey would tell you Class 7s. I'm sure most people on this field would be 50-50 and say either an 8 or a 7. But, as I said, Class 8 always providing the action. So, race 1 then, while we got a little bit of downtime down there on the line. And stock hatches. I'm sorry, Archie, I forgot you was even here for a minute. We have to mention stock hatches. Gareth doesn't race anymore, so we don't have to mention Class 9s. But I'll tell you what, it won't be long till we are mentioning Class 9s, because everyone and their mum's got a Class 9 nowadays, I think. It seems to be the most popular class in the sport. Of course, you'll be seeing them a little bit later on as well. But we're running with Class 8s, the fastest of the open wheelers, the most competitive of the open wheelers, and dare I say it, the most exciting. Probably the most problematic as well of the open wheelers. But race 1 then, down there on the line, is going to bring out Tom Lewis in BC 55. We've seen Tom not too long ago in the Class 7, not having it all his own way in Class 7 this weekend, but certainly running with the best in men's Class 8. He's lying joint 4th in the overnight standings with a 1st and a 2nd, and that's no great surprise, to be honest, to see Tom at the head of affairs. I think was your BASt winner last year, I think. Yeah, I'm sure he was. So BC 55 Tom Lewis, I'm sure he's your current BASt champion in men's Class 8. I think he's your current national champion as well in men's Class 8. So there's not a lot Tom Lewis hasn't won, and I'm sure you'll see why when you see him come out in this race fairly shortly. But lined up next to him, Stuart Whitehouse. Stuart, of course, always prominent in men's Class 8, but consistent yesterday with 2/3. But as I said, with Class 8, he's probably going to need to add a win to his tally to get into that top 16 a little bit later on. Likewise with Kate Lockwood, Scunthorpe 191. Kate had a very good day yesterday, a 3rd and a 2nd for her. She could maybe afford a 2nd to get herself into the semis. As I said, it all does depend on what the other drivers do, but she'll certainly need a top 2 finish to secure her place in that top 16. Katie Phipps will be joining them in Striding District number 10. Phil Goodenough in Striding District number 7. Dan Tolbert, your Map Open champion in Solway number 6, is also down there. Jack Sharp in York 96 and Dexter North in South Somerset number 11. That should be the lineup that we got down there on the line. There is a big gap on the start line, but I'm not too sure whether that's just because we've had a little bit of maintenance go down over on the start line. So for those of you watching on BAStv, then I'm sure you can see the grader is out there on the track and making sure the start line is in the best condition possible. I'm sure there won't be much mud left on the start line by the time we have 9 grids of Class 8s come off it, but the team working ever so hard as usual, as you would expect here by the standard they've set over the years, to try and get this track in the best condition possible. And I'll tell you what, it's working, because I said yesterday, as soon as the rain came down, it dried out. It's literally one of those tracks that just dries out so quickly. You wouldn't actually expect it when you look around the circuit, because there is obviously hills, so you would expect the water to just dribble down and form puddles, but it wasn't even that windy yesterday, and it still dried out really quickly. And I tell you what, if it carries on like this throughout the day, then the track is going to be absolutely superb for the finals. I mean, it's in great condition now, and it's providing us with different racing lines as well. We've seen the marshals put the tyres out, bring them in, and we've seen them change it about, which has provided different racing lines for all the Class 8s, for all the Class 8s, for all the classes. And I'm sure it's going to be the same with the Class 8s. Anyway, speaking of Class 8, we've got track clearance, the bungee's up, and race 1 of your Raider 4x4 and Beresford Chassis and Components sponsored Class 8 are off the line. Tom Lewis is the first one to show in BC 55. He goes out wide and Whitehouse is on the inside in Trent number 5, but hasn't got the speed as Lewis it is. That brings him round in BC 55. Whitehouse running there in second, Talbot, Woods running third, but drifting out wide, loses a bit of speed and gets relegated to fourth in the Solway machine, but at the front looking to book his place in the semis with 2 wins and a second. Tom Lewis it is on that wide line. Whitehouse runs second in Trent number 5. Kate Lockwood in third. Kate's going to need to move up at least 1 position, I think, in order to get herself into that semi-final, but it's going to be a hard challenge to get past Stuart Whitehouse as they start to spread themselves out with the last lap flag getting made ready. Tom Lewis it is with 1 more to go. BC 55, Whitehouse runs second still. Kate Lockwood in third. The race really on for fourth as Dexter North slides right through on the inside in number 11, but Talbot's looking back for him. Katie Phipps and Phil Goodenough in the 2 Strident District machines are the one off the pace, but booking his place in the top 16 a little bit later on. Tom Lewis in BC 55. Stuart Whitehouse in second and Kate Lockwood in third. Those two will have to wait patiently to see if they've done enough to make it. Dexter North is the next one across. Dan Talbot in Solway 6. Katie Phipps in Strident District number 10. And the other Strident District machine then, Phil Goodenough in Stroud number 7 is the one that comes across and completes it all. And rounds off race 1, heat 3 of your men's Class 8. Race 2 down there on the line. Race 2 then brings out one of the unbeaten drivers from yesterday, Matt Bishop in Yayton Sudbury 73, absolutely flying around this track. He's joined by Mitch Wells, a first and a second, Chris Pope, 2 seconds, Phil Taplin, Aaron Cavagan, Kevin McBride, James Heselton, and Gaz Edwards. So there's about 3 drivers in this with a chance of making the semis, but Bishop's the one unbeaten, but he's not the one leading, as Mitch Wells it is that brings him round for the first time. As looks like Bishop goes for the gap up the inside, can't find the speed to make it stick, and Mitch Wells it is that still leads. Where's Pope? He runs third, so is running to the form book at the moment as these 3 pulling away from Kevin McBride there in that 4th place, but Mitch Wells goes out wide and it looks like Bishop has found that gap and he's made it work in Yayton Sudbury 73 as he moves through looking to make it 3 wins out of 3 and become the first unbeaten driver in Class 8, but Wells is looking for a way around, lifts the back wheels up as he just makes contact with the rear end of 73. Pope, he's not out of this yet either in Spalding number 8. It's last lap flag. Bishop it is that leads from Wells, from Pope. There you 1, 2 and 3. Kevin McBride runs 4th. Gaz Edwards 5th. And Phil Taplin in Leeward 51 is the next one across. But down the far side, yellow flags are flying. Mitch Wells isn't going to quit. He's going to give it 1 more attempt. He's up the inside. He's going to make it work. Mitch Wells it is that takes the win. Bishop has to settle for second. Chris Pope takes 3rd in Spalding 8. Kevin McBride in 4th. Gaz Edwards 5th and Phil Taplin 6th in Leeward 51. What was I saying about Class 8 being the most exciting class? There we go. So, brilliant stuff from men's Class 8. Bishop, anyway, not unbeaten, but he will be in the semis. 2 wins and a second. Mitch Wells, 2 wins and a second also. He'll be there. Chris Pope, 2 seconds and a third. Ooh, that might just about be enough. Don't ask me what that noise was I just made, by the way. I don't think that meant to come out, but that's my thinking noise. So Chris Pope, he could well be in there as well in Spalding number 8. But we're going to take a break from Class 8 for the time being, which means you don't get to hear me make any more weird noises for a couple of minutes at least, because we got men's Class 2s down there on the line. It's a rerun, and it's over to Archie.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you then, Liam. Indeed, wow, that was certainly a move, wasn't it, from Mitch Wells on the last corner. And say we'll try and keep it as interesting and just not quite as fast with your men's Class 2s. And this is your rerun from race 6. And say, who's out in this one? This was the one where Craig Conway in your Scunny 126, he was the one into turn 3 that got a spinner. And this was the one where Ian Twigg in Typhy 202 picked up the black flag. So we won't be seeing him in the South Wales League black car. So Typhy 202 won't be out there. Rob Wilkins will in Wessex 44. Then we go Jay Albrighton, Ashley Linton, Craig Conway, Ben Foster, Bradley Thomas, and Simon Overty. Here we got the good start this time around, but Overty's nowhere. But Thomas it is in 55. He was running second before the red flags come out, but he's there at the front. Foster's in the mix as well, and Victor Kent 230 is running back there in second. Then comes Jay Albrighton. Oh, it's scrappy, and Conway's at the rear of the field in 126 for 55 is from Victor Kent 231 of Ben Foster. Then comes Albrighton in 156. Overty's there as well in Scunny 18. Then comes Albright, and then comes the Lillington machine in South Somerset. Conway at the rear of the field with all the work to do. Then so Bradley Thomas isn't going to do his points any harm whatsoever in a Victor Kent 55. So Thomas, he was 10th overnight. So we'll see him in semis if it carries on this way. Then your driver of Scunny 126, Craig Conway, he starts to fight his way up through the field. But Lillington, he's not having any of that. Then in South Somerset 38. Then so he's running that tail end of the field, but it's Bradley Thomas that leads in a Victor Kent 55. Foster's gone awfully wide, allowed Albrighton in 156 up the inside. Then comes Conway, he's up to fourth now, so all on to the final circuit. There you go. What can Conway do with 1 lap to go in Scunny 126 with this big Victor Kent 55? Bradley Thomas, he's away and gone with this one down into Farmyard Bend as he exits into turn 2 for the final time. Then so race win then Bradley Thomas, and led from start to finish, and Albrighton is up to second. Foster's going to have to sell for third. Conway's up to fourth in 126. Overty's there in Scunny 18, and Lillington in South Somerset 38 then is round out the field. So then Conway is, we just wait for Gareth to see if that race is all clear. And to say, was scrappy then from your men's class 2s, and did indeed bring out unfortunately Craig Conway then going picking up the damage, wasn't it, in turn 2, dropping through the field. As I say, he coming to this one in first place, in top point scorer, but as I say, we haven't got any time to talk about class 2s because we're going open wheel racing, we're going saloons, we're going special I should say, and we're going back over to Liam.
Yeah, cheers Archie. Race 3 then of your men's class 8. Raider 4x4 and Beresford Chassis and Components, your sponsors. Race 3, I'm hoping for a repeat of race 2. If we get anything as half exciting as that race, then we're in for a treat. And I'll tell you what, judging by the lineup, we could well be on to that. Jeff Beresford, 2 wins out of 2 yesterday in North Shropshire 55. He won both races in wet conditions. This track now is completely different to what he raced on yesterday. So Jeff's going to prove, or he's going to try to prove at least, that he can try and do it in the dry. 2 wins out of 2 for him. Stephen O'Neill, cork number 9, flying the flag for the Southern Irish, a first and a second. So a decent run puts him in the semis. Tom Chadwick, Graham Moss, Zach Yeardley, Paul Lockwood, Tyler Heath-Bayard and Thomas Browning are the ones that should be joining. It's tight going into turn 1. Let's keep it facing the right way. Oh, I spoke too soon as someone's round. But GB it is that leads the way in North Shropshire 55. Conditions doesn't bother a man of his experience. He's going to lead regardless in 55 as he takes them down the far side. Paul Lockwood runs in second in 92. Stephen O'Neill runs third. A third would be enough to get him into the semi-finals, but at the front, look at this. Lockwood fancies his chances against one of the most experienced Class 8 racers as he looks up the inside. Beresford, though, uses his experience to fight back. Someone coming right round the outside and looking to get in the mix. That's Zach Yeardley, I think, in 691. He's come from nowhere to third, but Stephen O'Neill it is on that inside line, trying to fight back. Bayard's round. No, it's not. It's Lockwood who's round in 92. That's done him no favours. He's gone from second to fifth. That's allowed Zach Yeardley to come through to second. So what a drive from him up until this point. I'll tell you what, though, he might have got to second. He isn't going to get the lead because Jeff Beresford it is. That takes 3 wins out of 3. North Shropshire 55. Yeardley takes second. Stephen O'Neill takes third. Graham Moss fourth. Paul Lockwood takes fifth. Thomas Brown is sixth. And Tyler Heath-Bayard finishes it all in Stratton District 102. So Jeff Beresford then, 3 wins out of 3, becomes the first man in men's class 8 this weekend to achieve that, and I'm sure he'll be absolutely delighted to go into the semi-finals a little bit later on. Stephen O'Neill, a first, a second and a third. That should be more than enough, 136 points to get him into the semi-finals a little bit later on as well. So that's race 3 done. We're taking a break from the Class 8s for the time being, because we are going Class 1 racing. I think this is the runoff, which is on and off the line. Either that or it's a depleted rerun. But it is the runoff, and it's a Hereford runoff as well, as Archie quite rightly said. As we get away, Dan Keddy then it is that leads them round in the Hereford number 20 machine, and Jack Thomas in Hereford 24 is the other one. So we are looking, of course, for the final place in that semi-final a little bit later on, and at the moment it's the Mini that's going to lead him round for another time. The Yaris with no answer at the moment. So who says Minis can't be competitive in Class 1s anymore? I tell you what, Dan Keddy's certainly showing that they can be, as he leads him round looking to get his spot in that semi-final, and both these drivers tied on 110 points. That's how tight it is to get in to the Class 1 semis, and of course needing the runoff. And at the moment the leader of it is Dan Keddy, and as long as he can lead for one more lap, then he will find himself in that semi-final spot a little bit later on. But it's not over yet. Jack Thomas will still push, he'll still try and find a way. I hope that there's a mistake from Dan Keddy that he will absolutely capitalise on, but at the moment it doesn't look like it's going to happen. So it's going to be number 20 from the Hereford club, I think, that's going to join the rest of them into the semi-finals a little bit later on. Dan Keddy it is that books his place. Disappointment for Jack Thomas, but I tell you what, 110 points after 3 rounds of qualifying with, I think, 9 grids signed on is not a bad result at a BAS round. Unfortunately, he won't be in the semi-finals, but as I said, a decent weekend either way. So Dan Keddy then will be going into that top 16 a little bit later on. We are going to go Class 2 racing once again, because there's another rerun, and this is why I like Archie on the commentary team, because it's not me getting all the reruns every time. It's Archie. There we go.
Oh, no, I tell you, you can have them all back, mate. And
You're fine.
as I say that, then we're off and away then. So race number 7 this is, and this was where Doveridge was leading, and your York 16 man, he took up the running of Brad Ellison, but he is buried in about 4th. Lillington then climbing cars already, but it's Doveridge, and so it's a repeat of the same story, but the Irish are there in second in Mallow number 2 of Rick Julian. Then comes your South Somerset 45 of Jamie Lillington. And then comes Ellison in New York 16, who runs back there in 4th though. But I tell you, South Somerset 45, he's gone and found a drive from somewhere, but he's certainly left the door wide open for Ellison, and he doesn't need no introduction. He's gone from about 4th to 2nd. So the Mallow number 2 car as well, leaving the door open this time around. So we go Doveridge, then we go Ellison in York 16, then we go Mallow number 2. But Dan Heath then, he's trying to find a way through in Penheim 89. This is a 3-way battle for that 3rd position. We'll stick with this one as they're 3 abreast going down into Farm-Yard Bend. Dan Heath's on the inside as the smoke then just starting to pour from that Penheim car, but it's 5-1-5 with Doveridge. Then comes Ellison, York 16, will he be beaten from the man from the Forest Club on Sam Doveridge in 5-1-5, but Ellison, he's all over the back of him down the far side. We'll stick with you leading 2 as they go down the far side. Can Doveridge hold on? Can Ellison push his way through or find a gap? He's certainly gone late on the brakes as he comes out of turn 2. Doveridge has done enough this time around. Ellison's going to have to settle for second. Who's going to be third? Dan Heath it is. Then comes Jamie Lillington, then comes Rick Julian Mallow 2, then comes your Aston 182, North Wales 101, and Nigel Bishop in Radford 80. So then, that is your reruns all done and dusted for men's Class 2s. So Fleet Care sponsored, and SMS Autos is your weekend sponsor. So I think that's all clear, and there you go then. So the Bowser's out this time. Is that the first time? Not the first time today, but no, he has been out a few times. So by the looks of the marshals and what they're telling him, trying to get that inside line watered and try keep these Class 8s off. And certainly these Class 8s, they're living up to expectation, aren't they, with their racing. So back over to Liam, take you through the 8s. I'm all done for a minute in time, so we'll go open rails. So it's over to Liam.
Yeah, cheers, Archie. I thought you was going to say the Bowser's out to try and keep these Class 8s calm, and I thought, well, I'll tell you, it's going to take a lot more than a bit of water to slow these boys down. Trust me, it will take a hell of a lot more than that. Even when it rained yesterday and the track was absolutely soaking wet, there was still no boundaries with the Class 8s. They were still absolutely sending it any direction. I don't think they knew which direction they was doing. Half of them were doing a wheel bender halfway through some of their races. But it does take a lot to calm a Class 8 racer, and I tell you what, looking at the lineup for race 4, there's certainly no calm, cool, collective drivers down there. They're all mental. The most sensible one of the lot is Emily Gill, and she proved that yesterday with her consistency. 2/3 So 2/3 for Emily. What's that? 72 points. So a win would get her into the semis. A second would put her on the fringes. So she knows that she's got work to do. Wes Hathaway, a first and a fourth. So Wes is probably looking for a top 3 finish in order to get himself cemented in the top 16. Dan Ray, a third and a second. So again, Dan probably is going to need a win, a second out of push. But that would probably leave him hanging and waiting in anticipation to see if he does make it. A win would all but guarantee his place in the top 16. So already there's 3 drivers that we know need 55 points or would certainly benefit from 55 points. The ones joining them, though, Phil Talbot, Solway 2, Liam Nichols in Yorkshire 7, Owen Lloydor in IK 28, Matt Middleton in South Somerset 88, and Connor Jones in the North Wales 115. So this is going to be an interesting one. As I said, most of these drivers need a win to get themselves into that semi-final spot a little bit later on. We're away and racing. I think Middleton got the best of the brakes, but drifting out wide. Dan Ray's at the inside in Yorkshire 52. Hasn't got the speed though to make it stick. Middleton, I tell you what, using every inch of this track to try and pull away, and whatever it's doing is working, because he's pulled about 6-7 car lengths clear now from Dan Ray in Yorkshire 52. So Middleton's definitely had his Weetabix this morning, because he's flying around this track. Liam Nichols runs in second from Dan Ray in third in Yorkshire 52, but Ray switched to the outside, cuts back up the inside and moves through to second. So Nichols relegated to third in the Yorkshire number 7, Emily Gill in Scunthorpe 20. Hathaway is well down the order in Breednell number 1, but it's last lap flag, and Matt Middleton seems to have found the best line possible around this track. Wes Hathaway's round again at the tail end, and I tell you what, we're not going to be seeing Wes in the semi-finals with a result like that. It's not going to be enough. But at the front, what a drive, probably drive of the day so far. It's Matt Middleton that takes the win. South Somerset 88. Dan Ray, we'll have to wait and see if that's enough. Liam Nichols takes third. Emily Gill takes fourth. I don't think that's going to be enough for Emily, unfortunately, to get her into the semis. Owen Lloydor is the next one across. Phil Talbot in Solway number 2. And Wes Hathaway, well, a first and a fourth yesterday for Wes. So just finishing that one in, what, 6th, 7th place. It's not going to be enough to get him into the semi-finals, and it just goes to show how quick things can change in the points with men's Class 8s. And I'm sure we'll be seeing the same in race 5. Ash Howard, James Dorset, Rich Cooper, Anthony Ross, Harry Liversidge, Jordan Candy, Tim Russell and Daz Mullen out. That could be a semi-final in itself with a lineup like that. Oh, well, that's not what we want to see. Yes, Ash Howard it is that unfortunately finds himself going upside down in PhD 21. He is very quick to get out of the car, so the good news is Ash is A-OK. The first thing he did was put his hands up and say, how did that happen? So Ash Howard then out of the car. Well, I said it could have been a semi-final with a lineup like that. 9 times out of 10, semi-finals usually end in disaster, so wasn't far off. But Ash Howard then, unfortunately, finding himself over and out on turn 1, and Ash had a first and a third yesterday. So depending on any exclusions, etc., then that could be his weekend over. I don't think there was too much damage on the car, just for argument's sake. This is just speculation. I'm just saying if he was allowed back out in the rerun, then I don't know if he would be able to get it fixed. I think there is actually 2 wheels that are hanging off, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. We got Gareth to the left of me on the radio, so I'm sure he will let us know as soon as we get confirmation. But Ash Howard then is out of the car, making his way into the ambulance in PhD 21, and as I said, not the way he would have wanted to end his 3rd round of qualifying. As you see the wheel there hanging off the car, it just doesn't take much for these Class 8s to go over. It's the slightest bit of contact and it ends in disaster. It just goes to show the speed they were going. And unfortunately there is one that drops out, and unfortunately in his case is Ash Howard in PhD 21. So we get our first rerun of the 2nd round of qualifying for your men's Class 8s as they make their way into the rerun lane. I tell you what, that's the 3rd time this weekend in my 3 heats that race 5 has been Rerun. The first 4 have gone through every time. So, bit of a jinx on that. I think something hit right. But we're going to try with race 6 down there on the line. Matt Stratton, Evesham 15, is coming out of lane 8. Bryn Powell, lane 7. Ludlow number 4. Mark Pascal, Hereford 350 in lane 6. Lane 5, Steve Mills, 2 seconds yesterday for Steve in Cwmdu number 10. He needs a decent run to get him in the final. Likewise, Sam Matthews with 2 seconds. Ross Shepherd first and second. Wes Green and Colin Bogner. That's the running lineup as they go into turn 1. Can they make it round on 4 wheels this time? Of course they can. As they come past us, who's it going to be? It's Bryn Powell in Ludlow number 4. That's going to lead them round. Sam Matthews runs second in 2:47. Shepherd's on the outside in South Somerset number 3, trying to find some speed from somewhere, but doesn't make it stick. 4th is Steve Mills as he looks up the inside in Cwmdu number 10, pushing on a little bit as the Irish machine looks to try and get him on the cutback. It doesn't work. The race is at the end as it's Mark Pascal, Wes Green and Matt Stratton battling it out for the minor places, but at the front, Bryn Powell in Ludlow number 4 looking to book his place in that semi-final as he's going to need a win to get himself in there, and that's exactly what he's doing. 1 more lap to go at the head of affairs for number 4. Ross Shepherd will be in that top 16. Sam Matthews will have to wait and see with a 3rd. He could do with moving up at least 1 more position, but it's not going to work as he slides out wide, loses ground on your race leaders. Ross Shepherd isn't going to make a move on your race leader, though Bryn Powell it is. That's going to hold him off all the way till the end. Ludlow 4, Ross Shepherd takes 2nd. 3rd's going to go to Sam Matthews. 4th is Steve Mills. 3rd is the Carlo machine, Mark Pascal, Wes Green and Matt Stratton. I tell you what, amongst all that excitement, Steve Mills 4th. 2 seconds yesterday, 90 points, and 28 today, 118. I don't think that's enough to get you in a Class 8 semi-final, personally. So Steve Mills absolutely flying yesterday and finishing 4th. As I said, it just goes to show how quick the points can change with men's Class 8. And looking then out of that, who would be in the semis? I think Sam Matthews might have just done enough. Ross Shepherd's certainly done enough. That's the only one I think guaranteed to go into that top 16 a little bit later on. So is anyone out of race 7 going to join him? Judging by the points, it doesn't look like it, because I think all of these drivers are unfortunately out of contention for making the top 16, but anything's possible, especially in men's Class 8. So race 7 then, Tyler Priest, Cwmdu 27, North Shropshire 40, Justin Thomas is coming out of lane 7, Gethin Lewis in BC 40 is down there, Kenny Smith, Stratton District 41, Matt Owen C115, Mark Barker Easton 25 and Dan Smith in Ludlow 44. That's the ones coming out. Most of these drivers either racing for pride or BASt points, but not racing to make the semis this weekend. I'm sure they give us a show though. Gethin Lewis it is. That takes up the running in BC number 40, but the C115 machine looking to find a way through. Kenny Smith is looking to fight in amongst it as well in Stratton District 41, but not making it work this time as he has to set up a 3rd. But at the front, it's still Gethin Lewis that leads him round. BC 40, C115, Stratton District 41, Smith in 44, Mark Barker in 25, and Justin Thomas in North Shropshire 40, and Tyler Priest is the one at the back in C27. Gethin Lewis, I think, just making contact with the Armco on the far side, but it's done him no problem because he's still miles ahead in BC 40 as he leads him round for the final time. Matt Owen it is who runs 2nd still, and unchallenged from Kenny Smith in 3rd as he's coming under challenge a little bit now from Dan Smith in Ludlow 44. Barker running just behind him in Evesham 25, but not making it work at the moment as the checkered flag comes out. It's going to be Gethin Lewis that holds on till the end. C115 is 2nd. 3rd is going to go to Kenny Smith. Adam Smith takes 4th. 5th was just about Mark Barker from Justin Thomas, and Tyler Priest in Cwmdu 37. So that concludes race 7 of your men's Class 8s. As race 8 is down there on the line and ready to go. Adam Jones, 1st and a 2nd yesterday. Sean Wright, 1st and a 5th. They're the ones to keep your eyes on. And you have to say Sean Wright would need a win. But speaking of wins, Chris Juggins took one yesterday in his 2nd heat, and he leads him into turn 1, but he's got it round. No! Oh, they've just about avoided each other. And we've still got 2 square-wheeled. Juggins has got it going again. Can't say the same about the other machines, so we're going to get red flags on men's Class 8s. There's a theme happening here, I tell you. 2 reruns once again in Class 8. We've got one more race left to go. So if we can get this next one done, then that would be strange. That'd be all 3 heats where I've had 2 reruns in the whole thing. Every single race, every single rerun I've had in the 3 heats. So unfortunately then that does bring out the red flags. We're going to have some water go down on the circuit, and I bet you didn't think we'd be saying that at 8 o'clock this morning when you seen the track. So a bit of water going down then just while we have got a bit of downtime. By the time we get the car taken off the track, then the Cwmdu Car Club, of course, always on top of things and making sure this track stays in superb condition as it has been for the majority of the weekend. So that gives us a chance to look down to race 9, which is down there on the line. Race 9 brings out one of the unbeaten drivers from yesterday, Jake Herdman, Typhoon 57. Absolutely flying around this track, and I'm sure he'll be looking to do the same. He's had 2 wins, so Jake could probably afford, I'd say, a 5th to get himself into the semis. But if I know Jake Herdman, there's no way he's going to settle for 5th. He will be doing everything he can to try and win this race. And of course, me and Mickey was having a conversation earlier about settling and taking seconds and first, but of course these drivers are racing for British Autograss Series points. It's not just about this weekend, it's not just about trying to get into the top 16. These drivers do want to battle hard because of course the British Autograss Series run over 5 rounds, and all the points accumulate towards the end of it once we have all 5 rounds. And of course the brilliant BAST presentation dinner at the end of the year where the trophies get given out, then that is what it's all for. Right, so just getting then confirmation on the last race. Martin Brown, unfortunately, Mallow 318, finds himself excluded from the rerun after being the cause of the race stoppage. And if you look into the centre of the track, you can see Martin Brown being taken back into the pit. So not the ideal way to finish his weekend, but I'm sure he's enjoyed it nonetheless as he gets taken back. So this track has changed dramatically in the last couple of minutes, I'll tell you. We've had some water go down. The tyres have been pushed right out on turn 2. And there is just one streak of water that's running through the middle. But the tanker is going to come back round, for now, Gareth quite rightly says, I think, as the tanker looks to make his way back round. He's toying with us, that's what it is. So we're looking then at Class 8, race 9 of your 3rd round of qualifying down there. As I said, Jake Herdman, unbeaten. Dan McKenzie then is down there on the line. Dan had a 2nd and a 1st yesterday, of course, on the track where he won the Nationals in Cambridge 44. Dan Stead in Border Counties number 6. Spencer Mills in Ludlow number 5. Fergus Reynolds in PhD 16. Callum Barker in Scarborough 50. And Carl Burns in Breednill 18. Right. Just going back, if you cast your memory back a while, race 5, which unfortunately got red flagged, will be rerun without Tim Russell in IK19. Tim had a 1st and a 3rd, so that's put him out of the semi-finals, but we'll talk more about that when we get to it. This is race 9, which is on and off the line, and German's quick once again. We've said that quite a few times this weekend as he leads him round. Ludlow 5, Spencer Mills runs there in 2nd, Callum Barker at the 3rd in Scarborough number 50, as he likes to keep a tight line, but oh, I jinxed it. I said if we get this done, then I've been consistent all weekend, and what happens? Red flags. So unfortunately, race 9 comes to a premature halt on your men's Class 8. Not too sure why. Sure we'll find out. But I've even missed something. But, well, I must have missed something because I didn't see a reason why it was red flag, but I'm sure there was a legitimate reason. So, right, well, as I said, we're going to await confirmation on race 9 of your men's Class 8 as we wait for any exclusions, etc. we've got Specials down there on the line, and Gareth, who has the best pair of eyes in the commentary box, and by the best pair of eyes, I mean he's the closest to the TV screen, so he can see what's on the line. So we're sticking with open wheelers, of course. Change to the running order because of semi-finals, and one class with semi-finals is Junior Specials. That's what's down there, and it's over to Gareth.
Yeah, thank you very much then, Tim, and good morning. You're here obviously joining us at the Ovals. We're making our way through the third round of qualifying, and as we have 5 classes with semi-finals, then that's why we've had a jig about the race order for this morning. We're going to go then with race 1 of your Junior Specials, and as they make their way then from the start line, it's going to be the North Shropshire 16 machine of Harvey Evans that's going to lead into turn 1. Is he going to pop out of turn 2? It doesn't look like he is, because through the middle of the pack it's Evesham 223. That's Brandon Young then that takes up the running and leads his way on a very wide line through the start gate turn. The BC 116 machine of Owen Bradford then slots into that second spot, but he's under pressure as somebody there just goes right round his outside shoulder. I'm not sure if that's the Neil Tybee machine, the one West Waterford 142's just overcooked it, and somebody just slides into him. But it's Brandon Young that continues to lead the way. 116 and 197 then is Finn Emerson, and they're there in that third position as Neil Tybee fights back to the inside in West Waterford 142. Then comes the North Shropshire machine of Harvey Evans back there in that 5th spot, and North Shropshire obviously is going to be the proud hosts of the next round of the series in about a month's time. But it's last lap flag time, and Brandon Young then starts his final circuit looking to book his place in the semi-finals, and Evesham 223 is quite a bit down the field. Second and a fourth yesterday. A win will boost him up that points tally, and he'll see him in the top 16 and will possibly book his place in the semi-finals. But it's Evesham 223 then that's going to exit the farmyard turn for the final time, going to take the first win in this third round of qualifying. Evesham 223, BC 116. Neil Tybee takes third in 142 from Finn Emerson in Scunthorpe 197. Then the North Shropshire 16 machine of Harvey Evans. Tom Ayres in York 23. Then rounds it all out ahead of Dylan Grasby in Evesham in Evesham 120. So that's race 1 done and dusted. Dickett Plant Hire, your sponsors for the British Autograss series throughout the 5 rounds of this year's championship, and your junior special sponsor here this weekend. We'll get a name too as soon as we can. But race 2 is up there on the line, and this one brings out Max Holtby, Glenn Hodgkins, Troy Holtby, Callum Farrell, Stilly Clark, Riley Lindsay, Cian Lewis and Harry Russell, and SJ Lewis are your sponsors of the Junior Specials here locally this weekend. Race 2 is away and running, and there are a few that just get out of shape, but it's a Pennine number 1 machine. And we're going to go with race 3 because it is Aaron Richardson. So we're going to have race 2 a little bit later on. But it's Aaron Richardson then that leads his way through the start gate turn for the first time. Makes his way down that far straight, about 5-6 car lengths clear of the one that leads the chase. And I'm sure that that's Kirsten Bartlett in South Somerset number 2. All the way that, well, all the way, it's only a couple of hours really, from the Southern League. And number 1 leads from 2. But number 2 is certainly reeling in the tailgate on that junior special. From the third, there's contact then between the first 2 as they exit the apex of that start gate turn, but Kirsten's found a bit between her teeth, and she reels in the Richardson machine. The Pennine number 1 continues to lead the way, but he's left the door open. Kirsten's through on the inside as they make their way onto the final circuit. It's 2 on the inside of 1. Sorry, we haven't mentioned the rest of the field, but that's where the race lies, and Kirsten Bartlett looks to have made this her heat because she makes her way down that far straight for the final time. Just under half a circuit to go for South Somerset number 2 from the Aaron Richardson machine. Pennine number 1, that's how the 1 and 2 are going to stay. Third place is going to go to the BC 117 machine of Sean Bradford. A very strong showing there from Sean behind the wheel of the Border Counties machine. Fourth place is going to go to Rosie Russell in IK 165. Fifth place will go to Breeden Hill number 2. That's Lucy Hines behind the wheel of the Gloucester League machine from Ludlow 39. That's Dale Hodgkins, and rounding it all out then for race 3 will be the Breeden Hill number 5 machine of Alex Hines. So race 3, runners and riders make their way off the circuit over there on the far side. We're going to go, I think, this time with the race 4, because all the way out there on the outside, I think it's the Alfie Ross machine, the Sturton 717 machine. Also up there will be the Lewis Farah Yorkshire Dales 42 machine. Sky Pascal in Hereford 50 will start in lane number 5. On her inside, she'll be joined by Aideen Fuller in West Waterford 499. Archie Carter starts in lane 2 in Scunthorpe 17, and Archie's just there on the inside of Alfie as they go down into the farmyard turn for the first time. But it's Scunthorpe 17 that's going to lead past us for the first time from Alfie Ross. Then is Sturton 717. BC 115 is there in that third position. That's Will Bradford that currently rounds out your top 3 ahead of Yorkshire Dales 42. Lewis Farah has found a bit between his teeth because he's there looking towards the outside shoulder of the BC 115 machine of Will Bradford. The battle for 3rd and 4th really hotting up now, but meanwhile your race leader gets away from the rest of the chasing pack. It's Scunthorpe 17 of Archie Carter that continues to lead. He's probably about 12 car lengths clear of the Sturton 717 machine now as they round out another circuit of this Ovals Raceway from BC 115 Yorkshire Dales 42. Next then we've got the first of the West Waterford machines. We'll pick out that number as they pass us because it's last lap flag time, and Archie Carter moves on to his final circuit from Alfie Ross. Will Bradford, Lewis Farah, West Waterford 299 then is Lauren Fuller. She's there in 3rd from Hereford 50 in West Waterford 499. So everybody name and number checked as they all start their final circuit, and nothing drastic's going to change the result for Archie Carter because he exits that farmyard turn for the final time. Scunthorpe 17 takes the win. Second place, bit of contact, but it's Alfie Ross that takes second from BC 115 YD 42. West Waterford 299 then. Lauren Fuller finishes ahead of Sky Pascal in Hereford 50, and the West Waterford 499 of Aideen Fuller then rounds it all out for race number 4 rather. Race 5 is up there on the line. This one brings out Iago Evans in TA6. Josh Mason will be there in Breeden Hill number 10. Not sure if Denver Whitehouse is there in Trent number 6. Tom Williams should be there in TA44, as should Jesse Jones in Swansea 6. Rio Sheehan in PAC 44, he's certainly there starting in lane 2, and then the car starting from lane number 1 is Lil Rose Pratt in York 75. But we're going to go racing, and it is young Iago from the South Wales League in the Tybee Club that's going to lead them into turn 1. He exits turn 2 in prime race control. A bit of contact on the infield there between Tom Williams in TA 44 and Josh Mason in Breeden Hill number 10, but they sort themselves out as Iago then leads his way through the start gate turn and up past that start line for the first time. About 10 car lengths clear, already ahead of York 76. That's Lil Rose Pratt that leads the chase in that second position. Tom Williams is there in 3rd in TA 44, and rounding out your current 1, 2, 3 and 4 is Rio Sheehan in PAC 44. So a strong showing here from the South Wales League in the 1-3-4 at the moment. Then from my neck of the woods, Josh Mason is there back in that 5th position in Breeden Hill number 10, and the Trent machine of Denver Whitehouse, Trent 6 at the tail end of the field. But this time round, Iago Evans is going to see that yellow flag with a black cross, and he's going to start his final circuit about 3/4 of a lap of this Ovals Raceway to go, ahead of Lil Rose Pratt, who's still there in a very strong second position in York 76. He's slowly been reeled in by Tom Williams in TA 44, but it doesn't look like your 1, 2 and 3 that is going to change, and Iago takes the win in TA number 6. York 76 holds on to second from Tom Williams in TA 44, from Rio Sheehan in PAC 44. Josh Mason takes 5th in Breeden Hill 10, and Denver Whitehouse rounds it all out then for race 5 in the Trent number 6 machine. So as we look to the line, we've got race 6, and this one brings out Ellie Brown in CM49, Reese Fowles in Penline 85, a man that was unbeaten all day yesterday. That's Corey Mumford in 161F. Also joining them will be Harry Wild, Dare Thomas, Ben Ayres in York 22, and Aaron Smith in Evesham 80, and we're already up and we're racing with this heat of the junior specials, and it's Ellie Brown in command in 49. That's all going to lead into turn 1. She just gets it back, pointing in the right direction, and holds on to that second position. But meanwhile, it's Corey Mumford that takes up the running. He's the one that leads through the start gate turn for the first time. Ellie Brown in a very, very strong second position in CM49. She leads the chase down that far straight. Somebody's there reeling her in. That's the Dare Thomas, the down Autograss 27 machine. Oh, somebody's pulled into the infield. That's Aaron Smith in Evesham 80, but it's Corey Mumford that gets away and gone. Dare Thomas now has made that second spot his own. Ellie Brown still in a very strong third position in Carmarthen 49, and certainly showing and flying the flag for the Carmarthen Club and the South Wales League. But your race leader goes into the farmyard turn for the penultimate time. That yellow flag with a black cross gets made ready, and Corey Mumford starts his final lap ahead of Dare Thomas in down Autograss 27. Ellie Brown in CM49 in a third position from Pennine 85. York 22 and North Wales 21. The York 22 machine is Ben Ayres, and North Wales 21 is Harry Wild, but they're all safely on to their final circuit. But it's going to be Corey Mumford that takes the win. 161F takes the 55 points on offer in round 3 of qualifying from Dare Thomas in down Autograss 27. Ellie Brown, well done Ellie. Carmarthen 49 takes a strong third there ahead of Pennine 85, York 22 and North Wales 21. And possibly that's Ellie's best result in a BAS heat, picking up 36 points from this final round of qualifying. She was joint 30th overnight with a 6th and a 4th, so it's possible that she won't be bumped up the table to the semi-finals, but certainly Ellie does a real good job there of picking up 36 points in race number 6. So the Evesham 80 machine of Aaron Smith then gets pulled back into the centre of this long-established Ovals Raceway. We've got the last scheduled race on paper of the junior specials up there on the line, but we've got race 2 to slot in a few minutes' time. But race 7 will bring out Tom Cosgrove in ARC 25 from grid number 8, but the bungie's already broken. We're up and we're racing with race 7. Who's that? That's got that inside line. It's Sid Lomax in North Wales 199 that's going to lead down into the farmyard turn for the first time. He's followed in to turn 1 and 2 by Tom Cosgrove in ARC 25. White Rose 37 is Lewis Middleton, and he's there in that third position, and he's rounding out your top 3 as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. He's followed by Liam Grasby in Evesham 121, who just allows someone through on the inside, and I think that's Archie Bennett in the North Wales 162 machine that's now up to 4th. But it is North Wales 1 and 4 at the moment, because it's Sid Lomax in 199 that continues to lead his way, then just about 2 car lengths clear of Tom Cosgrove in ARC 25. So a North Western League 1 and 2 at the moment as they go down into the farmyard turn for the penultimate time. Somebody out there stranded on the apex of the farmyard turn. That's the Grasby machine, and that's Liam Grasby in Evesham 121. But your 1, 2, 3 and 4 are already on to their final circuit. Not much to split these four as they make their way down that far straight for the final time. Half a circuit to go though for Sid Lomax in 199 to hold on. Tom Cosgrove is reeling him in, and so is Middleton in third, but as they dash to the line, it's going to be North Wales 199 that takes the win from ARC 25. White Rose 37 takes third. 4th place, Archie Bennett in North Wales 162. 5th place then, down that far straight, I think it's the Athelston machine of Cara Blaber, the Athelston 213. And at the tail end of the field then is going to be Levi Phipps in Stroud District number 13. And they round out race 7 in 6th and 7th. So that's race 7 done and dusted, as the Evesham 80 machine makes its way off the circuit behind that quad there up through the centre of this Cwmdu Car Club Ovals venue. And I think it's going to be race 2 that have been held back up there on the line, but they're there for their final round of qualifying. This one then brings out Max Holtby in Scunthorpe, number 6. Glenn Hodgkins in Ludlow, 40. Troy Holtby in Scunthorpe, 161. So the brothers go head to head. Callum Fowles is there in Pennine, 83. Tinny Clark in Radford, 2 and 0. Riley Lindsay in PhD, number 8. Cian Lewis in Border Counties, 39. And Harry Russell in IK, 65. So Max Holtby is currently joint third with a win and a second in yesterday's 2 rounds of qualifying. A decent result in this one will see him stay among the semi-finalists. But we're up and we're racing. Harry Russell in IK 65's had a better start, a better showing at the start of his 3rd round of qualifying than he's had yesterday. IK 65 then leads towards us for the first time, and your defending British Autograss Series champion quite a bit down the order after his first 2 rounds of qualifying, but he's been pressured on the outside by the gold Scunthorpe number 6 machine of Max Holtby. That's your 1 and 2 goal. Just a bit of clipping wheels then, clipping tyres as they make their way down that far straight. The SC 161 machine of Troy Holtby just get a little bit involved there, as does, who's that? It's the Pennine 83 machine of Callum Fowles, so just lifted the front wheels there on the apex of the farmyard turn. But your race leader gets away and pulls a clear distance between himself and Max Holtby, who continues to lead the chase in Scunthorpe number 6. But it's going to be 65 that leads past us then to start his final lap. From number 6, and Cian Lewis in BC 39 continues to round out your 1, 2 and 3 ahead of the Troy Holtby machine. Scunthorpe 161. Then Tilly Clark in Radford 2 and 0 is there racing ahead of the Ludlow 40 machine of Glenn Hodgkins, and the one at the tail end of the field is Riley Lindsay in PhD 8. But your defending champion leads and wins heat number 3 as the rest then continue. No changes in positions on the final circuit, but that rounds out your junior specials, well-behaved junior specials as well. With the Diggett Plant Hire, your sponsors for the series at all 5 rounds. Your local sponsor here this weekend is SJ Lewis Roofing. So that's Liam Grasby, I think, that's being pulled back into the pits at the tail end of the quad. We've got what looks to be a hefty track team coming on to the circuit. A few graders and water bowsers making their way onto the track as the sunshine is beginning to get warmer and warmer here at the Ovals venue. So just going to have a few minutes of downtime possibly as the graders look to be starting here on the finish line. If you're joining us on the live stream and watching us from the comfort of your living rooms, then with weather like this, then why aren't you here? Why aren't you a part of the spectator team here? As we look to our left, then we can see a fair few spectators over there on the Cwmdu camber, and as you can, well, we had a little bit of a zoom in on them earlier, so if you've joined us from the comfort of your home, and if you're joining us from your living room, then you might have seen a few friends and family members over there on the bank during this morning's earlier classes in this 3rd round of qualifying. So not sure whether we are going to go straight on to men's class 8, and if so, then it's back to Liam for his only rerun of the 3rd and final round of qualifying. So 7s, 8s and junior specials really well behaved this morning. Just the 1 rerun between the 3 classes, and that's amazing when it comes to the 3 rounds of qualifying. But like we said, we've got a very hefty looking track maintenance team on the circuit at the moment. They're just scraping the loose stuff off this near side Armco, and the dust repellent being put on the start gate turn. So we will have a message for you shortly, but while we get a little bit of downtime, then the tyres and the cones are being manoeuvred on the farmyard turn as well. It's time then to mention the rest of this year's British Autograss Series rounds. We head in about a month's time to a newly established venue, but after last year's very, very successful round, then everybody was praising the North Shropshire Club, the North Shropshire venue, and we head there for round 3 before we head to Stroud, a long-established venue now-ish at Gossington Bridge, and hear that some big changes have been made at the venue, but that's where we head in the middle of August for our penultimate round of the series before we close it all out at round 5, not too far away from here at the Border Counties Autograss Club's Monkland venue. That's one of, and that's another established venue as well. But yeah, we head there for round 5 of the series, and that's going to be, I think it's the last full weekend in September. So that's your British Autograss Series dates mentioned. Obviously, throughout the beginning of the season, then we had 21 Autograss leagues battling it out for the National Autograss Championships. We had every driver in the country potentially battling it out for a place among the 440 that will get to race on that Nationals weekend at the Yorkshire Dales Autograss Club's Thornborough venue, where I'm pretty pleased to say that I'll be joining you on the mic up there as well. It's not often you get the privilege to commentate at the Nationals and to get asked that early on in the season. So yeah, I'm really, really chuffed, and I'll be taking you through classes 4 and 6 at that event. And then we're back in this neck of the woods then in the first weekend in September, as the Ladies and Juniors Autograss National Championships then is being held at the very, very capable hands of the Hereford Autograss Club. So ladies and juniors, if you want to race at that event, then it's time to get yourself booked in, because I don't think there's too long left before the entries close on the Ladies and Juniors Nationals entry. So that's both men's and ladies and juniors nationals mentioned. That's the rest of the British Autograss Series mentioned, and if you've got any meetings that you want to promote, then you're quite welcome to head over here to the commentary point, and we will obviously mention them and promote those meetings for you. I think next weekend, sees a one-day meeting being held at North Wales. That's not 100%, but I think that down on paper, then that's the next fixture in the North Western League, a 2-day meeting at the North Wales venue. And I think we're back then, obviously here in the West Midland League, for a Festival of Autograss, one of the best meetings of the year as far as I'm concerned. I love the Border Counties Autograss 3-day festival, and that's obviously being held as always on the August bank holiday weekend. Any more of your meetings that you want us to promote, then send us a message and we will do our best to get those dates and messages out to you. So as we can see then, the track being continued to work on, but we need a white Ford Cougar moved. It's on an Irish registration plate, and it's blocking the road over on the far side. So it's an Irish registration plate, so if you aren't from Ireland, then technically you can ignore me for the next couple of seconds, but 171WX924, a white Ford Cougar, needs to be moved. You are blocking the road on the far side. Unfortunately, we haven't got the time to wait for you to hang about. It needs moving as a matter of urgency, or unfortunately the hosts will have to take moving it into their own hands, and that unfortunately shouldn't be a no-go. So if you are a driver of a white Ford Cougar on Irish registration plate 171WX924, then please, please, please make your way over and move it. I know that everybody at the end of the third round of qualifying tends to be in a big hurry to leave the venue, but there certainly isn't a place to be blocking roadways, regardless of how far away and how far we need to travel this evening. The dust repellent is being put down on the inside of that start line straight, so we assume that all the work that's needed is finished and complete on that start line straight. The Bowser looks to be turning around and is going to head back in the same direction. And if you're joining us on the live stream, then you can see the tail end of one of the graders that's just waiting over there, blocking the fantastic view that we can see of the start line. And we can see the tractor and the Bowser then just putting that a little bit more dust repellent down, and that's going to go out of sight as well before it comes back into sight, obviously, before it turns right into the farmyard turn. But it's now making its way off the circuit. So the loose stuff has been graded.
So they had the best of the runs yesterday, but some very, very fast Class 3 racing. We saw 4 heats we've got coming your way in this one. Big thank you to Ram Developments, who are our associate sponsors for the British Autograss Series, and a big thank you also to Phil Priest Transport, who are our meeting sponsors here at the Ovals, courtesy of course, Cwmdu Autograss Club, or Cwmdu Car Club, your hosts for this weekend. The sun shining on the righteous today, so you can tell Mickey B was at church earlier on, so saying a few good words and putting a word in for us. And like all of us, you see, everybody listens to Mickey. So yeah, the forecast is that we may, and let's stress the may, get a few showers a little bit later on, but nothing at all like we had yesterday. And hopefully these conditions will very much stay with us. And a little bit of water then just going on the top part of the circuit now, and they have been round and sort of like just encourage, shall we say, these cars to keep off the tyres a little bit. As we look at that, and as I say, we will let you have semi-finalists and things like that just as soon as we do have them. I know the semi-finalists, I think, have gone out for the 1s and for the 7s. So after the run-off, we will be seeing the semi-finals, trying to find me running order now. Men's 3s, then we got Class 5, Class 9, Junior Saloons will be coming then after Class 9, then Men's Class 4, Men's Class 6s, Stock Hatch F600, Men's Class 10s will then move into semi-finals, 2, 7, 8, 1 Junior Specials. So Men's 3, 5, 9, Junior Saloons, Men's 4, 6, Stock Hatch F600, 10, and then semi-finals. So we're kicking off with the Class 3s. Ryan Power against Martin Gould, that's the form book in this one, but some very, very competitive machinery out there. Neil Corbett in Eastern 56. He had a reasonable day yesterday. He's sitting 8th at the minute on 81 points and just running in the middle of the field, but it is Jed Power. Goes through on the inside in the other Yorkshire Dales machine. That's the 99 car that takes up the run-in. And Gouldy finds himself in the middle of a power sandwich down that far side as 99 comes out of that bottom bend and back round towards us. But we've now got the power 1-2, 99 from 98. Martin Gould runs third in 3:43, but he's under strong challenge on the inside from Neil Corbett in Evesham 56. Then comes the Invicta 13 car, Gary Wickham, at the wheel of that one. Then Nigel Edwards, I think it is, that runs next in at Tivy 11, but going down that far side. 99 just drifting a bit wide, 98 looking to try and come through on the inside as the last lap flag goes out, and it is Ryan Power that takes up the running from Jed Power. Martin Gould right on the outside. Neil Corbett preferring the more economical way home in Evesham 56, and at the minute just showing in front of Martin Gould, but then the extra power that 3:43 can keep on round that top bend. Tactics that do pay off as the Yorkshire 98, then Ryan Power comes round to certainly book his place in the final, I'm sure. Martin Gould coming up through on the inside, and he's going to pinch it. 3:43 takes it, 98, 99 and 56. What a cracking last corner then from the North Shropshire man as Invicta 13 comes across the line to finish, as does Tivy 11. And the one that didn't get a mention at all, Ocean Hughes in TA 22. But what a cracking drive then from North Shropshire, 3:43 to go and pinch that one, and basically came past both Ryan and Jed. Right, Junior Saloons, pin back your, Junior Specials, pin back your ears. We have a run-off in the Junior Specials. So for the final place in a semi-final, then TA 44 and IK 65. So drivers of those, please, we need you to be down in pits, because you'll be called sooner rather than later, I'm sure. So run off for the final place in the Junior Specials semi-final, TA 44 and IK 65. So race 2 of the final round of qualifying for the men's class 3s on the line. Rupert Lomax, Paul Evans, Richard Northway, Simon Farrer, Steve Woodruff, Leon Dorset, Trevor Cusack and Tom Hall. So Trevor Cusack, he had a good day yesterday. He's on 91 points at the minute, having had a first and a third. So that sits him joint third. So very nicely in a qualifying position at the minute in the CK 25 machine. Some of the others have got a little bit more to do, I think it's fair to say, in this one, but hey, anything could happen. Simon Farrer looked quick yesterday, certainly in his first run, didn't go to plan in run 2, so he's got a first and a fifth in Yorkshire Dales 24, but currently sits 11th, so if he can add another heat win to that, then absolutely going to be in the shout. And it is the Yorkshire Dales 24 car that gates Lashy Gooden from the middle of the grid as they go into that all-important first farmyard bend. The Yorkshire Dales 24, I think, is going to be the first one to show. Coming back past us, tucked into second place then, is the Court car of Trevor Cusack in CK25, Leon Dorset. Going up the inside though in the North Shropshire 293 car, joint 6th at the overnight stage, but battling then with CK25 as they go down that far side, tucked into 4th place, Paul Evans in North Shropshire 50, and we got red flags on that one. So not quite sure what the issue was on that one. I'm here on my own and I've got my headphones on, I can't hear the radio. So can't tell you, unfortunately. But what we can tell you is that red flags do come out on race 2. So they'll go back to the rerun lane, and we'll just have to keep an eye out for exclusions. Race 3 then brings out P119 John Price, Aaron McKenzie in CA401, Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700, Keith Kelly in Mallow 247, Ed Lloyd in Cwmdu 85, Phil Holloway in Evesham 34, Russ Tinker in York 4, and Cwmdu 41 Paul Gillard. So those are the cars for race 3. Rich Lee currently sits joint 3rd on 91 points in SC 700, joint 6th on 83 points is Keith Kelly in Mallow 247 as they go. Oh, God blimey, that looks a horrible mess in the farmyard bend, and that one certainly goes to red flags. So all sorts of cars caught up with that one. Looks like hopefully not too much damage. Whilst it looked horrible then, Evesham 34 is driving off. Ed Lloyd sort of looking to drive off, but I think some form of steering or suspension problem to the C85 car. And again, the marshals will sort all of that out, and as soon as we know anything, obviously we will let you know. Just a reminder, I'm sure they're sorted because they're always keen. TA44, IK65, Junior Specials. Don't forget, we do need you for a runoff for a place in today's junior semi-final for the Specials. So they're just reviewing that incident on race 3 as they hitch up the C85 car. So hopefully not too much damage to C85, and if it can be fixed, then that's the team that certainly will fix it. As we look to race 4, which is assembled up there on the line, Lee Almond in the North Wales 27 car, 72 points, 15th at the minute, in with a shout. North Wales 10 also up there flying the flag is Jamie Lee. Jamie joint 8th on 81 points in the North Wales 10 machine. Viv Cole also is up there in the CM4 car. He's sitting joint 12th at the minute in the Command the machine. Scunthorpe 307, that's Tony Goodsir at the wheel of that one. He's on 66 points after yesterday. Stuart Moore in the Ludlow 9 machine. Didn't have the best of days in, I suppose he did, yeah, 81 points actually, joint 8th. So yeah, that's sitting all right actually for the Ludlow 9 car. Adam Saint, first and a third, so 91 points in Cambridge 1, and Cash Yardley in the Sturton 96 car He didn't have the best of days yesterday, a 6th, and did not finish for Sturton 96. But hopefully he's up there to add to his British Autograss Series points. As we're just looking to, I think we're going to need some form of either suspended tow or elevated lift for C85. So I think, yeah, some suspension type problems on the Cwmdu 85 Class 8. Fair Ed was looking to try and drive the machine off, but it obviously wasn't going to go in a straight line or anything. So yeah, C85, not quite sure what's gone astray on that one, but yeah, hopefully not as bad as it looks. And as I say, they will review it and sort it all out. Hold on, got to go quiet. Somebody very important's come in, and Michaela has as well. Right, there we go. Yeah, Michaela's come in with very, very important news. So we'll give you that, though, in a minute after the fourth run of the Class 3s. As they come round, then the first one to show is Stuart Moore in the Ludlow 9 car. North Wales 27, Lee Almond slots into that second place. Carmarthen 4 car then going through on the inside is Viv Cole Scunthorpe. 307 to Tony Goodsir moves up the inside as they go down that far side, but it is Stuart Moore in Ludlow 9 that's just pulling away a little bit now from Viv Cole in Carmarthen 4. That's the 1 and the 2. Absolutely neck and neck for third North Wales, or they were. North Wales 27, Tony Goodsir just overcooks it in Scunthorpe 307, and it's not the weekend for Sturton 96, Cash Yeardley, as he comes past at the rear of the field. But motoring on, it is Viv Cole, now your clear race leader in Carmarthen 4. Stuart Moore, long-time race leader, runs in second place, or he did, but he's just dropping back down through the field now. Lee Almond's come up into second place, Ludlow 9 runs third, being challenged though through on the inside by, I think that's Jamie Lee in North Wales 10. But there's no challenge on Viv Cole at the moment as Carmarthen 4 goes down that far side and back round towards us for the final time. And North Wales 27, Lee Almond then in second place. Stuart Moore gets third. It's Adam Saint in Cambridge 1 is the next one across the line, then Jamie Lee and Tony Goodsir, and completing it all is Cash Yeardley in Sturton 96. Right, there we go. Right, so like I said, Michaela was in there with me sort of like earlier on. Yeah, very, very important announcement. The water cart's coming out, which is good, because it means we're going to have time to do this properly, which absolutely we would like to do. Right, there's some happy birthdays being celebrated in the Bevans household this week. And I tell you what, talk about sort of like looking after your dad. So there we go. Mike Bevans, it's his birthday tomorrow, and despite lots of pressure and stuff, Mike, Michaela wouldn't tell me how old you are, so there we go. But Mike Bevans, happy birthday tomorrow. And it's basically, I say, Michaela brought it in, but I'm sure there's from everybody that knows you, which is going to be a vast majority of people on this field. So Mike, happy birthday for tomorrow. And then we move on to Wednesday. That's when I'm sure they're going to celebrate Mike's birthday, but that's when the celebrations really go. Because, sorry, Joan, but Michaela did tell me, so I'm going to tell the world. No, I'm sure you should be very proud. Right, 60th birthday, big wedding, big birthday celebrations on Wednesday for Joan Bevans, the big 60. It is, so many, many congratulations, Joan, on that one. So, yeah, as I say, 60 for Joan on Wednesday, Mike's birthday tomorrow, and we were trying to work out how many years younger Joan is, because she patently is, isn't she? So there we go. But, no, happy birthday very much to both of you for tomorrow for Mike, Wednesday for Joan. And also, and this comes from absolutely everybody, I'm sure, that knows him, love and best wishes to Michaela's father-in-law, Viv Dance, of course, so well known around the Autograss circuit, currently going through chemo treatment and responding well, and everybody's got everything crossed and praying for him. So Viv, love and best wishes from all of us that know you around the Autograss racing scene. So Viv Dance, all of the best for that, absolutely. early, without a doubt. Water carts making their way off the circuit. Looks like Class 5 are making their way onto the circuit, so it is over to Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve. We are into men's Class 5, Heat 3, Race 1. Liam Wallina, Dan Lodge, Tom Ellis, Tony Holland, Dev North, Ian Thorndike, Patrick Daly, Lewis Richards. And we are off and running. It's Thorndike who gets his nose in the front. Lodgy goes with him. Side by side, it's just been watered, lads. Watch out, because it could be slippery, as there's one already facing the wrong way. Lodgy takes up the running from Thorndike, from Ellis. Then we go down to the South Somerset 10 of Dev North. North into that fourth place, pushes out wide. Oh, Thorndike's gone round 360, climbing up the hill and drops back down to, I think, is he going to get his foot down? Yes, he is. He's going to be back into fifth place, but Scunthorpe 212 it is then. Danny Lodge, 100 points accumulate from Tom Ellis, also on 100 points from South Somerset 10, Dev North. The West Waterford 188, Patrick Daly, is looking for a little gap up the inside, coming up that hill into that start gate turn, but already coming round that turn 2 to pick up the last lap flag. Scunthorpe 212. Dan Lodge then is going to add 55 points to 100 if he can get round this final track. Goes a little bit wide, but goes there to get the extra grip, and he's got half a lap to go. Ellis goes with him in that machine. Thorndike back on the pace and moves it up into that third place. Dev North back at him in that the South Somerset 10 machine, but checkered flag being prepared, and it is Scunthorpe 212. Danny Lodge takes it from Tom Ellis in Travelling District 33. Where we go in third then? And it is that Thorndike machine, IK22 from Dev North. Then the West Waterford 188, Patrick Daly. Then it is the Italian Stallion, Typhy 451, and that's Lewis Richards. And the last but not least coming across, and that should be PAC 98, and it's Liam Wallina. And I think booking their place in the final of the LorryInsurance.com series sponsored MDMX Off-Road weekend sponsored Class 5s will be Dan Lodge and Tom Ellis. So we move into race 2, and we're already off the line, and already our top point scorer coming into this one. 2 wins out of 2. Jaber Smith, Ludlow 8 is the first to show, sliding it round turn 2, up towards the Armco, avoids contact, followed by that Colin Hadley machine. Then it's Adam Brown in the Mallow 184 as they climb the hill. Then we go down to the Cambridge 10 machine of Dan Godfrey, and happy birthday Kirsty Godfrey. It's a shout out from all your friends as you bring it round that turn 2 again. Still that Jaber Smith machine leading the way from Colin Hadley in the Severn Valley 247, from Adam Brown 10185 from the Dan Godfrey machine. Athelston 13, Lawrence Blabber there in that machine up the 5th place, climbing up the hill as well. In the Gloucester and District 119, Penny Smith, still mud on from last night. She comes round as well. One more lap to go on this one. Back marker. It is Jaber Smith then. Ludlow 8 from Colin Hadley, from Adam Brown, from that the Cambridge 10, Dan Godfrey. And those top 4 just avoiding that butt marker. Penny Smith there as they go up there. And is there an issue there? Oh, nearly, as we go through and coming up through that inside. There's a door swapping and banging as they go through, but Jaber Smith takes the wheel. Adam Brown picks up second in Mallow 184 from Dan Godfrey, then Colin Hadley. Athelston 13, Lawrence Blaver, and the next one to come across, Gloucester and District 21 of Robert Brethany. Ian Jones, Cwmdu 31, down the pack, and it's Penny Smith, Gloucester and District 119, who was the curb crawler, so to speak. So we're just getting a confirmation on the flag. And a green flag going out to Dan Godfrey. Here, we're off the line already. No flies on us today as we bring it down into turn 1. Matt Thompson, South Somerset 36, not the best of weekends thus far, but will these 55 points, if he can get them, do any good as we go there? Jordan Bloor in second, then it's Kieran Cobb. Invicta Kent 75, then it is the Wild Machine in that C7 as they bring it down that opening straight again, down into that turn 1. Round they go again, still South Somerset 36, Matt Thompson leading the way there, Jordan Bloor holding that second place in York 44, Kieran Cobb third. Fourth place then is that Wild Machine, then it is the Wessex 255 coming across there, Riley Diaper there, and then the next one is that PAC 74, Neil Jones. PAC 22, work to do from the back, Daryl Sheenan, as we go to last lap flag. One more to go on this one then. South Somerset 36, Matt Thompson it is, still from Jordan Bloor and Kieran Cobb, 1, 2, 3 as you were. Causeway 7 in that number 7, and it is John Wild there, but looking to come up that inside. Can that Riley Daper machine find any grip? No, he can't, but checkered flag being prepared. And it is going to be South Somerset 36. Matt Thompson takes a win. Good win as well. Second goes to Jordan Bloor in York 44. Third goes to IK 75, Kieran Cobb. Then we go to John Wild, over to the Riley Diaper machine, PAC 74 of Neil Jones. And the final two to come across the line, it is that Breeden Hill 11, James Mason. And that last place goes to PAC 22, Daryl Sheenan. Now, James Mason was equal 11. I don't think those points are going to be big enough for you, my friend. But we move into race 4. Charlie Holloway, Barry Miles, Baxter Pargetter. Baxter's got 2 wins out of 2. Ryan Jones alongside him coming out at 5 and 6. 100 points as well, and it is that Ryan Jones machine. Cwmdu 3 gets that inside line. Holloway goes round the outside in that Evesham 9 as they go sliding. And it's Holloway who gets the grip from Jones, from Baxter Pargetter. Then we go down into that Breeden Hill 44, Adrian Hathaway. Hathaway holding that 4th place as he defends from Ludlow 24, Jordan Powell behind him. But eyes back front as they bring it back round into turn 1. The farmyard bends and Holloway pushes out wide, but it's getting up close and personal as that Cwmdu 3. Ryan Jones goes with him. Baxter Pargetter in that 3rd place from the Adrian Hathaway 44 machine. He's still holding that 4th place. Ludlow 24, the Scunthorpe 94. That's Barry Miles has got to work some do from the back of the pack, but last lap flag being prepared. Here we go. Oh, it's still Holloway holding on, but just from that Ryan Jones machine. Cwmdu 3, Baxter Pargetter, Nottingham 45. Then we go down to Hathaway. Then the Ludlow 24, Jordan Powell. Powell now trying to find some space and pace to get up there. Can he find it? As we go round to the 2 lead cars, round the final turn. And it's going to be Holloway takes it, or is it? Jones goes with him. Holloway takes it from Jones, from Baxter Pargetter in Nottingham 45. 4th place. Oh, who's got to get it? It is Hathaway there from Ludlow 24. Jordan Powell across the line. It's good racing there from the guys. Gay Typhy 19, Evian Griffiths, Adrian Hathaway, and say Barry Miles and the Scunthorpe 94. They were the others that were down in that one. We go down to race 5. It brings out Yorkshire Dales 46. Colin Chill was the man who had to touch, but showed on to make himself look younger. John Gaffney, North Shropshire 1, the Fear of Flying, coming out of 2. He's had 2/3. What can he do here? Lee Cox is out in it. Chris Tudgay, Chris Winnell, Mark Ucker, and Paul Preston. And it is Chris Tudgay, Mark Ucker that have... Oh, we've got Mountain. Oh, Mountain on a Sunday morning. And I think that might go... is it? Yeah. And do you know what, lads? You know what you've spoilt? I'm going to tell you now. I would have been able to say that I did 2 full heats of 7s and 2 full heats of 5 without a red flag. And that's broken. That's broken it. So that goes back to a rerun. And that's just a shame, really. I think... who's coming around? It is John Gaffney, North Shropshire 1. The wheels are all pointed in the right direction. The car's moving, so that's okay. So hopefully we're waiting for any news on the radio, by the way. But he's rolling okay, and we're just going to have a bit of a pick-up on that far side. And I think that's that Breeden Hill 55 machine, and that's Paul Preston. So Paul there just getting the forks under the car, and will be lifted back into the pits. I don't think there's any news coming off the radio as far. Archie's got his ear peeled, so as soon as we hear anything, then we'll let you know. So yeah, that's shout out, by the way, birthday messages. Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge sends happy birthday to you, and obviously the sun has come out to make it a special birthday as well. So while we've got a little bit of time, let me just tell you, I've got the Class 7 semi-final list in front of me. Semi-final 1, Cwmdu 9, Cameron Mills, White Rose 20, Ian Stevenson, Radford 176, Simon Hawthorne, Down 26, Howard Thomas, North Shropshire 34, Sam Gould, Scunthorpe 383, Dan Johnson, Scunthorpe 41, Paul Johnson, and PhD 72, Jake Roberts. That is semi-final number 1. Could be a final on its own. Semi-final number 2, Andy Holtby, Scunthorpe 61, unbeaten. Scunthorpe 82, Carl Mosley. Border County 7, Archie Bentley. North Shropshire 120, Liam Evans. Pennine 23 is Phil Barleyman. Central Scotland 21, okay, Colin Reid. And the Carlo 160, Liam Roach. And the last place on semi-final 2 goes to York 14, Ayrton Ellison. And just a little bit of a shout out to Lewis Woodruff, White Rose at 72. Just missed out by 2 points coming through into the semi-finals. But well done. You're new into the sevens and you're doing your family proud. Well done, Lewis. And we'll see you competing again at the third round, which isn't too far. So we've got junior specials up online. I think that's what Archie has said. Have we got a rerun to come in that? Oh, you think it could be a runoff? Oh, right, okay. So we'll just see if there's any paperwork that's going to be brought out. We got the junior special sheet, just in case the voice of an angel, Gareth, is not making its way back into commentary. And you know, if he is going to make it, then excellent stuff. If not, then I'll take you through, which is going to be this runoff, and we are already off and running as Archie's looking for paperwork for us as we bring it round. Then, so we do believe this is a junior special runoff. And it is going to be the Harry Russell IK65 then against that Typhy 44 machine, as it is the Typhy 44 of Tim Williams there in that second place. It's obviously a Welsh spelling of that name, and Archie's laughing at me saying, "I'm sure you've got that wrong, Mickey." I said, "All right, fair enough." But Harry Russell then, IK65, it's only one place up for grabs to get into that semi-final, and at the moment you're defending British champion from the 2021 campaign is extending his lead as he pushes it down that opening straight, bringing it down into turn 1. Typhy 45, Tim Williams then in that second place. And again, he's done well, hasn't he, to get into that runoff position as well. Junior specials, super competitive. And Harry Russell is a seasoned campaigner now in the 1300cc Corsa powered engine class, down into turn 1 for his final time, because checkered flag is being prepared, and it will be IK65 then. Harry Russell books his place in the semi-final, the last place as well, and it is going to be Typhy 44 Time Williams who is going to just miss out this time, but well done, good driving, and we will see you again at the third round, which is at North Shropshire. Up on the line, we have got open wheel specials, and it is going to be Class 9s. So it is over to Archie.
Yeah, cheers and thank you, Mickey B. And yeah, so men's Class 9s, first time we're seeing these today, and no doubt they were certainly spectacular, weren't they, yesterday, and certainly put on a performance. So, have we got enough downtime? I don't think we do. So, I was going to read out Class 2 semi-finalists if they haven't been already. But someone that needs the points is Jimmy Smith. And look at the start he's got from the very outside in Ludlow number 80. So, he's sat 19th overnight. So, Jimmy then he's going to really need this win. And someone's a spinner in 5 yard bend, but no sort of trouble so far. It's Jimmy Smith. Here's Ludlow 80. Then we go in, stepping in Border Counties 34. And then he had a good day yesterday, to be fair. He sat 14th overnight, so second. Wow, there's no semis for your Class 9s. So he's certainly going to want to book his place into that final a little bit later on. But Jimmy Smith's doing all he can in Ludlow 80. From your Border Counties 34, then comes Jenny Shepherd, Scunny 22, Victor Kent 212 then. On Stuart Taylor, he had a good day as well. Yesterday sat 5th overnight, so he's going to want to try and claim as many points as he can as this ever competitive field of your men's Class 9s. But look at this battle for the lead that we got coming. It's Jimmy Smith with one more lap to go. What can he instead do? In your Border Counties 34, that gap is dramatically closed in racing for the lead then. So instead opting to use that outside line, and it looks to be lurking. Look at the momentum. He's going to carry down that far straight for the final time with Jimmy Smith. He's certainly a veteran in your men's Class 9s. He knows where to put the car in. Instead he's going looking for it. But no, Jimmy Smith it is in your Ludlow 80 machine that's going to take the win of 55 points to add to his campaign. He instead's going to have to settle for second in Border Counties 34. Taylor comes through for third. Then comes Jenny Shepherd just from Laura Blaber in your Atherstone at 12. Then we look back then for your back marker then. Who's this going to be? US Waterford 40, then Evesham 92 with Tom Powell. And then comes Matt Page in Cwmdu 25. So that is your first race of that one. Didn't even get a chance to tell you who's there, but no, it looks fit. We can tell you who's in race number 2. Sean Powell, he comes into this then in lane number 8. He's coming into your race number 3, unbeaten in joint top point scorer for your men's Class 9s. So he comes into this. So who else is in there as well? ARC 31, Dave Palmer, your national champion in ARC 31. He comes out of lane 7. He's sat 13th. He didn't have the best of runs yesterday in the wet, tricky conditions for all sorts of drivers. Then we go Martin Jones, Sam Pinches, Joe Pipe. Then we go Scott Aldridge, Lee Seagraves and Andy Pipe. Wow, there's a line of few. Oh, we got cars climbing already of the Martin Jones machine and Sam Pinches as they come off the line. But we're into turn 1 and it's certainly Dave Palmer. Oh, is it because he touches the Sean Powell machine? But Power it is. That's out front in Yorkshire Dales 97. Then comes Palmer and Aldridge. That's how your top 3. Then comes Pipey in your North Shropshire number 7. Oh, there's Seagraves through the middle and ARC number 3. And oh dear. Red flags fly on this one for your men's Class 9s. Isn't it getting interesting? Now we're all on to the last stage of the weekend and they're all fighting for those eager points to try and get into that final. So we'll wait for any exclusions or etc. But to say it was the Sam Pinches machine, Radford at 35 and Martin Jones and Hereford 55 that come together just off the start. I say what an even break it certainly was as they come off the line. But as I say, just quickly whilst we sort themselves out, we'll or I don't think we'll have time then, but it's men's 3s down on the line and it's over to Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Archie. So yeah, a couple of reruns to come your way in men's Class 3. That's races 2 and 3, and looks like they are coming out in that order. So I say not sure of any exclusions or otherwise, so we're going to have to pick them up as they come past. After the completion of these 2, then we can hopefully get the top 8 qualifiers for you through to today's final. So we're looking around track clearance, we're away and racing, and it is the Yorkshire Dales 24 car of Simon Farrer that is the first one to show. On the inside then also is Leon Dorset in North Shropshire 293. So 6 cars out of the original 8. YD24, your race leader, North Shropshire 50, and there's 293. Steve Woodruff then comes fourth in White Rose 71. Trying to go through then is Trevor Cusack in the CK 25 car, and completing it all Richard Northway in Scunthorpe 306. So I think the 2 that we're missing, Tom Hall in St Neots 12 and Rupert Lomax in North Wales 99. But YD24 it is that very much motors on. Simon Farrer 11th at the overnight stage. This will do nicely, I think, for a place in today's final as he powers past us once again. North Shropshire 50 then in that second place slot still. Paul Evans at the wheel of North Shropshire 50. Then it's the other North Shropshire machine, Leon Dorset, in 293 in that third place slot. Field just getting a little bit more spread out now as the last lap flag goes out. 1 circuit to go then for Simon Farrer. Yorkshire Dales 24, North Shropshire 50, MS2 93. CK 25, White Rose 71, and not forgetting Richard Northway. But down that far side, Simon Farrer in the Yorkshire Dales machine, I think has got this one fairly under control as he powers out of the farmyard bend. And it's a good win then. Widey 24, North Shropshire 50, NS2 93. Right, we are hearing then, unfortunately, Trevor Cusack in CK25 picks up a black flag in that one for a jump start. Right, single-seaters then on the line. So I think we're going back to Class 9, so it's back over to Archie.
Yeah, indeed then. So, cheers Steve, and I'm not quite sure if any damage was sustained to the fence. So we do have a little bit of downtime then. All right, let's read out your semi-finalists for semi-final number 1. And wow, what a semi-final this is going to be. We have your Spalding 43, Ash Robinson is coming into this one. York 16, Brad Ellison. Then we go Craig Conway in Scunny 126, Brad Thomas in a Victor Kent 55. Next then, Jay O'Brien in your Scunny 156, Dave Evans in your Pennout 40, and Ash Farrer in Scarborough 249. Wow, for a semi-final, you look at those names in there and you look at the points that they've had where they stand overnight, and I tell you, that is going to be one heck of a semi-final. Semi-final number 2 then, we go North Shropshire number 4, Dave Aiken is coming into there. Then we go Penheim 87 of Gareth Stokes, North Wales 171, Andrew Wild, St Neots 34 of Daniel Robbins is in that one. Then we go Radford at 941 of Jamie Lane. Then we go Ben Griffiths and Severn Valley number 8, North Shropshire 15 of Dan Owen, and the Victor Kent 130 is your final runner and rider then of Jack Bromley is the one we was looking for, the name. So they're your semi-finalists for your men's class 2s, and those class 2s, they are certainly going to be intense and superb. So that's White Rose 71 machine then, just hitting away and getting off the circuit, I should say, and then we should be getting ready to get going racing with race number 3 of your men's class 9. So, who's out in this one? Phil Rogers in PhD number 2. He comes out in this one. He's sat 11th overnight. Phil Rogers didn't have the best of runs, did he, in race number 1? But in those tricky conditions for race number 2, he came out and took a win. So he's going to look to do the same. Try book his place in the final a little bit later on. Ridian Evans then, Typhy 84. He's at 12th, so he's going to need a good run in this one. Russ Aderman in York 6, he's coming out of lane at 6. Andrew Hornshaw, York 78, coming out of lane number 5. Jason Richardson in lane 4. Phil Cooper. And Phil Cooper then, he didn't have the best of run yesterday, did he? He picked up a black flag in the second one, and with a big tussle in your men's class 9s. Into turn 3 where Cooper and that come together, unfortunately picking up a black, but he did take a win in his first one, so no doubt Phil is going to be out there and battling hard as ever. Thomas Lloyd then, Typhy 42, the new driver really to your men's class 9s. As I say, I think is it full season in men's 9s, I think Thomas Lloyd is, or could be a start of his second in Typhy 42. Archie Rosen, Strand District 22. Archie didn't have the best days yesterday, but no doubt looking to improve today. So the 2 top point scorers really out in this one is Billy in PhD 2 and Ridian Evans in Typhy 84. So they're the 2 to look out for, but the post work is just to our right hand side, as I say, for that class 3. But I say, as the back of the meeting for the BAStv hasn't gone superb, don't you think? And time-wise, I think we've done really well. What was it, 713 drivers, wasn't it? And certainly that is a big number. I think it was 600, wasn't it, at South Wales? I think looking at just about, and So, well, they certainly have done it, haven't they? And looking at the track compared to this morning, wow, you wouldn't even think it's the same day, would you? As I say, the track's dried out, and there's plenty of racing lines. And the water bowsers are keeping that water going down on the inside, outside, vice versa, swapping it about to try keep the track as even as possible, hopefully just to try and stop the track. This track doesn't seem to dig out a lot compared to a lot of other tracks. As you seem to find, like, you get the dugouts holes, and which is obviously quite bad for these specials and rear-wheel drives that like to throw the cars in to the corners, etc. So, as I say, this track doesn't seem to do that a lot, and say with the help of the water cart and etc., just try to even the track out. And as I say, talking about the water bowser, here he comes in that big blue machine over on the far side. He's going to put a bit more water down. As the track maintenance team still are repairing that fence. And as I say, it was quite a big impact. Didn't quite catch the back end of what happened to the incident. But say, if it's hard enough to need a fence panel, it's going to be pretty hard, isn't it, to take out one of those. But as I say, men's nines are down there eagerly waiting. Let's say plenty more of racing to come your way, as don't forget the finals aren't too far away, and I say with the standard of driving we've had this weekend and how fast this circuit certainly is at the Ovals Raceway, we are in for a treat, aren't we? I say the bank start over there starting to fill up, isn't it? And as I say, the Cwmdu Camber, as we've named it this weekend, and say it's starting to fill up more and more. Yesterday was a shame really, because we started off with the weather, didn't we? And I say that was obviously the talk of the field, but yeah, as I say, lunch has been delivered. Lunch has been delivered for us here in commentary this time around. So we are all happy then down there. We're all being fed, we're all being watered. As I say, hopefully you are as well. And down the far side, I hope you all are taking a look around the trade stands. Don't forget the help for the underdogs. And say, walking past there a minute ago or so, it didn't look like there was too much left on the table, so you've obviously all been having to go with the tombola and say supporting on those cakes. And I didn't think there was much left, no. And say Mickey V's going to go have a go now. I did contemplate having a go whilst I was walking by, but nines weren't too far away. So say Mickey V's off then to go see those over there for the help for the underdogs. So then we are nearly done by the looks of it, as the digger is making his way off the circuit, well, turning around I should say, and then hopefully if you can see, well, you can't see on the BAStv if you're joining us, but as I say, what a spectacular plus that is this year for the British Autograss, just taking that one step up, isn't it, and trying to level up every year. And I say it's so hard to do that when the standard, the British Autograss people, they try and do every single year to try and one up themselves. It gets harder and harder, doesn't it? But that is certainly a positive to take to it. As I say, moving on from, unfortunately, obviously for years they had the BASfm, didn't they? And I say, I remember being on holiday and etc. my own self, and tuning in onto BASfm when you was on holiday, because as much as racing, you're away from the racing's still in your blood, and you want to know what everyone's doing, and certainly a lot of you can relate to doing exactly the same. But this time we've got the live stream, and I say, thankfully, and it's perfect, isn't it? And you can see us all around. The different camera angles are always spectacular. Sometimes it's helpful for us as well, like with the camera angle you've got facing straight down the start straight, we can sort of pick out when, especially yesterday when the cars were harder to pick out with being how dirty they were, and it was easier to see who was there, what lanes are free, and I say helps us a lot and gives us an extra set of eyes. But the Bowser's going around putting that bit of more water down on the circuit over the far side, so this is going to be a little bit slippy for your men's class 9s. As I say, all the track maintenance team, they've done that pretty fast, haven't they? They're slick here at the ovals, so we're waiting for the Bowser to go around once more, and we can get going with race number 3 of your men's class 9s. And as I said, Liam said earlier, he said about your Class 9s, isn't it? Growing, everyone's getting into your Class 9s, especially some of your big names out there. And some of the names out there, well, you could count, you wouldn't have enough fingers on one hand to count how many championships they've got between them in your different classes. You'll have to only look as far as like Lee Seagraves is one of those, and Phil Rogers, he's one of there as well. Phil Cooper, well, there's a man with a few titles to his name as well, but he's down there on the circuit. But yellow flag starts to fly. We look for the Dragon. He roars over on the far side. Cooper's got a good start, but so's Billy. So, oh, what a race this is going to be. Hornshaw's there as well. So's Ridian Evans in your Typhy 84, but it's Billy that takes him into the turn first. As I say, Phil Cooper's just on that wet line, just on the outside, but it's Billy that leads in PhD number 2. Here comes your ARC number 5, but carrying that momentum round the far side. It is then Phil Rogers, but Ridian Evans wants a mix. Oh, he's just overcooked it in your Typhy 84. Hornshaw's up to 3rd in your York 78 then, but it's Billy that leads. And here comes Cooper in ARC number 5. He's sort of slipped into that 2nd place. Now he can really set his sights on catching that rear end of Billy. He's seen that outside line works, just has to check up ever so slightly in between turn 3 and 4 as they go down the far side for another time. We stick with your race leader of Phil Rogers in PhD number 2. Hornshaw still looks menacing in 3rd in York 78, but one more lap to go. It's Billy. Here comes Cooper in ARC number 5, but it's Billy that still leads. He shows on the way round. Cooper's not going to like this. He's not going to eat this rust for too much. He just has to check out one more time. Allows him a little bit of breathing room. Oh, he's just overcooked it out of turn 4. So Billy, he's just got to negotiate this last bottom bend, and certainly he's going to want to do this. And what a win that's going to be. Billy takes it in PhD number 2. Cooper sells the 2nd. He's not happy with that one in ARC number 5. York 78 Hornshaw, then comes Richards in Pennine 5, then comes Ridian Evans and Thomas Lloyd in your Typhy 42. So then what a race that was shaping up to be, wasn't it? And say sometimes you just run out of those laps, don't you, in when you just want them to keep on going. And say there's just never enough laps. Someone's got to be a race winner at some point. And they say when you're out front though, aren't you, you are praying for that last lap flag and that checker flag. You want that to come out as fast as possible. But once you're in that 2nd place and you're charging, and when you can see that you're catching your man that's in front of you, or the lady that's in front of you I should say, it's hard to want to see that last lap flag and checker flag. But that's that one done. Race 4 is down there on the line. Who is out in this one? Have we got any race winners? Yes, we do. Steve Lindsay, PhD number 1. He comes out of lane 7. Alan Roberts in North Wales number 4 comes out of lane 8. Lee Waldron in your Forest number 4. But someone's had a flyer, and I think that is the Lindsay machine, but your North Wales 4 machine, I think that is, or Adam Robertson, I think it could be indeed in 88. So here he is then, Adam Robertson it is in North Wales 88. Then Lindsay's there as well in PhD number 1. Where is your Forest number 4 machine of Lee Waldron? I think he has a problem on board at the rear of the field. Indeed he does then. So we've got a new race leader. It's your North Wales 19. Oh, someone's gone spinning. Hopefully they can all avoid the carnage over on the far side. But at the front then, it's your North Wales 19. It's Chris Colgate. The race winner eluded him yesterday, but he's looking to do this time around. But it's Roberts who runs there in 2nd in North Wales 99. Then comes Lindsay in number 1. Roberts is there in 4 as well. So that's how your top 4 run down the far side. Sam Middleton's buried in the pack in Trent number 9, and say over on the far side it looks like there's a bit of loose that's catching the rest of them out, but it's on to his final circuit. He goes. It's Chris Colgate in North Wales number 19. He comes round the far side for another time out of Stargate Bend. He goes. Then we go North Wales 88. North Wales number 4 runs back there in 4th with Steve Lindsay, who still runs back there in 3rd. Just no answer for these boys, but he's certainly catching them, but he's a lap or so too late because checker flag flies. Chris Colgate it is that takes the win, and he's certainly pleased with that one in North Wales 19. North Wales 88. Steve Lindsay, PhD number 1. North Wales number 4. Oh, that is certainly close for that one. I am not calling that one. We'll certainly leave that one for the ladies upstairs. Then comes Sam Middleton in Trent number 9. And indeed then, I think it was that we lost Forest number 4. So then, what was that then? 1 out of 3 races I think we've got a rerun for, which is always good. I think I've had 1 rerun in every Class 9 this weekend, and we don't like the reruns, but we'll certainly take them as if it means that we get to see more action-packed racing from your open wheels. So that is your X-Track sponsored men's Class 9s. As I say, thank you very much, and we'll hand you back over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much. And actually, we're going to go straight in with the 3rd and final round of qualifying of your junior saloons. One man unbeaten yesterday, that's Will Evans in TA7, top of the points. Then Rhys Tipton in Ludlow 1, Jack Owens in TA5 and Lewis Middleton joined second with a win, with a win and a second yesterday in their first 2 rounds of qualifying. And it is the Ludlow 1 machine then of Rhys Tipton that leads past us for the first time. Neil Tivey is there in West Waterford, 144. He had 2 seconds yesterday, looking to be consistent and looking to pick up his third, but he won't give up and he leads the chase on your early race leader. That is the West Midland League driver then, that's Rhys Tipton in Ludlow number 1. Pennine 17 is there in third, that's Elise Jones. She started in the 7th grid on the line. She's there in third, racing ahead of Meg Parsons in Ludlow 19. Oh, Harry Berryman in Scarborough number 1 just gets all out of shape and finds himself demoted almost to the tail end of the field. He continues to race just ahead of Lexi Owen in TA211, but already that yellow flag with the black cross gets made ready, and Rhys Tipton then is going to start his final circuit behind the wheel of the Ludlow 1 machine ahead of Neil Tivey. West Waterford 144 still there in that second spot. So the 2 minis then lead the pack in this one. The other mini is Jack Mosley in PhD4. He's just gained a position. He's now up to that 6th spot behind the wheel of the South Wales League machine. But it's checkered flag time. Rhys Tipton looking to book his place in the final with a win in 2 seconds. Ludlow 1 takes the win. Neil Tivey 3 seconds in West Waterford 144. He claims 45 points from this third round of qualifying. Elise Jones, I don't think the third is going to be enough to boost her up following a non-start and a third yesterday. So they're your runners and riders from race 1 that make their way off the circuit. We got Class 3 machinery over there on the line, and we got a class voice to bring on next. So I'll hand you straight over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Gareth. So yeah, we're on a rerun of race 3. This is our one outstanding rerun for the Class 3s. All eligible to go in this rerun, but unfortunately it looks like we might be missing some due to mechanical problems. Ed Lloyd is one noticeable absentee, I think, in C85, and that's unfortunate. Having said that, I think the rest of them are going. So minus C85, but Class 3 it is then, away from the line, and it is the Mallow car of Keith Kelly that is the first one to show, 247, as he brings the field back round towards us for the first time. On his outside is the Cambridge 401 car, that's Aaron McKenzie. At the wheel of that one, going for the cutback on the start line turns. SC700 Rich Lee right in there as well. He's having a good weekend. Russ Tinker in York 4 runs in that 4th place position. We're missing Phil Holloway actually as well, as they go down that far side, as a race leader comes round towards us, and it is Mallow 247, Cambridge 401, SC700, Russ in the York machine. Then comes Paul Gillard in C41 and John Price in the Penhow 119 car. But Keith Kelly looking to book his place in today's Class 3 final in Mallow 247 as he throws it into that farmyard bend, but does drift a little bit wide. Bit of a gap there on the inside, but Cambridge 401, Aaron McKenzie not quite close enough to take advantage. As the last lap flag goes out, Rich Lee still runs third in Scunthorpe 700 ahead of Russ Tinker in that York 4 car. All the cars then onto their final circuit, but it does look like it is going to be the Mallow man, that's Keith Kelly, that is going to take this one as MA247 comes around for the final time. Takes a good win. Aaron McKenzie 401 in second, Rich Lee third in 700, Russ Tinker fourth in York 4. Paul Gillard in C41 in that 5th place slot, and completing it all is John Price in Penhow 119. So that's it for Class 3s. Next time we see them, it will be finals time. As soon as we have those finalists, we will let you know. So assembled down there on the line, that looks a bit like some modified machinery. I think it's a Class 5 rerun, and Mickey B, it's lunchtime in it, so I don't know where Mickey B is, but I suspect he's feeding. So Gareth will take you through this one, I think.
Yeah, thanks very much, and it's only fair he took you through my junior saloon run-off. I'll take you through his 5s, because man, he loves the cake, and he's going to see the helping the underdog stall. We're racing with a rerun of men's Class 5, and it's the Tudgate machine then, Wessex 15 that leads past us for the first time. Mark Euchre is there in that second spot in PhD number 20. It's a 3-way tie for that second position. Oh, and Chris Winnell in Breeden Hill 66 then gets all out of shape. He's facing the Amco on the far side of the circuit. circuit. That gives Tilly a little bit of breathing space behind the wheel of the PHT 20 machine, but Lee Cox is on the charge for that 45 points on offer in this one. He's on the inside of the PHT machine, as is John Gaffney in North Shropshire number 1, and Colin Chilvers back in that 4th spot, finding a turn of speed behind the wheel of Yorkshire Dale 46. A little bit of contact on the tail end of the Gaffer machine. Gaffer's round, Cox is round as the last lap flag goes out. Chris Tudgay, Wessex 15, moves on to his final circuit from Colin Chilvers, who's up to 2nd in Yorkshire Dale's 46. 3rd across the line is going to be Lee Cox in Forest number 2 from the Gaffer in that 4th position in All Shropshire number 1, and that brings out the red flags again on this rerun of Class 5, and unfortunately they make their way then back into the pits. And we got a message.
Well, thanks very much, Gareth, for covering fire. Do you know where I was? I was on the Tombola.
I thought you'd gone to see the
So thank you, girls up there, for looking after me. I've come back with Jack Daniels, a bottle of red wine, some incense sticks, and Jill's Christmas present, which I can't tell you what it is, but she's going to love
it. As they
it.
said on Little Britain, man, I love the cake. I thought you'd gone to see Sue and help in the underdog store.
I'm going to build the anticipation up for Christmas.
So we're going to move on. The next race up there on the line is the 2nd race of this 3rd round of qualifying of the Junior Saloons. Your sponsors, I don't think I mentioned so far today, are Shropshire Designs, and as always a big thank you to Shropshire Designs and their continued support of the British Autograss Series. Thank you as well to the continued support of both Ken Cams and Simpson Race Exhausts in their sponsorship of the overall series. And locally this weekend, your Junior Saloon sponsor is the Collier's Garage and MOT Centre of Abertillery. Right then, so Tilly, PHT 20, is off the circuit. That means that we're going to have track clearance very shortly. We're going to have that Welsh Dragon Roar. Oh, somebody just creeping a little bit too eager over there on the line. And the marshal's going out to, I think it's the Cwmdu 70 machine of Toby Jenkins, who's going to be put back in position, I think. And he is starting over there in lane number 6. So once again, the rest of the track is clear. Oh, that could be controversial, as the marshals up there on the line, they have decided that it's Emma O'Rourke who's making her way back to the pits behind the wheel of the Mallow 37 machine. So we are left with an empty grid number 5. As we look to the screen, we're racing, and it is going to be the TA15 machine of Iestyn Jones then, who's going to lead down that start line straight for the first time. He will lead into the farmyard turn, and hopefully he'll pop out of turn 2 on top as well in TA15. 2nd place then is the Mallow 126 machine, and that's Jack McCarthy who leads the chase, but he's left the door open for Jack Owens possibly to move through from 4th to 3rd. And also going through and leading the chase now is Thomas Creed behind the wheel of the Breeden Hill number 40 machine. Jack Owens back on a charge in TA5 as the McCarthy machine continues to race on that outside line, and going all the way around the outside is a lot longer of a distance, and that allows Jack to move through and get his nose up into that 3rd position. He now leads the chase on the tail end of the Thomas Creed Breeden Hill 40 machine, but your race leader from the South Wales League is away and gone in this one, and that's Iestyn Jones in TA15. About 10 car lengths clear of the Breeden Hill number 40 machine, and Jack Owens still holding on to 3rd. A win and a 2nd and a 3rd might book him a place among the top 8. He's going to have a few anxious moments at the end of this race to see whether he has booked his place among the top 8, but I'm sure that this win will redeem Iestyn's weekend. Not the best weekend for Iestyn, but I'm sure he'll be really, really chuffed with 55 points. So Dion T. Iestyn, TA15, 55 points in the bag. Breeden Hill number 40, Thomas Creed takes 2nd from Jack Owens in TA number 5. MA126 takes 4th from Toby Jenkins in Cwmdu 70. Molly Mosley in PHT 58 then takes that 5th or 6th spot, and Severn Valley 147 is Hannah Hadley, and she comes round to round it all out for race 2 of this third round of qualifying of your Collier's Garage and MOT Centre sponsored junior saloons. Race 3 is up there on the line. This one brings out the man that is unbeaten throughout his 2 rounds of qualifying yesterday. That is Will Evans in TA number 7. He starts in lane number 7. On his inside shoulder, it's going to be Gareth White in Cwmdu 133. He is joint 11th with a 2nd and a 5th yesterday, and he'll be looking to boost his way up that points table in this third round of qualifying. William Hall is there joining them, and he'll start in lane 5 in Severn Valley 29. They are joined by Grace Williams in Cambridge 142. Cambridge 142 joint 18th with a 3rd and a 5th. Also joining them is Travis Markville in PAC number 9. Jay Jones is there in IK 430, and the IK 430 machine is well down the order at the end of yesterday's 2 rounds of qualifying. An 8th and a 7th for Jay Jones in IK 430, and the last runner in this one is Pip Melly, your MAP 2022 champion in Swansea 2, who currently sits in 8th with a win and a 5th. And it's the 2 South Wales League drivers then that make their way through turn 1 and through turn 2, but it's the TBR powered, I think, Will Evans machine, TA7, that leads into the start gate turn. Pip Melly's there on the inside in Swansea number 2 as the Cambridge 142 machine looks to go right round the outside. That's Grace Williams. She cuts back and closes the door on Pip Melly in that 2nd position. She's looking to go right round the outside of Will Evans, and he's under some serious pressure now in the TA number 7 machine. Just a little bit of paint swap in there, but they're side by side as they pass us and round out another circuit, but just got in the momentum through the start gate turn. It is Grace Williams in the Cambridge 142 machine. She's trying to close the door on Will Evans in TA7, and Pip Melly in Swansea number 2 looking to get up into the mix as well, but it's Will on that inside line as they go down into the farmyard turn for the penultimate time, but he looks to have lost that race control in TA number 7. That allows the Cambridge 142 machine of Grace Williams to take up the run-in as they go through the start gate turn for the final time. Pip Melly finding a turn of speed in Swansea 2, moves from 3rd to 2nd. He's going to try and cut back onto the cones as they go through the farmyard turn. 2 wins and a 3rd is possibly going to be enough for Will. He's not going to be too happy with a 3rd. He would have loved to hold on to the win, but it's Grace Williams that does take those 55 points on offer from Pip Melly in Swansea 2. Will Evans in TA7 takes 3rd from Gareth Price in Cwmdu 133. IK 430 takes 4th. That's Jay Jones from Travis Markville in PAC number 9. And the car then at the tail end of the field that we didn't mention was William Hall in Severn Valley 29. There are some discussions that I can hear being made on the radios, but for now we're going to leave race 3. We're going to look to race 4 that are up there on the line, and this one brings out Lady Chapman in Forest number 10. It also brings out a whole host of other drivers, but they're already up and racing. And one of the best ones that had their best day yesterday was the Athelston 2-2 machine. She picked up a super win in round 1 of qualifying. Didn't come out to play in the tricky conditions, but she's there slotting into that 2nd spot. It's a 3-way battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th as they go into that start gate turn, but they're all catching up with Hannah, and it's a 3-way battle now for 2nd, 3rd and 4th with Hannah Lewis on the inside line in the Athelston machine. But it is Lily Chapman, Forest number 10. That's about 3 car lengths clear now in the Forest number 10 machine, ahead of Alex Seal in Hereford 36. Breeden Hill 33 is Bo Bennett. He's there in 3rd. And that's your 1, 2 and 3 racing ahead of Hannah Lewis in 2-1-2, who's being reeled in by the Hereford 20 machine, and Dexter Price also there looking up the inside in Hereford number 6. The battle hots up for 4th, 5th and 6th as the battle for 2nd and 3rd hots up, but it's last lap flag time, and looking to move on to her last lap with clear daylight between herself and the rest of the field is Lily Chapman in Forest number 10. The Breeden Hill 33 machine moves through into that 2nd position, but Alex Seal is there on the fight back in Hereford 36, side by side for 2nd and 3rd, but away and gone and into the farmyard turn for the final time. It is going to be 55 points from round 3 of qualifying for Lily Chapman in Forest number 10. A black flag and a 3rd yesterday. I'm not sure a win and a 3rd is going to be enough to book her place in the final. Taking 2nd was the Breeden Hill 33 machine. Not sure whether that is going to keep him in the top 8 as well. And we will just have to wait and see. And I'm sure there'll be a few anxious parents and juniors up in that pits area while the points are being calculated. We've got open wheeled machines up there on the line. I think that's Dave Palmer in grid 7. We're back to class 9s. Okay, so we're going to pick it up, and it's class 9 then, and it is Dave Palmer. ARC 31 leads into the farmyard turn. Aldridge is there in Stroudon District 27, who slots into that third spot, and he just misses out Sean Power in the Yorkshire Dales 97 machine. Lee Seagreaves, ARC 3, is there in your 1, 2, 3, 4th position, racing ahead of one of the pipe machines. North Shropshire number 10, he took a win yesterday, and I think it's North Shropshire 205 of Andy Pipe at the tail end of the field. But it is Palmer then. ARC 31 continues to lead his way. He's under some serious pressure now from Sean Power as they go through the start gate turn. Power on the inside, Palmer on the outside, and Aldridge hoping to pick up the pieces if they all end in tears in Stroudon District 27. That's your 1, 2 and 3. Unfortunately, Lee Seagreaves hasn't got an answer to them at the moment in ARC number 3, but your 1, 2 and 3 and 4 continue to battle from the NS10 and NS205 machines. 6 competitive, ultra competitive cars in this lineup. A swap and a change between Aldridge and Seagreaves, and Seagreaves missing out to the Stroud machine, who finds a turn of speed. He's reeling in the Power machine, but it's going to be Palmer that takes the win in ARC 31. Yorkshire Dales 97 takes second from Stroud District 27. Lee Seagreaves 4th in ARC 3 from North Shropshire number 10. And Addy Pipe in North Shropshire 205 then, who rounds out, I think, the qualifying. I don't think there's another outstanding rerun in the third round of qualifying of men's class 9s, sponsored by the Page family, and are proud to sponsor this event here at the Ovals in the capable hands of the Cwmdu Car Club. We're going to go back to Junior Saloons. We're going to go back to race number 5. Collier's Garage and MOT Centre of Abertillery are your sponsors for the Junior Saloons here this weekend. Shropshire Designs, your sponsors across the series, across the 5 rounds, and your corporate sponsors for the Junior Saloons. We're away, we're racing with race 5, and somebody pulls into the infield. That's the North Wales 52 machine of Amber Power, but it is the White Rose 21 machine of Lewis Middleton that leads past us for the first time. Joined second overnight, looking to book his place in the top 8. Rhys Davis in TA number 9 slots into that second spot, leading the chase up past that start line and making their way down that start line straight, and it looks like number 9 has found a gap through on the inside. Just getting in his nose in front now as they go down through the farmyard turn for the second time. It's 9 that leads from 21. Stefan Davis in TA 29 also looking to get up into the mix from the 22F machine of Bo Chamberlain. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4 from the South Wales League. The PhD 48 machine is Mitch Collins. He's back there in 5th, and getting going again is Amber Powell in North Wales 52. But I think this could be his first win in a British Autograss Series campaign if he can manage to hold on to those 55 points on offer in this one. He's got 1 lap to go behind the wheel of the TA9 machine. That's Rhys Davis then, and Bo Chamberlain in Forest 22 moves through into that second spot. Stefan Davis in TA29 not giving up the fight from Lewis Middleton in White Rose 21, who's there in that 4th spot. And has Rhys picked up a black flag, or has he just got problems on board the TA9 machine as he slows right down? That hands the race control to Bo Chamberlain, who takes the win on track in Forest 22 from Stefan Davis in TA29. White Rose 21 takes 3rd on the line, and TA4 and PhD 48 take 4th and 5th. And Amber Powell in North Wales 52 rounds it all out for the last race, rerun free of the Junior Saloon, sponsored by Collier's Garage and MOT Centre of Abertillery. We'll mention that once again because I like the sound of myself here in saying Abertillery. And we got the dust repellent coming on to the circuit. We got class 4 machines there, over there on the far side and up on the line. So we're going to go to class 4. We're going to go to the other Jones in the commentary unit. We're going to go to Mr. Tim Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. So, here we go then. Back on with men's class 4 for their 3rd round of qualifying. So, Muck Junkie, of course, your series sponsor, and Hereford Clutch Clinic is your meeting sponsor. Once again, big thanks to both. 2 people unbeaten so far throughout the first 2 rounds of qualifying, and that goes to Cwmdu 7 of Hugh Jones and Ben Gould in North Shropshire 434, and we see one of them out in race 1 and one in race 2, so they certainly don't meet in this one, but still all to play for. Really tight at the top of men's class 4 points as we look down towards the line. Then race 1 does bring out, as I say, your top one of the top point scorers, unbeaten so far this weekend, Ben Gould in North Shropshire 434. He's joined by Daniel Jones in Pennow number 4. Mike Jones, another one's having a good run as well. He third after 2 rounds of qualifying. He's there in Hereford 31. Ross Fisher, also another one up there in the points. He sits in 4th in Pennow number 1. Elan Lewis in PAC 71 will be there. He comes out of lane 4. So does Colin Davis, also joins him in Typhy 155. Colin is 7th then after 2 rounds of qualifying. Colin Lateral, always there or thereabouts. Here's Colin, IK 272. And he's down there right on the edge on the points end in 8th place. And not forgetting Jamie Williams, also had a reasonable day yesterday, 5th overnight in the Melton 58 machine. So that's your lineup for heat 3, race 1 of men's class 4. As I say, dust repellent then once again on to the circuit track, absolutely drying all the time. And as I say, nice to have a decent bit of weather from yesterday, and I know it certainly was a difficult day for lap scorers and commentary and everything all yesterday, but we got through it, and hopefully let's get this sun continue, and we can get through some cracking racing. So there's been some good racing already this weekend, and as I say, if you're listening on BAStv or you're watching on BAStv, then good afternoon to you, and I hope you're all well and enjoying all the action. As I say, a bit different day from yesterday. We had quite a fair bit of rain and hailstorms. We had absolutely everything thrown at us yesterday. As yeah, a bit of advertising there. What's Class 3 runoff? You've been called these 3 out? Okay, so thank you, Miggy. Okay, we've got a Class 3 runoff. So we need the drivers of Ludlow 9, Stuart Moore, Lee Almond in North Wales 27, and Neil Corbett in Isham 56. We need you down to the pits or buy your cars for a Class 3 runoff. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, back to Class 4, back to the leader. It's Ben Gould, North Shropshire 434, that pushes wide, avoids the water, and comes past us as your race leader from Mike Jones in Hereford 31. In that second place, Lot Fisher sliding through into 3rd in Pennow at number 1. Then comes Colin Lateral in IK at 272, but Jones is going for the lead down the far side as later on the brakes into the farmyard bend once again, but once again pushing wide. Gouldy follows him as well in 434 as another lap then gets completed. Mike Jones is your race leader. Gouldy in 434, then comes Lateral in 272. Ross Fisher in Pennow number 1. Jamie Williams going through in Melton at 58. Then comes Elan Lewis in the PAC 71 machine, and Colin Davis rounds it all out in Typhy 155. But Jones then just pulling further away as the yellow flag, the black cross, gets made ready. 1 lap to go. Mike Jones in, motors on his way. H31, North Shropshire 434. Ross Fisher completes the top 3 in Pennow number 1. Then comes Jamie Williams in Mountain 58. Colin Lateral now battling with Elan Lewis in PAC 71 and Typhy 155. Colin Davis rounds out race 1, but coming into the farmyard bend for the final time. It's 55 points on the board and a guaranteed final in Hereford 31. Mike Jones then takes the win. Gouldy will see in the final as well in 434. Ross Fisher in Pennow number 1. Jamie Williams in Mountain 58. Colin Lateral IK 272. Elan Lewis, I think his weekend is done in PAC 71, and not forgetting Colin Davis in Typhy 155. So, good fast stuff racing from men's Class 4. Mike Jones just proving the Mini isn't all dead in Class 4 as he takes the win and he books his place in the final. Right, race 1 done and dusted, down towards the line already. Race 2 already assembled down there on the line very quickly. Darren Grasby, Stephen Morris, Graham Whittingham, Hugh Jones, the other unbeaten car from yesterday, Andy Whittingham, Joseph Cowman, Aidan Murphy, and Richard Williams. Away we go, and into turn 1 for the first time. Jones is about 3rd or 4th at the moment. Oh, just a bit of slightest contact between the Irish machine, but it's Typhy who leads the way then. That's going to be Stephen Morris in Typhy 28 then, as Hugh Jones switches to the outside, as goes right round the outside and down the far side, takes up the run-in. So Hugh Jones is your new race leader. Typhoon 28 just holding on to that second place slot, just ahead of the other, and that's Darren Grasby and the better run today in Evesham at 220, as once again back round towards us we go. Hugh Jones, Commandant 7, Evesham 220, then it's the other imp of Typhoon 28, then comes the Irish Machine. That's going to be Joseph Cowman in the CW 54. Racing just ahead of Andy Whittingham in SR50 as the race continues to motor on. Racing under yellows, that's James Richard Williams in trouble in Border Counties 25, but no problem for your race leader. On to the last lap then he goes. Hugh Jones looking to make it 3 from 3 as Grasby goes through in 220, Typhoon 28, Andy Whittingham in SR50, then comes the Causeway Machine of Aidan Murphy, as the rest of the field then go through. SR61, Green Whittingham rounds it all out, but here he is then, 3 wins from 3, and you can do no better. We'll see you in the final. Hugh Jones, C7, CM7 takes the win from Darren Grasby in Evesham at 220. Then battle on for that third place. I think he just gets ahead of SR50. CW then goes through, that's Aidan Murphy, as SR61 then rounds it all out. That's Graham Whittingham. So problems for Richard Williams in Border Counties 25. So he will make his way back to the pits under his own steam, and that will complete men's class 4. So paperwork all sorted, and moving onwards and ever upwards. Men's class 6s. It's Elite Racing Transmissions, of course, your series sponsor, and the MJA Group is your meeting sponsor. Once again, big thanks to both. Okay then, race 1 of men's class 6s brings out one of the men that's unbeaten from yesterday. That's Jordan Hampson in Pennine 70. He's joined by Kai Williams in Typhoon 121. Andy Lewis will also be there in PhD 85. Another car unbeaten from yesterday. Well, not quite unbeaten yesterday, he was 7th overnight actually. It's Dalton Thomas in Commander number 8. Adrian Lewis, Ollie Soul, and Tom Pipe complete the order. Away we go. And once again, it's Dalton Thomas that leads into turn 1 with PHC number 7, Adrian Lewis on his inside. Pipey's on that inside as well. North Shropshire 5, but Dalton leads away. Commander number 8 it is from, I think that's Jordan Hampson in Pennine 70. Pipey's on the inside, but he's just about to lose out down that far side to Adrian Lewis in PAC at number 7. Then comes Ollie Soul in St Neots 668, one we didn't mention, but he's there in about that 5th place slot. But once again, back round towards us. No lap gone. Dalton Thomas, the former national champion, leads away. CM8. John Hampson goes with him in 70. Then comes PAC number 7, Pipey in North Shropshire number 5. Ollie Soul in St Neots 668. Then comes Kai Williams and Andy Lewis. Again, completes it all out in PhD 85 as Dalton comes back round. Once again, yellow flag of the Black Cross, one more to go. CM8 on to the last lap. Hampson goes with him in Pennine 70. PAC number 7, then comes Tom Pipe in North Shropshire number 5, Ollie Soul in 668, and the last two of Kai Williams and Andy Lewis rounding out all out respectively. So everybody safely on to the last lap, but looking to book his place in the final, and this will do it absolutely no harm whatsoever. Dalton Thomas, Commander 8 takes the win. John Hampson also will see him in the final. PAC number 7, then comes Pipey in North Shropshire 5 from Ollie Soul in St Lears 668. And the last two come round to complete. That's going to be Kai Williams in Typhoon 121 and Andy Lewis in PhD 85. So good stuff from race 1. So let's see if we can follow that race 2. Race 2 then brings out Darren Thomas in Typhoon 66, another car that was unbeaten yesterday. Paul Melly took 2 wins then out of 2, 110 points on the board, and he's in Swansea 1. He comes out of lane number 3. Alan Bolger will be there in CW 143. Mickey Manning, always there or thereabouts in Evesham 5. Darren Bryan, the national champ himself then, he comes out of lane number 6, and he sits in 3rd place overnight. Neil Reid also will be there in Typhoon 221, and completing all then Michael Keogh in Cwmdu 433. So a quality lineup in race 2, but not before the Bowser does his evil job once again on the far side. I'm sure the Class 6 boys are loving that. But it's got to be done, I'm afraid. Necessary evil, and who thought we'd be doing that yesterday? As I say, we had some absolutely dreadful conditions yesterday. We had some good conditions as well, but it just turned so quickly yesterday. But we're having better weather today, so that'll be that's good. And as I say, absolutely superb racing from right the way through the classes. Loads of racing to come as well. Of course, we've got semi-finals in 7 and 8, and I'll tell you what, they've just seen the lineup for the 7th semi-final, and I'll tell you what, that's both of them could be a national final at any meeting. So once again, Bowser down the far side. As I say, who's doing what from yesterday? As I say, we had 2 cars unbeaten yesterday. Jordan Hampson, just seen him take a second, and Paul Melly, who's already sat there on the line in lane number 3. So 2 wins from 2 yesterday, 110 points. But Darren Bryan, as I say, joint third overnight. He's joined by Jay Colgate in North Wales 20. And Jay comes out in race 5, so a little bit longer to go for Jay to hopefully get his place in the final. And James Sinnott, always fast, always furious, and awesome bit of kit as well. He comes out in the next race. He's also again in joint third overnights. So tight at the top of the points. We got 1, 2, 3 people joined in equal 7th place. Dalt Thomas, Tom Poit, and Marlene James. So as I say, good run in any of these should hopefully get you into the final. But as I say, by no means guaranteed whatsoever. So Bowser just doing across the start line over the far side. As I say, a big shout out to everybody that's actually here, and as I hope you're enjoying the racing. Weather certainly, as I say, better from yesterday. And those of you that are listening, as I say, on BAStv, then a big shout out to you all. Hope you're all well and everything's all good. But as I say, should be here really, but if you can't, it's the next best thing. It really, really is. So, say 5 races to come your way. So we had 6 races yesterday, so we lost a few along the way. But say hopefully some really, really good racing to come your way. Of course, this is round 2, so round 3 on the British Series. We're heading back up country a little bit, up to the North Shropshire venue in about 3 weeks' time. So that's going to be round 3, 4 weeks' time. So there you go, in about 4 weeks' time. So that's going to be round 3. So most of you know where that is, but if you don't, obviously watch out for all the information on obviously the social media and Facebook and all that sort of thing, times and all the usual sort of stuff that's put on there these days to keep you all informed. I'm sure they're going to put on another cracking bass round as they did last year, and if it was anything like last year, then we are in for an absolute cracking weekend. But as I say, you've got to get through the end of this one yet, but say more water going down over the far side, but say it doesn't affect the surface here one bit, I must admit. So it won't be hopefully far away before we get race 2 of the Elite Racing Transmissions and MJA Group sponsored men's Class 6s. So just to remind you who's there then, Michael Keogh in Cwmdu 433, Neil Reid in Typhi 221, Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41, Mickey Manning in Evesham 5, Alan Bolger from CW 143, Paul Melly in Swansea number 1, and starting in lane 2, then that's going to be Darren Thomas in Typhi 66. So I think Gareth just wants to read out the junior finalists. So who's made it then, Gareth?
Yeah, thanks very much, Tim. Yeah, the top 8 after 3 rounds of qualifying of your junior saloons. I'm very, very proud to say that 4 cars, 4 drivers are going to be from the South Wales League. So it'll be very, very unlucky not to at least take one of them home. But Rhys Tipton is your top qualifier, 155 points, 2 wins and a second for the driver of Ludlow number 1. 2 wins and a third for Will Evans, TA7. Goes into the final on 146 points. Just 1 point ahead of Lewis Middleton, who scores 145 points over the course of the 3 rounds of qualifying with a win and 2 seconds. A 1, 2 and 3 for Jack Owens. TA5 goes into your final as your 4th qualifier on 136 points. Your 5th qualifier with a consistent 3 seconds and 135 points all the way over from the Southern Ireland League is Neil Tivey in West Waterford at 144. Joint 6th, 2 cars from the South Wales League on 121 points. Iestyn Jones in TA15 and Pip Melly in Swansea number 2, and following a superb win in her the 3rd round of qualifying, booking a place on 112 points, is Grace Williams in Cambridge 142. Narrowly missing out then were Bo Chamberlain in Forest 22, Alex Seal in Hereford 36, and Bo Bennett in Breeden Hill 33. And 12th qualifier, Jack Mosley in PhD number 4 on 98 points. So that win yesterday certainly did boost him up the points tally, but that 6th this morning, unfortunately not strong enough to book his place in the final. So your qualifiers are Rhys Tipton in Led 1, Will Evans in TA7, Lewis Middleton in White Rose 21, Jack Owens in TA5, Neil Tivey in West Waterford 144, Iestyn Jones in TA15, Pip Melly in Swansea 2, and Grace Williams in Cambridge 142. We've also got qualifiers for Class 9. Not sure if we're going to have the time to give them all to you, but your top qualifier on 155 points, nobody unbeaten this weekend. So 2 wins and a second for Sean Power in Yorkshire Dales 97. Steve Lindsay books his place as the 2nd qualifier on 146 points with 2 wins and a 3rd in PhD number 1. North Wales 19, Chris Colgate books his place in the final as your 3rd qualifier with 2 wins and a 4th and 138 points. PhD 2, Phil Rogers, 2 wins and a 6th, sees the ex-NASA director as the 4th qualifier on 125 points. Dave Palmer, a win, a 3rd and a 4th for ARC 31. He's going to book his place in the final as your 5th qualifier on 119 points. Just 2 points ahead of Stuart Taylor in IK 121, who books his place in the final with a 2nd and 2 thirds. And the others then are Joe Pipe in North Shropshire 10 and Jimmy Smith in Led 80. Where away we're racing. It's back to Tim.
Yes, thank you, Gareth. So, as I say, track suitably dampened, and away we go. Race 2 then will get underway as they come back round towards us for the first time. It's the national champ then, and leading the way then Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41. Melly goes with him there with Swansea number 1, the top qualifier, but on that outside line Mickey Manning's found some speed from somewhere, and down the far side we go, just catching the water and just slowing the field down slightly, but Scarborough 41 it is. That's going to bring him round once again. Darren Bryan as your race leader. Melly's gone awfully wide in Swansea 1, right alongside Mickey Manning in Eastern 5, then comes Neil Reed in timing 221 from the Irish machine, CW143 of Alan Bolger. And he races ahead of Tivey at 66. That's going to be Darren Thomas, and Michael Keogh will round it all out in Cwmdu for 3-3. But once again, your race leader back round towards us, completing another circuit of the Ovals Raceway. Darren Bryan, Scarborough 41, Manning running 2nd, and Melly in Swansea number 1. That should see him into the final, is in the Swansea 1 machine. As down the far side we go. Tivey 221, the CW143, Tivey 66 and C433 complete the race order, but ready. Checker flag at the ready, and booking his place in the final. Darren Bryan, Scarborough 41, and takes it from Mickey Manning in Eastern 5. Paul Melly in Swansea number 1, Tivey 221 of Neil Reed, CW143, Darren Thomas in Tivey 66, and completing all then Michael Keogh in Cwmdu for 3-3. So a bit of a slippy race 2, but Darren Bryan has taken a good win and certainly booking his place in the final. Okay, onwards and upwards we go. Race 3 of men's class 6s brings out Glyn Bailey, and hope they got that car sorted in Scunthorpe 33. Aaron Smith in SR 71. Stephen Parsonage in North Wales 146. Then comes the Irish machine, Jane Sinnott in CW 174. Marlene Janes in the Yorkshire Dales number 10 machine. He sits just on that edge of the points in that Yorkshire Dales 10 machine. Billy Roberts in PAC number 12, and Paul Bailey in H99. So once again, that's your lineup for race 3 of men's class 6s. A few tyres and cones to be put back onto the circuit. And as we look down towards the line, we can certainly see the pickup there. So they've got that car sorted, and Glyn Bailey takes his place in Scunthorpe 33. So as I say, Aaron Smith in SR71 comes out lane 7. Parsonage is there in North Wales 146. And a bit of a mixed day yesterday. He's about 12th overnight, so second and a fourth. So needs a few more points, certainly possibly a win to get himself into the final. But he's got James Sinnott for company in CW 174, and he's joint third once again overnight. Jamesy also will be there, as I say, in lane 4 in Yorkshire Dales 10. Billy Roberts comes out of lane 3. Paul Bailey in Hereford 99. Starts towards the inside in lane 1. So I think tyres and everything are nearly put back to where they should be. Just a couple of quad bikes just sorting the job out. And they will be away with the Heat 3, Race 3 of Elite Racing Transmissions and MJA Group sponsored men's class 6s. Quad bikes into the centre then, bungee lifts, and we go racing with the men's class 6s. Parsonage and Sinnott are these that go side by side into turn 1. Jamesy also in there as well, hugging the tyres in Yorkshire Dales number 10. Blady's got it all sorts of shape in the Scunthorpe 33 machine. We've got the spinner, that's Billy Roberts and PAC at number 12, but he gets it going, albeit at the back of the field in PAC at number 12, but for the front then, Sinnott's got his nose in front, and CW 174 is your race leader. Jamesy then now running second in Yorkshire Dales number 10. Then comes Parsonage in 146. That's the 1, 2, 3 as they complete another circuit. Then comes Glyn Bailey in the pickup in Scunthorpe 33. Paul Bailey in Hereford 99. He's racing alongside Aaron Smith in SR 71. As once again down the far side they go into the farmyard bend, but it's the Irish machine that leads the way in James Sinnott, CW 174. One more lap to go this time. Jamesy still holding on to second. Yorkshire Dales 10. Parsonage in North Wales 146. Then comes Bailey in Scunny 33 from Aaron Smith in SR 71, and Paul Bailey in Hereford 99, and Billy Roberts completes it all in the PAC in number 12. But checkered flag then at the ready. 55 points on the board, and we'll see you in the final. James Sinnott, CW 174 takes it. Jamesy in Yorkshire Dales 10. I think he's done enough to get himself into the final. Stephen Parsonage 146. Glyn Bailey in Scunthorpe 33. Then comes Aaron Smith in SR 71. And the problems on board for Paul Bailey in Hereford 99 as he comes to grief over the far side. So PAC 12 will come around to complete. That's Billy Roberts. And Puncher on board the Paul's machine in Hereford 99, but he'll make his way back to the pits, and that's his weekend done. Okay, action-packed as ever with 6s. That's race 3. Race 4 then brings out Darren Rees in Typhy 95, Richard Jones in Cwmdu 279, Jordan Tinker in York 35, Simon Morgan in Severn Valley 62, Andy Russell in IK 64, Anthony Conway in Scunny 91, and Joe Grayson in Scarborough 96. So I think there's a few gaps in the lineup. We'll see who's come out to play and who hasn't as the bungee lifts. And away we go. Tinker it is. It's made the best start in York 35 as Andy Russell though goes with him. IK 64. Conway's on that inside in Scunny 91, but Tinker it is. It's going to lead them back round towards us for the first time. Russell running second, Conway third. Richard Jones then found in the outside line in Cwmdu 279, but he slots into that fourth place slot as they go down the far side. Makes a move through Russell, makes a move through Conway, and slots himself into second place. Smart driving from Richard Jones in 279, but you're not going to catch a leader then. Tinker it is. York 35, Jones in 279, Conway and Russell once again battling side by side for that third and a fourth place. Then Jones once again trying the outside line, switching back to the inside. Tinker's gone wide. Is he going to dive down the inside into turn 1? Yes, he is. But Tinker then looking on that outside line. York 35, Jones then going through in 279 to take up the run in with one more lap to go. 279, 35. Then comes Conway in 91, Russell in 64. Then comes Darren Rees in a Typhy at 95. and completing all then Joe Grayson in Scarborough at 96, but switching back to the front, it's the leader of Richard Jones, 279, is going to lead them back round towards us, and 55 points on the board, the race win, 279, York 35, Scunthorpe 91, then comes Andy Russell, and IK 64, Typhoon 95 going through of Darren Rees, and completing it all then, that's going to be Joe Grayson in Scarborough 96. Wow, fast and furious stuff, as always, as I say, with Class 6s. So that's race 4 done and dusted. But looking down towards the line, they certainly don't look like Class 6s to me. So I think this is a Class 5 rerun. So I don't know if Mickey is about. So just a few cones to be sorted out and put back into position from the demolishing Class 6 boys. So yeah, I think this is the rerun of race 5. So I think we're going without Paul Preston in Breeden Hill 55. But as I say, quad bikes then back into the centre of the Ovals Raceway. So it looks like I'm taking you through the rerun of men's Class 5 as they leave the line. As head into the first turn, I think that's Chrissy Winnell in Breeden Hill 66 that leads them through 1 and 2. So down to just the 4 cars, Tug Day in Wessex 15 on the outside. Then comes Chilvers and York Stales 46 as they go round the start gate turn for the first time. Lee Cox also in there as well in Forest number 2, but it's Winnell on the outside that's going to lead them once again into the farmyard bend with Chilvers running second in Yorkshire Dales 46. Tug Day still running third as he looks up that inside and takes that second place slot. Chilvers though fighting back on the outside line in Yorkshire Dales 46, but Winnell just holding the lead at the moment, but it's Tug Day on that inside line, Chilvers on the outside as they go down the far side. Oh, Colin gets awfully close to the Armco, but gets away with it this time as Lee Cox also in there as well in Forest number 2. 1 lap to go already then. Tug Day just taking up the race leadership, and Winnell looking up that inside line once again. 66 and 15 locked side by side round the start gate turn we go. Chilvers is not out of it either in Yorkshire Dales 46 down the far side and up to second he goes in. 1 more corner to go as we look for the checkered flag then. This time it's going to be the win. It goes to Chrissy Winnell, Breeden Hill 66. Chilvers takes second, Chris Tug Day in Wessex 15, and Lee Cox completes it all in Forest number 2. So, good stuff from men's Class 5. So, looking down towards the line, we're going back on track, back to Class 6 as we go, as this then will bring out race 5. As we look down towards the line, Adrian Brown, Carl Proctor, Andy Johnson, Stu Thompson, Jay Colgate and Ben Gasby already away from the line we go, and it's Colgate that leads into the first turn. Thomas goes with him, Andy Johnson goes with him in Scarborough 16, but a paint swapping going out from turn 1. Tomo involved somewhere, and also the Carl Proctor machine in York 77. We've got Tomo stranded on the entry or the exit of turn number 2, so I think that may bring out red flags. Okay, so hey, we nearly made it through Class 6s, so 4 out of 5 ain't too bad. Yeah, not for Class 6, that ain't so bad at all. So as they go back to the pits, we'll listen to any exclusions or who's been blamed or who's in or out. So as soon as we know, obviously, we will tell you. But looking towards the line, we're going men's Class 3. I think this is the runoff for the Class 3 machinery. So Stuart Moore, Lee Almond and Neil Corbett should be down there. So 3 cars and just 1 place is up for grabs. So as they leave the line, it's Stuart Moore in Ludlow 9. that leads the way from Lee Almond in North Wales 27 and Neil Corbett in Isham 56, but it's Stuart Moore that leads at the moment with North Wales 27. Lee Almond in that second place slot as Stuart then looks to hold the line round the start gate turn as they go down the far side, but Almond absolutely glued to his boot lid in North Wales at 27. Corbett certainly not out of it either in Isham at 56, waiting to pick up the pieces if it all goes wrong between the lead two, but Stuart Moore another lap successfully completed. Somebody's got a green flag, as we think it may even be Stuart Moore in Ludlow 9. So his race possibly may be run this time as Lee Almond goes into to turn 1 once again. North Wales 27 with just one more lap to go this time. North Wales 27, Ludlow 9 of Stuart Moore and Neil Corbett in Isham at 56. I think his weekend this time is done. But with half a lap to go then, North Wales 27 it is, that's going to bring him round. And I think Brooky's place in the final, Lee Almond it is. North Wales 27 takes it from Stuart Moore in Ludlow 9. And indeed, Neil Corbett calls it a day in Isham 56. So, just hearing over the radio that all the class, put your teeth in, race 5, which was the men's class at 6s, then everybody will go back in. So, good news on that one. So, we'll see them a little bit later on, but for now, we're moving on to the stock hatches for their third and final heat. So, once again, two heats of the stock hatch machinery to come your way. So heat 1 then brings out John Petrie in Radford 59, Justin Hardy in South Somerset 8, Paul Lickley in Yorkshire Dales 95, Archie Lewis in Cwmdu 241, Martin Murray in Cwmdu 88, Stuart Powell in C95, John O'Cosby in Melton at number 4, and Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64. So that's your lineup for race 1 of the men's class, men's stock hatches. So just trying to find some paperwork. So SGS Gases, of course, is your meeting, your series sponsor. And so desperately trying to find the sponsor for the meeting. That's MJ Powell & Son is your meeting sponsor. So once again, big thanks to both. So always competitive is the stock hatches. So we're just trying to find the result sheet so we can tell you who's done what over the last couple of qualifiers. Thank you, Gareth. So just find it. So James Holmes in North Shropshire 391 is your leader then. Two wins from 2. He comes out in race number 2. So John and Cosby, best of the rest in that second place then, 90 points. So he comes out, of course, in lane number 2. So again, all pretty tight at the top. So Archie then sitting in 5th in the C241 machine, John Petrie 6th, Martin Phillips in the Cwmdu 5th machine in 7th. And of course, he comes out in race 2. So once again, still all to play for, still big points to be had to get yourself into the top 8, and that's at the minute, that's between Martin Murray and Jason Holland. So C88 and Hereford 183 respectively, and of course the Martin Murray machine, where's Martin come out? He comes out in the first one, and Jason comes out in the second one. So as I say, still all to play for, loads and loads of points up for grabs as the Bowser then once again makes its way off the bottom part of the circuit, and we go racing with race 1 of men's stock hatches. So Archie Lewis it is in Cwmdu 241 that briefly leads the way. Got more contact further down the field. Patterson's in all sorts of shape in Scarborough 64. So is Martin Murray in C88, but Archie Lewis is your race leader. Once again, round the start gate turn we go. Johnny Cosby in mountain number 4. He's just been challenged by John Petrie on that outside line in Radford at 59, but once again just drifts wide as they head in towards the farmyard bend for another time of asking. But Archie Lewis then is just starting to get himself a little bit of daylight between himself and the rest of the chasing pack. 2:41 motors on. Cosby running second in mountain number 4. Yorkshire Dales 95 then going through. Paul Lickley, he's in that third place slot, racing just ahead of Stuart Powell in C95. So the battle really is on for that second, third and fourth place slot. So John Petrie then runs in fifth in Radford at 59. South Somerset number 8 and Martin Murray in C88 rounds out race 1 of men's stock hatches. But Archie Lee on to his final circuit. 2:41 Mountain 4, Yorkshire Dales 95, Stuart Powell in C95. There comes John Petrie in Radford 59. South Somerset 8 of Justin Hardy and Martin Murray will complete it all in Cwmdu 88. Not quite complete at all. That goes to Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64. But the checkered flag already been made ready, and it's 55 points and the race win. And a final place, C241 is Mountain 4, Yorkshire Dales 95, Stuart Powell in Cwmdu 95. Then I think Justin Hardy, just ahead of John Petrie in Radford at 59. And Martin Murray completes it all in C88. Chris Patterson then comes across and does indeed complete race 1 of men's stock hatches. As once again, heat 2 already assembled and raring to go on the start line. So Martin Phillips should be there, and he does indeed start towards the outside in C50. James Williams in Border County is 225. Sam Smith in the Severn Valley 99 machine, he starts in lane 5. Jason Holland in Hereford 183. He starts in lane 4. I don't think I can see Jason there, but Leon Cook is there in Scarborough 65. Ross Holland, Roscoe in Hereford 182, and starting right towards the inside, right against the tyres, James Holmes, your top point scorer in North Shropshire 391. So that's your lineup. So James Holmes, your top point scorer, and 2 wins in out of 2. So looking to make it 3 from 3, or get himself into the final by some more points to be added. As once again bungee lifts, and we go racing as they all dive into the first turn. Holmes on that inside, so Roscoe in there as well, and Hereford 182, somebody on the outside line, that's James Williams in 225. Martin Phillips goes right round the outside and takes up the running. Cwmdu 50 it is then that leads the way from Holmes in North Shropshire 931. Somebody on the outside, James Williams, looking to move through as well, but he's just scrubbing speed off, going down the far side with Sam Smith and Severn Valley 99 running in 4th, just ahead of Hereford 182. As once again into the farmyard bend we go. It's all really tight at the top. Martin Phillips just about hanging on to the lead ahead of North Shropshire 931. James Williams also not out of this either, again in Border County 225. As round the start gate turn we go then. Roscoe fighting with Sam Smith in Severn Valley 99, and also Leon Cook as well, looking to gain ground in Scarborough 65. As once again down the far side into the farmyard bend for the penultimate time, because the yellow flag of the Black Cross has gone out. As James Holmes looks to bring it round then, and takes up the running. 1 lap to go. Martin Phillips C50, then comes James Williams, Border County 225. Roscoe running in Hereford 182 in 4th place, just ahead of Sam Smith in Severn Valley 99, and Leon Cook rounds it all out in Scarborough 65. But half a lap to go then. James has made a mistake, and Roscoe's through up to 3rd in Hereford 182, but hugging the tyres, looking to bring it round and looking to make it 3 wins in out of 3. North Shropshire 931 then that takes it. Martin Phillips in C50, then comes Roscoe in Hereford 182. Border County 225 with James Williams. Sam Smith in Severn Valley 99, and completing it all, that's going to be Scarborough 65 of Leon Cook. So that completes the stock hatches. Next time we'll see them is finals time. So looking towards the line, I think we're going Ben's 8? F600. So, to take you through that, it's back over to Liam.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim. So they're 600s then. Harrison Redding Limited, your sponsors for the weekend. And the third and final run of the S600s. And I'll tell you what, we've gained one. So we're away anyway. And Trevor Frost it is that leads the way. Hasn't had a win so far this weekend, but looking to change things. But as I say that, he slows it right down and allows Harrison Barnbrook to go right round the outside of him in Sturton 45. So Harrison Barnbrook then looks like the man to beat in S600s this weekend as he leads him round once more. Trevor Frost runs second. Then we go to Jamie Smith in Yorkshire 103, the Ludlow 16 of Ashley Bradford, and Brian Morgan in Cwmdu 96 is the one at the tail end, as I think we've lost the Ludlow car in 16, and Jamie Smith's got problems as well in Yorkshire 103, so only the three of them now left running, and it's last start flag at the front for Harrison Barnbrook in the 45 machine, and we've got red flags on that one, so not too sure why, but red flags come out on your men's F600s. Whether that has something to do with Ashley Bradford pulling off, I don't know. I don't know if there was a... Right, there we go. So car hogging the racing line, which I couldn't see because there's a marshal's post right in the way. So that's what I missed. So that is the reason then for the stoppage. And I can't now see it, but literally parked right behind the marshal's post. And these S600s aren't very big, so I can excuse myself for not seeing it over there. But they go into the rerun lane then. Tell you what, it's very rare you get an S600 rerun. Normally they're the well-behaved open wheel classes that I have. It's the only break I get, the S600s. I get the 8s and 10s, which cause me problems and stress me out. But the S600s normally go right through, but apparently not this time, as Jamie Smith gets pulled into at the pits. So, speaking of open wheel cars that cause me stress, we've got men's class 10s down there on the line. Very suitable intro to them, and I'm sure they're going to put on a show for us. SJ Lewis and Sons Limited and ProLinks, your sponsors. No time to go through the runners in this one, as they're already up and off the line. And oh, we've got a big roll going into turn one. So red flags are out straight away as someone up and over, I think it was Matthew Barnbrook in Scunthorpe 45, just going into turn one. Once again, like the Class 8 earlier, the slightest bit of contact for these Class 10s, and they really do get the speed down that straight, and just the slightest bit of touch, and unfortunately Matt Barnbrook in Scunthorpe 45 takes a fairly big tumble going into turn one. Thankfully it's right in front of the ambulance bay, as they're very quickly out in attendance along with the marshals over there. So hopefully, obviously, Matt Barnbrook is A-OK. He is made of stern stuff, so I'm sure he will be. But as I said, a fairly big role there for the young lad in men's class 10s. And as I said, that's not the kind of thing we're wanting to see, especially from, well, from any class really, but especially from the class 10s. As I said, I was sure they was going to put on a show. I didn't necessarily mean something like that. I meant good, clean racing show. But Matt Barnbrook obviously going up and over and doing it in very spectacular fashion as well. So as I said, the ambulance, the medical crew and the marshals were all very quickly out there in attendance, and like I said, I'm sure Matthew will be okay. He will, of course, have to go into the ambulance for the checkup, the mandatory checkup that all drivers have to do once they are involved in an accident, just to double check and make sure everything is okay. He is out of the car by the looks of things, or is he? Because I see some marshals making their way away from the car, but I see someone getting in the ambulance and he's wearing overalls, so I'd imagine that would be Barnbrook, as it looks like the ambulance is now closing its doors. So there we go then, he is out of the car, he is in the ambulance, because the ambulance has just closed the doors. Thankfully, as I said, all they've got to do is reverse about 10 foot behind them to go back into their bay, and as I said, here after routine checkup, and I'm sure it'd be fine, but not the way he would have wanted to end his weekend here at the second round of the Kent Cams and Simpsons sponsored British Autograss series. While we've got a bit of downtime then, because we are going to have a few minutes, I think Gareth has some finalists.
Yeah, there's just one message that we need to relay out there to you. The Class 5 final, there is going to be another runoff with 3 cars fighting for 2 spaces in the Class 5 final. Those drivers are currently tied on 136 points, so will win the second and the third place each. For Colin Chilvers, Chris Winnell and Chris Tudgay, Yorkshire Dales 46, Breeden Hill 66 and WS 15. You need to make your way to the pits, to your cars. Make sure that they're ready ASAP, please. They'll be joining the other finalists. Top of the points, unbeaten all weekend, Javier Smith in Ludlow, number 8. Danny Lodge, 2 wins and a second, 155 points. For Scunthorpe, 2-1-2. Baxter Pargeter with 2 wins and a third, 146 points. Sees Nottingham 45 driver qualify as your 3rd qualifier. 4th qualifier, joint 3 positions. Ryan Jones in Cwmdu 3, Charlie Holloway in Evesham 9, and Tom Ellis in Stroud and District 33 with a win and 2 seconds each. And then next it's the 3-way tie with 2 places up for grabs in the final. 136 points between Colin Chilvers in Yorkshire Dales 46, Chris Winnell in Breeden Hill 66 and Chris Tudgay in Wessex 15. So Colin, Chris and Chris, you need to make your way to your cars because you're going to be taking part in a runoff, and that's going to take place as soon as we possibly can. So make sure that you're up in the pits and alert, waiting for that runoff. Back to you, Liam.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. So, tell you what, goes show how close the points have been, because I think that's about the 3rd or 4th runoff that has been announced in the various classes. So it goes show how close and competitive every class in Autograss racing is. Class 10s are normally close and competitive when they make it past the first corner, so let's see if they can achieve that this time as they get away from the line. Race 2 it is, that's up and running, and they've made it further than the last one, so that's a bonus in itself. It's Nige Beard that's going to lead them round in Gloucester District 87. He's going to lead the way, but watch out for Vinnie Gibbons on that outside line in Leewood 170. He's trying to find the speed. Vinnie has to go early on the brakes just to avoid contact, but Nige Beard and Vinnie Gibbons, it is your 1 and 2. Vinnie's on an absolute mission in second. Gary Morris runs 3rd in Cwmdu 28. 4th is Tony Jones. Then we're going to Rhys Griffiths as Darren Grasby lead on, and Dave Holroyd are the ones that bring up the rest of the pack, but it's Nigel Beard that leads him round once again as he goes down the far side for another time. Vinnie still looking for a way through, switches to the inside, doesn't quite make it stick. Last lap flag goes out this time. It's Beard from Gibbons. There you 1 and 2, but Gibbons has switched. What a move, he's made it work as he goes to the outside, gets it back on the cutback and takes up the running. Down the far side he goes. Nice Beard has got 1 more corner to try and make a challenge. Vinnie's gone, he's put himself out of it in Leewood 170, so Nige Beard ends up taking the win. Gary Morris 2nd, Rhys Griffiths 3rd, Tony Jones takes 4th, Darren Grasby 5th, Lee Dodd 6th, Dave Holroyd comes across in 7th, and Vinnie Gibbons, I don't know what happened, was he getting overexcited, but putting on an awesome show throughout the race, one of the best races of the day so far, and just went into that final corner in the lead. He managed to snatch the lead. He had to put in a really big shift to get into that 1st place position, and once he got there he wasted it all on the final bend, and unfortunately for him finds himself square wheeled on the farmyard turn. So Vinnie won't be happy with that. What did he do yesterday? He had a 4th and a 2nd, so that win would have guaranteed his place in the final a little bit later on. But I don't know if he's going to be in there. I highly doubt it. I mean, a 4th and a 2nd, so what's that? 45 and 28 points. So certainly not going to be enough to get him into the final. So not the way he wanted to end his weekend. But tell you what, he put on a spectacular show during the race when he was running. So race 2 then is done with. Race 3 is down there on the line. So Vinnie Gibbons then getting the car going and does come across the line but as I said, unfortunately not the way he wanted to end his weekend. So race 3 is down there on the line. Race 3 then, I'll tell you what, this is going to be one hell of a race, because the lineup we've got in this is as competitive as it gets in heats, I think, with Class 10s. This could quite easily be the final. Andy Hornshaw, unbeaten in York, number 7, is down there on the line. Phil Young, unfortunately, one of the racers who took a tumble yesterday, but come back stronger than ever, a 3rd and a 1st. So Phil Young's down there. Lee Seagrave is also a 3rd and a 1st for Lee in ARC number 1. Chris Ellis in South Somerset number 6 is also down there. Liam Evans in North Shropshire number 3. Luke Bennett in North Wales 62, and Phil Peake in YD 63. I told you it was a strong lineup. So Chris Ellis then, he had a 2nd and a 5th. Liam Evans a 1st and a 2nd for Liam yesterday. So a decent run will obviously put him in the final a little bit later on. Luke Bennett a 1st and a 4th. Again, one decent run puts him in, but you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers out of the 7 down there could all make it into that final a little bit later on. So we are just going to have a slight delay before we go racing, because the medical crew is needed in the spectator area by the looks of things, so hopefully nothing too serious. And of course we can't go racing until we have the ambulance back with us. So the medical crew just making their way off the circuit and going to treat the spectator in need, but we've got a bit of downtime regardless in any case, because I think they are going to do a little bit of track maintenance on this track. So I should say, I was going to say a bit of work on this track, and I got muddled up. So a bit of work then going down on the circuit. We've got the water tanker coming out once again. And to be fair, if he puts a good sprinkle down now, it should dry in by the time race 3 comes off the line. I'm sure they'll certainly be hoping for the fact that it dries in, because they won't want to go out on a slippery surface. And as I said, the drivers that are down there, it could quite easily be this afternoon's final with some of the names. And as I said, 6 out of the 7 drivers all in contention of making it into that final. And what a final it's going to shape up to be. Speaking of finals, while we have got a little bit of downtime, I did somewhere have a sheet with the men's Class 8 semi-finalists on it. So if I can find it, then I will give you the list of the semi-finalists for your men's Class 8s. Of course, we looked for the top 16, didn't we, of men's Class 8s. That's how close and competitive it's been. I think it was 119 points to get you into the top 16. So I said yesterday you're looking around 120 mark to try and get into the semis, and I wasn't far off. 119 points it was that got you in. So the top 16 then, semi-final number 1 in your Class 8, and I'll tell you what, it won't be long until we see these, because if you look into the holding lanes, I can see the Class 2 and Class 7 semi-finals assembling, so I would imagine the Class 8s are going to be making their way down there fairly shortly. So the first semi-final then brings out Jeff Beresford, one of the 2 unbeaten drivers this weekend. North Shropshire 55 is going to be in semi-final number 1. Mitch Wells in Invicta Kent 356 is also going out. Matt Bishop in Yayton Sodbury 73 will be down there. Russ Shepherd in South Somerset number 3. Stephen O'Neill representing the Irish contingency in Cork number 9 has also made it. Ash Howard, another one unfortunately who took a tumble earlier on this morning, but I'll tell you what, come back stronger and managed to get himself into that top 16. Chris Pope, Spalding at number 8, very consistent over the course of the weekend, 2 seconds, and then couldn't quite make it a 3rd second because he ended up getting 3rd, but he's done enough anyway, that's all that matters to get him into that top 16. And Zach Yeardley in Sturton 691. So that's Jeff Beresford, Mitch Wells, Matt Bishop, Russ Shepherd, Stephen O'Neill, Ash Howard, Chris Pope and Zach Yeardley that go into semi-final number 1. And again, that could quite easily be the final, couldn't it, in Class 8? But that is only one of the 2 semis, because semi-final number 2 is going to bring out the other unbeaten driver, Jake Herdman in Typhi 57. He's going to be joined by Tom Lewis in BC 55. Adam Jones in Boulder County 69, Bryn Powell in Ludlow number 4, Gethin Lewis in BC 40, Dan Ray in Yorkshire Dales 52, Sam Matthews in Cambridge 247, and Chris Juggins, then your final qualifier for your men's Class 8 semi-final. As I said, 119 points is what you needed. A first, a third, and a fourth was enough to get you into the Class 8 semis, and it just goes to show there is no margin for error. You really do have to be consistent in order to get up into the semis. If you're not going to get at least one heat win, then you are going to have to be looking at getting like 3 consecutive seconds or a couple of seconds and a third, because it is so tight. Disappointment for Steve Mills in Cwmdu number 10. He had a 4th place earlier, and unfortunately that's put him out of it by 1 point. Kate Lockwood and Stuart Whitehouse were tied on 117 as well, so 2 points off making the semi-finals. So as I said, so close, and a very strong lineup. Right. So just a quick note then out there in Spectator Land, Michelle Ellis, wherever you may be, got a message for you. Tom knows, and he's already in the Olden lanes. That's all I've been told. So I'm sure you'll know what it means. It's not a decryptive cipher or anything like that. I'm sure you'll understand. So don't worry, Tom Ellis knows, and he's already in the holding lanes. I'd imagine that's got something to do with a rerun or a semi-final or something. So there we go then. So just looking at around the circuit then, it looks like we're ready to go, because men's Class 10s are away for the final race scheduled out of the 4 we had. And who's going to be the first one to show? Well, I'll tell you what, Liam Evans shoots out of nowhere and takes up the running. Hornshaw and Seagraves follow him in 2nd and 3rd, but Liam Evans is on the wide line. Seagraves looking at the inside, losing speed, as Hornshaw it is that takes up 2nd, unbeaten yesterday, but looked like he's going to be beaten at the moment. Luke Bennett then, where's he? He's running in about 5th, Phil Young 6th. As I said, all of these drivers virtually could get into the final, but it's Liam Evans from Andy Hornshaw and Lee Seagraves. Chris Ellis runs into 4th with Luke Bennett 5th, Phil Young in 6th, and Phil Peake at the tail end of the field. It is Andy Hornshaw gonna make a move on your race leader. Liam Evans it is that leads him round once again. North Shropshire number 3, last lap flag goes out this time, and Hornshaw's getting closer. He's gonna want to go into that final unbeaten. You're racing for BAS points, don't forget. It's not just this weekend, it all counts over the 5 rounds, and Hornshaw will do whatever he can to try and get up the field, but it's not going to work, is it? As Liam Evans is going to hold him off by the looks of things. North Shropshire 3 drifts out wide, but carries the speed and takes the win. Hornshaw takes 2nd, Lee Seagraves takes 3rd, 4th goes to Luke Bennett in North Wales 62. Chris Ellis is the next one across in South Somerset number 6, and Phil Peake in Yorkshire 63 rounds off race 3 of your men's Class 10s, kindly sponsored by SJ Lewis and Sons Limited and ProLinks for the series. So good stuff from your men's Class 10s. Phil Young obviously missing the checkered flag when he come round the first time, as he now does come across and sees it properly. So good stuff. We got a rerun, of course, of race 1 of your men's Class 10s, which I'm sure we'll be seeing fairly shortly. Speaking of reruns, that looks like Class 6s down there on the line. So Tim has literally just appeared, so right on cue. Class 6, over to you.
Thank you, Liam. So yeah, away we go then, the rerun, race 5 of men's Class 6s. Everybody back in and back round towards us they come. Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16 is your race leader from Colgate in North Wales. Number 20 slots into 2nd, racing ahead of Carl Proctor in York 77, and Tomo Whiterose number 3, and Ben Gasby in Pennine number 7. But that's your race order. So once again, back round towards us they come. Andy Johnson it is in Scarborough 16 that's going to bring him round once again with another lap successfully completed. And where's Andy in the points? He's 21st overnight, so might not be enough to get him in the final, but a heat win will do just as well, I am sure. Scarborough 16 from Jay Colgate in North Wales, number 20 as already. Last lap flag this time, 16 from 20. Then comes Proctor in 77 with Ben Gasby in Pennine number 7. And Stu Thompson in White Rose at number 3. But down the far side we go for the final time. Johnson just gets it a bit out of shape, but managing to hold on as Jake Holgate throws it into the farmyard bend for the final time. Proctor also in as well in third, but Johnson's going to take it. Scarborough 16, North Wales 20 from, I think, Ben Gaspy came to place in pen line 7 ahead of York, 77 of Carl Proctor, and completing all then, that will go to Stu Thompson. Tomo in White Rose, number 3. So as Class 6 is done and dusted, next time we'll see them is final time. So I think we're going for a run-off in men's Class 5. So hot-footed into commentary to take you through it. So to Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much. We got 3 of them fighting for 2 places, and it is Colin Chilvers, the man who had the tash, but shaved it off to make himself look younger. He's the one who's going a little bit out of shape, and he's got work to do because it is that Wessex 15 machine. Chris Tudgay then takes him up the hill, leading the way there from Chris Winnell. Breeden Hill 66 second, and then that Yorkshire Dales 46. Colin Chilvers running in third. So here they go, down the hill they go. Chilvers looks for the cutback up the inside, exiting that turn 2, but has to settle still for that third place. Wessex 15 though, it is Chris Tudgay says, I want to be in that final, and he says, I'm on a mission, clear track in front of me. Hey, I can see blue sky, happy days as we bring it down into turn 1 again for the penultimate time. One more lap to go on this one then. Wessex 15, Chris Tudgay, but here we go. Chilvers makes his move. Chilvers on the side of Winnell as they bring it into 3. Chilvers does the tight cutback. Is that going to pay off? Winnell goes for it on the outside, side by side. They're glued together. Coming down that opening street, Chilvers protects that inside line. Can he be on the brakes? Can he keep it tight? Round they go. Tudgay's going to take this one. He books his place in the final. It's going to be Colin Chilvers, Yorkshire Dales 46, who takes the second place. And just missing out on the Class 5 final today, down here at Cwmdu, the second round of the British Series. Unfortunately, Chris Winnell, you're going to have to do it at round 3, my friend. But in that final, Colin Chilvers, Chris Tudgay. So well done there. We've got machinery up on the line, looking at my fellow commentators, and which one of them is coming for it. It is Steve Langley for his Class 1 semi-final. So there we go. We are already off and running as they bring it round. It is the Evesham machine that's going to show them the way round in this semi-final. Number 1, Evesham 82, Typhy 16 into that second place as they bring it round into that turn 2. Out they go. The Scunthorpe 1 machine is in there as well. Ollie Hall. Ollie Hall's had a strong weekend. He's had 2 wins and a second as he brings it into there. The top 4 make it through into the final. So the Evesham machine, round it goes, is that 82 of Tom Powell then from Ollie Hall from that Typhy 16. Cwmdu 1, that's Craig Bagley. Bagley in a Class 1, you normally see him in a 7, and he's round looking for the cutback coming out of Startgate turn. Down that opening straight they go, down into turn 1. It's still that Evesham 82. Tom Powell then. Oh, Ollie Hall goes for a brave move out the outside as that scrubbed Eddie's pace off as they bring it out of turn 2 for the Pelnor time. One more lap to go on this one. Bagley up into that third place. North Shropshire 443 also looking to make a move as go through. Ben Gould coming into this as a top point scorer. Can he make his way through? He's got to fight his way around that North Wales 44 machine, but coming into that turn 1 for the final time. Evesham 82. Tom Powell's going to take his place and book it in the final in the men's Class 1. Ollie Hall follows him in there as well. Craig Bagley, and it is going to be 443 takes it from 44. Typhy 16. ARC 304. Luke Fairhurst, and then that's Yellow Machine Mallow 196. Paul Bollard. So well done there to our first 4 through to men's Class 1 final. Steve Langley making his way back in. and he may be taking you through the second semi-final. If not, it's going to be Ian Ullathorne, it's going to be Ollie Tilson, and he's here, ready to take you through. Mr. Steve Lane, multitasking as ever, and he's got a bit of time, Steve, because they're just rearranging the tyres and the cones. Thank God.
Do it slowly, lads, please do it slowly. Right, yeah, sorry, trying to sort out lap scoring sheets and everything. Right, cracking one. I'm so sorry I missed that, but thank you very much, Mickey B, for going through that. See, enjoying Class 1 is more exciting than this Class 7, isn't it? So, yeah, no, good stuff. Right, Right, so we've got 4 finalists. We need 4 more. From Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25, Ollie Tilson, St Neots 196, Alex Hill, St Neots 164, Chris Dyer in Evesham 28, Josh Fowler in North Shropshire 2, Connor Urquhart in Tivy 211, Jake Hamesley in IK 611, and Dan Keddy in Hereford 20, who already has had to do a run-off to even get to this stage. Right, we got one face in the wrong direction. We get red flags. Mickey, do you want to do it next time round? So there we go. Right, so I got as far as the first corner. Mickey had a cracking race and got it through to the end. Yeah, just about sums it up, doesn't it, really? So
It was bound to it. It was bound to it. Could have feel it.
there we go. Put that red flag away, Mr. Jones. So, right, thank you very much indeed for your ongoing support, all you fellow commentators. Right, what we've got on the line, they look like single-seaters, so poised for action, as always, is Liam.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. So, a rerun of men's Class 10s rather, is down there on the line. This is the rerun of race 1, of course, where Matthew Barnbrook unfortunately took a fairly large tumble going into turn 1, and of course Matthew unfortunately not coming out in the rerun, and pretty understandably why, but unfortunately then he won't be down there. The good news is the rest of them will be, so that still gives us Robert Evans in Tyfee 91, Sam Burbage in Sturton 40, Andy Bishop in Yate and Sodbury 37, Barry Seal in Hereford 254, Wes Tinker in York 40, Mark Pascal in Hereford 250, and Kerwin Thomas in Carmarthen 29. So, who done what yesterday? Kerwin Thomas, a 3rd and a 1st for him in his first 2 heats. So, yeah, middle of the pack finish should get him into the final. Of course, Class 10's not the class with the biggest amount of numbers in terms of those signed on. Of course, only 3 grids of them today, but certainly equally as competitive as the rest. So the good thing with not having so many numbers is the fact that you don't necessarily need like 3 wins to get yourself in the final. You can afford a little bit of a slip up, of course, depending on what everyone else does. But Kerwin Thomas, I reckon anything higher than a 4th should get him in the final. The rest of them, we'll have to wait and see. Robert Evans is in with a shout, but he's got to win. Anything less than that won't get him into that top 8. So we'll wait and see as they get going. Where's Tinker? It is. That leads them round then. Tinker didn't have the best of days yesterday. A black flag, but picked up a 2nd. If he can get a win, that's going to put him on 100 points. Will that be enough to get him in a Class 10 final? He's certainly doing what he can as he leads the way. Mark Pascal runs 2nd in the Hereford 250. Sam Burbage in Sturton 40 running in 3rd. Kerwin Thomas is in 5th. He needs to move up a position, but at the moment he's fighting it out with the Bishop machine in Yate and Sodbury 37. The 2 at the tail end are Barry Seal in 254, and Robert Evans, who needed a win to get into the final, is right down the order towards the rear end of the field. But Wes Tinker doing his bit to try and get him into that final a little bit later on. It wouldn't be a Class 10 final without Wes Tinker. He won the last pass, and he's showing us how he did it on this race as he leads them round once again for the final time. It's last lap flag up into that Stargate turn, past the hill, down the far side and into the farmyard bend as quick as that. It's York number 40 that's going to bring him round at 55 points to his tally and hope that he makes the final. York 40 it is. Mark Pascal takes 2nd in Hereford 250, Sam Burbage 3rd, Andy Bishop 4th in Yate and Sodbury 37, Kerwin Thomas in Carmarthen 29, Barry Seal in Hereford 254, and Robert Evans in Tyfee 91 is your final finisher in your men's Class 10s, and that does conclude your men's Class 10. So big thank you to SJ Lewis and Sons Limited and ProLinks for their sponsorship. That concludes, I think, all the men for the 3rd round of qualifying. We've still got men's racing to come, but it's semi-finals, it's Class 2s, it's going to be carnage, so it's over to Archie.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you then, Liam. And I'll tell you, wow, what a race this is going to be for your first one. I think you got top 5 of your top point scorers are in this one. So someone's in there, and it's Robinson then, and Ellison. These two have been going. Alec Conway's in there as well. So's Evans in Penal 40. But it's York 16, I'd say, just from your Robinson machine, and Spalding 43. So they go down the far side then. So Spalding 43. Then comes Farrer in Scarborough. Red flags then are flying them down there. Looks like that Heath machine then has lost the wheel. That's in the top corner. These boys just need to slow it down as they come by us here now in commentary. So, right, semi number 1, as Liam rightfully said, Carnage. Men's 2s, what would you expect? Nothing less. More Doran, yeah, I suppose, yeah. So, right, semi number 2, let's tell you who's in this one. Darren Aiken in North Shropshire, number 4. And he is over there on the far side. Let's try to pick out where he is coming from. I'd say that is going to be grid number 3. For Darren Aiken then is over there, sorry. He is coming out of grid 1. Gareth Stokes looks to be coming out of grid number 2 in your Pennheim 87. Andrew Wild in your North Wales 171 looks to be coming out next to him. 10 years 34, Daniel Robbins. He comes out of grid number 5. Then next to him is going to be the Jamie Lane machine in Radford 941. Then next to him, then Ben Griffiths, Sen Valley number 8. North Shropshire 15, Dan Owen and Jack Bromley in your Victor Kent 130. So that's how they're lined up down there. So the Heath machine then is curtain a and helping hand. So Caravan is on. So then they are just going to have a look at the start again for that class 2. So that might possibly mean that someone is going to get excluded, which isn't the machinery there of the Heath machine. So we just wait for confirmation for that. I say the track marshals then are nearly happy to get going racing before we are. The marshals are just adjusting something. So the marshals then starting to make their way back. The yellow flags starting to fly. They're still awaiting confirmation on anything that happened before in the race before. This is semi number 2 then. Let's see who we can find, and let's see if we can get the first 4 finals for your ever close class 4. And look at a break, someone from the far outside is, I think that's the Jack Bromley machine in the Victor Kent 130 that comes in. Oh, there's more Doran, just what we like to see from your men's 2s, but it's Bromley that leads. Then comes Dan Owen and Aikens there as well. Jamie Lane in a Radford 941's there with your North Wales 171. He rounds out your top 5 for the minute, but was looking for your top 4 is down the far side. It is still Bromley that leads in Victor Kent. Someone's picked up a black flag. Oh, I'm not sure if that's Aiken or if that was the Dan Owen machine in North Shropshire 15, but he runs there in second for the minute, but it's still Bromley in Victor Kent 130, North Shropshire 15 and North Shropshire 4, I think it is. We're still waiting for confirmation, but we'll carry on racing. Seniors 34 it is, then Robinson's up to 4th. Aiken slips down to 4th. So there's Jamie Lane then, runs back there in 5th then, so yellow flag still flying for the cones and tyres. Robinson collects them as he comes through. So yellow flag then with the black cross centre is IK 130 it is. From North Shropshire 15, Seniors 34, North Shropshire number 4. In Radford 941 then, Jamie Lane. I don't think he has to do anything significant, because I think it is then a North Shropshire number 4 that's picked up the black flag as he goes down the far side. But Bromley it is that is through. So indeed it is then with the marshals pointing out the black flag, and the first of our finalists then, Jack Bromley it is, and he's happy with that one. Seniors 34, Dan Owens up to 3rd. Oh, that's close. Oh yeah, exactly. North Shropshire 4 picks up the black, so Jamie Lane will go to 4th in Radford 940. Then comes Ben Griffiths in Sen Valley 8. Then we go to North Wales 171 of Andrew Wild, and poor old Gareth Stokes in Pennheim 87 then. He was indeed flying a little bit earlier on, so we'll wait confirmation, but provisionally I think it is the North Shropshire number 4, Darren Aiken, that picks up a black flag. I'm not quite sure what the black flag is actually for. And as I say, right, so there's my semi number 2 done. We've got one run of class 2 still to come your way, and that's semi number 1, and that's going to be interesting. And make sure you are indeed trackside to watch that. And the first semi-final then, so it is all back in. So it's Super Saloons, and it's over to Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much. And we are into men's Class 7 semi-finals. And yeah, hold on to your seats. Semi-final 1, Cameron Mills, Cwmdu 9, 165 points getting him in. White Rose 20, Ian Stevenson, 155 points. Radford 176, Simon Hawthorne 145. Down 26, Howard Thomas 136. North Shropshire 34, Sam Gould 126. Scunthorpe 383, Dan Johnson 125. Scunthorpe 41, Paul Johnson 115 points got him into this semi-final 1. And PhD 72, Jake Roberts 102 points, just squeezing in. So that's semi-final number 1. Yes, it could be a final on its own, and it is going to be fast and furious. Let's hope they can get it all the way through. Max Sport, our series sponsor, and Ian Jones Tyres, our weekend sponsors of these Super Saloons. And looking at it, Stevenson coming out of grid 6. He's been getting quick off the line. Simon Hawthorne there as well, being quick as well. But we are off and running. Johnson there lifting up the front wheels, but it is Cameron Mills that takes them into turn 1. Johnson goes with him, and Dan Johnson goes in it as well, as they're all mixing up. So Cameron Mills from Paul Johnson from the 383 machine of Dan Johnson, as Stevenson finds a gap up the inside there, up into that 3rd place. Johnson drops back down into that 4th place. Only the top 4 go through into that 1. North Shropshire 34, Sam Gould running 5th. Gould is then going to put on the power as they bring it round there. Then we go down to Simon Hawthorne. Then it's Jake Roberts, and then that's down at 26, Howard Thomas. There we go then. But let's have a look at who's leading this one. It's still that Cwmdu 9, and it is Cameron Mills. He's going to definitely book his place in the final, as long as he doesn't do anything crazy. As we go back to that fight out for the second, it is that Scunthorpe 303. Dan Johnson from Ian Stevenson. Stevenson looks up, the cut back up the inside there. Gould is up into 4th place. Johnson's dropped back down in that 5th place. Then Simon Hawthorne. But round we go, round the final 2. It's going to be Cwmdu 9. Cameron Mills books his place in the final. Ian Stevenson second in the White Rose 20 books his place. Scunthorpe 383, Dan Johnson. North Shropshire 34, Sam Gould. Just missing out, it's Paul Johnson, Simon Hawthorne, down at 26 of Howard Thomas. And then that's at final place, PhD 72, Jake Roberts. Wow, excellent stuff. And nice and clean, boys. I like that. Here we go then, semi-final number 2. Andy Holtby, 165 points. Then it's Cole Mosley, Archie Bentley, Liam Evans, Phil Barliman, Colin Reid, Okaidinu, Liam Roach and Ayrton Ellison. Another cracking lineup that would host any final down at a British Series, but it is a semi-final that we're up for. Cole Mosley picked up 146 points on his campaign to get him into the top 16. Archie Bentley, 145 points. Liam Evans, 128. Phil Barliman, 126. Colin Reid, 117 points. Liam Roach, 102. And Ellison squeezing into this semi-final number 2 with 102 points. And I said earlier, just missing out in the semi-final, finishing 17th. What a place to finish. Not great, but Lewis Woodruff in the White Rose 72. Brilliant effort, by the way, for a young lad to be up there mixing it with these top Class 7 boys. And we are waiting for track clearance. We look for that Welsh flag to be held to the sky. It is bungee lifts. Let's go racing, and it is going to be the gold machine of Andy Holtby, Scunthorpe 61, that takes them into 1 and out into turn 2. There goes the mix. And Ellison's up there. Liam Evans, Phil Barliman, Cole Mosley. Mosley in that 5th place at the moment. Archie Bentley looks for the cut back up the inside. In Border County is 7 as they bring it down there. Colin Reid making a place up there as well in Okaidinu in machine, but it is Holtby round into turn 2 again, leading the wave from it. But there's news on board out and Ellison, then from Liam Evans, Parliament. Then we're going wide with Archie Bentley. Then we come up with Colin Reid, and then the place back. It's still Cole Mosley's got work to do from the back as they bring it down. It's Black Flag to wow, Scunthorpe 61. Andy Holby's off the track. Here we go then. Who's going to get this one? Ed and Ellison from Liam Evans, from Parliament, from Bentley, from Reed, from Mosley, from that Carlo Liam Roach machine. He's what work to do from the back, but all on the last lap flag. Half a lap to go as they pick out the checker flag, ready for this one. Ed and Ellison, York 14, got 102 points, beginning to win the semi-final number 2. Following him is Liam Evans, North Shropshire 120, Phil Parliament, Pennine 23, Border County 7, Archie Bentley. Then it's Carl Mosley and Carlo 160, Liam Roach. So well done there to semi-final number 2, and hot news. Andy Holtby, Black Flag jump starts a little bit twitchy off the line, and that means that it's all to play for in the final. So up on the line, we are going open wheel machinery, and it's 8 semis. So it's over to Liam Williams to take you through what is going to be a nice clean 2 runs of 8s.
I love your optimism. Yeah, I love your optimism, Mickey. So, Class 8s then, semi-finals down there on the line. They've got a habit of being more problematic in the semis than they have in the actual final. So, I tell you what though, if we get it run through first time, both of these are going to be like finals in themselves. Because when you listen and you look at the lineup, then you could just see how competitive Class 8s is. And the Class 7 boys providing some excellent action in their semi-finals, and of course some controversy as well. It wouldn't be Class 7 without a bit of controversy, would it? So yes, Class 7s then, we got their finalists. Can we get the Class 8 finalists? As there's 2 semi-finals to come your way. We narrowed it down. I think we started with something like 78 or something along those lines. We had 10 grids of them, and we whittled that down now to 16. As I said, 119 points is what you needed to get yourself into that top 16. And obviously points go out of the window during the semi-final stage. You're not racing for points now, you're racing for the first 4 places. You could have 3 wins out of 3 in the heats and go in on 165 points. If you get 5th in the semi, you're out. It's as simple as that. It sounds harsh, but unfortunately that is the way it works, and it does allow other people to, of course, sneak up and get in with a chance. So that's what we're racing for, the first 4 places in the Class 8 semi. So semi-final then, number 1 down now on the line. Who's it bringing out? We bigged it up, but we haven't told you who's down there. So Jeff Beresford in North Shropshire 55, unbeaten. As I said though, doesn't mean a thing in the semi-finals. He's got to be in that top 4, but has certainly looked on the pace in the 55 machine. Mitch Wells in Invicta Kent 356 is down there as well. Matt Bishop in Yate and Salisbury 37. Russ Shepherd in South Somerset number 3. Stephen O'Neill made it into the semis in Cork number 9. Ash Howard in the PhD 21 after his earlier rollover has managed to claw his way in, so would it be good to see him get to the final a little bit later on. Chris Pope, of course, Spalding number 8, knows how to win the BASS rounds. He's done it before, he's won the whole series, so he'll be one to keep your eyes on. And Zach Yeardley as well in the Sturton 691. So as I said, that could be a final within itself. And speaking of finalists, because we have got a bit of downtime by the looks of things while the water tanker does its thing, we're going to move away from the semis and we're going to jump straight in with some finalists. We've got the men's Class 10 final, and I tell you what, looking at this is going to be a cracking final. Top of the shop then, Liam Evans, Andy Hornshaw and Nigel Beard all tied on 155 points. They go into the Class 10 final. Lee Seagraves in ARC1, Tony Jones in Pennine 117, Kerwin Thomas in Carmarthen 29, Luke Bennett in North Wales 62, and Gary Morris is your final qualifier. 109 points it was that you needed to get you in there in Cwmdu 28. And that's exactly what he's got. So that's what you needed to get into the men's Class 10 final. I mean, as I said, it sounds strange, doesn't it? 109 points to get into a 10 final. You need 119 to get into the 8 semis. And we're on with 8 semis because they're off the line. As a few wheelies popping up from the start line, but they're into turn 1. Popey it is, I think. That's the quickest out of the gate, but Shepherd's on the outside line. It's South Somerset number 3, and he's going to make it stick. It doesn't matter whether you're first, second, third, or fourth. As long as you're in that top 4, you're in the final. And it's Ross Shepherd, Chris Pope, and Mitch Wells, the top 3 at the moment. And these 3 all away and clear from the rest of the pack. Yeardley's in the Armco over on the far side, so the race is on for 4th. GB, I think it is, in 55, but he drifts out wide, and O'Neill looks for a way through. Can't find it. It's actually Ash Howard in PhD 21 that's running in 4th, as Jeff Beresford well down the order. As I said, 3 wins out of 3, but points don't mean a thing once you get to this semi-final, and it doesn't look like he's going to be making that top 8, but someone who certainly is Russ Shepherd, as usual, in South Somerset 3. Chris Pope, Mitch Wells, and Ash Howard are the 3 that are behind him, and you have to say, bar any major mistake, there isn't going to be any change at the head of affairs as they all move on to their final circuit and into the farmyard turn for the final time. Russ Shepherd goes into the Class 8 final a little bit later on. He's joined by Chris Pope in Spalding 8, Mitch Wells in the Victor Kent 356, and Ash Howard in PhD 21 as he absolutely sends it across the line and gets in all sorts of sideways. Disappointment to the rest, but unfortunately not to be their weekend. So Zach Yeardley, Stephen O'Neill, Matthew Bishop and Jeff Beresford, the ones who unfortunately missed out. But that's racing, that's how Class 8 goes, that's how the semi-finals work. So they're used to it now. They've had semis at every BAS round for about the last 25 years by the feels of things, because you always seem to get about 90 odd Class 8. So they know what it's like, they've battled through it, they've battled hard all weekend. And we've got semi-final 2 down there on the line. Jake Herdman, Tom Lewis, Jonesy's down there as well then in the 69 machine. Bryn Powell, Gethin Lewis, Dan Ray, Sam Matthews and Chris Juggins. So we've got the first 4. We need another 4 to join them, as Tom Lewis could be one to keep your eye on, but hasn't had the best of starts, but I'm sure he'll emerge at the front somewhere as they go into turn 1. Who's running at the head of affairs is Gethin Lewis in Border County's number 40. That heads around as they all take the wide line. Jonesy runs 2nd, Matthew runs 3rd, and Juggins is in 4th. In Scunthorpe number 50, Jake Herdman then is down the order, another unbeaten driver, but not doing it in the semi-finals where it matters most. So at the front, it's going to be Gethin Lewis and Adam Jones, the 2 that pull away from Sam Matthews and Chris Juggins. Bryn Powell runs 5th, Jake Herdman 6th, Dan Ray and Tom Lewis. And how uncharacteristic is it to see Tom Lewis at the back of a Class 8 pack as they go down the far side for the penultimate time. Are these top 4 going to make the final? It certainly looks like it, because they're under no challenge whatsoever as Gethin Lewis comes past Adam Jones, Sam Matthews and Chris Juggins. It's Bryn Powell, the leader of the chase, as they go down into that top turn for another time. Bryn Powell, the only one who could get in amongst it and cause some concerns, but I don't think he's going to, as his checkered flag. Gethin Lewis with a brilliant win in BC40. Adam Jones comes across, Sam Matthews, Chris Juggins is going to be the ones in the final. So disappointment then for Dan Ray, Bryn Powell and Tom Lewis and Jake Herdman. They won't be in there, but that is your Class 8 finals and your finalists all sorted out. And I'll tell you what a cracking final that's going to be later on. And guess what? 2 semi-finals, I've done them with no red flags. So that's a strange thought. Mickey done the same thing. So the only one who hasn't is Archie. Oh no, and Steve didn't either. So 50% record for us commentators, and it's the ones who do the 2 fastest classes that actually manage to get through it. The most problematic ones, apparently, but there you go. So, Class 8 are done and dusted with. We're sticking with specials. I believe these are junior specials for their 3rd round of qualifying. No, they're not. Of course they're not. What am I on about? I'm an hour behind. It's the semi-finals, of course, for junior specials. I forgot they had them because I didn't realise how many there was. So, I think it started with 7 grids, was it, Gareth, yesterday? So, narrowed it down to 16, so it's over to Gareth.
Yeah, the Welsh Dragon already breathing fire on Marshall Post number 1, and the first semi-final of your junior specials leave the line. Oh, it's very, very messy as they get into turn 1, but they sort themselves out and they all continue facing the right direction, and they're all driving under their own steam. But it's Archie Carter that leads past us for the first time. Tom Cosgrove in ARC 25 slots into that second position. I think it's Iago Evans in TA6 who's hugging the cones around that start gate turn. He's there in that third position. Fourth is a four-way tie between Sturton 717, BC 116, Scunthorpe number 6, and somebody trying to go right round the outside. That could be the Brandon Young machine, but it's Carter that leads past us then for the second time of asking from ARC 25. Sid Lomax in North Wales. Ooh, there we go. Liam did big it up too much that both Liam and Mickey B had some success with semi-finals. It did get very messy on the entry to turn 1 as they made their break from the line, and that unfortunately a decision probably being made on that one. We'll listen out for any exclusions on that one, and if we find out who is out, then we'll pass and relay that message on to you. The second semi-final is up there on the line. This one brings out Corey Mumford in 161F. From this vantage point, it looks like he's chosen and opted for grid number 2. Also joining up there, Kirsten Bartlett in South Somerset, number 2, 2 wins and a third and 146 points for the Southern League driver. Neil Tivey joins them in West Waterford at 142 with a win, a second and a third and 136 points. 128 points for Brandon Young. A win, a second and a fourth for Evesham 223. He's up there on the line, as is Will Bradford, BC 115, who picked up a win and 2/3 over the course of his 3 rounds of qualifying. Aaron Richardson in Pennine number 1, 2 seconds and a third, 126 points, sees him as your 6th qualifier into the second semi-final. Finn Emerson, win, a third and a fourth, 119 points for the driver of Scunthorpe 197. And after winning that runoff, it's your defending British Autograss Series champion, Harry Russell in IK 65, and looking towards the line, it looks like he's been left with grid number 8, so narrowly missing out on these semi-finals. Tom Williams, TA44, who unfortunately lost in the runoff, and the first point scorer that wasn't among the top 17 then was Troy Holtby in Scunthorpe 161, who's picked up a win, a fourth and a fifth, and 104 points throughout the course of the 3 rounds of qualifying. So once again, we've got the dust repellent on this Ovals Raceway, and it looks like he's making its way around on the wider line through the start gate turn, and that will then entice the drivers to race on the inside line, which isn't 100% dry, but it's now going to be drier than the outside, so that's possibly where the traction and the grip is going to be. Junior Specials then have behaved fairly well throughout the 3 rounds of qualifying. We managed to get through this morning's 3rd round of qualifying without seeing the dreaded black flag, but unfortunately the dreaded red flags rather, but unfortunately from semi-final number 1 then the race was stopped on entry to turn 1 when just 8 cars into 1 don't go, and that as a consequence brought out the red flags. If you're joining us on the live stream and you're sat watching live in your living room from the comfort of your couch, then welcome to the Ovals virtually, and as you're looking at your TV screens, and once again we've got the view that you've had for pretty much half the day, shall we say, the view from the farmyard turn up towards the start line. We can see 8 junior special machines and 8 drivers poised for their semi-final. We can also see a discussion between the driver of the water bowser and the track team that want to instruct them on where to put some water. I've got a message from Mickey B.
These are winning raffle tickets from the...
So, I'll hand you straight over to Mickey.
I think we've got time, so yeah, thank you very much. Big warm and great thanks to everyone who's bought raffle tickets, by the way, down at the Underdogs. They're raising money for that worthy kind of support function for stranded dogs. And what's that, an Alsatian or a wolf? Dear me, that's why they're stranded. Here we go then. So if you bought any raffle tickets from those guys and girls, here we are. It's ticket number 135, number 57, 73, 86, 80, 59, 131, 101. Woohoo! Because I've won that. 134, 128, 46. And it's the reverse Ted Rogers, 123.
House! Yeah, a big thank you to everybody who supported the Helping the Underdog stand this weekend. I did hear quite a bit of money has been raised yesterday, and hopefully the same has been done today. And it looks like the dust repellent then it is making its way off the circuit. So the junior special second semi-final up there on the line. The Bowser is back within the compound over there on the far side of the circuit. The quads are back in the centre of the Ovals Raceway. Yellow flags are waving. Marshals are back on their posts, and we're away. We're racing over once again. There's some tangled wheels towards the tail end of the field, and that already brings out the red flags on these junior specials. And some discussions taking place over the airwaves, and it sounds like it's the West Waterford 142 machine that's going to be under the spectators' gaze. Oh, okay, we've just had a total from the crew from the Helping the Underdog stand, £1,325 your total raised this weekend here at the Cwmdu Car Club British Autograss Series Round 2, and I'm sure that Sue Herdman will have a big smile on her face all the way home back up north. And big thank you to everybody that's supported the trade stand this weekend. Hot-footing it back into the commentary point, and I think that's a semi-final for men's Class 1s, so it's going to be back over to the class commentator, Mr. Steve Langley.
Well, part-time class commentator, so there we go. Everybody's very nicely covering for me. Right, which I do appreciate. So, yeah, this is a rerun of men's Class 1 semi-final 2, and yellow flags being raised around the track. So we are underway, all 8 cars back out there for this rerun, and it is Dan Keddy that gets the best of the start from the outside in Hereford 20. On the inside, St Neots 164. Alex Hill it is, as they all get round, some of them a little bit more sideways than others, but round the first turn, and we are away and racing. 164, Ian Olithorne clocks into second place in Scunthorpe 25, one of the top qualifiers, unbeaten, but he'll just need to finish in the top 4. Dan Keddy, as we said, got through to the final by winning the run-off, but he's in third place at the minute. That's going to be good enough. Equally, it's Josh Fowler in North Shropshire too that's in the position at risk, I think, as they would call it in Formula 1 terminology. That's the all-important 4th place. Dan Keddy now actually runs in that 4th. St Neots 196 it is in 5th, racing just ahead of the Eastern 28 car of Chris Powell, and Dan Keddy in Hereford 20, just a little bit out of shape on that top part of the circuit, allows the lead in 3 to pull away a little bit, and it is St Neots 164 Alex Hill that's going to bring the field back round towards us with 1 lap to go in this semi-final. But coming through on the inside then Ian Olithorne at Scunthorpe 25, 164 North Shropshire 2, that's still the 1-2-3. They're looking safe and sound. It doesn't matter what order they finish in, they don't want to do anything daft. It's Dan Keddy in Hereford 20 that's under pressure for that all-important 4th place. Apologies to the cars running towards the back of the pack. Jake Hamesley and Connor Urquhart don't think they're going to book a place in today's final, but well done for the weekend. But going through will be Scunthorpe 25, North Shropshire 2, St Neots 164 and Dan Keddy in Hereford 20 missing out 196 to 11, Eastern 28 and IK 611. Well done Class 1 men. Well done to our finalists, and well done to actually all of you for the entertainment that you've given us this weekend. On the line then, we're still on semi-final mode. They look like Class 2s, so poised and ready for action. Yeah, absolutely he is. It's going to be over to Archie.
Yeah, cheers, thank you then. And yeah, moving on. Men's Class 2s. As I say, men's Class 2's semi-final number 1 then is the one Yeah.
Right, I've just got to interrupt a minute, and you should know better, you people. Right, we have race cars driving round at spectator land. That is a big, big no-no. I think it's the field behind us here in commentary. You NASA registered members, you should know better, and it is a NASA director that quite rightly has pointed it out to us, and obviously if it carries on then action is going to be taken. So drivers, you do know it, you can't do it, so please, no race cars being driven around any spectator area. Thank you very much. Sorry, Archie.
Yeah, no, indeed. So, right, whilst that is that, and semi-final number 1. And no time to take you through this, but I'll tell you, this is going to be a cracker. You think you've seen it all in men's class 2s, but no doubt this is going to throw up some hiccups. But no, so it's Spalding 43, then Ash Robinson in. Oh, who's that? Brad Ellison as a spinner in York 16. Hopefully you can get that car going. So we carry on racing. Conway's up to second, and it's only 126 with Spalding 43, Scarborough 249, and oh dear, 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 dear. Your men's class 2s showing to be tricky, and what did I say? I tell you, the names that are in there and what they've gone off in the points from this weekend, I will certainly tell you these boys don't want to miss out on that British Autograss round 2 final, and say they are all going back then. So Brad Addison then, oh, a big dent in the back wing of that one, in the back quarter I should say, of that one, but we'll wait to hear if there is any exclusions from that one. So down on the line then, men's class 3s, and not quite sure who's taking you through these. I think it's Steve to take you through these, but by the looks of it, they're being held back off the line, so a little bit of the water is going down then onto the start line, so this should be pretty good, as some of the marshals then just sorting out the stuff, and the Bowser is down there putting a bit more water. Say the track, isn't it, comes superb for the finals time then. So say we've only got the one class 2 semi-final left to come your way. No other reruns. I don't think there is any reruns left. Say the class 1s have gone through. Oh, Gareth might have a junior special rerun. So both of them, yeah. So no success for his semi-finals. Say I am 1 out of 3 semis are done. And see some of the cars are already leaving the circuit then. So we won't be seeing those later on, unfortunately not being able to make the finals. And say safe travels if you are leaving us early, but if you are sticking with us, I'll tell you what, we've got some superb racing to come your way. The class 3s, as I said a minute ago, they're the ones that are going to take us down there, down on the line. And say there was a runoff when I was down in the holding lane waiting for my race, and say the Liama machine in the North Wales 27, I think he is down there. Yeah, he is 27, so North Wales 27 then coming out victorious of the runoff. And I think it was the Stu Moore machine that just lost out then, and I think there was another car as well, but I can't quite remember who that is. But Viv Cole then is coming down onto the line in Carmarthen number 4. Farah's down there as well in Yorkshire 24. I say I don't have the sheet in front of me, so I can't tell you who's down there, but we'll try and pick out the people that we know. So Almond's down there, Farah's down there, Viv Cole's down there, and is that one of the Allison machines in grid number 1? Oh, so it turns out actually it's ladies class 3s down on the line, as Gareth says. So giving you the complete wrong names. And so that would be one of the Almonds. I can't remember if it's Shelby or if it is Arena in the 3. Yeah, and then Horner, is it, in the YD 24, I think it is. Then Carmarthen 3 is Donna Brown. Yeah, right, there we go. And Jade Russell is in the 86 machine, and then is the North Shropshire 434. Now this is the Becky Smith, it is, right? So I tell you, I'm getting there. We'll remember these names, say. But right, so are you doing 3s? Are you? Yeah, I don't mind. I can do it. Right, so ladies class 3s then, and say take you through this as the War Bowser puts a bit more water. It's over to man himself, Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, I bet they're looking at that water going down thinking, oh, great. So, there we go. But we've got to keep, as we keep saying, this track into its absolutely superb condition. One of my secretaries of the weekend, sounds grandiose, doesn't it? I tell you, this one's more official than the other one as well. He's trying to sort my paperwork out, but we shall be all right. Ladies threes, not the greatest number, but they have given us some real close racing. So there we go. As they go, we look over onto the far side, and I'll say a good dose of water going down. There we go. We've got the paperwork. Thank you very much then to Archie. Right, Leanne Hushka in North Wales 10, Claire Horner in Yorkshire Dales 24, Arena Almond North Wales 27, Donna Brown in Carmarthen 4, and Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 86. Those are the 5 cars that we are looking for in this final run of qualifying. So, and they have got to qualify. So 10 of them signed on at the start of play. And it looks like we've got 4 up there on the line, so trying to see who we're missing. Jade, I can see. Donna, I can see. Arena Almond. I think it's Leanne Hushka. Yeah, it is on the outside. So we've got no North Wales 10. But as I say, with 10 signed on, then yep, they do need to qualify their way through to today's 8-car final for the Class 3 ladies. So just looking around, the water carts are making their way off the far side of the circuit. And yeah, we're away and racing. And it is Claire Horner in Yorkshire Dales 24 that gets the best of the start from Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 86. That's the 1 and the 2. Arena Almond in North Wales 27 runs into that 3rd place position. And Donna Brown is in 4th in Carmarthen 4. So already the field is quite well spread out in this heat of the ladies threes. YD 24, YD 86 is the 1 and the 2, North Wales 27, and Carmarthen 4. So no challenge for any position at the moment. Having said that, Jade Russell certainly trying everything she can to try and reel in Claire Horner, and reasonably successfully. I think she got a bit closer on that lap in the 86 machine, but YD24 just keeps 3-4 car lengths and then perhaps extends it a little bit as they go down the far side. And North Wales 27, about similar distance from Donna Brown in CM4. That's the 3rd and 4th place positions. Last lap flag going out and is getting closer at the head of affairs as the YD24 machine of Claire Horner goes onto her final circuit. Jade Russell noticeably close now, but not quite sure whether she is close enough to mount a sustained challenge as they go into the farmyard bend for the final time. I think honours in this one are going to go to the 24 machine. Claire Horner comes round for the final time, maximum points. I'm sure we'll see both of these in the final. YD 86 then, Jade Russell across the line in that 2nd place. 3rd will go to Arena Almond in North Wales at 27, and CM4 Donna Brown in that 4th. So that was race 1. Race 2 on the line, expecting 5 cars, got 5 cars. So absolutely qualifying is necessary. Catherine Bynon in Carmarthen 3, starting out of lane 8. Next to her in lane 7, Becky Shaw in Border Counties Treble 1. Lane 5 is where we find Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343. Lane 3 for Nicola McKenzie in IK13. And lane 1, Naomi Davis in Tivy 1. So they're already round the farmyard turn for the first time though, and it's a very, very level stuff, and it's just Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343, but Becky Shaw on the outside in the Border Counties at Treble 1 looks to take up the running. Coming through on the inside is Nicola McKenzie in IK13. North Shropshire 343 now drops back to 3rd place, racing just ahead of Catherine Bynon in Carmarthen 3, and Naomi Davis in TA1, flying the flag course for Brown Developments, our associate series sponsor in Class 3. But your race leader still is Border Counties at Treble 1. IK13 just dropped back a little bit, racing on her own in 2nd place, but that will do for Nicola McKenzie and a place in today's final. But it will give the opportunity for Becky Shaw to add 55 more points to her British Series total. IK13 comes through in 2nd, Becky Smith 3rd in 343, Catherine Bynon in Carmarthen 3, and the Tivy 1 car. So all the cars safely and successfully onto their final circuit. But it is going to be another ladies Class 3 win for Becky Shaw as Border Counties Treble 1 comes round for the final time, takes the win. 2nd place then will go to Nicola McKenzie in IK13. Becky Smith going to be third in North Shropshire, 343. Carmarthen 3 is Catherine Bynon, and completing all Naomi Davis in Tybee 1. That ladies class 3s successfully completed. On the line then we've got, looks like it could be class 7 rerun. So is it class 7, class 5s? Well, there we go, right, ladies class 5s, ignore me, so there we go. We got, hey, I thought I was good with my paperwork, Mickey B putting me to shame here, so there we go, yeah, it's all this running around, Mickey, isn't it? So,
you know what it is, Steve? It's winning. I've just won on the raffle. Raffle tickets, 6 glasses to go with my red wine that I spent 25 quid winning. but
what
I'll
a
enjoy
weekend.
it. I'll enjoy it. A little bit in each. So, ladies 5s up on the line. And it's going to bring out Dawn North, Gemma Holland, Nicola Jesse, Kirsty Godfrey, Sandra Jones, Rhiannon Smith and Natasha Gibbs. I tell you what, I need to go to the gym because just walking down from 100 yards away down here, I'm out of breath. Which isn't a good sign, is it? No, it's not, Mickey. LorryInsurance.com, our weekend sponsor, our series sponsor, and BWG Garage is our weekend sponsor. So, again, big thank you to all the sponsors. And again, all our trade stands and food outlets that have been serving us all through the course of the weekend. So there we are, just waiting for final yellow flags to hold aloft. That all important first marshal. Oh, hold on a minute, we've got one going off the line. So is that South Somerset? Oh, Stroudon District. Ah, right, okay. So we're just clearing them out of the way. There we go, bungee lifts. So let's go racing. Sandra Jones comes out middle of the pack as well. Rhiannon Smith in South Somerset, 36. Again, I thought she was going to come through in that first place, but is she going to cut back? And she does, and it is Rhiannon Smith then from Sandra Jones. Then we go for the Severn Valley 67 of Gemma Holland. And Gemma Holland is just going to have to let the door open because Cambridge 10, birthday girl Kirsty Godfrey comes through up into that second place. Sandra Jones goes back at her, coming out of turn 2. Oh, push on, understeer from Rhiannon Smith. She's gone from hero to zero in one corner, and it is Sandra Jones now takes up the running from Kirsty Godfrey from Nicola Jesse. Nicola Jesse now into that third place. York 44 then, Hereford 4 in fourth place. Natasha Gibbs, and then Rhiannon Smith is back on the pace, and up that's inside, up into that fourth place as that back marker and may come into play. That's Severn Valley 67 Gemma Holland, but it's Sandra Jones that's picked up the last lap flag first, and down that opening straight Nicola Jesse finds a gap up the inside of Kirsty Godfrey. That's ruined her birthday, how dare you, as we go into the final 2. It's going to be Cwmdu 31. Sandra Jones takes it from Nicola Jesse. York 44 from Cambridge 10 Kirsty Godfrey. Fourth goes to Rhiannon Smith, South Somerset 36. She'll be kicking herself. Understeer coming out of that turn 1 and just pushed on. Hereford 4 coming round. Natasha Gibbs to pick up her points as well. And then that final place, if she had come round, would have gone to Severn Valley 67 Gemma Holland. So that is ladies 5, heat 3, race 1 done. We move into race 2. It brings out Michelle Ellis, Amanda Mason, Lynn Olsen, Donna Forrest, Sarah Chilvers, the daughter of a man who had the tash but shaved off and made himself look younger, Jess Bradley and Becca Joyce. And they'll be looking at this and going, do you know what, these conditions are so much better than yesterday afternoon. I think Sarah Jill was absolutely covered in mud coming across that finish line yesterday. And yeah, that was for a second place, and a hard-fought second place as well. Michelle Ellis currently running top on the points. Sarah Chill was in that second place. Lynn Olsen, where's Lynn on the point? She's 7th, so she's just inside that kind of top 8, and it is the top 8 that will make it through to the final a little bit later this afternoon. And who else is there? Let's have a look here. Becca Joyce needs some big points to move up the pack. But here we go then, we are off and running. And first to show, it is Yorkshire Dales 46, Sarah Chilvers. Takes them round turn 2 on this drying track, Breednill 11 of Amanda Mason. up into second place. Then it is Michelle Ellis in Stroud and District 33. Three of them are broke away from the pack. Ludlow 24, Jess Bradley a place back, and then Lynn Olsen running down. Oh, and we've got an Athelston 13. Just get those yellow flags, pushing them out as Becca Joyce is going, oh dear God, let them avoid me. And they have, as your prayers have been answered. But we go back to that top car, and it is still Sarah Chilvers leading the way. Amanda Mason there in that Breeden Hill 11 has made it up into that second place. So Michelle Ellis, can she find a gap round? Well, she's just got over a lap to go, because last lap flag being shown. And it is Sarah Chilvers then from Amanda Mason, from Michelle Ellis. Then it's Lynn Olsen in Breeden Hill 27, Ludlow 24, Jess Bradley. And then that's back marker Athelston 13, Becca Joyce. But we're coming round. I'll tell you what, she's driven this superbly well. She'll go in. Oh, commentator's curse. Oh, sugar and spice, because it's Amanda Mason, Breeden Hill 11, from the Michelle Ellis, from Lynn Olsen. Oh, can we get out and push? Ludlow 24, Jess Bradley across the line. Oh, I'm sorry. I had to, commentator's curse. How many times do we do that? Oh, good grief. You know, like when a marathon runner is coming up like our final 100 metres and his legs have gone to jelly. You know, he's gone a bit wibbly wobbly. And someone goes out and helps him across the line. That's what we wanted to do. So that's me for a short while. Over to the voice of an angel, Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mickey. She was brown yesterday. Well, she's red-faced, and she's got a curtain of red mist because she was, 30 yards away from the finish line-ish.
Can I go and push?
I'd let you, but you know what NASA are like. Anyway, we're going to move on to the junior specials. The semi-finals are up there on the line. Now we have both reruns to come, and I think this is the rerun of race 2, because I think it is the Archie Carter machine. So that's up there in lane number 2. Joining him is Iago Evans in TA6. He's there on the inside of the Scunthorpe machine. Also up there is Max Holtby in Scunthorpe 6, but the bungee brakes will pick up the rest as they make their break from the line. And I think we might have to grab that red flag again, because there's a few tyres and cars going in all sorts of directions, but the majority are through turn 1 and 2, and it is Archie Carter in Scunthorpe 17 that leads past us for the first time. Who's that slots into second? I think it's the BC 116 machine of Will Bradford, possibly, and he's there slotted into that second spot ahead of Alfie Ross and Sturton 717. Iago Evans is there in TA6, your current finalist at the moment, but he's under all sorts of pressure on the outside from Lewis Farrar in Yorkshire Dales 42. Going through the start gate turn, then Iago's decided to opt for the inside line. The other three behind have opted to see whether the momentum can carry them, and we get red flags once again on your junior specials first semi-final. So they'll go back into the rerun lane, and we'll see those 8 a little bit later on. Okay, so it appears that somebody has picked up a black flag in that first run, second run of the junior specials, but we are yet to receive the confirmation over the radio, or our radio is dead. But the second semi-final is up there on the line. Harry Russell, the winner of the winner of the runoff, is there all the way out in grid number 8. We'll pick up the rest because the Welsh Dragons rolled away, and away we go. A very good start from the outside for Harry Russell. Finn Emerson in Scunthorpe 197 joins him as they go into turn 1. On the inside is Kirsten Bartlett in South Somerset number 2, but it's the Kent League driver that leads past us then. 65 it is from 2. West Waterford 142 is Neil Tivey. He's there in that third position, racing ahead of Finn Emerson in Scunthorpe 197. That's your current 1, 2, 3 and 4. Oh, big contact. Finn Emerson takes himself out of the running and finds them at the tail end of the field, but it's Harry Russell that continues to lead. Another full circuit complete for IK65. Kirsten Bartlett still there in that strong second position in South Somerset number 2 from Neil Tivey in West Waterford 142, certainly making the journey over the Irish Sea count for something, because he's there in third from the machine that's there in fourth, and as they come back towards us, they'll see that yellow flag with a black cross. Currently Corey Mumford is your final finalist in this semi-final, but he's under some pressure now from Brendan Young in the Evesham 223 machine. BC 115 Will Bradford still there in sixth, but the race is very much on for that fourth position as Young now looks towards the outside of the Mumford machine. But it's Harry Russell that takes the win in IK 65. Kirsten Bartlett takes second in South Somerset to number 2 from Neil Tivey in West Waterford 142. And we'll see Corey Mumford as your final finalist from semi-final number 2 in 161F. So your second set of junior semi-finalists make their way back into the pits. And we've got a Class 9 machine up there on the line. So to take you through that one, I'll hand you straight over to Mr. Archie Lewis.
You weren't allowed to drink it. Fizzy drink.
Right, so then, yeah, as say, yellow flags start to fly then, so your ladies class 9, heat 3, this is going to be, and someone's got a good start. Wetherick on the far side, it is the Victor Kent 99, I think that's the Richardson in your Penheim number 5, though, that takes up the early race lead. Seagraves is in the mix as well, in that ARC number 3 machine, but it's Penheim 5, the Victor Kent 99, then Wetherick, she's up the inside, just pushes on slightly, allowing the door to open, but Richards thinks twice about diving up there, in your Penheim number 5, Seagraves is back there in third, with your PhD number 1 is Sadie Lindsay. She runs back there in about 4th position, and Evesham 26, Sharon Barker, I think that is, rounds out your top 5, but it's Kelly Wetherick and the Victor Kent 99, Penheim 5, ARC 3, Sadie Lindsay's going to still run there with Barker and Dyke Whitfield with your White Rose 400 machine there at the tail end of the back. I think that is the F600 machine, is it? And is it Hillary Frost? Is it a Frost machine? Yes, yeah, well, that's off memory, that one, so I'll certainly take that one. So Victor Kent 99 it is then, still at the front, certainly pulling away as they come out of Stargate turn 4 another time then, all onto the final circuit, this one to go. So Kelly Wetherick it is, heads down into the bottom turn for the final time then, into the final she'll go, and we'll see her a little bit later on. Is Kelly Wetherick takes the win in the Victor Kent 99, Penheim number 5 is there in second, Seagraves takes third, Barker takes 4th, Sadie Lindsay just from Dyke Whitfield, then comes Hillary Frost in White Rose 400. I was quite proud of myself with that one. I'll take that one in the F600. As I say, don't see many of those down. Well, actually, I say that, and in the West Midland League, I tell you, there is about 2 now. And say we get some travelling drivers in club meetings, etc. I think there's a few in the Gloucester League now. So the F600s, just like the stock catches, really are starting to pick up. But we've got Class 2 semi-finals. Let's hope we can get through this one. And no exclusions once again. So Ash Robinson, he's not added his own weight this time, but it's an even break all with 5 abreast into the first corner. Lesno Grayson with your men's Class 2s. As Heath it is then, Ellison's up the inside. Bradley Thomas all over the cones at the rear end, but it's York 16's folding 43. Oh, we're still in a pile as we go into turn 3. Oh, and cones and tyres are still flying, but Robinson it is. It's Spalding 43, it's York 6, it's Scarborough 249. Down the far side, look at these 3 go as they go into Farmyard Bend, but it's Robinson slowing it down, but he's left the door open. Can Ellison capitalise on York 16? I think he's up the inside this time around. Spalding 43, they're carrying the momentum as they go into turn 3. Ellison just has to correct himself to avoid all types of cones. So your Scarborough 249 of Ashley Farris runs back there in third. And then your last qualifier for the BAST final is going to be your Penheim car of the Heath machine, who runs back there in 4th, then Joe Albrighton and Conway then starting to climb through the field. What a move that is. Up to 4th he goes in your Scunny 126, Jay Albrighton then round the outside of Conway. Back there in 4th position, then Bradley Thomas is down the order as well in the Victor Kent 1955 with Penal 40, Dave Evans, but it is Robinson and it's going to hold off and take the win this time. So we'll see those 2 and Ellison into the final. Then comes Farris. Conway just about scrapes in to the BAST final this time around. Then comes Victor Kent 55, Jay O'Brien, and Penheim is 65, I think that one is, with Penal 40 of Dave Evans, was it?
I think Ash Farah got a green flag, so he won't be.
So, say, you think someone picked up a green flag? Yeah, so there's been 2 bracelets and handed in.
Actually, I didn't realise if you'd lost your anal bead.
So if you have lost 2 bracelets, then they have been handed us here in commentary. And say, if you'd like to come and collect them, then they're yours.
So I'll tell you what, I wanted to do the shopping channel once, so I'm going to give this a go. This is a quality silver bracelet with stone heart that's on there, and little pink hearts as well. I would think this has come from a very exclusive member of our audience down on field today. So if anyone is interested in one of these bracelets, I think you're going to have thin wrists. So it's definitely off a lady. Come and see us in commentary, free of charge if you can describe it. And if you do, then it will be better than myself and Archie anyway. And the second one as well is a black leather style men's strap, and on it it's got an inscription that says Daddy with 2 silver hearts and Jessica. Is that your bracelet? You sure? Hey, there we go. Describe it for us. Here, come in here. And you're on telly as well. Look, these are all the people at home looking at you. He's come to describe the bracelet. Come on then, tell us what it's like.
I got it for 3.
You got it for free? Oh, no, come on. You've got to do better than that. Come on then.
It was from the white gazebo, and I got it, and then she said it's going for waste, so I went to get it. She said get what you want, and then I got what I wanted.
So she said you can have what you want, and you went for this bracelet. Does that look like it?
Yeah.
It is. Is that yours? Yeah. Well, I take it all back. There you go. There you go. There. Happy days. That's it. Right, and the second one, have we got time to do that? It is this bracelet here. If anyone recognises it at home, it's not yours because you're not here. But if you know anyone who's got an inscription that says Daddy and Jessica with 2 silver hearts either side, it looks like it's a man's leather strap. I was going to say something else, but I can't. So I'm going to hand it over to Tim Jones, who's going to bring it back down to some normality.
I wouldn't say normality, but we'll bring it back somewhere then. Ladies class 6s is what's away from the line. 2 heats on the order of the day. Heat 1 then, Angela Evans is your early race leader from North Wales 20 then. Leanne Hushka in that second place slot, and Caris Thomas in time for heat 66. So Leanne Lewis in Swansea 1. As once again down the far side we go. Angela Evans, North Shropshire 219, sits 6th overnight, so this should get her in the final. 219 from North Wales 20 of Leanne Hushka. Leanne in 3rd place overnight, so again should be into the final. And Typhy at 66, Caris Thomas in that 3rd place slot. So already on to the last lap we go. We'll change at the front as well, because Leanne Hushka has got her nose in front and takes up the running with 1 more lap to go. Angela Evans in North Shropshire 219 and Caris Thomas in Typhy 66. So as I say, just down to the 3 cars, but down that far side for the penultimate time, or the final time I should say, because the checker flag has already gone out, and Leanne Hushka books her place in final. North Wales 20 from Angela Evans in North Shropshire 219 and Caris Thomas in Typhy 66. So that's race 1 of ladies class 6 is done and dusted. So looking swiftly down to the line. Race 2 already assembled onto the line, and that brings out your 2 top point scorers. Hannah Thomas unbeaten so far with 2 wins in out of 2. Scarborough 16, she comes out of lane 5, and she's joined by Nicola Olsen and Zoe Copeland and Zara Sutton respectively, and it is Zara Sutton in SR71 that leads at round turn 1, but not round turn 2. That goes to Scunny 36 of Zoe Copeland, who takes up the running. Nicola Olsen now running in 3rd in Carmarthen 47, and top point scorer down the order this time, but hopefully should she say in the final contact down the far side, Zara Sutton and Nicola Olsen respectively. So Scarborough 16 moving through into that 2nd place slot. Nicola gets it going again, but joins at the tail of the field. But head of affairs, Scunny 36, who leads the way. Zoe Copeland from Hannah Johnson in Scarborough 16, and that indeed brings out the red flags. So that goes back to the rerun lane, and looking down towards the line, ladies class 4s. And talking of class 4s, we have got the men's class 4 finalists, which we will give you in a moment or so. So as the rest of the 60 make their way out of the circle, we've got just about enough time, I think. Hugh Jones then goes into the class 4 final, top of the shop, 165 points. He's joined by Ben Gould in North Shropshire, 434 and 155 points. Mikey Jones makes the class 4 final in Hereford 31 with 145 points. Ross Fisher also makes the class 4 final in Pennow at number 1. He goes through on 117 points. Jamie Williams also will be there in Melton at 58. As well as Dan Grasby in Evesham at 220. Joseph Cameron also makes the final, and Colin Davis is the last qualifier in Typhi 155. That's your men's class 4 final, but we've got a ladies class 4 heat to go first, and it's Gwen Reeves in Command 7 that leads the way from Claire Compton in the North Shropshire 433. As once again down the far side we go, Kelly Wetherick in IK 272, down that far side ahead of the 2 stock hatches. That's Kelly Louise in Hereford 182 and Michelle Petrie in Radford 59. But it's class 4 that leads. Gwen Reeves in Command 7 from North Shropshire 434 of Claire Compton. Kelly Wetherick in IK 272 going through to complete the class 4 machinery, and the 2 stock hatches of Kelly Louise and Michelle Petrie, H182 and Radford 59 respectively. 1 lap to go then for Gwen Reeves in Command 7 as she motors on to her final circuit, as so does the Compton machine North Shropshire 434. Then comes Kelly Wetherick in IK 272 and IK the Hereford 182 and Radford 59. 2 stock hatches, Kelly Louise and Michelle Petrie respectively. But there's your winner, and we'll see her in the final. Command 7 from North Shropshire 434. Then it's Kelly Wetherick in IK 272 from Kelly Louise in Hereford 182, and last but by no means least, Michelle Petrie in Radford 59. So that completes all the class 4 ladies. So we just got the 1 rerun of ladies class 6s to come, and also we got the class 6 finalists to give you as well, but I don't think we've got our time to give you that, because looking down towards the line, it's junior specials. So going to junior specials, so it's back over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, and Tim. We're already up and we're racing with the 2nd rerun of the junior specials. Oh, it's a little bit cleaner this time, but it's Alfie Ross that leads towards us then. Sturton 717 leads the way. Sid Lomax in North Wales 199 slots into that 2nd position. He's going to try and go right round the outside as they go through the start gate turn, and I tell you what, that North Wales 199 machine has found some momentum from somewhere, because he's pulling a bit of daylight between himself and the rest of the pack down that far straight and through the farmyard turn for the 2nd time. So Alfie Ross leads the chase in Sturton 717. Tom Cosgrove looks to go round the outside of Iago Evans in TA number 6, who's just about holding on to that 4th spot, but it looks like he's going to be under some pressure from the Border Counties 115 machine of Will Bradford as they go down that far straight for the penultimate time. One brother has booked his place in the final. Let's hope that Iago can do the same if he can hold on to this 4th spot as they go on to their final circuit. Away and gone is Sid Lomax in North Wales 199. The race very much on for that final place in your junior specials final. Bradford is there, and he looks to have made the momentum stick around the outside of Iago Evans, but Iago's back on the inside. Oh, on contact as they go into the final turn. Lomax takes the win, then Alfie Ross takes 2nd in Sturton 717. Tom Cosgrove crosses the line in that 3rd spot from YD42 TA6 BC 116. And crossing the line then and completing the semi-finals for the junior specials behind the wheel of Scunthorpe number 6 is Max Holtby. And that's your junior special semi-final done and dusted. We await any deliberations or decisions on that one, and there probably will be. They go back into the pits. The class 1s down there on the line are being moved back for some reason, but it's going to be ladies class 1s when we're back up and racing. And I'm going to turn the head mic off for now so I can earwig and listen for any decisions on that junior special semi-final. So we've got ladies class ones then up there on the line for their third and final round of qualifying. Not sure if Steve Langley is going to be back with us in time to take you through this first race of the last round of qualifying, but up there on the line we've got Tia Morgan in Swansea 10, also there Tracy Short in Ludlow 200, Laurie Davis in TA number 2, Sophie Lewis in Athelston 2, Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951, Kerry Bennett in Cambridge 48, Lucy Wickham in Penhow 27, and Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95. That is your lineup for this first race in the last round of qualifying of your ladies class ones, and away from the line they go. Claire Compton it is, that's just got a nose in front as they go down past us for the first time. Penhow 27 is Lucy Wickham. She's there racing on the nice and tight inside line behind the wheel of the Penhow 27 machine. Claire Compton opts to go around the outside as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95 is there rounding out your top three. The first of the minis then, and the only mini in this one, is the TA2 machine of Laurie Davis. She's there in fourth. Athelston number 2, Sophie Lewis, goes through from 6th to 5th and up to 4th behind the wheel of the Athelston 2 machine, and knocks the other 2 machine, that's the 2 from the Tybee Club, back to 5th. That's Laurie Davis, but she's there on the cutback as they get back onto that start line straight. Swansea 10 is Tia Morgan. She's back in or around that 6th spot up the inside of the Sophie Lewis and Laurie Davis machine, and Kelly Bennett has made it up from last to about that 6th spot now in Cambridge 48, but already that yellow flag with the black cross has gone out, and all 7 drivers, all 8 drivers even, have gone on to their final circuit. We race under yellow flags because there are tyres and cones that are in the middle of that farmyard turn. Oh, there's contact between Wickham and Grayson, but as they cross the line, it's Compton that takes the win. Grayson holds on in Scarborough 95 from Lucy Wickham in Penhow 27. Laurie Davis takes that 4th spot in TA2 from Kerry Bennett, Tia Morgan, Sophie Lewis, and rounding it all out then, Tracy Short in Ludlow 200. So we're hearing then that decision has been made that Lucy Wickham in Penhow 27 has been green flagged for the contact and for the cones on the last bend, and that then demotes her back from 3rd to 5th. That promotes the TA2 machine of Laurie Davis up to 3rd, and that makes the points all change as we look to progress through this third and final round of qualifying. Race 2 is up there on the line. All the way out in grid 8 is Charlotte Hart in the Wessex number 20 machine. Scunthorpe number 1, starting in lane 6, is Taylor Jade Pascal. Just the 5 cars leave the line this time, so we've got a little bit of a depleted lineup, but look how close they are as they go down into turn 1. Just about got about a car's length of an advantage as they're gonna go past us for the first time is Victoria Tilson in St Neots 296. Charlotte Hart is making that outside line pay at the moment in Wessex number 20. On her inside line is Chloe Ray in BC 150. Nothing really between these three now as they make their way down that far straight for the second time. Scunthorpe number 1 is Taylor Jade Pascal. She's there back in that 4th spot, and the mini at the tail end of the field belongs to Stacey Mills. Leeward 146, but it's getting hot at the head of affairs because Charlotte Hart has stuck to that outside line, and as they go up past that start line, she's reeling in the boot lid of the St Neots machine. Vicky Tilson just about holding on at the moment, but Hart's got that line and the momentum. Can she make it stick through the farmyard turn they go? She's lost a little bit of ground as they go on to their final circuit. It's 296 that holds on. Second place is still just about Charlotte Hart in Wessex number 20, but she's really on a charge now as they make their way with half a circuit to go, side by side as they go down that far straight for the final time. Charlotte Hart in number 20, Vicky Tilson in 296 on the inside, and looking to pick up the pieces if it all goes wrong is Chloe Ray, but it's 296 that takes the win from 20. BC 150 takes 3rd from Taylor Jade Pascal in Scunthorpe number 1, who takes 4th, and the Stacey Mills machine, Leeward 146, takes 5th from that 3rd round of qualifying. So Stacey Mills, having picked up a win and a 5th yesterday, I think that's possibly her weekend over. Maddie Tilson in St Neots 16 is coming out to play in race number 4, but Victoria Tilson is further down the order in length, and I'm pretty sure that that win will boost her all the way up the top points tally. So we'll win a 2nd and a 6th for her, and that should book her place among the top 8. And Charlotte Hart will probably also join her with a win, a 2nd and an 8th. Problems on the start line is there, as Mallow number 5, Jasmine Gusak, gets towed back into the pits, but race 3 are up there. And Fiona Thomas in TA16 starts in grid number 8. On the inside of the TA machine is Emma Tobin in West Waterford 96. Kelly Holland in Hereford 184 starts in lane 6. Emily Polly in Cambridge 136 will start in lane 5. Lane 3 is occupied by Jade Dyke Whitfield, Cambridge 295. Lane 3 is occupied by Lucy Caulfield in BC12. And Nicole Kingsley then in IK90 starts in grid number 1, and they make their way then down that start line straight. They sort themselves out before they pass us for the first time, and just about got her nose in front is the South Wales League in the timing machine of Fiona Thomas, TA16. Just a little bit of a gap on the inside of the timing machine, and that's where the IK90 machine is headed, and it's now Nicole Kingsley that leads the way down that far straight for the 2nd time. Fiona's going to try and cut back on the inside in TA16, but the momentum very much with the Kent machine at the moment, but not much to split these two. Cambridge 136 is Emily Polly, who's there in that 3rd spot, and rounding out your top 4 is the Cambridge machine of Jade Dyke Whitfield. You're 1, 2, 3 and 4 then away and gone really from the minis that are there in 5th and 6th. Oh, there's contact there as Fiona Thomas just gets a little bit of a door in from the Cambridge 136 machine. Nothing is changed though, it's still the same position wise for your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Lucy Caulfield in BC12 is there back in that 6th spot, racing ahead of Emma Tobin in West Waterford 96. And the Hereford 184 machine of Kelly Holland is there at the tail end of the field, but it's checkered flag time, and Nicole Kingsley takes the win in IK90 from Fiona Thomas in TA16. Cambridge 136 and Cambridge 295 finishing 3rd and 4th ahead of Lucy Caulfield in BC12, Emma Tobin in West Waterford 96, and rounding it all out then for race 3, Kelly Holland in Hereford 184. So once again, just a few of the tyres and the cones being moved on the apex of the farmyard turn. Race 4 is up there on the line. This one brings out Maddie Tilson in St Neots 16. Joint 7th she was overnight with a 2nd and a 3rd. She's joined by Nia Jones in TA 352, who is well down the field. Your final qualifier with an on-start and an on-finish. Laurie Fionn Jones, North Wales 6. Again, a driver and a car that's well down the order, so regardless of her result in this one, I don't think she will make the top 8. Imogen Morris in Cwmdu number 1 was joint 14th, a win in her 2nd round of qualifying in those conditions, and a black flag in race 1 means that she has accumulated 55 points, and 55 points alone from her 2 rounds of qualifying, but another win here will really boost her up the points tally. Rachel Hadley in Sam Valley 147 is going to start in lane 3. Alongside her is going to be Emily Lodge in Scunthorpe 213. And Rebecca Owen in North Wales 397 is there in grid 1, but not for long because we're already up and we're racing, and it is Cwmdu number 1 then. Imogen Morris, that's going to slow the pace, control it as they go through turn 1 and leave turn 2. St Neots 16 is Maddie Tilson. She leads the chase as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. A 2nd will just do it if she can hold on. And Sun Valley 147, Rachel Hadley, like I say, down the order in 23rd overnight, and this 3rd won't be enough to help her book her place in the final. Doesn't look like your 1, 2 and 3 is going to change, but we've got to change for 4th, because on the inside of the timing machine of Nia Jones goes the Rebecca Owen machine. North Wales 397 now up into 4th. Emily Lodge is also making a challenge on that little mini, and she's through on the inside in Scunthorpe 213. That sees Nia Jones demoted back to 6th in TA 352, and the North Wales 6 machine of Laurie Fionn Jones is the car at the tail end of the field. The 5 then away and gone from Laurie, who's still there at the back of the pack, but all cars are now safely on to their final circuit. Cwmdu number 1 is going to come under some pressure this time because the St. Neots machine has just about popped her nose on the inside just to let her know that she's there, but Imogen closes the door. Cwmdu number 1 then takes the win from St. Neots 16 and Severn Valley 147. Rebecca Owen takes 4th in North Wales 397 from Emily Lodge in Scunthorpe 2 and 3. Nia Jones takes 6th in TA 352. And then the North Wales 6 machine of Lowry Fionn Jones rounds it all out for your third round of qualifying of ladies class 1s. We've got ladies class 7s machines up there on the line, so I'll hand you straight back over to tell you all about it. I'll hand you straight back over to Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, voice of an angel, Gareth Jones there. We are into ladies class 7. Max Sport, our series sponsor, and Quality Care Homes, our weekend sponsor. So, race 1, Kesney Adams, Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho, Kate Thomas, Samantha Graney, Shamel Clayton, Ella John, Kelly Murray, and Kim Jenkins. They're your runners and riders for this third set of heats for the ladies. Let's just have a look at the points while we've got a moment. And it's Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho, who has accumulated 100 points alongside Alice Bevins. Alice Bevins out in the second race. So who else is up there? Sue Erdman, York 57, she's out in the second race as well. She's got 83 points, but that's wait and see. Looking around, a bit of water coming down on the track, and I was looking behind me a moment ago. I could see a little bit of rain just on the window, but it's obviously just a very short, sharp shower. Hey, you say that with your teeth in, Tim. It really is. It's a challenge, that. But let's have a look here. We need top 8 ladies. Currently sat in 8th position is Samantha Graney. She's out in this race as well, in coming out of the middle of the pack in that Pennine number 8. And she needs, I would say top 3. And that'll get you into the final a little bit later. Just outside, Lindsay Allen in the Pennine 37. She's got that tough heat to come in the next one after this. But sun's still beating down on this track. For anyone that didn't hear the raffle ticket winning numbers, a raffle ticket 135, 57, 73, 86, 80. Ticket 59, 131, 134, 128, 46. And that reverse Ted Rogers, 123. So any raffle tickets you purchase from the ladies at Underdogs, or any cakes, if you've got one of those in your bundle of tickets you bought, then you've got a prize to collect from the table. I had ticket number 101, and I collected 6 glasses under me arm, which I had to hot foot down back into commentary with, because I had a race on the line. If you remember, I was out of breath, which doesn't take much these days. I want to go to the gym, but I feel a bit embarrassed, really. I've only got tight lycra shorts. Hey, and that's not a good look at the moment. Well, I've been on holiday, haven't I? 10 days of just let myself go, having a couple of beers on the terrace. Well, look, I'm telling you, right, we went for 10 days. I've had 3 Indians, 4 Chinese, and 2 Italians. They are. They're all lovely as well.
They'll do anything to get over here, won't they?
That's it. It was a costly holiday. Don't tell Jilly B, the current Mrs. Barker. Here we go. We're again water going all the way around the circuit. As we've seen through this weekend, it doesn't take a lot for the water to soak into this track. And the racing has been, apart from that couple of hours yesterday where it just really went, it's probably not the muddiest meeting I've ever been to. I remember many years ago going, again, it was down in Wales, by the way, and it was so thick, unbelievable. And I've got a picture of, in my commentary box at Scarborough, Supergrass magazine, if you remember those. Here we go, we are off and racing, and it is your top points scorer, Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho, that leads them into turn 2. Oh, we've got a spinner. Oh, synchronised spinning. There we go. They're just parked up alongside each other and saying, "Hello, love, how are you? Ella, I'm not bad. Ella, Ella." There's a song like that, isn't there? So guess what? It's red flags. I was doing so well, and it came to an abrupt halt. And again, as you know, one of my favourite ones is short and sweet, just like the missus. So there you go. I only say that because I need tea tonight when I get home. Whatever time that will be, all the way back up to York tonight. Oh yeah, she's the breadwinner. You know, Warburton's these days is over £1, I think, for one of those. So you have to send her out to work for one of them. So yeah, a couple of kind of spinners there. You know, Ella John was involved, and that's okay. No damage on the. I'll say no damage on the car. No, I didn't cause that damage. Someone else. So that one goes back to the rerun lane. Let's go down into race 2 then. Alice Bevans coming out of lane 8. She's got no one in lane 7. The next person along is Lindsay Allen, lane 6. Lee Wynn, lane 5. Sue Erdman out of lane 4. Michelle Barrett out of lane 3. Nicola Gibbs, lane 2. And Emily McKenzie in Cambridge 1. And here we go, and Bevan's got a flying start there as well, but also Sue Erdman. York 57, go, and she has contact. And Michelle Barrett's spun out as well. CK8 says, "I'm standing on the brakes," as Lee Wynn gets the car back going. And again, these two cars that have spun out, Sue Erdman's got herself going. Michelle Barrett, York 12. And the reason why I was just nationally waffling away there without really telling you what was going on, because I knew what was going to happen. I knew we were going red flags, and my good run of form without having race stoppages has come to an abrupt end. I'm sorry for that, but hey, that's racing. We're getting towards the business end of the meeting now, aren't we? These third heats, they're all trying to get into that top 8, get into the final, and then become that champion at round 2 down in this beautiful part of the country. Cwmdu, and we've got the Cwmdu camber. Just pushing me to. Yeah, that's it. We've got loads of Cwmdu campers. Oh yeah, it's been full. But yeah, up on the mound there, everyone's, I think, enjoying the sunshine, and we're getting the best seat in the house. Up on the line, it looks like we've got class 6s. Up there, is there a runoff for 6s? Oh, it's a rerun. So to take you through the 6s, it's over to Tim Jones.
Thank you, Mickey. So yeah, away we go then. Here we are with the rerun of race 2 of ladies class 6s. So I think we're going, possibly with Zara Sutton in SR71. I think she may be the cause of the incident, so I can't see the SR71 machine down there on the line, but we can certainly see Zoe Copeland in Scunthorpe 36, because she starts towards the outside in lane 7. Hannah Thomas, one of the top point scorers in Scarborough 16. She starts right smack bang in the middle in lane number 5, and towards the inside, the ever distinctive little Fiat. That's Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47. So that's who I think provisionally we've got on the line, just waiting for track clearance as the red flag flutters on Marshall's post number 4. That's put down, the bungee raises, and away we go with the rerun of ladies 6s. And it's indeed Zoe Copeland in Scunthorpe 36 that leads us back round towards us for the first time of asking. Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47 and Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16. So Copeland it is that's going to lead them round once again, and I think this will be safely into the finals. Oh, Nicola gets it all out of shape, just drops to third ahead of, or just behind Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16, but no problems once again for the race leader, Scunny 36. Motors on Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16, and Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47. So hopefully all being well. These 3 ladies should be all into the final, as once again down into turn 1 we go for the penultimate time, last lap flag. This time Zoe Copeland in Scunthorpe 36 from Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47 and Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16. And not at full racing speed. Doesn't sound entirely happy she goes by, but she can keep it going for about 3/4 of a lap. She should get herself into the final. As talking finals, booking her place in the final, Zoe Copeland, Scunthorpe 36, that motors on and takes the race win from Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47, and completing it all, that will be Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16. Right, we're sticking with the Class 6s, but going back to the men's, we've got the men's Class 6 finalists, and I think, well, they take the stranded Mackenzie machine off to the pits. So top of the shop then. Nobody absolutely unbeaten through Class 6s, but it was very, very tight at the top. 4 people on the same points, 155 points, but Darren Bryan will be there in Scarborough at 41. Also 155 points, Jordan Hampson in Pennine 70. On the same amount of points and making the Class 6 final, Paul Melly in Swansea number 1. James Sinnott also with 155 points in CW 174. Dalton Thomas, he's your 5th qualifier with 146 points in Carmarthen number 8. Jake Holgate also makes it with 145 points, just a point behind in North Wales 20. Jamesy makes the Class 6 final in Yorkshire Dales 10. He's 136 points. And last but by no means least, Ben Gasby makes another Class 6 final with 136 points. That was the points that you needed to get through to the Class 6 final. So tight at the top. And the first one missing out by a fair few points, Tom Pipe in North Shropshire number 5. That's your Class 6 final. Back over to Class 2, back on the arch.
Yeah, cheers, thanks Tim. Yeah, into turn 1 already. It's Lucy Wickham, Penal 13. She comes into this as top point scorer of this race, but she's round already. So just like the men's, and ladies aren't short of action. So it is then the Irish that take up the run in Mallow number 2 as they go down the far side then. So out of start gate, Mallow number 2 it is then, as Nicola Bethany then runs down there in second in Radford 92. Then comes St Neots 34. Lucy Wickham then back up the inside in Penal 13. She's up to third in this one, but Bethany runs there in second with the Irish at the front in Mallow number 2. Radford 92 still runs there in second. Carnage through, and say Jay Morgan and Lucy Wickham. So red flags on ladies Class 2s, but back over to Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Art. So just very, very quickly, a purse or a wallet has been found near the fish and chip bar area, and it has been handed in to the fish and chip bar. So if you lost one, then go to the fish and chip bar, describe it, and I'm sure they will very happily reunite it with your lost property. So anybody who has lost one, it's quite a distinctive wallet. Go and describe it, and I'm sure they will be more than happy to give it you back. Thank you very much.
Right, so then, indeed, race number 2. Race 1 is a rerun, and as I say, the race number 2 is down there on the line. As I say, who's down there in this one then? Lane number 1, Jessica Browning. She is sitting 6th overnight in North Shropshire 15. So, as I say, she is coming into this one in lane number 1 in your NS 15. Missy Mosley comes into this in Radford at number 3, lane number 2 she is. Then we go to Beth Richards in Pennine 65. She is in lane number 3, but there is a few lanes that look to be empty, and Beth Richards looks to be one of those. Chloe Anchors in North Shropshire 391 is down there as well. Jenny Booton in Radford 80s down there. Donna Howells in Cwmdu 60. And Jess Singer in your South Somerset 45. So there is 2 or 3 or 4, I should say, that is down there on the line. There's in chances then to make your final. Jess Singer, let's say, is in 9th overall before this race then, so she needs a good one. Donna Howell, she's sat 10th, for Missy Mosley, she's sat 12th, so certainly watch out for those. But it's the North Shropshire 15 and Jess Browning that takes them down. Missy Mosley's there, Donna Howell's in the mix as well, and Cwmdu 60 are from the far side, so it's the 2 green machines for the minute at a time. So Mosley's up to second, then someone's through, and more carnage in your ladies too. But it's NS 15 road, Mosley runs there in second, Howell still runs there in third, with Booton then just spinning in. Radford 80, Singer doing well in their synchronised spinning, so they they go into turn 3. So what a carnage in your ladies class 2s, but it's NS15. Missy Mosley still runs there in second. Donna Howells is in there in Cwmdu 60 also. So she rounds out your top 3, but just pushing on ever so slightly is Donna Howells in that 3rd place. Then comes your North Shropshire 391 and Chloe Atkins, who rounds out your top 4. Then a long way back to Booton and Singer in your South Somerset 45. But down the far side, then Mosley's bonnet pin on the far left-hand side of it is seems to be coming up then. So let's hopefully that bonnet holds in place and obviously doesn't become an obstruction for any other races. But on to the final lap then, North Shropshire 15. Bradford 3, Missy Mosley still runs there in second. Donna Howells still runs 3rd, so no change throughout the field. So the gaps then just starting to spread out, but down the far side, Brown it is, then Mosley and Howells still rounds out your top 3. Booton's there as well, so Singer, she's trying to claim back some points in South Somerset 45, but checker flag flies, and we'll see her later on in your Class 2 final. Jess Brown in North Shropshire 15, Mosley's there in Radford 3. I think she might have done enough. If that second position, Donna Howells, we'll have to wait and see for her in Cwmdu 60. Ankins is there in 391. And then comes Booton and Singer, but Singer's looking to make the move on the final corner, doesn't quite get it, so Booton it is in Radford 80, and Singer in South Somerset 45. So Shire District 99 then, from the inside of the field, is just going to get a helping hand off the circuit. And so that is done and dusted. So Jess Browning, we'll see her as say 6 points, and then another 55 points. That will certainly boost her tally, and so we'll see her later on. But down on the line then is race number 3. Lara Jones out in this one. She's joint second overall, and in your Typhy 17. So she took a win earlier on, and took a second in her race number 1 yesterday. Faye Stevens is down there in 8th position overnight then in your Penheim 89. She comes out of lane 7. Rachel Fowles in Penheim 84 should be down there in lane 5, which indeed she is then. So the Adeline Chadbourne, she's joint first in this one in your White Rose 13 then, so she's one to watch out for. Jess Roberts is also down there in Scunny 126. She's on a flyer, but Lara Jones it is in the Typhy 17, or is it? Because someone's going flying through the pack, and that's Linda Thomas in PAC 91 then. So who's it going to be? Chadbourne's up to 3rd already, but Jess Roberts made quick change of Lara Jones in Typhy 17. Then Linda Thomas comes through there in 3rd. Chadbourne then just losing out of place to your Penheim 84 machine of Rachel Fowles. So Chadbourne with all the work to do with Faye Stevens at the rear end of the field for the moment in time. But it's Scunny 126, then comes Lara Jones. Linda Thomas still rounds out your top 3 for the moment in time, but the track is just a little bit slick coming out of turn 2. But 126 it is then. Lara Jones having a look up the inside this time around, but Jess Roberts and the experience. Jess Roberts, and she is your national champion, I'm pretty sure, in ladies class 2 in 126. So she goes down there, so she knows certainly how to pedal a class 2. But it's last lap flag then for Jess Roberts. Lara Jones is still there though in Typhy 17. She's Linda Thomas is closing the gap as well in PAC 91 then. So it is your South Wales drivers then running there in 2nd and 3rd for the minute in time. But it's a Scunny 126 machine that takes them down the far side, and for the final time then. So Jess Roberts it is that's going to come through in your Scunny 126 then. Lara Jones is going to hold off for 2nd as Linda Thomas it is that comes through for 3rd in PAC 91. That was awfully close, so over the line. Penheim 84, Rachel Fowles. Chadbourne's going to come through in White Rose 13, and Faye Stevenson in your Penheim 89. We'll round out as we look down to the line. That is 8s, ladies 8s. Right, so then that can only mean one thing, and it's over to Liam.
Yeah, thank you, Archie. So ladies class 8s down there on the line, ready for their 3rd round of qualifying. Of course, we have already seen them today because they come out and done their 2nd heat this morning. The track was completely different then to what it is now. It was still fairly wet this morning when these ladies class 8s come out. So a few of them struggled with the conditions in the early stages of the day, but as I said, this track now completely different. It's dried out. It's very slick indeed. So only one driver then in ladies class 8's unbeaten, Josie Tompkinson in Scunny 52, and she's on and off the line. She's in this one. She's got her sister to contend with as well as they get away from the line. Shelby Ullman it is that gets the best of the breaks in North Wales 271. So can Josie be beat on this circuit? It doesn't look like it as the first 2 heats, but at the moment she runs 2nd seconds, as it is Shelby Ullman that's going to lead them down for the first time. Down the far side they go, as 271 from 52, but Josie's taking that tight line. Where's Charlene Hankey? She's down the order, so it's 271, 52. Third at the moment is Jeff Brown in Mallow 319. Then we're going to go to Ruby Emerson, Beth Tompkinson and Charlene Hankey, and very characteristically at the tail end of the field. But Shelby Ullman it is. It's the two youngsters at the head of affairs that lead the way, as Shelby Ullman drifts the car out wide, looking to take a win off Josie Tompkinson for the first time this weekend, as she runs there in second, but doing her points tally no harm whatsoever, and she's going to try and make a last-ditch move, I think, as they go down the far side or safely onto their final circuit. It's going to be checkered flag this time. Shelby Ullman led from the word go, but she's got it round, and Josie Tompkinson snatches victory on the line. Jess Brown takes second. Oh, she's not going to finish. Beth Tompkinson takes third. Fourth was Ruby Emerson from Charlene Hankey. You really, really do have to feel sorry for her. So Shelby Ullman, I tell you what, leading the way for virtually from the word go. And she just tried, I don't know what happened, she just overcooked it on this bottom corner and got it all out of shape, and she found herself square wheeled. It's similar scenario to what happened with Sarah Chilvers in the Class 5. I think virtually in the exact same spot as well as where Sarah stopped. So whether there's some sort of magnet on this track in that spot that stops cars from crossing the line, I don't know. But big disappointment for Shelby Ullman in North Wales 271. She had a 5th and a 4th yesterday, so you have to say a win could well have put her on the fringes of getting it into that final, but unfortunately that dream's gone with that result. So race 1 then, very controversial, well not controversial, but very entertaining we should say, just not for Shelby Ullman's sake in North Wales 271. So race 2, hopefully we can have more of the same, pure entertainment from ladies class 8s. Ellie Lockwood, a 1st and a 3rd yesterday in Scunthorpe 191. She'll be looking to come out and claim a good result to get into that final. Alice Bevans, a 1st and a 2nd yesterday for Alice. Well, 1st yesterday and a 2nd today, so or the other way around. So she's sitting on 100 points. Sophie Morgan, Radford 71, 2/3 for her. Kelly Matthews, Cambridge 427, a good run in her first heat, a 4th, but then a 7th. Terry Mumford and Ellie Hines are the other ones that are scheduled, and we got Alice Bevans facing the wrong way as they get off the line, and she doesn't look like she's going to get it going. So we're going to carry on momentarily. Alice does get it going, being the true professional that she is, but at the front it's going to be the 158 machine, Terry Mumford, that leads them down the far side. Sophie Morgan sits 2nd in Radford 71. Ellie Lockwood runs 3rd, Ellie Hines 4th, and Kelly Matthews 5th. Alice Bevans well down the order after a earlier problem, but where is she? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th place points. Is that going to be enough? A 1st, a 2nd and a 6th. It might just sneak her in, but she is going to have to hope, or will she? Because she might have been thrown a lifeline here. Red flags come out on ladies class 8. So we will have to wait and see what happens with that. As we've said earlier, we haven't got a radio in here, but I'm sure someone won't mind running upstairs and finding out what the reasoning was and whether there is any exclusions. As I said, Alice Bevans, well, if she's allowed back in the rerun, she's been thrown a major lifeline in PAC number 2. But it was Alice that was facing the wrong way as they got into turn 1. So we're not going to speculate. We will wait for official confirmation and give it to you as soon as we know. We're going to move on with race 3, which is down out on the line. So we got confirmation then from race 2. We'll give you that in a minute, but we're going racing with race 3. And who's the first one to show? Claire Horner it is, but Abby J. Bennett's right up the inside in the Forest Team number 8, but Claire's got the speed around the outside. And I'll tell you who else is fast, Sandra Jones in Cwmdu number 10. She knows every inch of this track and trying to use it to her advantage, but running 3rd at the moment, can't quite get past the youngster of Abby J. Bennett. Abby throwing the car sideways. I don't think it's going to help her as your race leader motors on. And Claire Horner looking to book her place in the final with 2 wins and a 2nd. Sandra Jones runs second. Abby J. Bennett runs third. Rosemary Glover it is in fourth. Then we're going to go to the North Shropshire 55 of Claire Cockrell, who runs there, and problems at the back for, I think, Taylor Jade Pascal in Hereford 350. But it's last lap flag. Claire Horner making it look easy in this race in Melton 62 as she goes into that top turn for the final time. And down the far side, 62 it is. Sandra Jones taking a very wide line in C10, but it's working because it's got her up into second, but she's not going to reel in the race leader because Claire Horner wins it. Sandra Jones takes second. Abby J. Bennett takes third. Rosemary Glover fourth. Claire Cockrell, then, your national champ, comes across the line in fifth. Taylor Jade Pascal in Hereford 350 comes across in that sixth place position. So Claire Horner then, she'll be in the final a little bit later on. Abby J. Bennett will be in the final, and I'd imagine Sandra Jones should be in there as well. 2 wins and a 6th. It's be tight, but I think that should be enough to get you in a ladies class 8 final. Race 4 then is on and off the line. Top point scorer in this, Nicole O'Brien. So keep your eye on her in the Mallow machine. Where is she? She's about 6th as they go into turn 1. We got contact going into turn 1. Jade Russell has been taken out of it in the Kent 19 machine, but we're going to continue with the ones at the front, and it's the Phipps car that leads in the Stroughton District number 10. A few of them getting very closely bunched up there as they go into that top turn, as Nicole O'Brien sneaking her way through. And I'll tell you what, it's working in the Mallow machine, but she's against more Irish, as Jenny Houlihan it is, that moves up the inside in the West Waterford machine. So you've got the 2 Southern Irish cars sitting behind the Wiltshire League machine of Maisie Phipps, but Maisie it is at the moment as Nicole O'Brien drifts out wide, and Sue Nichols looks to get in there as well now in YD7. It's last lap flag as Phipps goes wide, and Houlihan's on the inside in the West Waterford machine. Has she got the speed to make it stick, or is Phipps going to fight back? She tries the inside line, but Houlihan slams the door in her face, switches onto the inside. She's going to try and keep it tight. That's what she's got to do, but Phipps is going to go with her as well for the checkered flag. Jenny Houlihan holds off. Katie Phipps takes second. Then we're going to go to Nicole O'Brien. Yorkdale 7 of Sue Nichols. Dawn North is the next one across. Carmarthen 20, and after early problems, Jade Russell in Invicta Kent 19 is your final finisher. So that concludes ladies class 8 for the time being. KLE Building and Refurbishments, your sponsors. We are going to move on to the TM Factors Limited sponsored ladies class 10s. This one brings out the fittest girl in Autograss field, Becky Faulkner. Yes, she is paying me to say that's the easiest 20 quid I'll make this day. So North Shropshire 6 is down there. That's why I love commentary, it's great telling lies. So she's down there, Jill Grasby's down there, Jodie Pascal and Catherine Jones. Who's going to do what? Jill Grasby, the lady to beat in Evesham at 122. And sticking on the tight line, but not working, because it is Becky Faulkner that takes up the running in North Shropshire number 6, but running out wide, and that allows Jodie Pascal to make her way through. But I'll tell you what, look at this race between these 3. Any single one of these can take it. Catherine Jones is the one unfortunately off the pace in the Carmarthen machine, but at the front, Jodie Pascal it is that's going to lead them round from Becky Faulkner and Jill Grasby. Of course, they all will be in the final a little bit later on, but racing for valuable BAS points, and Jodie Pascal looking to take 55 of them as she gets the bit between her teeth, starts to pull away now. Grasby's up to second in Evesham 122, but doesn't quite look like she's reeling in your race leader. She hasn't really got enough time. She's got a little under a lap if she wants to catch up with her and overtake her, but Becky Faulkner is not to be wrote off either in North Shropshire number 6. And as I said, Catherine Jones, the one who's unfortunately off the pace with the best of them. But at the front, it's going to be checkered flag. A good race between those 3, and it's Jodie Pascal that takes the win. Jill Grasby takes second, Becky Faulkner third in North Shropshire number 6, and Catherine Jones in the Carmarthen 29 is going to be your final finisher in ladies class 10s. So nice and easy, steady run through from the ladies class 10s. I've got a rerun of 8 to come your way, and that will be my final race before we move into the finals. And speaking of reruns, we've got ladies 7s on the line, so it's over to Mr. Barker.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. It is the Rerun Ladies Super Saloons Heat 3 Race 1 Take 2. Max Sports Series sponsor, Quality Care Homes, our weekend sponsor. So Kesney Adams, Border County 26, Radford 176, Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho coming out of grid 7. Missing Katie Thomas there and down 26, Samantha Graney in the Pennine 8. Then it goes, the next one is lane 4, Shamel Clayton. And right on clue, Shamel currently into that third place, but cutting on the inside. It's Radford 176. That's Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho. Who's going with her? It's Border County's 26 machine of Kesney Adams, and Kesney Adams going a little bit wide. Shamel Clayton looks up the inside as they come out of that start gate turn. Down the hill they go into turn 1. Will the camber of the track cause any problems? Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho then takes it tight and makes it difficult to Shamel Clayton from that Kesney Adams. Then it's PhD 6, Ella John, who had that spin out in that first run before the red flags came out. Cwmdu 22, also there. Kelly Murray, she's down the pack, but we go back to the front. And it is the Radford 176, Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho, who's going to pick up the last lap flag from Shamel Clayton, from that Kesney Adams, from that PhD 6, Ella John in 4th place. They've all picked up the last lap flag. The last car to see it is Cwmdu 22, Kelly Murray. And now we change it to the checker flag. And we'll see you in the final, Julie. Radford 176, top points qualifiers. Shamel Clayton, Spalding 31 second. Third, Kesney Adams in Border County's 26. Then it's Ella John in PhD 6. And that final place will go to Cwmdu 22. And it is Kelly Murray. So well done, Kelly. We get that one finished. We have got a little bit of a wait for the start line. We're just waiting for cars to come up. We are due another rerun of ladies class 7s. Looking down at Liam, I think Liam's got one class 8 ladies rerun. Archie is he's just put 2 fingers up at me. What's that for? Hey? You got a class, just one? Yeah. All right, so I think we are getting ever closer to the finals. The finals of the second round of the British Series down here at Cwmdu. And yes, we've had some great racing, and I'm telling you what, we've got some cracking finals to come. I think some of the finals will already be read out, but we will take you through some more as we line up these class 7 ladies. Just to let you know, in the men's class 5, it is Jaber Smith in Ludlow 8, Annie Lodge, Scunthorpe 212, Nottingham 45, Baxter Pargetter, Cwmdu 3, Ryan Jones, Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway, Stroudon District 33, Tom Ellis, Yorkshire Dales 46, Colin Chilvers, and it is the Wessex 15, Chris Tudgate, who make up the men's class 5. Gareth is here in commentary already with... We have got in commentary, by the way, you may have seen it. Those watching at home have probably seen some flags flapping around in commentary. We have got a full set of flags. Red, we've got a finish line, we've got a last lap as well. The only thing we haven't got is blue, just for a mechanical failure. I had a few of them myself, but... that's another story, ladies and gentlemen. But I nearly didn't get here, by the way. Honest, we have got time, haven't we? I went into the conservatory to check the door was locked, because I was asked for that to do that by the missus. Came back out, and then she sent me back into it. She didn't tell me she'd closed the patio doors. Bang! Head-butted it. Oh, dear me. It's okay, though. I'm here. And it is Sue Erdman, then, who takes up the run-in into turn 1. It's ugly Mackenzie machine. Emily Mackenzie, Cambridge 12. Oh! Woohoo! I've seen Emily Mackenzie's undercarriage. Did anyone else? But she's running third. Hereford 44 in 4th place. Nicola Gibbs, she saw that as well. Thought, oh my life, I'm easing off here. And the CK number 8, Lee Wynn, in that 5th place. But it is Sue Erdman, York 57 then, from that York 12 machine. Michelle Barrett, both going up the hill into that opening straight down into turn 1. Nicola Mackenzie then, Emily Mackenzie in Cambridge 12 into still that 3rd place, and she did well, to be fair, to avoid the Armco after lifting up the wheels and coming very close to that. But they're picking up the last lap flag, already pushing down that opening straight. That's York 57, Sue Erdman machine, slowing it down into turn 1, around the camber of the track, out of turn 2, and takes 55 points. Sue Erdman then from York 12 of Michelle Barrett. Third goes to Emily McKenzie in Cambridge 12. Fourth goes to Nicola Gibson, Hereford 44, and CK8 Lee Wynn. So that is your ladies Class 7s done and dusted. We'll see the top 8 in the final. Up on the line, we look like we're going to a Class 2 rerun. So it's over to Archie Lewis.
Yes, indeed. Ladies Class 2, and say, wouldn't be a Class 2 with it without a rerun. And say, the bungee is away, and say Wickham was fast the first time around, and say she's quick on the gate this time, but someone from the outside is on an absolute scorcher. I think that's the Mallow 2 car, but Wickham it is always contact already in turn number 1, but it is them, the old Bradford machine in Bradford 92 of Nicola Bettany. Then she is the one up front. Wickham's running there in second, so Pennell 3. Mallow number 2, St. Neots 34, and Strand District 99 is how they run down the far side for the moment in time. But Bettany it is in Radford 92, just trying to keep that momentum. And by the looks of the dirt, then there is a little bit of wetter dirt on the inside, just the slippy surface. And say there, these ladies Class 2 drivers definitely seeing that and just trying to stay out of that darker section, which indeed means that it is wetter. So Sage on the drive line, around the outside they go. Bettany it is, onto a final circuit she goes. Wickham still holds there in second in Pennell 13, then Robinson in St. Neots 34. Robbins, I should say, in St. Neots 34 it is, and rounds out your top 4, and your Mallow number 2 is there in your third place, but Bettany it is in Radford 92 to come through and say take 55 points, and all important basketball points for the lady from the Radford Club. Wickham's going to take there in second, Mallow 2, Morgan just then from Robbins, and say that is the definition, not giving up to the line. Strand District 99 it is of Caitlin Newton will round out your ladies Class 2s then. So only one rerun to come your way, that is your ladies Class 8s. And say, looking down to the line, I think they are down in the holding lane all ready. So say we'll take this one for Liam, and say he's gone to pack up his stuff, and say he's got a trip home. And say quite lucky out of all the commentators, I'm the closest one to the track, being on a home track, and say feel privileged as always to be able to take the mic next to some of these great commentators, and say always learning and always picking up from the rest of them. Well, ladies Class 8's down there. Which one and who do we have in this one? This was the Alice Bevans one that was down on the line. Picking up a black flag then was the Radford 71 of Sophie Morgan, and I think that was. So say the Alice Bevans, she took a win and a second, and Kelly Matthews in there in Cambridge 427. And who else on there? Terry Mumford. I think she was the early race leader before the red flags got put up then. So Terry Mumford, and she's taken a fourth and a fourth. So a win that she was on earlier wouldn't have done her too bad. But she's going to have to do it all over again. Ellie Lockwood's down there as well in Scunny 191. But let's say we await for the rerun to come our way, and Bungie's away. Someone's on two wheels. Ellie Hines is down there as well, and Breenhill 14, but into the first corner. I think that is the Lockwood machine that takes them through. So they come round then this time around. So ladies Class 8 it is then. So it's 191. That is Lockwood from Mumford from Cambridge 427. Ella Kelly Matthews. She runs back there in third with Alice Bevans in PAC number 2. As I say, that lifeline that she was thrown has certainly not made the most of it this time off the start, but she's running back there in fourth. There's still a few laps to go, so what can she do? Ellie Lockwood though at the front in 191. She's taking a win and a third, so a win is definitely going to book her place into your ladies Class 8 finals. But Terry Mumford it is that runs back there in second. Oh, your Cambridge to 427 to Kelly Matthews, a spinner. Alice Bevans then is up to third in PAC number 2. Ellie Hines is there in your breeder nil 14. So Kelly Matthews got it all wrong in Stargate turn, but someone else getting it all right and ticking all the boxes. Ellie Lockwood in 191. Terry Mumford though, she's certainly closing. In your Forrester Dean 158 then, who runs back there in second, found the far side then, and on BAStv then this following your leading 2. So they go into the farmyard bend now for the final time. Checker flag flies. Ellie Lockwood's going to take the win this time. Terry Mumford's going to have to take second. Coming through for third then's Alice Bevins. I think we'll see her a little bit later on in that third place. Breenell 14 of Ellie Lockwood, and Ellie Hines, I should say, with Kelly Matthews in Cambridge 4-2-7. So that is all the reruns done and dusted. I think Tim just wants to jump in and give you an announcement.
Right, so yeah, that's all the heats all done for men, ladies, juniors, and such alike. So they are going to have a very, very short interval, about 10 or 15 minutes or so. But while they're doing that, then a little bit of nostalgia for you. As you can see on the back of the pickup truck going down the far side, there is there's a special, obviously, on the back, and a very iconic one as well. Many of you will, or hopefully will remember or seen pictures of the absolute legend of Class 9, Pete Collins, with the iconic C6 number. Now, his son Rob Collins has actually found the vehicle, or found the special, in a barn quite a fair few months ago. No, sorry, in a field a fair few months ago. And basically, with the help of a few people, has actually restored it to its original condition. And I must admit, what an absolutely superb piece of restoration this has been. And I think it was only fitting that it would be here that Rob wanted to actually run the vehicle. Well, unfortunately, with a few engine problems and issues, and obviously he's not able to do so. So the next best thing was to put it on the back of a pickup and give it a lap or two in its honour. As I say, absolutely iconic, super driver of the 1990s. Of course, the 1990 national winning machine in Withington is actually that vehicle on the back, and as I say, it has been restored, used as much original bits and pieces as they could salvage from it. There is a few bits and pieces that aren't original, like the master cylinders and stuff like that, but hey, most of it is absolutely as it was. It's still got the original, I've only found this out a few minutes ago actually, it's still got the original floor in it from when Pete had it built many years ago, and the floor's actually made from an old road sign, because apparently a good friend of Pete used to work for the council, and he actually borrowed, shall we say, a road sign, and that's what they used to make the floor out of. And believe it or not, it's actually still got the road sign on the underside of it. I think it says 800 yards, I think, from memory. So there you go, that's how they did it back in those days. And as I say, absolutely lovely thing to see. And what a tribute to have it here at the Cwmdu track. And I'm sure, and I know it's been around here many times in its life with, as I say, Pete at the wheel. And as I say, many people will certainly know of Pete Collins, of course, sadly no longer with us. But what a tribute to have the original car. And as I say, it's the original colour. Everything's as original as it can be. And as I say, absolutely super bit of kit. And as I say, what a tribute to have it here. And I think a lot of thanks will go to Rob for restoring it, finding it, putting the hours and hours. I know he's made it, and I know he's had help from a few people. Producing bits and doing bits and pieces, old photographs of what the car used to look like with colours and all sorts of things, but hey, it's as near as we're ever going to get to the original machine. And as I say, nice tribute to have it here as well, going round. As I say, it was originally going to be under its own steam, but there's still a few engine issues. It's still got the original engine in it, which will be rebuilt and all that sort of thing, but as I say, it's as near as complete as it will get. But hopefully there are plans, I believe, to run it, I think, at the Nationals. Don't quote me on that, but I think that was certainly one of the ideas that was mentioned, to lead the parade lap. So, okay, so we're just diving from that a second. There is a runoff for ladies class 2. So we need the drivers of Missy Mosley and Donna Howells, Radford 3 and C60 respectively. You need to get to yourself down to the line because you've got a runoff for the ladies class 2. But as I say, brilliant to see, absolutely immaculate condition. Really, really nice to see. I love stuff like this, I really do. And it's nice to see it going round. Say, shame it's not in his own steam, but again, as I say, there are plans, I think, to get it to the Nationals, or certainly another big event this year. And I tell you what a pleasure that will be to see going round. And as I say, he's had quite a few people had given around to do bits and pieces, but that's by the by. And as I say, what a thing to see. And congratulations to everybody involved with the restoration of yet another iconic bit of kit. Pete Collins in C6.
So while we just got this little bit of an interval, I think there's a couple of finals that we've still got to talk you through. Class 7 final then, after all that effort from the guys. Just listen to this lineup. Cwmdu 9, Cameron Mills, unbeaten thus far this weekend. We can see the Class 7s making their way up into the holding lanes. White Rose 20, Ian Stevenson, 155 points to 2 wins and a second. Then we go down to the youngest one, I think, in the field. Border County 7, Archie Bentley has made it through the final one, accumulated 145 points. Well done, Archie. Wish you well in the forthcoming final itself. North Shropshire 120, Liam Evans 128 points has got him through, qualifying fourth into that final. Sam Gould, North Shropshire 34, 126 points, alongside Phil Barleyman, Pennine 23, 126 points. Scunthorpe 383, Dan Johnson 125 points. That's the points they scored to get into their respective semi-finals. And the lowest points scorer, who was qualified 16th in the men's class 7s, was Ayrton Ellison, York 14, but that doesn't mean anything because on 102 points he got him into the semi-final and he went on to win his semi-final. So anything can happen in the Class 7s, and I'm looking forward to it, and I hope that it's going to be a first run completion. We've done the men's Class 5s. I don't know if there's any more finals that we've got. I know that Steve Langley is going to be taking you through the men's Class 1 and 3 finals, and we can start to see, I say, those holding lanes starting to fill up now with the 1s, the 3s, the 5s, the 7s. And the sun is still down on the track, and the forecasters got it right this morning when they said that it was going to be a dry day. There may be a little bit of a sprinkling later on as we head into early evening. But we're on making good time, by the way, as we head towards around about 4:15. And for a BAS round with over 700 cars, That's a fair effort, by the way, especially with the conditions that we had to wrestle with yesterday.
Yeah, I think the plan is to hopefully start the final somewhere around about 4 o'clock. So, team of 3 of us here, we've got to waffle. I mean, we've got to entertain the people and the public and things for about quarter of an hour, team. So, come on, let's see what we can do. Right, you're saying there's over 700 cars. I can be more precise than that. There's over 712 and there's under 714. You can't get more precise statistics for a BAS round than that.
And I must admit, Steve, I've done over the last number of years a number of BAS rounds with the team, and I hope everyone gets the feel that that we do have a bit of fun in here as well. It's there's a lot of work and racing to get through. I think, Steve, I think it was 333 races you told us that we had to get through this weekend, and we're getting into the final furlong now. And yeah, no, that's it. And I'm just hoping that we're going to have some fitting finals to finish off what's been a cracking round 2 down at Cwmdu. And what a track it is to come back from the conditions it's had.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say the 2022 series is shaping up very nicely. Not quite got this round totally under our belt yet, but 2 absolutely cracking rounds under our belt, and looking forward to the final 3 rounds. So yeah, it is all looking good. So I'll tell you what, folks, then take this opportunity to say you've got probably about 10 minutes, if that, to get yourself some refreshments or have a wander around the trade stands, and don't forget the charity stall that is here this weekend, the Help the Underdogs. Then there's all sorts of good things going on there. Right, there we go. I think this was announced. And apologies, because I do sort of like drop in and out of commentary at BAS round, so very rudely I don't hear some of the things that the commentators say, which is nothing personal. When I'm in here, I don't hear anything they say, but which is personal. But yeah, apparently £1,325 for Help the Underdogs. But I tell you what, we want to get that up to 1,500 at least. So it's an opportunity, cakes, tombola, all sorts of things to buy. We're close. Hopefully we're very close. So take the opportunity to support a good cause in the interval. Go get yourselves fed if you need to. Have a wander around the trade stands. We do thank all of our trade stands for your support here at round 2 of the Kent Cams and Simpson Race Horse British Autograss Series at Cwmdu. So yeah, take the opportunity. It's not going to be a very long interval, folks, but hey, take the chance to have a wander around. But make sure you keep your deck chair or whatever you've got track side, because you're going to want it very, very shortly once these finals start to come your way.
A 3rd round, North Shropshire, Steve.
3rd round, North Shropshire. Yeah, anybody that was there last year for what was the debut of a big meeting on that venue will absolutely know what a cracking venue it was. And on North Shropshire's own admission, it's the first time they'd put a meeting of that size on that venue, and well, we all reckon they did an absolutely superb job. They're being ultra critical on themselves. They reckon there's a few things they can improve. So if they look to improve on last year's, by Jove, we are going to have a cracking weekend up there.
The other positive for me, by the way, Steve, it is getting closer to home. So I started off on BAS round 1, and it was a 7-hour drive. This, by the way, was 4 hours 15. I may have broke the speed limit a couple of times, but hey-ho, you know, people make mistakes. North Shropshire, I think, is slightly less for me as well.
So no, that's good. As I say, we tried to get sort of like a good a geographical spread as possible for the rounds of the British Autograss Series, but it is dependent on who's in a position to put the rounds on and wants to apply. So sometimes we have absolutely no problem with any of the hosts that we use. They are absolutely superb, but sometimes we haven't got the greatest of choice for varying reasons. Farmers, and obviously a lot of their venues are subject to or on farmers' fields, so are subject to what used to be called crop rotation and set aside and all things like that before we came out of the EU. I don't know what it's called now, but it's things like that, and obviously that is the farmer's livelihood. So extra fields that are necessary for the camping sometimes aren't available for 1 year, will be for the next year. So that sort of dictates where we are, but we do try and get as big a spread as possible. So not giving too much away, you might not have to travel quite so far next year for at least some of the rounds, Mickey, but there we go. And okay, not giving anything away, but can you swim?
I can with armbands on, Steve. So oh, well, okay. Well, if that is what I think it is...
it's not confirmed.
It's not confirmed, but I have said that I have not had to swim, but I have travelled across, and I've had a superb time. So yeah, look forward to that. Anyone out there, by the way, is anyone like me? And I think
no, absolutely
no, there's probably not. By the way,
that's a safe statement.
Has the British government got into your head? Because they've got into mine, by the way. Because now I'm driving past, coming down here, because I've got to put some fuel in on the way back. And I've gone past a petrol station and it says £1.94, right, for diesel. And do you know what I've said? Oh, that's cheap.
Yeah, it is. It's right, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Come on then, let's get political. No, it is. It's very notable, isn't it? That sort of like petrol diesel prices going up and down like you wouldn't believe. And I've sort of like got a diesel vehicle, so keep a close eye on diesel prices. And everybody, yeah, you know, every time we get a change, we've got to alter it. It's got to go up, sort of thing. But there does seem to be a ceiling at 199 or £1.99.9, doesn't it? Nobody wants to start it with a 2. So I'm just wondering, suddenly all the price increases have stopped at that level. But no, difficult times.
So while we've been talking along, we've had the ladies class 7 finalists brought in. So your top 8 ladies that have made it through: Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho, Radford 176, 155 points. So she didn't make it a clean sweep, but she did as good as she could with 2 wins and a second to take her top of the shop. Sue Erdman with that win in the 3rd heat pushes her into 2nd place on points in qualifying in the York 57. Shamel Clayton picked up a second in her 3rd heat as well in the Spalding 31. She qualifies in 3rd place. Then Michelle Barrett and Emily McKenzie, York 12 and Cambridge 12. Hey, how close is that? They accumulated 117 points to get themselves into the top 8 for this ladies Class 7 Super Saloon final. Hereford 44, Nicola Gibbs, she's had a good weekend, and she takes her place in 6th place. Alice Bevans, PAC 53, has made it through in the 7s, and with 100 points, well done to Alice. And Border Counties 26, Kesney Adams gets that final place, place 8, and just missing out, PhD 6, Ella John. So that's your ladies class 7 finalists. Done and dusted. We'll see them out shortly. We've got the men's though to get through, so hopefully that will be nice and clean. Any of those cars being shared can just be handed over in pristine condition, and yeah, no arguing on the way home. That's where it is. Yeah, can you just imagine it though, if you shared your car with your missus and then you've damaged it and she can't go out? I mean, I'd just go down the pub and stay out for a week. That's what I'd do.
On the upside of things, like, of course, you can't argue if you're not talking to each other. So that's always been my philosophy. So talking of statistics, then I think we're coming up with some. So we're going to let Mickey B loose with some statistical numbers.
Well, Stato Jeff has just come in from the. Well, fair play to him as well. West Country Videos has been stood up on the podium all weekend, filming all of the live action that's been streamed to you good folks at home. And what we've just been told is that we've had 17,000 views. So that was yesterday. And where are we up to at the moment, Jeff?
We've had 6 today.
There's 1,200 live at home, so there we go. They're looking at Steve. I'm just hiding behind him at the moment because, yeah, that's it. Hello, everyone.
There's 1,200 people listening to the rubbish that we're currently coming out with, basically. That's worrying.
I wish they'll get on with the finals.
Yeah,
these two are just waffling as they do. Right. But we are, I think, professional wafflers. So.
But they are thinking, what a nice bracelet they had for sale.
Yes. I mean, that bracelet, wasn't it? I mean, I got that all wrong, didn't I?
Is this bracelet here?
No, it's not that one. It was a silver one. I mean, it was quite unique, Steve. I'm being honest with you.
I remember giving it to. Hold on, sorry, we got to go. Come here, H. No, yeah, no, come here. Yeah, come here. Then It'll be proof to Steve where you are, just in case he's querying it. This is Rachel, head of our lap scoring team. So there we go.
21, I think it's on a trailer. It's blocking a road, an access road.
Right, Severn Valley 21 has obviously loaded up for a quick getaway. Unfortunately, you are blocking an access road, so we do need it moved, please. So SV21, the race car, is on a trailer, but you are unfortunately blocking an access road. So if you can move it, please. Folks, if you want to, hopefully you don't want to go. I can't see why you'd want to go and sort of like miss the finals, but if you do need to go, with the greatest respect, you need to go. So load up, but you can't sort of like leave your car and trailer in places and think, I'll just nip back and watch the finals. So if you can assist us on that one, it would be really appreciated. But you don't want to get going anywhere yet. We have got some absolutely cracking finals to come, and after the finals there is going to be a trophy presentation. There are some lovely glass trophies on this meeting. The trophy presentation is going to take place in the marquee that is just to the left of us here in the commentary position. We're in the double-decker units that are on the finish line, which I'm sure you've worked out. So just to our left as we stand here, then there is a very nice marquee. That's where the trophy presentation is going to be, and it will be very quickly after racing is finished. We are conscious that people do have distances to go, Scarborough, etc, etc. But if you can, drivers, then we'll just wait for that trophy presentation. It is a nice way to round off the meeting, and all spectators, you're absolutely more than welcome, and we would love you to come round, show your appreciation to the drivers for the absolutely superb entertainment they have given you this weekend. You can have a look what the drivers look like without their crash helmets on to hide their features, etc, etc. Yeah, it's a good opportunity. So get yourself over to the trophy presentation. As I say, it will be taking place just as soon as racing has finished in the white tent just to our left over here.
I think that some of the people, Steve, that have left early, it's some of them want to get home and watch the omnibus edition of Love Island, by the way. I think the new edition of Love Island's on, and everyone's into it apart from the fellas, aren't they, really? Apart from those ones that
Well,
want
I
to
don't know. This is interesting, because as soon as you start talking about Love Island, Gareth has grabbed the headphones, so he's going to say something.
Genuinely, it's a coincidence. I've just been sent a message from Danielle Phillips, who's watching at home at Push Trap. And she wants to wish Tom Ellis all the best for his Class 5 final, and also Michelle is qualified for the ladies Class 5 final as well. So Danielle and Craig are sat at home, and they want to wish the two of them all the best. And Lletty Sean, also down from the Tyree Club, he's just sent a picture of a team of very glamorous commentators, and he's said that we've done a top job all weekend. And Sam King as well, excellent commentary again, well done all. So at least we seem to be doing something right, no matter how negative we seem to be and how critical we seem to be of each other.
Hey, we're getting better. 17,000 views, 3 compliments. Hey, we're getting good, lads. We're getting good.
Oh, Gareth, don't take off the headset, because there's. I always like coming down with Gareth, because as we know, he's the voice of an angel, but he never sings, Steve. I reckon he mimed. You know, on that All Stars. You know, I thought it was out of sync, by the way. You know, like when it's going la la. It's like, you know, one of those old Bruce Lee films. What's that?
Yeah, I did a Diana Ross.
Did you? Oh, what's one of them? You're not saying Diana Ross mind?
No.
Is that what you were saying?
No, not at all. She just had.
I don't think I want to stand in the middle of you two while you're having this conversation.
Well, you don't want to be in the middle of a chain reaction, do you?
Oh no, we're getting these subtitles in. Well, one thing I would say is that Gareth taught me a new Welsh word this weekend, and I've had to write it down because. You know, like when you're English, you know, you can't actually pronounce how you spell it, by the way. And when I say you, I mean, I'm trying to say the whole Welsh public, by the way. I can't. So I had to write it down there. Shimai. Shimai. And
no, he's not got you to say Shemai over a public PA system. Oh, my life, and you fell for it.
Yeah. I've had lots of requests online, by the way, Steve.
Yeah, that's the Welsh for sheep, isn't it?
Apparently that says, hiya, how you doing?
Yeah, somebody's lied to you. Poor old Mickey B.
No.
Yeah,
What
Shimai
does
is-
it? Well, it does mean that, doesn't it? Come on.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
yeah.
people sat home going, Shimai, because it sounds like it should be over like in Japan or something like that.
Yeah.
Shimai.
It could be worse. I mean, it could be Welsh for sheep or cow, but then you wouldn't know the difference, would you?
No, I wouldn't know the difference. Thank you very much for bringing that up.
Keep talking, we've got somebody important here.
Oh.
Probably wants to speak to one of us. Hopefully it's not me, because if it is, I'm normally in trouble. Right, joking apart, and we have been joking around, but this one is serious, folks. We did say about this earlier on, and it's come back through again from NASA, quite rightly. We cannot tolerate in any circumstances people driving their race cars through the spectator area. We did ask you politely and warn you earlier on. We are now at a stage where it's not going to be tolerated, and if you're seen doing it, then you do face, and we don't want to do this, and we don't want to put it down on it, but you do face the risk of things happening. It is a big, big no-no. You should know it. So we know that sort of like, you know, busy meetings, you want to load up, you want to go, but it's all got to be done in a proper way. So no race cars at all, please, through any spectator or camping area. And again, it's the field behind us here in commentary that I think is the issue. So please help yourselves, help us. No driving of race cars through the through spectator area.
We've got marshals making their way back onto the track. We've got ladies class 2 machines up there on the line for a run-off. So it should be back underway with the important stuff before too long. But we've had another message from Lucy Bentley, and she wants to wish Abby Bennett, Archie Bentley and Corey Mumford all the best for their finals. And also the word legend gets bandied about quite a bit in Autograss, but yesterday we had a viewer that was watching us while we had treatment at hospital in Bristol and was listening to us all the way home as well, and that man is Viv Dance from the Tyvee Club, and we all wish Viv all the best with his treatment over the next few weeks. And like I say, one of the ultimate legends, not just within the Tyvee Club, but within the South Wales League and Welsh Autograss as well.
Yeah, we can only echo that, Gareth, absolutely. Right, looks like we are about to go racing, and we are going to kick off with the showdown shootout. Oh, that sounds better than a run-off, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm going to use that terminology now, right? So, showdown shootout time for ladies class 2s on the line. We've got Donna Howells in the Cwmdu 60 car. Would I be rude if I said how appropriate that number is? Nah, what the heck. So there we go. If you've seen some balloons in the C60 car, then yeah, big birthday for Donna Howells. And yeah, not giving her age away, but as I say, C60, very appropriate number. So Donna Howells against Missy Mosley in Radford 3. They are battling out for place number 8 in today's ladies class 2 final. The cars that have battled and qualified through, they do get choice of grid positions, of course, for a BAS final. So each of these will get 8th pick, so it may be a little bit limited, but the important thing is they are going to be on the line. And what's even more important is I can ease off, and the man that knows all about it and can take you through and has taken you through Class 2 all weekend is here. So I shall shut up and hand you over to Archie.
Yeah, cheers, and say thank you. Just make it back in time then. And say ladies too, Missy Mosley down there in Radford, number 3 in Donna Howells in Cwmdu 60. As I said, you've already been informed, and Bowser is out then. And the track just getting a good soaking by the seams of it. So Missy Mosley then down there on the line then, and Donna Howells. So this is for the last position in the ladies class 2 final. And to say Donna, she was showing good pace, hasn't she, throughout the weekend. She had a good start to the weekend in race number 1. And so she was looking quick, got a good jump. She started leading it for a good majority of the race in race number 1. And then I think she had to settle for a second or a third in the end. And Missy Mosley then, she has just not been on the pace that she normally is this weekend, but she's here in the runoff, and certainly she's going to try and book her place into the finals. So, ladies twos, we just wait for the Bowser, which looks to be the last bit of machinery left on the circuit. So I say, with only the two class 2s going out, it's going to give the track a good chance to absorb all the water that's gone down, because especially being front wheel drive, it's the ground isn't going to get a big hammering off, say, if we was going to go straight into your finals. So it's nearly finals time. It's nearly the business end of the weekend, and I say the bit of the weekend that we've all been working for, all us drivers, and I say all of us around here at the Cwmdu Raceway. And what a superb meeting it has been, I must say. Even with the weather issues, it certainly didn't put a damper on it, did it? Even though it certainly was a little bit damp. So we are just waiting for the Bowser. It's nearly off, then off the circuit then, as we wait for the yellow flags to fly then. So Bowser's off, out the way. We are ready to get going racing with the final run of any heat before we get going with your finals. Missy Mosey's got a better jump then of Donahow's this time around, so it's Radford 3 that's going to take him into turn 1 then. So this is where it counts for these two ladies to book themselves into the final then. Missy Mosey, she's going to hug that inside line, but the Bowser's just put a little bit of soaking down on the inside line on the cones. Can Donna try something different? Oh dear, no. So Cwmdu 60 then is spinner in to turn 3, so that's allowed Missy Mosey. She has certainly been gifted this now. At the front of the field then, Donna Howes is unfortunate, the spinner, and says just spinning it again then into turn number 3 then. And it's all going wrong for Donna Howes in your Cwmdu 60 machine. And whilst I was in the pits, I did hear that she picked up a puncher on the way down to the line. So no doubt it's been a stressful 20 minutes or so for Donna Howes. So Missy Mosley, it is in Radford 3. She is looking to book her place. All she has to do is finish this race in Radford number 3. Then she brings it through then. So checker flag, Missy Mosley it is that comes through and takes the win and books herself into the finals. So then it is finals time, and she is booked herself, Missy Mosey. So finals time has arrived, and here we go then. If you're not, get yourself trackside. What a bit of bunch of racing we are going to witness. Donna Howell's making her way off then. So we're back to the top, we're back to finals, and we're back over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Archie. So yeah, TBR Race Engines, our British Autograss Series sponsor, and here this weekend a big thank you also to MJN Group and Kia Motorsport, our Class 1 sponsors. We've got Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443, Ian Hullithorne Scunthorpe 25, Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe 1, Tom Powell in Evesham 82, Alex Hill in St Neots 164, Craig Bagley in Cwmdu 1, Josh Fowler in North Shropshire 2, and Dan Keddy in Hereford 20. They have battled through 3 rounds of qualifying, 2 semi-finals, and in one case a run-off to earn the right, and it is a right to be up there on the line for this Class 1 final as they come round and past us for the first time. It's absolutely 3 in a row. Who's going to split those up? Ollie Hall, though, in Scunthorpe 1 is just about the first one to show as they do the start line turn for the first time, slotted into second place. Tom Powell it is in Evesham 82. Ian Hullithorne runs on the inside in Scunthorpe 25, going round the outside. Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443, St Neots 164. Alex Hill just about in 5th place. Josh Fowler tracking the tyres, but he's got a bit to do at the moment. Dan Keddy's your back marker in Hereford 20. Craig Bagley switching to the outside in Cwmdu 1. Your race leader, Ollie Hall it is in Scunthorpe 1. Evesham 82 in that second place then. Oh, a 5-way battle going on for 3rd place onwards, and it's the North Shropshire 443 Ben Gould that loses out in that one. He now finds himself at the back of the pack. Ollie Hall finds a little bit of daylight between himself and the rest of the field. Having said that, Evesham 82 is looking to pull him in. Cwmdu 1 in that 3rd place slot, not to be I think for Josh Fowler. North Shropshire 2 comes past us very slowly. The leading pair though down that far side still, Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe 1, Tom Powell in Evesham 82, Craig Bagley looking safe and sound in C1 in 3rd place at Neots 164. Alex Hill runs in 4th. Dan Keddy trying to improve up through on the inside in Hereford 20. SC1 completes another lap. Evesham 82, C1, the 1, 2, 3 quite a way clear of this 4-way battle going on for 4th place as Josh Fowler, he's hoping for a race stoppage in North Shropshire 2, so he's doing the right thing. He's keeping moving, he's keeping out of the way though as SC1 goes into that farmyard bend for the penultimate time. 1 lap to go for Ollie Hall. Right all over him now though is Evesham 82, Tom Powell, Craig Bagley in Cwmdu 1 in that 3rd place slot. Back up to 4th place has gone Ben Gould, then to Neots 164, Dan Keddy, Ian Hullithorne in Scunthorpe 25. But we're looking down the far side, we're looking to the farmyard bend for the final time, and we're looking to meet and greet our their first champion of the weekend, and that is going to be Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe 1, who takes Class 1. Tom Powell, Evesham 82 in second, Cwmdu 1, Craig Bagley in third. Ben Gould comes fourth in North Shropshire 443. Alex Hill in 164, Ian Hullethorne, and then Dan Keddy in Hereford 20. And completing it all is Josh Fowler in North Shropshire 2. Well done, Class 1 lads. So absolutely cracking stuff there from Class 1, as we call it, or certainly as I call it. Get my disclaimer in, totally unofficial and everything, it'll all get confirmed and all of that, so I'll just call it as it comes across the line. Ram Developments and Phil Priest Transport as sponsors of men's Class 3. Qualifiers: Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343, Keith Kelly, Mallow 247, Simon Farrer in Yorkshire Dales at 24, Viv Cole in Carmarthen 4, Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700, Leon Dorset North Shropshire 293, Aaron Mackenzie in Cambridge 401, and battling through the run-off, Lee Almond in North Wales at 27. Those are the 8 Class 3 cars that were on the line, but they've left the line. We're away and racing, and Leon Dorset it is that's the first one to show on the inside in North Shropshire 293. Simon Farrer goes mid-track in Yorkshire Dales 24, looking to come through though is Cambridge 401, but that's all left a bit of a gap on the inside. Lee Almond looks to take advantage in North Wales at 27, but it is 293 Leon Dorset from the North Wales machine. Rich Lee having a good run in third place in Scunthorpe 700, going right round the outside though. Simon Farrer in Yorkshire Dales 24 up into that third place. Keith Kelly in Mallow 247, typical Keith Kelly flamboyant style, right on the outside line. Martin Gould, right, oh, Keith Kelly in 247 just overcooks it, gets up against the Armco in front of us here in commentary. Can he get it going again? And problems over on the far side. Simon Farrer and Martin Gould facing all sorts of the wrong direction, and unfortunately we do get the red flags out on the Class 3 final. We shall hopefully somebody will have a listen to the radio as to what's going on that one, and if we've got any exclusions, etc, etc. Just as soon as we let you, as soon as we know, obviously we'll let you know. But Class 3, we're going to have another go at that one. Hey, we don't mind that. Well, we don't like reruns, but we don't mind seeing Class 3s again. They'll go back to the rerun lane. Class 5s are on the line, and to give you runners and riders and take you through everything, it is of course Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve. We are into men's Class 5 final. LorryInsurance.com are series sponsors, and MDMX Off-Road are weekend sponsors. So let's have a look at the lineup. Ludlow 8, Jaber Smith, unbeaten this weekend. Can he make it a clean sweep with this final? He's coming out of grid 8. He's had that a couple of times over the weekend. He seems to like it. And it's the track drying out as well. We should get a slingshot. And as I say, drying out, the Bowser's out. Now, these lads here will be thinking, well, I hope it soaks in quickly, because we don't want to be spinning out on a final, especially after all the work they put in over the weekend. Scunthorpe 212. Danny Lodge has had 2 wins and a second, 155 points. He's going to be looking, he's looking 1, 2, 3, he's about grid 4, I think he's picked to come out of there. Then we go Baxter Parkin and Nottingham 45. Baxter's had a great start to the weekend. He had 2 back-to-back wins and then a third this morning. 146 points gets him into that final. Cwmdu 3, Ryan Jones, and Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway, both got 145 points, and also Tom Ellis followed him as well in that Stroudon District 33. Colin Chilvers, the man who had the Tashma shaved on to make himself look younger, is qualifying through the runoff. As you remember, there was 3 in the runoff, and Colin was one of those. He came second in that runoff after picking up 136 points to get in there. And then Wessex 15, Chris Tudgay, is that final qualifier into this men's Class 5. Chris Winnell, say the best surname in racing, isn't it? Unfortunately didn't make it through, but great effort as well. 136 points, that takes some accumulating, and not to make it through to the final. That's just how your luck goes sometimes. We'll see you in North Shropshire in a few weeks' time. So just having that Class 3 being lifted by that tractor and the lifting bar off the track. And we will be very close to going racing with this men's Class 5 final. Who's your money on? Who do you fancy picking this one up there? Jaber Smith seems to be on a charge this weekend, so don't discount him. But Danny Lodge, Scunthorpe 212, definitely is going to be there competing hard going into turn 1. And as we've just seen in the Class 3s, it's always competitive. Here we go then, bungee lifts, let's go racing. Lodge has got a flying start, Jaber Smith as well. Baxter Parget has gone with them. They're your top 3-point scorers this weekend, and it's no surprise there, 3 of them that are coming out of turn 2. Here we go, who's got the cutback? It's Baxter Parget from Lodgy Boy. Then Ellis goes with them in there in the Stroud and District 33. Oh, Holloway's gone for the cutback. Holloway's gone from 5th to 1st. Coming out of Stargate turn down that opening straight. Ellis has gone with him in Stroud and District 33 as they bring around. Lodgy looking to come wide on the outside as well, eating dust as he comes through. Baxter Pargetter there on the pace. There's a little bit of door rubbing as they go through. Chris Tudgay there in the Wessex 15, Cwmdu 3, and then it is Colin Chilvers, the man who had the Tashmere shaved off and made himself look younger, in that final place. At the moment we've got one parked up near the Armco and the exit gate, but we go back to the front. Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway then, he found the gap and picked up 4 places to take the lead. Ellis follows with him. Baxter Pargetter looks for the gap on the inside of Ellis. Little bit of contact as they climb the hill there. 4th place, it's Lodgy, but it's Tudgay coming back at him as they come out of that Stargate turn down the opening straight. Holloway still leads it from Pargetter, from Ellis, from that Lodge machine, from Tudgay. Then we go down to that Cwmdu 3. Ryan Jones is just a little bit further back as they bring it up. Another lap completed. Round the turn 2, climbing the hill they go. Holloway starting to extend his lead. Clear track in front of him. Nottingham 45, Baxter Pargetter still holding that 2nd place. Then it's Tom Ellis, Stroud and District 33, Scunthorpe 212. Lodgy in 4th as they pick it up the last lap flag. One more lap to go on this one. Charlie Holloway, Evesham 9 from Baxter Pargetter, from then Tom Ellis, from Danny Lodge, from Chris Tudgay, then the Jones machine, then it's Colin Chilvers in the Yorkshire Dales 46. Oh! Spinner out, Tudgay's out of this one. Chilvers avoids contact, but eyes to the front as we go round, and it's going to be that Evesham 9. Charlie Holloway takes the Class 5 final. Baxter Pargetter in 2nd. I think it's Ellis from Lodge. And then we go down into the Cwmdu 3 of Ryan Jones. Yorkshire Dales 46, and that is Colin Chilvers. And that's Ludlow 8 machine of Jaber Smith. So brilliant stuff there from our Class 5 boys. Now you Class 7 lads, can you do the same? It's Cameron Mills, Cwmdu 9, Ian Stevenson, White Rose 20, Border County 7, Archie Bentley, North Shropshire 120, Liam Evans, North Shropshire 34, Sam Gould, Pennine 23, Phil Barliman, Scunthorpe 383, Dan Johnson, York 14, Ayrton Ellison. So, wow, that is going to be some Class 7 final. Class 5s, by the way, in super stuff as well, wasn't it? You know, and all action happening. The move of the weekend for me, Charlie Holloway finding the gap all the way up, and he was 3rd, yeah. So just confirmation there from Steve that Tom Ellis did nick 3rd, just in front of Lodgy Boy, who he's had a great weekend. He'll be happy with a 4th. He's in the trophies, and he'll come back stronger again. And looking at that Class 3, just confirmation that is excluding Mallow 247. So Keith Kelly there is not going to be taking part in that. So water going down around this track. It's a wide line, so they're looking like they're trying to encourage the guys to keep it nice and tight, unless anyone's feeling brave. And if you're feeling brave, go for it. But we've seen already that Gareth's just shown us his phone. It's the words to tragedy at Steps. Hopefully not. So first time watchers on BAStv, you have all been so amazing. We're watching from home in Redditch. My son, Evesham 80, Aaron Smith, 16th birthday tomorrow. Your phone's just got off. Hold on, he's getting it back. He's putting his password in. Hold on, that's right, 125962. All right, that's it. That's it. So Aaron Smith, 16th birthday tomorrow, and starts his engineering apprenticeship. Not had the best weekend, but tomorrow's another day. New beginning. would appreciate it. So there we go, and that's from Jackie. So thanks, Jackie. We've read that out for you. And again, thank you for all of our viewers for tuning in and watching the racing this weekend through the BAStv, which I must admit has been a real great addition to this year's first 2 rounds. I suppose when I went back home after round 1 and looked at some of the playback, I was just amazed at how good quality it was, and it's actually opened it up to a wider audience. And you know, I know my dad, to be fair, 80 years of age, don't get about much these days, but being able to watch his grandson race, been brilliant. Here we go then, it is the final, and it's Cameron Mills then. Cwmdu 9 takes it in there as Johnson goes with him as well in that orange machine. Oh, yeah! Ouch! Oh, for the first time this weekend, it's bish bash bosh. That could be costing some dosh. And oh dear, Scunthorpe 383, Dan Johnson there just came round, lost the back end, and just came across and planted himself into the side of Liam Evans there in that North Shropshire 120. So we'll listen to the radio for any announcement on that. But as I thought, the Class 7 final was going to be a real challenging one. I'm not sure whether or not those conditions, slippery conditions, water just been out on the track as well, whether or not that contributed towards the back end going round. But dear me, that's a shame that was. But the positive side, a little bit, there's always a silver lining, is that we get to watch it all again as they go back to the rerun. Probably excluding one, but we won't say anything more on that until we get the any confirmation from the marshals over the radio. And as soon as we hear that, we'll let you know as well. Up on the line though, we have got Class 9, so it's over to Mr. Archie Lewis.
Right, so then your men's Class 9s finals then, just as that absolute carnage from your Super Saloons. That is going to be one heck of a race a little bit later on. Right, so then we're going open wheel though, we're going just as exciting. And right, so your 8th place qualifier. Coming into this, he picked up a black flag, but he's got 2 wins. So to get you into your Class 9 final, you needed 110 points. And I'll tell you what, it was close between some other people. But Jimmy Smith it is then in Ludlow 80. He comes into this as your 8th place qualifier. Joe Pipe comes into this in North Shropshire number 10. He had 112 points, so that shows you how close it really was for that last place qualifier. Stuart Taylor and Victor Kent 121. He was 117 points. Dave Palmer, ARC 31. He comes in on 119 points. Phil Rogers then in your PhD number 2, Billy. He comes into this on 125 points in his 4th place qualifier. Chris Colgate, North Wales 19, comes in on 138 then. Steve Lindsay is coming in this on 146 as 2nd place, and your top point scorer then Sean Power in Yorkshire Dales 97 on 155. So no man has gone beaten then this weekend. So it's all to play for, but Palmer it is that takes him into turn 1. Jimmy Smith's in the mix as well. Ludlow 80. Someone's trying to keep it nice and tight. I think that's Power in Yorkshire Dales 97. Oh, he's the spinner coming out, but it's Smith that leads. Lindsay's there. Palmer's in there 3rd with Pipey in North Shropshire number 10, and someone's left, and I think that's the Stuart Taylor and the Victor Kent 121. But it is then your Jimmy Smith from the West Midland League. It goes into the bottom turn. Then who comes there in 2nd apart from Lindsay in PhD number 1, and then comes Joe Pipe, North Shropshire number 10. Palmer runs back there in 4th and ARC 31 then, and someone's trying to creep up the inside. That's Billy in PhD number 2. Someone, Chris Colgate that is, over on the far side, just needs to get out the way of your leading chasers. That's at the front then. Jimmy Smith it is. Then Steve Lindsay and Pipe still runs back there in 3rd in your North Shropshire number 10 then. So coming on a roll then is Jimmy Smith, and he's certainly got the charging hard of Steve Lindsay as he looks over his right hand shoulder. You'll see your PhD number 1 machine then. So Jimmy Smith then has to give up that lead, and Steve Lindsay then, he's on a charge. Look at him already trying to pull away down the far side though. Jimmy Smith though, he's experienced in your men's Class 9s. Richard Colgate is still on that inside line. He needs to move out or get off that inside line, which seems to be the racing line for the moment though. That allows Jamie Smith back up the inside, and he tries to push his way through. Pipe still runs back there in third with your PhD number 2 of Billy runs back there. Palmer still runs back there as well. Taylor's in there, and Power still trying to climb his way back up through the field, but the yellow with the black cross end for the final time. We go. Steve Lindsay is a PhD number 1. Jimmy Smith, Ludlow 80 and Pipes there. He's wanting to get amongst it up into second if he can, but Billy's coming in PhD number 2. Palmer's still there as well. Taylor then kicking up Cwmdu tyres with Power still playing catch up, but out of the final bend then for the final time in your men's class 9, your BASt final and your champion for the weekend. Steve Lindsay is a PhD number 1. Ludlow 80 there. Oh, that's close. I think Pipe just got it from Billy then, but that was close. We'll leave that to the ladies, but Palmer it is in ARC 31. Then comes Stuart Taylor, I think that is in a Victor Kent 121. Sean Power in your Yorkshire Dales 97. And then Chris Colgate then in North Wales 19 will round it out. And to say, Sean Power comes in the man on top, but certainly doesn't leave on the top step of the podium. But that was all that first corner carnage. And so congratulations to Steve Lindsay in PhD number 1, taking your BASt final men's class 9s. So that is all men's class 9s done. They look to be juniors, and who else to take you through? Then over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, Anachi. Yeah, well done, Steve Lindsay. What a drive there in the PhD 1 machine. Great Class 9 final there. We just made their way back to the pits. But as we look to the line, we're going to move on to the first junior final of the weekend. And they are the junior saloons category. And as I said earlier, 50% of this lineup are from the South Wales League. So we'll be very, very unlucky not to at least take one of the 4 pots on offer back home this weekend. Down there on the line is your top qualifier. Lud 1 is Rhys Tipton. He's joined by Lewis Middleton, Will Evans, Jack Owens, Neil Tivey, Yestin Jones, Pip Melly and Grace Williams. And it is the Tivey 7 machine of Will Evans who leads down into that farmyard turn for the first time. He's followed through turn 2 by Yestin Jones in TA15, but it's Ludlow number 1 that leads the chase. On your early race leader, Will Evans slowing and controlling the pace through that start gate turn. Pip Melly in Swansea 2 has come up from about 5th to now lead the chase. Behind that little mini of Will Evans, just a little bit of a nudge there, just to let him know that Will hasn't got this easy yet in TA number 7. And Pip Melly, Rhys Tipton and Neil Tivey then slide wide. Jack Owens comes up from about 6th to 3rd in TA number 5. That allows Will Evans to pull a little bit of daylight between himself and the rest of the pack. Jack Owens now reeling in on that boot lid of the Neil Tivey machine, and Owens is through on the inside in TA5, and it's the other Tivey machine that causes the problems, and the red flags come out on that one. Yestin Jones in TA15 then just parked up in front of us here in commentary, even though I totally missed that he was there. And they'll go back into the pits, into the rerun lane. We will await any confirmation on any exclusions or flags on that one. And black. And we do hear then that Yestin Jones in TA15 is going to pick up a black flag in that first run of the junior specials, and it looked like they're junior saloons, and it looks like they're going all the way back to the pits. So it's going to be a bit of while before they're back down on the line, but it's ladies men's class 2s, and it's back over to Archie.
Yeah, thanks. So then this is going to be one heck of a final. Look at that, they're already paint swapping as they go into turn 1 then. Ellison's up the inside in York 16, Robinson's dropped back to second. Oh, it's carnage in men's class 2s. Would you expect anything else? No, but Ellison, he is the one up front, York 16, and Spalding 43 then, he's the only man that comes into this unbeaten. And Ashley Robinson, it is, that goes down the far side, then comes Robbins in St Neots 34, and then comes Dan Owen in your North Shropshire 15, but it's Ellison still at the front of the field. It's York 16, Spalding 43, St Neots 34, then comes Jamie Lane in Radford 941, or is it, because Owen then just defending well in your North Shropshire 15, but all down the far straight to go. We stay with your 2 leaders. as it's York 16, but Robinson, he is winding that micro up as they go down the far side. Ellison, he has certainly got to drive defensive now, and he knows it because he's got the hard charging Robinson. That's that there in second. St. Neots 34 Robbins. Then Jamie Lane is trying to muscle his way through. And where's Conway? He's buried in the pack, about 5th position. Your Scunny 126, Jack Bromley then in your Victor Kent 130 with your Farah at the rear end of the field. But it's Ellison, it's York 16. Is he going to defeat the man from the Spalding Club in Spalding 43? St. Neots 34 Robbins. He wants to get in. Oh, someone's picked up a black flag. And it is then the Robbins Machinist. St. Neots 34 has picked up the black. So he will be out of this once he realises. But no out of this just yet is York 16. As your Spalding 43 still runs back there in second. Bromley is buried back in the pack but making moves in your Victor Kent 130, but onto the final circuit. There you go. And it is then York 16. Ellison, he's drove an absolute stormer as they go down the far side and down the far side for the final time. It's Spalding 43. Has he got an answer? As Ellison it is in York 16. He's going to hug them tyres, no doubt. Robinson's going to try it, but he's got no answer. Brad Ellison it is that takes to it. Spalding 43 is there. St. Neots 34 obviously picking up the black flag. Moves Jamie Lane up to third. Scunny 126 of Craig Conway. Jack Bromley. Then comes Dan Owen and Farah in Scarborough 249. But I've got to be quick because I have to go race. So men's class 4s, and it's over to Mr. Tim Jones.
Right, thank you, Art. So, yes, getting paperwork sorted. So, men's class 4 final then. Muck Junkie is your series sponsor, and only one man unbeaten this weekend. That's Command 7, Hugh Jones. And he leads then 165 points, 3 wins in out of 3. Second qualifier then, Ben Gould in North Shropshire, 434, 155 points. Saw him, it gets into the class 4 final. Third qualifier, still doing it for the minis, Mike Jones in Hereford 31. Then he goes through on 145 points. He's also joined in the Class 4 final by Ross Fisher in Pennow number 1, and he gets in with 117 points. Jamie Williams also makes another Class 4 final in Mountain 58, and 100 points saw him in 4th place position. Dan Grasby also makes another Class 4 final in the Imp in Evesham at 220, and 83 points saw Darren in 6th position. 7th place then, Joseph Cowman in CW at 54. The Irish Machine gets through on 79 points. And last but by certainly no means least, Colin Davis makes the Class 4 final in Typhy 155 with 70 points. So a fair difference from the 1st to 8th, but it matters not one iota whether you're 1st or 8th qualifier. The matters is you're actually into the final, and already we're away and racing, and it is indeed your top qualifier then, Hugh Jones, that leads and passes for the first time. Also Goldie running second, 434. Then comes Grasby in Evesham at 220. That's your top 3. As round the start gate turn we go for the final time, well, for the first time, but going down the far side, it's still your top qualifier then. Hugh Jones looking to make it 4 from 4 as he leads round the start gate, round the farmyard bend once again, nice and tight round the tyres. Gawley's still going with him in 434. Then comes Grasby, but he's coming under pressure from Jamie Williams in Mountain at 58, and also Ross Fisher also in there as well, looking to gain ground in Pennow at number 1, and Mike Jones looking to also move through. He's right alongside Jamie Williams in Mountain at 58. Well, all this is going on, your race leader just starting to edge away. Hugh Jones, Commander 7 from Ben Gould in North Shropshire, 434. Ross Fisher now runs in 3rd with H31. Mikey Jones then up to 4th in Hereford 31. He's in the trophies ahead of Jamie Williams in Mountain 58 and Darren Grasby in Eastern 220. And not forgetting the Irish Machine, that's Joseph Cowman in CW at 54. Another lap gone there for Jones, Commander 7. Motors on, North Shropshire 434. Goldie running 2nd. Fisher running 3rd ahead of Mike Jones at H31. Just ahead of Jamie Williams in Mountain at 58. Darren Grasby going through, and the CW 54 rounds out the race order. Yellow flag on the back cross then. One more lap to go for Hugh Jones to make it 4 wins and a 4 as he motors on to the final circuit. Goldie, no answer to him in a 434. Ross Fisher still holding 3rd ahead of Mikey Jones, who's coming under pressure from Jamie Williams in Mountain at 58, and Grasby going through in the CW 54 machine. That's Joseph Cowman that completes Class 4, but it's 4 wins from 4. He's your past champion. Commander 7, Hugh Jones takes it Dawley finishes second in 4.34. Ross Fisher in Penang number 1 ahead of Mike Jones and Hereford 31. And Jamie Williams, Melton 58. Darren Grasby in Evesham at 2.20. And completing all then, that will be Joseph Cowman in CW 54. So good stuff from the men's class 4 and a clean sweep for the class 4 machinery, unbeaten all this weekend. Then top of the shop, Marvin 7 of Hugh Jones. So once again, class 4 done and dusted. Up we go. Men's class 6s, Elite Racing Transmissions, your very kind series sponsor, and this was tough at the top. 136 points you needed to just get into the class 6 final, and as I say, that went against Ben Gasby and Jamesy respectively. But nobody unbeaten though, but there was 4 people on 155 points. That's 2 wins and a second. And that got you into to the top 4 then. Darren Bryan, Jordan Hampson, Paul Melly, James Sinnott, Dalt Thomas then runs in 5th. Jay Colgate also will be there in North Wales 20. Marley James in Yorkshire Dales 10. And again, Ben Gasby was the last of the qualifiers. Away we go. So class 6s are away into turn 1. It is North Wales 20. That leads them past the centre for the first time. Jay Colgate leads away. Thomas runs second. Then comes Jordan Hampson. Paul Melly in 24. 21 then takes up that 4th place slot. Then comes James in Yorkshire Dales 10 as they go down the far side. But it's Jay Colgate that leads them into the farmyard bend. Once again, Dalt Thomas in Carmarthen 8 and Gasby in Jordan Hampson in Pennine 70. Round take the top 3. Then comes Swansea 1, Yorkshire Dales 10. Ben Gasby in Pennine 7. Problems for James Sinnott. Not to be this time around in the CW 174 machine or your national champion, one of the top qualifiers. Darren Bryan, problems on board as well in Scarborough 41, but no problems for a race leader. Once again, back round towards us, Jay Colgate as your race leader. North Wales 20, then comes Don Thomas in the Carmarthen 8 machine, then comes Hampson in Pennine 70. These 3 have just broken away from Jamesy in Yorkshire Dales 10, battling with Paul Melly in Swansea 1 and Gasby in Pennine at number 7. Once again, back round towards us, another lap gone. Colgate still holding on as your race leader. Don Thomas chasing on in Carmarthen 8 as we race up the yellow flags then. Who's out in 3rd? That's still the Hampson machine in Pennine 70, but Dol's looking at that inside, going down that far side and into the farmyard bend. Colgate keeps the pressure on right round the outside. It's going to be a 1-lap dash to the finish as the last lap flag then goes out. Thomas on the outside, Colgate on the inside. Hampson looking to pick up the pieces if it all goes wrong in Pennine 70 as once again they pass the James Sinnott in the Causeway 174 machine as Dalt just slows down a bit. Colgate throws it into the inside line. Watch out for Hampson as well. It's going to be a dash to the line. Hampson's got the inside. North Wales 20. Colgate I think just takes it from Carmarthen number 8. Hampson finishes 3rd. James in Yorkshire Dales 10. Swansea 1 and Ben Gasby in Pennine 7. And problems on board the James Sinnott machine. And not to be this time around for the CW 174 machine. And also not to be, but no doubt Darren will be back in North Shropshire in Scarborough 41. Wow, class 6s never disappoint. And what an absolutely cracking class 6 final. So we're just getting confirmation. So it was indeed Jay Colgate that takes the win by the narrowest of margins. Dalt Thomas has to settle for second this time, but I'm sure Dalt won't mind one bit as yet another classic class 6 final gets completed. So as we draw breath, look down towards the line, here we go in class 8. These boys really did have to battle to get there. So to take you through who's there and who isn't, it's over to Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. So, well, there we go. We started with 10 grids yesterday morning of your men's Class 8. Close to 80 cars signed on in the Class 8. We narrowed it down to 16 to get into the semi-finals. We turned that 16 into 8, and they are sitting down there on the line and ready to do battle. The 8 that are down there then, Mitch Wells in Invicta Kent 356. Border County 69, Adam Jones is also down there. South Somerset 3, Ross Shepherd is going to be mixing it in with them. Gethin Lewis, the winner of the semi-final number 2 in Border County 40. I'm sure he'll be chuffed to make the Class 8 final here this weekend. someone who will certainly be happy to make it. Ash Howard, after going on his roof this morning, he managed to fight back, get some points, and get himself into the semis. He then managed to get himself from that into the final. So he's down there in PhD 21. Chris Pope, Mr. Consistent, in Spalding number 8, is going to be joining them. Sam Matthews in Cambridge 427. And last but by no means least, Chris Juggins in Scunthorpe number 50. So a brilliant lineup of your men's Class 8. So no driver unbeaten in this one from the heats. I think there was only two drivers that were unbeaten in the heats. They were Jake Herdman and Jeff Beresford, and they haven't even made the final. So it just goes to show how close Class 8 really is. But we know this already. We see it week in, week out. Every BAS round, it's exactly the same. As I said, virtually every BAS, I think, maybe apart from the last one of the year, you normally get about 9 or 10 grids of men's Class 8s, and it really is hard. 119 points is what you needed to get into the semi-finals, and then, as I said, the points went out the window. It was just finishing the top 4, and you're into the final, and that's what all these boys done. And that's how they've managed to get themselves down there on the line. Bit of water going down on the track, much to their delight, as they look directly ahead, thinking, what line is wet, what one's dry? We're going to look at the camera that we have next to us. So grid 8 is certainly going to be a bit wet. If you're coming from grid 8, you're probably going to have to tuck the car in as quick as possible. But saying that, the inside line is quite damp as well. So you've got to try and find a slip through the middle. And just looking at the middle grids, I think Chris Pope is coming out of one of the middle ones. Sam Matthews as well in the Cambridge 427. So they might actually get the best of the breaks. But as I said, grid 8, if you can get that car tucked in going into turn 1, then you'll be onto something. Grid 8 is occupied by Mitch Wells in the Victor Kent 356. So Mitch has looked frighteningly quick over the course of the series, not just this meeting. So I'm sure he'll be hoping to get a good break and get down into that first corner. Of course, Raider 4x4, your sponsors for the meeting, and Beresford Chassis and Components, your sponsors for the series. So a very big thank you to them. And of course, all the other sponsors that have had one way something to do with it in any shape or form, whether that is the meeting or the series or anything like that. So very big thank you to them. And I think credit where credit's due. A very big well done as well to everyone involved with this meeting. I know there was a few people yesterday that would have thought that the weather would have got the best of us, it would have beaten us, but it's obviously proved not to be, because this track is very dusty now, as it's so dry. It dried out so quick. Okay, there was about an hour period, maybe a little bit longer, where the racing wasn't up to the highest of standards because of the wet, but look at what it's done to this track. It's made it absolutely superb for these finals. So a big well done to everyone involved with putting this meeting on and keeping it running as smoothly as possible. We're quarter to 5 and nearing the end of the men's finals. I know we've got a few reruns to come your way. But hopefully we're not going to get that in Class 8, because I'm not going to be around for much longer. Not that I'm dying or anything, just that I've got to go. Sounded a bit dodgy, didn't it? I'm not going to be around much longer. So it's very dramatic too. So I'm going out with a bang, put it that way. So in all fairness, hopefully Class 8's send me out with a bang, because we want good, clean, brilliant racing. And to be fair, I don't really want to jinx it, but we've seen it throughout the heats. I think heat 1 I had 2 reruns, heat 2 I had 2 reruns, and heat 3 I had 3 reruns, which out of 10 races isn't bad. So what's that? 7 reruns out of 30 races throughout the heats, plus 2 semi-finals which went through. So I'll take that. That's probably the best record I've ever had at men's Class 8. So hopefully we can get this final run through, because as I said, a cracking lineup down there on the line. Mitch Wells, Adam Jones, Russ Shepherd, Gethin Lewis, Ash Howard, Chris Pope, Sam Matthews, and Chris Juggins. We are just waiting for track clearance as they build it up and get us waiting in anticipation for the Class 8 boys to come off this line. We got 2 yellow flags, 3 yellow flags. There's the Welsh, there's the Bungee. We're away with Urea 4x4 sponsored men's Class 8's final, and Mitch Wells is very quick out of the gate. Is he going to get it in tight? Because it's wet on the outside. Juggins is round. In Scunthorpe 50, Popey's round as well. But we're racing, and it is Mitch Wales. That's going to lead them round for the first time. I think it's getting 3.56 it is. That takes out the run in. Jonesy runs in second in Border County 69, but pokes up the inside of him in Spalding number 8, makes it work as well, with Matthews, I think, trying to get into the mix, but not quite working. Mitch Wells it is. That leads them round 3.56. Second is Chris Pope, just about. Ash Howard then from Adam Jones in that third and fourth place position. Sam Matthews is dropping back a little bit. Russ Shepherd moves up now into fifth in South Somerset number 3, and he's going to try and pick them off. Chris Juggins and Gethin Lewis are the ones at the tail end, but someone's keeping a very tight line. I think that's Adam Jones as he tries to get back into second, but it's not going to work because he can't carry the speed as Mitch Wells accelerates on. Russ Shepherd's trying too hard. I said he wouldn't give up, but he's overcooked it, found himself square wheeled on that turn. He's got it going again, so we can continue with the racing. It's Wells with a couple more to go. I said he's looked frighteningly quick, and he's certainly proven me right in this one. 3.56, Pope in number 8 still runs there in second. Adam Jones still third in BC 69, and Ash Howard rounding out the trophy positions in PhD 21. And I'll tell you what, it would be brilliant for him after taking a roll to be going home with a trophy, and I'm sure he would have taken that a couple of hours ago when you told him after what happened. But at the front, the race is on for second as they move on to their final lap. It's Mitch Wells that leads. Jonesy back up the inside of Chris Pope in Spalding 8 as he occupies that second place position, but Pope's going to look to fight back on this corner. But at the front, your race leader is going to be your race winner. He's gone out wide. I hope he's not going to make me look stupid. He's held on. Mitch Wells it is. Adam Jones takes second, Pope in third. Ash Howard comes across in a very respectable fourth. Sam Matthews in fifth in Cambridge 427. Russ Shepherd sixth. Chris Juggins in seventh, and Gethin Lewis in Border Counties 40 is your final finisher in men's class 8. And I'll tell you what, to get through that first time was an achievement in itself. So well done to the class 8 boys for the weekend, because I'll tell you what, they put on an awesome show. And like I said, been some very good clean racing, which is something I don't get to say often when commentating on class 8, so I'm going to make the most of it. Let's see if we can say the same about class 10s. They certainly wasn't clean in their third heats, was they? But I'm sure they've learned their lesson after we said Matt Barnbrook, of course, take a big role in turn 1 in one of the heats. So I'm sure that might calm them down a little bit. Just being optimistic now, because I know there's no chance whatsoever. But class 10's down there on the line. Liam Evans then, North Shropshire number 3, is going in this one. And the next one is going to be Andy Hornshaw in York number 7. Nigel Beard in Gloucester and District 87. ARC1 of Lee Seagraves is also going to be down there. Tony Jones, and we're going to pick the rest up. Well, we're not going to get very far if we carry on like that, because Andy Hornshaw up in the air. We've lost Kerwin Thomas. We've got cars all sorts of sideways, and red flags are out on your men's class 10. So unfortunately, they come to a very premature halt as they go in to that top turn. And the red flags, unfortunately, come out on them. So that concludes class 10 for the time being. They will be back out a little bit later on. I don't know if I'm going to be here. I'm going to go sort out my lift now. And if I'm about, then obviously I will be coming back for the class 10s. But I'll be coming back if I'm about. One person who won't be is Andy Hornshaw, because unfortunately he's been excluded from the rerun in York number 7. So Andy Hornshaw unfortunately won't be back out in the rerun. But that's it then. That's me concluded for the time being. We've got no we haven't. We've got a men's class 3 rerun, I presume, down there on the line. So for that, it's back over to Steve.
Thank you very much then, Liam. So yeah, this is the rerun, unfortunately, excluding Keith Kelly in Mallow 247. So that leaves us Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343, Simon Farrer in Yorksdales 24, Viv Cole at Commandant 4, Rich Lee in SC 700, Leon Dorset in North Shropshire 293, Aaron McKenzie in Cambridge 401, and Lee Almond in North Wales 27. So they're already into that turn. We are missing somebody else, because we've only got 6. We were expecting 7. It's Leon Dorset in North Shropshire 293, NS 343, Martin Gouldo looking to go right around the outside. The North Wales 27 car of Lee Almond looking to come up the inside, and that's a tactic that does pay off. Running in 4th place is the Yorkshire Dales at 24. I think the other one that we are missing, unfortunately, is Aaron McKenzie in Cambridge 401. But your race leader coming round then, it is North Wales at 27, but going for the cutback is Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343. 293. Leon Dorset in there as well in 293. These three quite a way clear already now of Simon Farron. They're going to be even further clear because Yorkdale's 24 is a spinner. Rich Lee has to take avoiding action, so fair play to him on that one, SC 700, but it does cost him some positions as the leading trio come round then. It is Martin Gould on the outside in 343. North Wales at 27. Lee Almond runs in that second place. Leon Dorset, North Shropshire 293 in third. You do think that the champion is going to come from one of those three. Viv Cole in a good fourth in command of four. Simon Farrer has got Yorkdale's 24 back up and running. Scunthorpe 700 is the next one through as we look to our race leader coming out of the farmyard turn once again. It is Martin Gould in 343, Lee Almond in 27, Leon Dorset in 293, Viv Cole in command and four, looking safe and sound to take one of these very nice glass trophies back home to the South Wales League. Simon Farrer comes through in fifth, racing ahead of Rich Lee in SC 700, but time is ticking away because the yellow flag with the black cross goes out, and it is one to go then for Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343, Lee Almond in North Wales 27, Leon Dorset in North Shropshire 293, Viv Cole in Carmarthen 4. They're all onto their final circuit. Rich Lee looking to move up into fifth place as he goes through on the inside of Simon Farrer in Yorkdale's 24, but eyes back to the farmyard turn, and it's eyes back to Martin Gould. He was top qualifier, he's going to take the final. North Shropshire 343 it is, North Wales 27, Lee Almond in second, Leon Dorset, North Shropshire 293 in third, Viv Cole comes home in fourth in Carmarthen 4. Rich Lee then just drifting wide, and I think Simon Farrer grabs the place back in Yorkdale's 24. Good race between those two, and Simon just getting the better of SC 700. But your Class 3 champion here at round 2 of the Kent Cams Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss Series, it is North Shropshire 343, Martin Gould. And we look to the line, and it is stock hatches, I think, that are going to be coming your way next. So getting ready and poised to take you through those. It is back over to Tim Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. So, yeah, on with the stock hatches as they've already assembled on to the line, and the Bowser, again, doing its job over the far side of the track across at the start line. So, let's see who's made it into the stock hatch final. Only one man unbeaten then, 165 points, 3 wins then out of 3. That's James Holmes in North Shropshire 391. Second place qualifier then goes to John O'Cosby in the Mountain 4 machine in 135 points. 125 points got Archie Lewis into the final, and he as third qualifier in Cwmdu 241. Fourth qualifier then goes to the Yorkshire Dales Club then. Yorkshire Dales 95, Paul Lickley with 108 points. 104 points saw Justin Hardy in the stock hatch final in South Somerset number 8. Sixth qualifier goes to Martin Phillips in Cwmdu 50 with 94 points was what he accumulated as he was sixth qualifier. Seventh goes to John Petrie in Radford at 59, 75 points. Got John into the stock hatch final. And last but by no means least, 73 points was what James Williams accumulated in Border Counties 225, and he was the last of the qualifiers in the stock hatch final. So once again, a fair range from first to eighth, but it matters not one iota where you qualified. As long as you get yourself into the final, then it's all to play for. So once again, more water going down over the far side of the track. SGS Gas is, of course, your very kind series sponsor. As once again, thanks to all the sponsors as they support us. So again, more water still going down over that far side. So a fair 16 stock hatches we had signed on. So getting a ever popular class, especially down this part of the world. We usually have a good couple of 3 heats at most league meetings, and so good way to get into the sport, and always fast, always competitive as they go around the country as well. It's quite big across the country, so it's getting quite a big class. And say it's also first year this a national recognised class, so they'll have their racing at the men's nationals in a few weeks' time up there in Yorkshire Dales. Say last weekend in July, but say usually the first weekend in August, but to say just make sure you got the dates correct in your diary, as somebody didn't, and I'm not saying who it is, but we've had to hastily rearrange a few things, but there we go, we'll be there and hopefully enjoying the weekend. But say a bit of racing to get through. Of course, the round 3 of the British Series, we had up country a little bit, as the North Shropshire then Autograss Club will take host of round 3. And as you said earlier, they did an absolutely storming job last year. What a bass round that was for those of you that were there. And I'm sure much more of the same is going to be going to come your way. As I say, not long to wait either, only 3 or 4 weeks or so, 13th and 14th of July, I think it is, from memory. But say we'll be there, all being well. So, as I say, fancy a good weekend away, then, as I say, super venue, dead easy to find, massive areas and camping, all that sort of thing. That's round 3. We've still got to get to round 2, and Stockhatches 4 away for their final. As once again into 2 when we go. Top qualifier of James Holmes, North Shropshire, for 2:3.93, but always getting all sorts of crossed up with John Petrie, I think it is, in Mountain in Radford, 59. But John O'Cosby, it is that makes the best of it and takes up the running in Mountain at number 4. Problems for Archie Lewis. He's gone right to the outside in the Cwmdu 241 machine. Justin Hardy moving through in the South Somerset number 8 machine. Couple of the back markers then. That's James Williams and the Yorkshire Dales machine of Paul Lickley, respectively. But Mountain 4 it is that motors on from South Somerset 8. Archie then recovering to 3rd in Cwmdu 241, just ahead of John Petrie in Radford at 59. Then your top qualifier, that's James Holmes in North Shropshire, 3:91 as he goes down that far side. But looking to come back round towards us, still your race leader, John O'Cosby in Mountain number 4, South Somerset 8. Then comes Archie Lewis in 2:41, John Petrie in Radford at 59, racing alongside the Paul Lickley machine. In North Shropshire 9:31, and Martin Phillips is at the last of the runners and riders in C50, but coming back round towards us once again. It's another lap completed. Mountain number 4, South Somerset 8, Archie Lewis in Cwmdu 241, going through Radford 59, North Shropshire 931, C50, and at the last of the runners and riders then, that will be the Border Counties machine of James Williams in Border Counties 225. But last lap flag then. This time, bit of a scrappy start, but it did manage to settle down a little bit. Mountain 4, South Somerset 8, these two away and gone from the top qualifier. North Shropshire 931, Archie Lewis and C241, John Petrie in Radford 59, Martin Phillips going through in Cwmdu 50. As once again, down the far side we go as we look to meet and greet your Stockhatch champion then this weekend. John O'Cosby in Mountain number 4, South Somerset 8 of Justin Hardy takes 2nd. Then North Shropshire 931, Archie Lewis in 241, John Petrie in Radford 59, and Martin Phillips in Cwmdu 50. And the last car to come round and finish, that will be James Williams in Border Counties 225. So that's Stockhatches all done and dusted. So looking down towards the line, I think this may be, is it? Right, hearing from the Marshalls radio, then the top qualifier, James Holmes, North Shropshire 391, got green flag for contact, so he will go back 2 places, but that doesn't affect the race winner, John O'Cosby in Mountain number 4. Okay, F600s it is, that's along assembled on the line. Say SGS Gases once again your kind sponsor. Only one man unbeaten in Harrison Barnbrook in Sturton 45 with 165 points. Trevor Frost also into the final in White Rose 400. Ashley Bradford in Ludlow 16. Jamie Smith in Yorkshire Dales 103, and Brian Morgan in Cwmdu 96. So that's who we should have on to the line. Quad bikes into the centre of the Ovals Raceway, and we're going to be looking for track clearance, large flag lifts, and away we go. So who makes the best start? I think that's Trevor Frost, the second qualifier in White Rose 400, as he looks to bring it back round towards us for the first time of asking. Sturton 45, Harrison Barnbrook, your top qualifier then, yes, slotted into second ahead of the York Snails machine. That's going to be Jamie Smith in York Snails 104 as they go down that far side just ahead of Ashley Bradford in Ludlow at 16. And Brian Morgan rounds it all out in C96, but frosty it is. White Rose 400 from Harrison Barnbrook in Sturton 45, that's the 1 and 2. The York Snails machine still holding on to third. Jamie Smith as once again down the far side we go and into the farmyard bend. Still at White Rose 400, Trevor Frost as your race leader. Another lap gets completed then. Barnbrook still chasing hard down Sturton 45, York Snails 103 and Ludlow 16 of Ashley Bradford and Brian Morgan in Cwmdu 96. So everybody safely onto another circuit, but coming back round to complete another lap. It's Trevor Frost, White Rose 400 with, I think, a couple of laps to go. 400 is your race leader. Barnbrook still running second. Sturton 45, then comes York Snails 103 of Jamie Smith and Brian Morgan in C96. So I think it's going to be last lap flag then this time. One more lap to go for Trevor Frost. White Rose 400 on to the final circuit. There he goes. Barnbrook still running second in Sturton 45. York Snails 103. Jamie Smith from Ashley Bradford in Ludlow 16. And Brian Morgan rounds it all out in Cwmdu 96, but he was a second qualifier going in. He's going to be, yes, 600 champion now this weekend. Trevor Frost takes it, White Rose 400. Barnbrook takes second in Sturton 45. York Snails 103 of Jamie Smith will complete, and so does Ashley Bradford in Ludlow 16. And finishing it all off and completing the F600s, Brian Morgan in C96. Right, that's the F600s done and dusted. So looking down towards the line, we're going back to the rerun. We're going back to the Class 7 final. So to tell you who's there, it's back over to Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tim. Yeah, that's take two on the Class 7 Super Saloon final. Max Sport, our series sponsor. Ian Jones Tyres, our weekend sponsors. This bringing 7 back out, excluding Scunthorpe 383. Dan Johnson, as you know, he spun out and contact there with Liam Evans, but Liam is back up there. Also, Cameron Mills, Cwmdu 9, White Rose 20, Ian Stevenson, Archie Bentley, and we are off and running already. And a bit of deja vu because it's Cameron Mills, Cwmdu 9, takes up the run in. Stevenson's quick out of the corner as well, followed up there by Gouldy Machine. Then it's Evans in there, Archie Bentley looking to go round the outside, coming through the dust, and it's Bentley. Is he brave enough to keep the power down? He's going to move up into that third place. Is he going to go for a second place move? Look at him bouncing round that corner. Cwmdu 9 then, it's Mills still leading away. Stevenson's got a problem on board with his car. Can he get it going again? Then Bentley up into that second place, chasing down Cameron Mills as they go in there. Sam Gould, North Shropshire 34th, then it's Liam Evans, North Shropshire 120, then Steve-O in the White Rose 20 machine, Ayrton Ellison in that York 14, and then it is Barleyman in the Pennine 23. But round they come again, Cwmdu 9. Cameron Mills has been on it all weekend. Can he make it through to the final and make it unbeaten this weekend in the Super Saloons? As we look back into that second place, the youngster, Border County 7. It's Archie Bentley holding a strong second place. Oh, he's over the tyres that are flicked out there as well. Gouldy also a youngster going into that North Shropshire 34. Evans looking for a little gap up the inside as they climb the hill down that opening straight again. Then we got dropped back down to Stevenson, Ellison and Barleyman. But eyes back front, we've got one more lap to go. Cwmdu 9, Cameron Mills then on his home track, showing them the way round. Archie Bentley, Border County 7 second, then third is North Shropshire 34, it's Gouldy. Evans looks for a gap up the inside there, just has to ease off as they're all on their last lap flag now. Ellison in front of Stevenson, Barleyman still at the back, but eyes back to your lead car. He's going to take the Class 7 Super Saloons. Cameron Mills, Cwmdu 9 takes the final. Archie Bentley second in Border County 7, North Shropshire 34, Sam Gould third, fourth goes to Liam Evans in North Shropshire 120. Barleyman makes a place up on Ayrton Ellison, and last place, White Rose 20, Ian Stevenson. So well done there to Super Saloons. We had to wait for a rerun to conclude it, but Cameron Mills showed his class all weekend and an unbeaten Class 7 in that Cwmdu 9. Up on the line, we are going to juniors. So it's over to the voice of an angel. It's over to Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mickey. We got the rerun of Junior Saloons up there on the line. Unfortunately, Yestin Jones in TA15 picked up a black flag and was excluded from this rerun. But up there on the line, and your 8th qualifier is all the way out there in grid 8. That's Grace Williams in Cambridge 142. Pip Melly, Swansea 2, your 7th qualifier, is out there in grid number 7. West Waterford, Neil, 144, Neil Tivey starts in grid number 5. On his inside shoulder is Jack Owens in TA5. Your 3rd qualifier, Lewis Middleton, White Rose 21, starts in the 3rd grid. On his inside is Will Evans in TA7. And your top qualifier has opted for grid number 1, and that is Ludlow number 1. That's Rhys Tipton. So the inside line on this farmyard turn has had a fair sprinkling of the dust repellent, and it looks like the start gate turn is going to have a little bit of a sprinkling on the inside of the cones. That should deter the 7 drivers that are up there on the line from getting too close to that inside line, and as a consequence then that should alleviate the prospect of the green flag for the tyres and cones on that start gate turn. So it is going to be a little bit trickier on the farmyard turn, but the racing line through the start gate turn, and there are 3 or 4 racing lines through that start gate turn, aren't there? But the racing track, so to speak, is predominantly dry. So we have 7 drivers up there on the line waiting eagerly to be allowed to run free in this rerun of the Junior Saloons final. Shropshire Designs are your series sponsors for Junior Saloons, and I'm pretty sure that your Junior Saloon sponsor here this weekend is Collier's Garage and MOT Centre, and indeed they are. So a big thank you to the sponsors that have supported the Cwmdu Club this weekend, and as we're getting closer to the end of the meeting, and it's even closer to round 3 as well. We're all looking forward to heading up to the newly established North Shropshire venue for round 3 in just about a month's time. That inside line now through the start gate turn has had a little bit of a sprinkling, so if you're going to race on that inside line, then you might be spinning your wheels, is the message that is probably going through these junior drivers' heads. So it is possibly better to leave a little bit of a gap on the inside as they make their way through the start gate turn. The dust repellent and the Bowser is making its way towards the outside on that start gate turn as well. So it's going to have a dry inside line about a car's width out from the tyres and the cone. So there's still plenty of dry track on that start gate turn, and still plenty of action possible in this final of the Junior Saloons. I think we started with just over 40 of Mummy's Little Darlings at the start of the weekend. We whittled them down to the top 8. We've got the remaining 7 up there on the line, with Yestin Jones and TA15 having been excluded for being the cause of the race stoppage in the initial run of this race. It was just as Jack Owens in TA5 was about to move into that second spot and lead the chase on your early race leader. That was Will Evans in TA7. So let's hope that I'm being biased, but let's hope that one of the Tivey machines can get into the front again, and it's Will Evans from grid number 2 then that is going to lead into that farmyard turn. Who's going to go with him? It's Neil Tivey in West Waterford 144 that's gone towards the outside. Lewis Middleton, he spun, gets collected by the Ludlow 1 machine, and he, as a consequence, gets collected by TA5 as well. So it's Neil Tivey the early race leader as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. Will Evans there leads the chase in TA7 in that second spot from Grace Williams. Cambridge 142 didn't have the best of days yesterday, but picked up a win this morning in her third round of qualifying, and she's there in that third spot at the moment, looking up the inside of Will for that second position. But at the moment TA7 is holding on to that second place trophy, but it's Neil Tivey in West Waterford 144 that makes his way down that far straight with a few laps to go. About 6 to 8 car lengths clear now of Grace Williams, who's through on the inside of Will Evans in the Cambridge machine. Will's on the cut back in TA number 7, and he reclaims that second spot. Fourth place is Pip Melly in Swansea 2. He'll be chuffed, I'm sure, to take that fourth place pot home to the Swansea club and to the South Wales League, and he races ahead of Rhys Tipton in Ludlow 1. Jack Owens picks up a blue flag there for the bumper hanging off the tail end of the Tivey 5 machine. But it is Neil Tivey that continues to lead the way. Will Evans and Grace Williams still having a fair ding-dong for that second position in TA7, and Cambridge 142 from Pip Melly in Swansea number 2. The momentum certainly with the Cambridge machine as they go through that start gate turn. Will won't give up without a fight though in the TA7 machine, but he's losing a bit of ground in that third position at the moment. But it's last lap flag time, and that yellow flag with the black cross goes out. Neil Tivey in West Waterford 144. CA 142, TA7 and Swansea 2 racing ahead of the Rhys Tipton in Ludlow number 1. The last of the runners is Lewis Middleton in White Rose 21, so 6 runners still going. Jack Owens pulls to the infield, but into the final turn. One more bend to negotiate before Neil Tivey becomes your round 2 champion. West Waterford 144, oh, it's going to be close on the line, but 144 holds on from Cambridge 142. Will Evans takes third in TA number 7 from Pip Melly in Swansea 2. Rhys Tipton in Ludlow 1 finishes in 5th. And the last of the finishers then for your Collier's Garage and MOT Centre of Abertillery sponsored Junior Saloons is Lewis Middleton in White Rose 21. So as we look to the line then, we're going to move on to the ladies class 1s, and for that one I'll hand you straight over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Gareth. So yes, C&P Brooks, service and repairs of all makes of vehicles. Unit 1A, Hatton Industrial Estate, Kington, as sponsors of ladies class 1. TBR, then our associate series sponsors. Qualifiers, Claire Compton, North Shropshire 951, Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95, Larry Davis in Tivey 2, Maddie Tilson in St Neots 16, Emma Lee Polly in Cambridge 136, Victoria Tilson in St Neots 296, Imogen Morris in Cwmdu 1, and Charlotte Hart in WS 20. So 106 points you needed to get through to the ladies class 1 final, and that's what Charlotte got as 8th qualifier. Doesn't matter where you are on the qualifying list though, if you're on that line you have a chance, and a good chance, of winning it. We've seen some very, very competitive ladies class 1 racing this weekend. A good signing on of ladies class 1. Sometimes some of the ladies classes haven't got massive numbers, but 32 signed on for ladies class 1 this weekend, which is lovely to see. Here we go then, away from the line, and it's Larry Davis in TA2 that is the first one to show. Claire Compton slots into second place in the North Shropshire 951 car, all very nicely round the farmyard turn for the first time. TA2 NS 951, the Scarborough car then 95, Emily Grayson on the inside of Charlotte Hart in WS 20. They're running in that 3rd and 4th place position as they go down that far side. C1 with a bit to do at the moment, Imogen Morris, as has one of the St Neots cars. I think that's Victoria Tilson in 296. But your race leader coming round once again, Larry Davis it is in Tivey 2, Scarborough 95, North Shropshire 951, WS 20. Cambridge 136 car of Emma Lee Polly is the next one through, racing ahead of Maddie Tilson in St Neots 16. But down that far side we have a challenge for the lead. Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95 looking now through on the inside of Larry Davis in the Tivey 2 car, and looking to come right up the inside of everybody. I think that's the WS 20 machine of Charlotte Hart. North Shropshire 951 Claire Compton also trying to battle around the outside of the little Tivy Mini, and just manages to outgun her round that start line turn. But whilst all this goes on behind her, Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95 just opens up a little bit of an advantage over Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951. That's the 1 and the 2. Running in that third place is the TA2 machine, Cambridge 136 and WS20. Then little bit, quite a gap back to Maddie Tilson in St Neots 16, St Neots 296, Victoria Tilson and Imogen Morris in Cwmdu 1. But our race leader coming round out of the farmyard turn with 1 lap to go. It looks like the Class 1 first place trophy is going back to Scarborough. Scarborough 95 then, North Shropshire 951, Tivy 2, Cambridge 136. They're rounding out the trophy positions at the moment, but Emily Grayson looks like she has got this one all sorted and very nicely under control as she goes into the farmyard bend for the final time. She's going to come round your ladies Class 1 champion here at round 2 of the BAS. It is Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95, Claire Compton second in North Shropshire 951, Larry Davis third in Tivy 2. Then comes the Cambridge car of Emily Polly. WS20 is Charlotte Hart. And then St Neots 296, Victoria Tilson, and St Neots 16 is Maddie Tilson, and completing it all is the Cwmdu 1 car of Imogen Morris. But well done, Emily Grayson in the Scarborough machine, taking the honours in ladies Class 1. So who's going to do the same in ladies Class 3? Brian Dennis and Son, the Old Forge Garage ladies Class 3 sponsor. They're Clenegan at Hay-on-Wye, so car and commercial garage sales service MOT station, including HGVs. So big thank you to them for their sponsorship, and big thank you to RAM Developments, our associate series sponsor. Qualifiers: Jade Russell, Nicola McKenzie, Claire Horner, Becky Shaw, Arena Almond, Becky Smith, Donna Brown and Catherine Bynon. So nice to see 8 cars there for a ladies Class 3 final, and it is Claire Horner in Yorkshire Dales 24 that is the first one show. We got somebody sideways, I think that's Becky Shaw in North Shropshire at 343. Everybody has to take avoiding action, so we got a few of them parked up on that bottom bend, but we motor on looking at this battle for the lead. Claire Horner just drifting a bit wide. Jade Russell goes through on the inside in the Yorkshire Dales 86 machine. So this is the battle going down that far side. All the cars have sorted themselves out and got themselves going again, but now very down towards the back of the field, the cars involved in that. But Jade Russell motors on in 86, Claire Horner in 24, Arena Almond then in North Wales 27, Randy Shaw, Becky Shaw in Board Counties at treble 1. Then the next one through is the Command and 4 car, Donna Brown at the wheel of that one. Then comes Becky Smith, Nicola McKenzie in IK13 and the Command and 3 of Catherine Bynum. Those were the cars caught up in the earlier problems. But look at this battle for the lead as Claire Horner swishes to the outside in Yorkshire Dales at 24, but keeping it on the inside, but very much keeping the power down is Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 86, going down that far side. 24 then, and another look right round the outside. Border Counties treble 1 up into 3rd place, but coming round then right round the outside, absolutely nothing to choose between them. Claire Horner in Yorkshire Dales 24, Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 86, and we get red flags on that one. We shall keep an ear to the radio and let you know. You can only presume, and one never should, that it may be something to do with that initial incident, which they do take time to review, so we're not stopping races unnecessarily before anybody jumps up and down and says, well, it did take them so long to stop it. Maybe nothing at all to do with that, of course, but as soon as we know anything, we shall let you know. So what we got on the line now? Yeah, so yeah, Arch is obviously sussed out what is up there, so he's done better than me. So it's single seaters, that much I can tell you, but to give you much more detail and take you through it, it is over to Archie Lewis.
Okay then, so indeed then, men's class 10's down there on the line. Thank you very much. So then it's thank you very much then. So down there on the line, and we'll tell you who's about and who's into this one. So Andrew Hornshaw and Liam Evans are the only two coming into this one. that are top point scorers. Liam Evans then also on the far side though, but Bennett is there as well in your North Wales 62, but it's Evans that takes him into the first one. Nigel Beard's in there as well. Oh, they just come together but keep it in a straight line then, so Bennett's through on the inside, or is he? Because Evans has kept it pinned in North Shropshire 3. North Wales 62 is Luke Bennett then, who runs back there in second. Nigel Beard wants a bit of the mix as well in your Gloucester and District Machine, who moves up to second, but Bennett's going to keep the power on down the far side. Seagraves is in there in the mix as well, and then comes your Carmarthen 29. Gary Morris is in there as well, and come D28, but Liam Evans it is, as Luke Bennett then chases hard back there in third. Western District 87 it is. Seagraves runs there in fourth, so these four already pulling away, as Morris it is that runs back there in fifth. Oh, just over slightly cooks it. Carmarthen 29 then takes up the running. It takes up the fifth place, I should say, of Kerwin Thomas, but at the front of the head and at the front of the field is Liam Evans, but he's not out of the woods just yet. Gloucester District 87 it is, and then comes the Seagraves Machine, who just pushes Luke Bennett back a place then in your North Wales 62. Gary Morris, oh, Kerwin Thomas come together, and the front wheels hanging off that one, so I think that might bring out reds, and indeed it does then. So your men's class 10s are going to have to go all back down to the Rerun lane, and we will certainly wait for confirmation. I say the Morris Machine went spinning, and Kerwin Thomas has had nowhere to go in your Carmarthen 29, I should say. But down there on the line, ladies 5s is that. So the only person to take through that then is the person who'll be taking through all weekend, Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much. And we are into the ladies class 5 final. Lorryinsurance.com are our series sponsor, and our weekend sponsor is BWG Garages, so thank you to them. So let's have a quick run through while we wait for that class 10 to be recovered. It's Michelle Ellis, Stroudon District 33, 155 points, makes her the top point scorer, 2 wins and a second. Sandra Jones, second highest on the qualifying in Cwmdu 31, 145. Nicola Jesse third in 126 points in the York 44. South Somerset 36, Rhiannon Smith, not the best of runs in a heat 3, but she got a fourth, and that was enough to get her into fourth place on qualifying. Sarah Chilvers did all the hard work yesterday with a win and a second, and didn't get it finished this morning, but 100 points gets her through into the 5th place qualifying. Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge 10. Then we go down to Lynn Olsen in Breeden Hill 27, and Amanda Mason makes up your top 8 in that Breeden Hill 11. Just missing out, finishing in 9th, Ludlow 24, Jess Bradley. But again, we've got it all to do again in about a month's time. Up, or you've got either up or down. I think it's down for us again into North Shropshire. So we look forward to that. And again, if we can have the same type of racing that we've had this weekend, then we'll be very thankful for that as well. But some great racing. We are at the business end of this second round of the British Series, and you can see that going to get ultra competitive as these cars are going round 1 and 2 flat out up the bank, and you can just start to see that is polishing, isn't it, going into turn 3 and just climbing up the hill. So it's had plenty of hard racing. Looking down at 1 and 2 though, it still looks like the same track condition that we had when we first turned up it, minus the grass, because there was grass on the track. That didn't last long with I think 9 grids of men's class 1s. So and again, we've had over 700 drivers racing around this track over the course of the weekend as well. So lots of racing, well worth the entrance fee, by the way. And we've also had all our friends and family and spectators watching on from home on BAStv, the live stream. So while we're waiting for all of that to be sorted out, there has been a little bit more water just put around the outside of this track, definitely around turn 3 and turn 4, and you can just see now a bit more of a sprinkling going on 1 and 2. And again, if anyone's going wide on that line, then they could find themselves going all sorts of out of shape, and yeah, they'll be eagerly watching this on the line and going, right, okay, I need to get down to turn 1, I need to get it into that tight inside line, get it close to the cones, and see what happens. But as I say that, I think the Bowser's coming round and going off track. That's a good sign. I thought he was coming back to walk the inside line. I thought, oh, don't do that. That will make it a bit of a challenge. But we are getting ready to go racing with the ladies Class 5 final. The Welsh flag points to the sky. Bungee lifts. Let's go racing. And it is Michelle Ellis that goes with that Rhiannon Smith machine. And it's red flags already. Red flags already. So... oh dear, dear, dear. That's not very good. Yeah, we're just going to have a listen on the radio for that, and it's a rerun on that Class 5, a start line incident. We've got ladies Super Saloons up on the line, so I think Tim's ready to just read you through some bits and pieces.
Yeah, so just while we got a minute or so while they get stuff sorted, I just want to say a massive, massive big thank you to not only the Cwmdu Car Club, but all my fellow commentators. You've been a star. Thank you very much indeed. Mickey, over to you.
Oh, popping wheelies down there, Sue Erdman showing her undercarriage. Michelle Barrett then is turned round and facing up the wrong way as we go up into that turn one, and she's had a great weekend thus far. Hereford 44, Nicola Gibbs leads the ladies Class 7s, and no. That goes reds, so not too good there, Mickey. Rerunning 5s and 7s, and okay, we'll wait and get some official confirmation on definitely the Class 5s, and obviously we'll wait to hear what's going to go on with the Class 7s. We saw that York 12, Michelle Barrett was square wheeled out there going into turn one, and she is going to be excluded for the cause of the stoppage. So York 12 and Michelle Barrett is heading out, but it leaves 7 to come back out in that Max Sport and Quality Care Home sponsored ladies Class 7s. Up on the line, we should be going to Class 9s, and it will be a farewell from me, because one of my fellow commentators will take you through ladies 5s and 7 rerun.
Yep, indeed we will. So say one of us, and expect Tim will. So then, here we go. Ladies Class 9s, it's Seagraves that takes him around the first corner. Here comes Weberick, knowing the Victor Kent 99, and Sharon Barker is in there, and Eve Schimmer 26. If memory serves me right, Sharon, she is your Ladies Class 9 national champion from last year. So Seagraves isn't making it easy for her though to come up the inside in ARC number 3, who sits there just in 3rd place. Weberick, though, she took a win in her 3rd heat, so she's on a roll today, and say fighting with the wheel as she can pass the here in commentary. Victor Kent 99, Seagraves just on that outside line, and Barker's up to 2nd, and they finally stop tussling over on the far side. Richards wants a piece of Seagraves in Penheim number 5 as they drop into the bottom turn for another time. Then a Victor Kent 99 of Kelly Weberick, she comes through, and it's a real battle on for 2nd. Chloe Richardson then is up through. Up to 3rd she goes, who sets her sights on Sharon Barker then, as Seagraves has lost it in ARC number 3, just pushing on wide, and say that wide line right around the outside is certainly wet and slippery. So Victor Kent 99 is then Kelly Weberick, she comes through for another lap complete. Then Barker it is that sits there in 2nd. Chloe Richards there. Lindsay's up to 4th in PhD number 1, ARC number 3, White Rose 400, then Hillary Frost and Jade Duck Whitfield and Hereford 150. But for another time then to this time to for the penultimate lap, I should say. Yellow with the black cross then, so Kelly Weberick, she's on charge, and she's certainly got a little gap back to Barker in Evesham 26 in Penheim number 5, and Lindsay in PhD number 1. So that rounds out your top 4 and your trophy positions for the minute. It's a Victor Kent 99 then. Kelly Weberick goes down the bottom corner and out of the bottom corner for the final time. Then a Victor Kent 99 then. Kelly Weberick then, your Ladies Class 9 weekend champ. Then goes Barker in 26, Penheim 5, Chloe Richards. Then comes Lindsay in PhD number 1. ARC number 3 is Seagraves, Hillary Frost and White Rose 400. Then comes your Hereford 150. So that is Ladies Class 9's done and dusted. Kelly Weberick is your champ for the weekend. And moving on swiftly then, we are going staying open wheelers, but we're turning the pace down and we're going junior specials.
Thanks very much, Archie. Yeah, junior specials up there on the line for their final. And What a weekend they've had to fight for the top 8 places over the course of the weekend. They make their break from the line. Alfie Ross in Sturton 717 from the middle of the grid is the one that just about had his nose in front as they enter turn 1. Oh, Kirsten Bartlett and Corey Mumford just do a little bit of wheel swapping, but it is West Waterford 142 then that leads into the start gate turn for the first time. He's already taken a victory in the junior saloons, looking to pick up a double as they make their way down that far straight for the first time. Then it is with the car from the West Waterford Club. Slotting into that second position is Alfie Ross in Sturton 717 from BC 116. Sid Lomax is there in North Wales 199, rounding out the last of the trophy places in that 4th position, racing ahead of Harry Russell in IK 65, who's now looking up the inside of Kirsten Bartlett in South Somerset number 2. Forest 161 is Corey Mumford. He's back in about that 7th position, racing ahead of Tom Cosgrove, who's the man at the tail end of the field. Mumford's up the inside of the Somerset 2 machine, and she now finds herself at the tail end of the pack. But it is Neil Tivey, West Waterford 142, who's going to come back towards us to round out another circuit of this Ovals Raceway. Alfie Ross still there in a very, very strong second position. A two-way battle for 3rd and 4th between Will Bradford in BC 116 and Harry Russell now, who's through to 4th in IK 65. Sid Lomax in North Wales 199 will be there on the cut back, looking up the inside of the Kent machine, but it's last lap flag time. Neil Tivey is 3/4 of a circuit away before he makes it a double in both the junior saloons and the junior special final here this weekend. I'm not sure if that's happened too often in the past, but into the farmyard turn for the final time. It's going to be the West Waterford driver that takes the biggest pot home this weekend across the Irish Sea. Sturton 717 takes second from the IK 65 machine of Harry Russell. The rest of the pack then follow on through in the minor places as they make their way off the circuit. All the mummies and daddies are racing away from the start line behind the Armco there on that start gate turn. But well done, Neil Tivey, West Waterford 142. You are going to be one very happy boy as you make your way back on the ferry across the Irish Sea. But we've got ladies class 2 machines up there on the line, and to take you through that one, I'll hand you straight back over to Archie Lewis.
Indeed, so that is going to be one happy Irish lad. So, taking a double and moving on then. Jess Roberts it is then. Typhy 17 is Lara Jones. She's just on the outside. Missy Mosey then. And there is contact towards the back, but Jess Roberts it is. Scotty 126, Lara Jones in Typhy 17. Here comes Wickham in Penal 13. Missy Mosey then. And what a story that would be if she had to come from the runoff and put it in the mix. But Linda Thomas is through in PAC 91. Then comes Batoni then. And in Radford 92. Then comes Jess Browning and Chadbourne in White Rose 13, but Jess Roberts it is in Scunny 126. Lara Jones runs there in second still, but Wickham's on a charge in Penal 13. Linda Thomason rounds out your all-run top 4, and Bethany it is in 92 that rounds out your top 5. Missy Mosey Radford 3, Jessica Browning and Chadbourne in White Rose 13, but down the far side stretching her legs is the Jess Roberts machine in Scunny 126. Lara Jones is still there in Typhy 17 with Wickham, but Linda Thomas is going right round the outside then in your PAC 91 machine. So Wickham is going to have to defend, but Linda Thomas trying to go right round the outside out of start gate turn. There you go. So Wickham just holding on by the skin of her teeth over there on the far side. But Jess Roberts it is then. She's stretching her lead, but Lara Jones, if she's not careful, she's going to get swallowed up by these charging 2 of Wickham. Then just get a little tap from Linda Thomas, allowing the door to open. Batoni then just doing well to avoid those 2 as Wickham then comes out victorious out of that. Well, we'll have to see if anything's to come of that. But Linda Thomas then dropping right back down through the field in PAC 91 then, but last lap to go then for Jess Robertson. Your Scunny 126. Lara Jones still hangs on for second. Wickham still there in third, and Bethany in 92. Then comes 91, and Missy Mosey, Jess Brown and Admarine Chadbourne still rounds out your field in White Rose 13, but down the far side and out of the last turn she comes. So Jess Robertson, your ladies class 2 BASt champion for this weekend. Scotty 126 it is. Lara Jones comes through for second. Wickham's going to take third. Bethany's going to take fourth. And Linda Thomas in PC 91. Missy Mosey in Radford 3. Jessica Brown in Admin. Chad Bourne in Rose 13. So fantastic stuff then from your ladies class 2. As I say, well, that is certainly impressive. But we're sticking with ladies. We're sticking front wheel drive. We're going ladies 4. So back over to Tim.
Thank you, Art. So, yeah, ladies class 4 is assembled on the line, and also we've got the 2 lone ladies stock hatches also just on the grid as well. So, class 4 ladies in, everybody then qualified for the final, but who was the top qualifier? That went to Gwen Reeves in Carmarthen 7 with 138 points. Just 2 points behind Kelly Wetherick in IK 272 with 136 points. 126 was what Claire Compton accumulated, and she was third qualifier in North Shropshire 434. And Bethan Davis also will be there, and 64 points was what she accumulated from the 3 heats of qualifying in Typhi 155. They're joined by the 2 lone stock hatches. Michelle Petrie was top qualifier, 155 points was what she accumulated, and Kelly Louise is the other stock hatch in Hereford 182. So water going down on the inside of the turns 1 and 2 as we look down towards the line and starting towards the outside. That's the stock hatch of Kelly Louise in Hereford 182, starts towards the outside of the grid, I think in about lane 1 or 2. Then comes the class 4 Bethan Davis in Typhi 155 next to her. Then the very distinctive the machine of Claire Compton in North Shropshire 434 starts towards the middle of the grid. Next to her, the Dayglow Orange machine, that can only be one car. That's Gwen Reeves in Carmarthen number 7 with the brand new Mini of Kelly Wetherick in IK 272. And towards the inside of the grid, then that was going to be Michelle Petrie making a return after quite a fair few years out in Radford 59. So the one of the breakdown machines then makes its way off the track. Bowser still on to the circuit. And while we have got a moment or so, I'll just reiterate or finish what I was trying to say earlier on. And just to say a very, very, very big thank you to all my fellow commentators. I know Liam's up to unfortunately make his way home, and obviously Mickey B making the long trip back to Scarborough as they make their way back home. Have a safe journey, boys. Thank you very, very much for everything you've done. Archie, you've been a star as well, mate. Well done. And also to Gareth, and as I say, big thank you to everybody, and also to the boss man himself, Steve Langley. And again, thanks for everything. As I say, we've absolutely been brilliant, and as I say, couldn't do it without you. And once again, thank you very much indeed. Always appreciated. So, ladies class 4s and stock hatches then away from the line, and it's the class 4 machine of Gwen Reeves that leads into the first turn, going to the form book as North Shropshire 434 Clem Compton going through into that second place slot just ahead of Kelly Wetherick in OK 272. Sticking with the class 4, that's Bethan Davis in Typhi 155 with Michelle Petrie in Radford 59 and Kelly Louise in Hereford 182, rounding out the race order, and at second in the stock hatches. But once again, back round towards us as your race leader then, Carmarthen 7 of Gwen Reeves from Compton in North Shropshire 434. Then comes Kelly Wetherick in IK 272. Bethan Davis in Typhi 155. Then comes Michelle Petrie in Radford 59 and Kelly Louise in Hereford 182. No change in the race order then. Still Gwen Reeves in the Dayglow Orange Class 4 Micra. Motoring on, Carmarthen 7, North Shropshire 434 from Kelly Wetherick in IK 272. Then Bethan Davis in Typhi 155 and Michelle Petrie in Radford 59 and Kelly Louise in the stock hatch in Hereford 182. So once again, back round towards us. Couple of laps to go, I think, this time. Carmarthen 7 on, if anything, just extending their lead. But second place slot still goes to Claire Compton in North Shropshire 434. Problems on board. Kelly Wetherick in IK 272. She pulls to the outside on the grid. Bethan Davis then will take the place in Typhy 155, Radford 59 and Hereford 182 respectively. 1 lap to go there for Gwen Reeves. Commander 7 onto the last lap she goes. Claire Compton in North Shropshire 4:34 also in that second place. And oh, she's gone and spun it away though as Gwen Reeves in Commander 7. Commentators curse as she gets it going, but back down to second she goes. So taking up the run in and taking also the checkered flag. An unexpected win, but a win's a win. It's Claire Compton that takes it. North Shropshire 4:34 takes it as the Hereford 182 machine takes the final circuit. Then it's going to be Gwen Reeves in Commander 7. I'm sure she'll be disappointed with that one, as Bethan Davis it is that's going to come across the line and complete in Typhy 155. Michelle Petrie wins the stock hatches in Radford 59, and then comes the one class 4 of Kelly Weatherick in IK 272, and completing it all, that's going to be Hereford 182 of Kelly Louise. So class 4 done and dusted. So the stock hatches, we're moving swiftly on to ladies class 6s as they leave the line. It's the North Wales 20 machine of Leanne Huska that leads the way, but Copeland's on the inside. Oh, we got Fiona Thomas that's facing the wrong way. Hannah Thomas as well is sorted in there as well. It's all happening in ladies class 6s, but at the front it's Scunthorpe 36 and Zoe Copeland that leads, and down that far side ahead of Leanne Huska in North Wales 20. Nicola Olsen now running third in Carmarthen 47, but looking to make it second, and she just makes a little bit of contact with Huska in North Wales 20. They're going door to door round the start gate, turn cones and everything start flying. Angela Evans also in trouble in North Shropshire 219 with Swansea 1 and Typhy 66, as also Scarborough 16, the top qualifier Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16. When all this is going on, your race leader is just getting further away. Scunthorpe 36 that motors on. Huska in North Wales 20. Problems on board. Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen at 47 with Swansea 1, Typhy 66. Angela recovers in North Shropshire 219 and Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16. So another lap gone with 2 to go. Scunny 36. Zoe Copeland motoring on from North Wales 20 of Leanne Huska. Nicola Olsen recovering in Carmarthen at 47. She's still holding on to third ahead of Swansea 1 of Leanne Lewis and Typhy 66 of Keris Thomas. Angela Evans in North Shropshire 219 and Scarborough 16 of Hannah Thomas. 1 lap to go then for your race leader, Scunny 36. As on to last lap then she goes. Huska still running second in North Wales 20 from Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen at 47. Leanne Lewis just holding on to fourth in Swansea number 1, Typhy 66. Thomas sat on the last lap charge in Scarborough 16 as the race leader then will become race winner and your ladies champ this weekend. Zoe Copeland in Scunthorpe 36. Leanne Huska runs second in North Wales 20. Nicola Olsen finishes third in Carmarthen 47. Then who's going to get the dash to the line to take the 4th place slot? That's going to be, I think, Scarborough 16 of Hannah Thomas, Typhy 66, Angela Evans going through, and completing all I think will be Leanne Lewis in Swansea 1. But that's the provisionals. I think there may be some flags and stuff altered. As soon as we know, we will tell you. So we are hearing, I think, over the radio that Keris Thomas in Typhy 66 may be black flagged. So we've got Archie on the radio. Say as soon as we know, we will tell you. But I know I've just had a message from the chairman, Sean Smith. He's actually in commentary with us as well. Just to say a massive, massive big thank you to all the Cwmdu members for all their hard work this weekend. Very much appreciated. And I know a lot goes into these meetings. And as I say, I think you should be very, very proud of yourself. The way stuff's been done, and especially the conditions yesterday, not easy for anybody, especially commentators and the girls upstairs in the signing on and the point scoring and everything, that sort of thing. But yeah, absolutely spot on, and I'm sure you should be chuffed and proud of everything that you've done. So I think that's where we're. Yeah, absolutely. And a massive, massive big thank you to Rob Collins for bringing the car. As I say, just a shame it couldn't run, but hey, there's always another day. And I'm sure that it'll be running at some point. And nice to see it go around as well. And I hope everybody enjoyed that one. But we're going back to ladies. We're going back to ladies class 5. I'll take you through this one as they head in towards turn 1 for the first time. Sandra Jones it is in Cwmdu 31 that leads them back round towards us with York 44 of Nicola Jesse in that second place slot. Michelle Ellis then runs in that third place slot in the Stranded District 33, but Sandra Liz leads into the Farmyard Bend once again. Cwmdu 31, York 44, Stranded District 33. That's the 1, 2, and the 3. Here runs in that 4th. That's going to be Cambridge 10. That's Kirsty Godfrey racing just ahead of Rhiannon Smith in South Somerset 36. Then comes the Breeden Hill 27 machine, Lynn Olsen, and the one at the back of the field, that's going to be, I think that's Amanda Mason in Breeden Hill at number 11. But Sandra Liz is going to bring him round once again with a couple of 3 laps to go. This time 31 it is, York 44, Stranded District 33, then Cambridge at number 10, Stranded South Somerset 36, then comes Lynn Olsen in 27. And Amanda Mason rounds it all out in Breeden Hill at number 11. But once again into turn 1 we go. Nicola Jesse looking up that inside line as they go through turn 1 and turn 2. But Sandra still holds it at the moment. It's Jones on the outside, Jesse on the inside. But no room there this time round. Sandra just shuts the door as once again down the far side we go, but drifts wide. Jesse looking back up that inside as well. These two are pulled away from the lone car in third place. That's going to be the Michelle Ellis machine, Stranded District 33. 1 lap to go then this time. Sandra Jones, C31, York 44. Ellis still running 30, 33. Then comes Godfrey in Cambridge 10 with South Somerset 36. Rhiannon Smith racing ahead of Lynn Olsen in Breeden Hill at 27, and Amanda Mason in the Breeden Hill at number 11. But eyes back to the front. Your Class 5 champ then this weekend is Sandra Jones. C31 takes it from Nicola Jesse. York 44. Ellis finishes third in 33. Then Cambridge 10 from South Somerset 36. Lynn Olsen in Breeden Hill 27. And Amanda Mason will complete it all in Breeden Hill number 11. Right, so before we move on to the ladies' specials, then we need a black transit moving, please. CE11 RPR is blocking the caravan in. They need to move, so please, if that's your vehicle, could you please move it? Thank you very much.
Horner it is then in your Malin 62 that comes out of turn 2, and Tompkins is there in Scunny 52. So Josie runs back there in second. She's going to look to make that move up the inside of Horner's. That's a door wide open in Malin 62 as they go down the far side. But Horner it is just finding the grip, finding the pace from somewhere. It's Melton 62. Oh, Josie's just overcooked it in Scunny 52, but she still claims that second position. We claim back, look back for the rest of them. Julian's there in your West Waterford 158, and Alice Bevans in your PAC number 2. That's how you 1, 2, 3, 4 run for the moment in time as Bevan looks to be swallowed up then. Where's Abby J. Bennett in your Forest number 8, and Nicole O'Brien in your Mallow car at the rear end of the field. So it's Horner, the very, very experienced Claire Horner in your Mountain 62, Josie Tompkins in Scunny 52. Then comes Julian in West Waterford 158. She rounds out your top 3. So the rest of the chasing pack, Abby J. Bennett in the Forest Dean number 8 looks to climb up through the pack with which was turned out to be a bad start. Nicole O'Brien though with all the work to do in the Mallow car at the rear end of the field. But Horner, look at the lead she's got there. Julian's climbed her way in West Waterford 158. She's up to second. She goes. Tompkins still runs back there in second. So the rest of the chasing pack come through, and Abby J. Bennett looks to be on a mission, but someone is in the way. We couldn't quite catch what number car that was, and I'm going to guess that's the Ellie Lockwood in Scunny 191, but last that flag then it is. Oh no, Claire Horner, she's got 1 to go. What can the Jenny Julian machine do? In the West Waterford 158, Josie Tompkins still runs there in third, with Ellie Lockwood still running at your 4th place in your last trophy position. What's Abby J got in the locker in Forester D number 8, but your ladies Class 8 champ for the weekend. Melbourne 62 it is, then comes Julian in West Waterford 158, Tompkins it is, then comes Ellie Lockwood, then Forester D number 8, Alice Bevans, and then comes your Nicole O'Brien in your Mallow machine. to round out the field then. So Claire Horner doing the business when it counts in your ladies Class 8 final. And certainly that is a certain big well done to Claire then in your ladies Class 8s. So ladies Class 10s are the ones then to go. So Evesham 122 it is then of Jill Grasby. She takes him into turn number 1 then. Becky Faulkner's in the mix as well. Jodie Pascal in your Hereford 250. Wow, what a race for only 3 competitors in this one. This is going to be one heck of a race. So Jodie Pascal in Hereford 250, and with all the work to do then Jill Grasby, she showed she is the lady on the mission in your ladies Class 10s. They take him down the far side. Faulkner still runs back there in second in North Shropshire number 6 with Hereford 250. So no change throughout the field at the moment in time, but Jill Grasby it is in your Evesham 122. Faulkner still runs there in second in North Shropshire number 6 with Hereford 250. Is still ran out obviously your top 3 with only 3 to run, but Pascal it is then close on the back of Faulkner. All the meanwhile Jill Grasby it is in 122 that takes him into a farmyard bend for another time and slowly stretching that lead in Evesham 122. So another lap complete for Jill Grasby. Then comes Faulkner. The battle seems to be on the field for second as Pascal goes deep on the brakes in Hereford 250. She's going to try counter momentum out of start gate turn as she just slightly overcooks it, then scrubbing speed as she exits turn 4, but she goes into turn 1 now. Will Faulkner crack under the pressure in North Shropshire number 6, but someone who isn't is Jill Grasby in Evesham 122. Faulkner still runs there in second. She's going for the nice tidy line, and by the looks of it Pascal wants to go around her. She's going to have to go the long way at that at the moment in time over on the far side, but it is still Grasby in 122. Then North Shropshire 6. Oh, we've lost the Pascal machine over on the far side. Who's the spinner? So that's certainly gifted second place to Faulkner. So last lap then for Jill Grasby. Will she make it your race win in your Evesham 122? She's certainly going the right way about it as she exits the start gate turn. Faulkner looks so settled for second in North Shropshire number 6. Then Pascal in Hereford 250 rounds out your field. So Jill Grasby, Evesham 122, she's done it then, and she becomes your race winner and Class 10 final champion then for the weekend as your North Shropshire number 6 of Becky Faulkner. Then comes Pascal in Hereford 250. So from 1 ladies. So as I say, moving on then for from your ladies class 10, we're moving on to men's class 10s then down there on the line then. Liam Evans is the one over on the far side. He was leading it then before the red flags. Bennett was there and thereabouts. So in your North Wales 62, and who else was there? Nigel Beard was in the mix, and so was Seagraves. So we look down the line, we don't see no Gary Morris. I think he got excluded for stoppage. Tony Jones. As I say, we look down the line. I don't think he's down there either. As you look on BAStv, then we got this little screen inside commentary, which has helped us out certainly a lot. So down there on the outside, then comes Liam Evans. Nigel Beard's next to him in grid number 6. Seagraves is there as well in grid number 5. Then comes Bennett in grid number 2, but it's a bit of the same story as the North Shropshire 3 it is. It takes him in. Seagraves is there deep on the brakes. Beard's going wide, and Bennett's ready to pick up the pieces if there is any. But Liam Evans it is, North Shropshire 3, but Beard's on the line. That is in New Gloucester District 87, right round the outside, and pulling that motor to scream as he comes out of Stargate turn. But North Shropshire 3 it is. Liam then takes up the running, but Beard's going to surely have the momentum as dust flies over on the far side. Oh, Beard's climbing cars over the top. He goes in Gloucester District 87, taking Liam Evans out. Unfortunately, that's going to bring out red flags. And oh dear, no, not what we wanted to see. Poor old Liam Evans stranded down there in the far side. And something tells me we're not going to see that Nigel Beard machine back out in your Class 10 rerun. So they'll go back down to the rerun for another time. And as I say, Liam then gets it going. Doesn't look to have sustained too much damage to that machine, so looks to be all in fine order. And as I say, Liam Evans then just not having the break that he wanted. So then we go down to the start line. Ladies Class 3s are the next ones upon the circuit. As I say, ladies 3s, let's tell you who's down there if Steve is going to come and jump in. Indeed he is then. So this way over to Mr. Steve Langley.
So thank you very much then, Archie, indeed. So let's have another go at the Class 3 ladies. Unfortunately, wow, no, I'm not quite sure. It's not, unfortunately, at all. Oh, it looks like all 8 are back in. I think there was an original decision there was going to be an exclusion, but looks like we are running with all 8. So Brian Dennis and Son, the Old Forge Garage, meeting sponsors, and Ram Development, British Autograss Series associate sponsor. So the 8 qualifiers then: Jade Russell in Yorkdale's 86, Nicola McKenzie in IK 13, Claire Horner, Yorkdale's 24, Becky Shaw in Border Counties treble 1, Irina Almond in North Wales 27, Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343, Donna Brown in Carmarthen 4, and Catherine Bynon in Carmarthen 3. So those are the 8 cars that have qualified for the ladies final. They have had to qualify, so they're not there automatically or anything like that. We've seen some cracking racing actually from the Class 3 Raiders. This one, before it got stopped, then a real good battle was going on between Jade Russell in Yorkdale's 86 and Claire Horner in Yorkdale's 24. So we'll see if that's going to regain its impetus as the Yorkdale's 24 car then is on the outside. Jade Russell, Yorkdale's 86 on the inside. Nicola McKenzie in Invicta 13 taking much closer attention this time round though. In that second place slot, also having a better run, is Donna Brown, Carmarthen 4. She's in third, but under challenge from Claire Horner in Yorkdale's 24. Then comes Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343. Becky Shaw with a bit to do in Border Counties treble 1. Catherine Bynon in Carmarthen 3. And the one just at the back of the pack, Irina Almond in North Wales 27. But motoring on, it is Jade Russell in Yorkdale's 86. You'll leader in this Class 3 ladies final as they go down that far side. Nicola McKenzie, Yorkdale's 24 then comes still in that third place slot. Claire Horner, we've already seen her take a win in the Class 8. Can she do it and do the double? But she's got plenty to do at the moment. She's got 2 very competitive Class 3 ladies in front of her that she will need to pass if she's going to take this first place trophy home this afternoon. Carmarthen 4 then, Donna Brown looking safe in that 4th place for a trophy to go back to Carmarthen. But your race leader, it is Jade Russell in Yorkdale's 86, Nicola McKenzie in Richmond 13, Claire Horner in Yorkdale's 24, Carmarthen 4. Then comes the 2 Beckys having a good race, but they are racing for 5th place. They'd like to be battling higher up the field, I'm sure. It's Becky Smith on the inside, Becky Shaw on the outside. As the last lap flag goes out, Jade Russell then it is, Yorkdale's 86, 1 circuit to go. Then Nicola McKenzie in Kent 13, Claire Horner in Yorkdale's 24. Problems on that top end for Irina Almond. She gets going again, but she'll be hopefully conscious of the race leaders that are bearing down on her as they go into that farmyard bend for the final time for the race leaders. And coming through on the inside then, taking ladies class 3, it is Jade Russell in 86, Nicola McKenzie in Kent 13 in second, Claire Horner third in Yorkdale's 24. Donna Brown comes home 4th in Carmarthen 4. Becky Shaw gets the better of that battle. Border Counties treble 1 coming home ahead of Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343. Then comes Catherine Bynon in Carmarthen 3. And unfortunately North Wales at 27, Irina Almond not finishing on that one. So well done to Jade Russell. Yorkdale's 86 taking class 3. So we got that one successfully completed. Another one of, I think we've got 2 outstanding reruns. Ladies class 7 is one of them there on the line. And just over to my right, poised to take you through it, it is over to Tim Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. So, yeah, ladies class 7 it is. That's assembled on the line. We're going without Michelle Barrett in York 12, as there is a gap missing. So, obviously going without the York 12 machine. Maxport, of course, your very kind series sponsor, and Quality Care at Home is your meeting sponsor. So, as I say, top of the shop then, Julie Hawthorne-Fernio was your top qualifier, 155 points. Sue Herman also joins her as well. No time to mention the rest as we head in towards turn 1. And I think it was Sue Herman that pops a wheelie down the straight. We've got somebody facing the wrong way. And that may be Nicola Gibbs in Hereford 44. But Julie Hawthorne-Fernio it is in Radford at 176. That leads them round the top turn for the first time of asking. But we go red flags once again. So I presume we will be going once again without Nicola Gibbs. I think it is in Hereford 44. Yeah, so Ron Nicola not taking any further part in the rerun. So some good runs getting to the final as well. Did Nicola a 5th, a win and a 4th, so 104 points was what she got, but no points in the final for this one. So I know we are waiting for the Class 10 men's final. I think they are waiting for Liam to just get the car sorted and back onto the line. So there may be just a minute or so's delay while we get that fixed and sorted. But Nicola then hooked up to the quad bike in the Hereford 44 machine, and she'll be towed back to the pits or back into the centre of the Ovals Raceway. So those of you who are still watching on BAStv, I know we are getting pretty much towards the end of the second round of the series, but I hope you've all enjoyed it. We've still got a little bit more racing to go. I think there's the Class 10 men's final to go, and I think something else is just coming down to the line. Can't quite see it from here. It's the 7s. They've sent them straight back to the rerun lane. So, as I say, a couple of relays left. I think we may be having a Champion of Champions as well. That was the rumour going round. So, if it is, then I've been assigned to take you through that one.
You're more than welcome.
So,
you are more than welcome.
Yeah, I think I draw the short straw on that one, I think, but never mind. But 7's then back straight back on to the line. So, the Mackenzie machine has just dropped into her grid, so I think they're just waiting for everybody to get sorted, everybody to be assembled onto the line. Once again, big thanks to everybody that's put the meeting on, and I know I've said it before, but all our fellow commentators that try to entertain you and keep you as informed as we can, as to take you through a bit of action and a bit of banter and a few laughs as well. I hope you've all enjoyed it, whether you're still here trackside or say you are listening right to the end on BAStv. Then a big thanks to you all again. Round 3, so we keep saying, up to the North Shropshire Club we go in about 3 or 4 weeks' time to do it all over again. And as I say, those of you that were with us from last year, then that was absolutely superb venue, and I'm sure more stuff and more good stuff to come in a few weeks' time. But as I say, I think we're just waiting for one more car to come to the line, and then so we can get this ladies' Class 7 final away. Say, Max Sport, your very kind sponsor. Quality Care at Home is the meeting sponsor. As we give them as much airtime and many plugs as we can. They support us, so at least we can do is give them a bit of airtime, and certainly they give them as much plug as we can. So I think with Sue Rubman we were waiting for on the outside line. She takes her place on the outside of the grid. So once that's all sorted, as something not quite happy or something not quite right on to the line. So I think that's all sorted. We're going to be looking for track clearance then very shortly. The wash flags raised, bungee lifts, ladies 7s then are away once again. Fernio then just pops a wheelie down into turn 1 as Sue Rubman goes with her as well, who's on that inside. Alice Bevins in PAC at 53, but Fernio it is at least from 53. Then comes Spalding 31, Shamar Clayton in that third place slot. Somebody right on the outside, Kesney Adams in Border County is 26. Then we go back down to Mackenzie in Cambridge at number 12, as once again into turn 1 we go, but it's Julie Hawthorne Fernio that brings it back round towards us. Once again 176, Bevan still running second, but she's under challenge from Shamar Clayton and Spalding 31 as round the start gate turn we go then, but Fernio still leads the way and just getting further away down that far side. Clayton now back up to second in Spalding 31, Bevan still running third in PAC at 53, as once again back round towards us. Another lap gets completed, 176, Spalding 31, 53, 26, then comes Mackenzie in Cambridge 12 and Sue Rubman in York at 57. So once again, down the far side we go, extending the lead all the time. Julie Hawthorne Fernio, Radford at 176, back round towards us she goes. Another lap gone, Spalding 31, after Shamar Clayton running second, Bevan still running third in 53. Then Kesney Adams in Border County 26, Mackenzie in Cambridge 12 and Sue Rubman in York 57. So the field's fairly well spread out. The yellow flag with the black cross is made ready. Julie Hawthorne Fernio, Radford 176, 1 to go. Shamar Clayton 1 to go. Spalding 31 Alice Bevins in PAC 53 just holding on to third ahead of Kesney Adams in the Border Counties 26. Sue Urban gaining a place with Mackenzie in Cambridge 12, fighting for the minor places. But meet and greet your ladies class 7 champ this weekend then. Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, Radford 176 takes it. Clayton takes second in Spalding 31. Alice Bevins in PAC 53. Border County 26 with Kesney Adams. Sue Urban in York 57. And completes it all, Emily Mackenzie in Cambridge number 12. So good stuff from ladies class 7, and a good pass round win for Julie Hawthorne-Fernio in Radford 176. So I think just a couple more races to go. Men's class 10 I think is about to be assembled onto the line for their third go, and I can see Liam Evans making his way onto the start line, so they've got it all sorted, so well done team for getting that done, as the rest of them then assembled on to the line. And so to take you through to who's there and to get through hopefully in one piece is Paco Archie.
Yeah, cheers, Tim. And I know you're a big Liam Evans fan, as I say, so always good to see him out there. And yes, indeed, he's good. So I say he'll be out there. He wants a rerun of the first one, or as you say, just minus that little incident. But say men's class 10s, they've been close, haven't they? And say they down to 3 drivers. So there we go, big wheelie from Bennett as he carries that on then. Oh, he's super styling that one off the line. But they go into turn 1. Seagraves has gone deep. Can Bennett capitalise on that? But he's climbing onto Cone. Seagraves going to keep it wide around the outside then. But Evans it is in North Shropshire number 3. Seagraves is on that wet line, or is it? Because he's kicking up dust and 2 wheels as he comes out of Stargate turn. So Bennett's up to second, but Seagraves, look at the speed he carries down that far side. Bennett's going to have to certainly defend well from a man like Seagraves in ARC number 1. But Evans it is in North Shropshire number 3 as he comes out of Stargate turn 4 another time. Seagraves just trying a little bit too hard in ARC number 1 as he comes down the far side. Bennett settled in second in North Shropshire. In North Wales 62 I should say is Evans it is in North Shropshire number 3. He is indeed extending his lead, but look then as Seagraves, he's sort of sailed it down in ARC number 1, and he's sort of found the line this time. He knows he's got a few laps to go, so he can certainly catch Bennett. The question is, can he pass him in ARC number 1, because the battle really does seem to be on them for second position. But it's Evans and Bennett, then comes Seagraves in ARC number 1, but I'll tell you what, that gap's certainly closing, but Bennett just seems to stretch it back over the far side. But will be final lap to go then as Seagraves throws that car in down into the turn 2 as he comes out wide in ARC number 1, still trying to carry that momentum. But I'll tell you what, Liam Evans to come from that, and he's going to come and win it this one as if he just holds on. But Bennett, he's got Seagraves on a charge in ARC number 1. Look at the dust as he comes round. But your men's class 10s, and well done to Liam Evans taking that win. Bennett's going to hold on for second in North Wales 62. Seagraves is certainly 10 out of 10 for trying in ARC number 1 then. So, congrats to Liam Evans in men's class 10s. So, say a bit more water is going to go down onto the circuit. Let's say we see some cracking racing over the weekend, and not being a bit biased from my classes that I've had, but I say class 2 I think has got to be the one for me that certainly has given us some excellent racing. And I say Tim 6s, no doubt they haven't been short of a bit of action too, and say all throughout the classes really everyone's had their battles throughout, which is always good to see. But Champs of Champs is next. And say Tim Jones is going to kindly take you through that one, but see the Ollie Hall machine who took the win, and say good mate. So over on the far side, Scunny number 1 then is in there. He'll be your class 1 winner from this weekend. Brad Ellison, I can tell you he's going to be your men's class 2 one. He's lined up behind him in York 16, and say what a battle he had for his race win in class 2. And say battles are just going out then, a bit more water, it's going to be a little bit slippy. It'd be interesting to see who does come out though in your Champs of Champs, because not all the time that people tend to indeed come out for the Champs of Champs. Right then, so then they do start to make their way onto the circuit, or do they? As Ollie Hall then leading them on to the circuit. So only the 2 cars have come down for the main time. So then it is your Bowser still doing a few laps, and as many of us have said in the commentary, especially the likes of Mickey B and they say Tim Jones and Gareth and Steve Langley, and they say it's certainly a pleasure to stand in the commentary box with these men, and they say some of these could tell you stories all day about things that have happened in the commentary world, and they say it's always good to see. And I say love doing the commentary, and it's always a bit of fun as well, so always good to come in, do a little bit, and help out as much as I can. So your men's are starting to make their way down to the circuit. I think I just saw the Jess Roberts car pull into the holding lane, so that's your ladies class 2 winner from a little bit earlier on. Whether they are going to run your ladies and the men's together is going to be a question that will be answered. Because I think we only are going to have men's class 1s being Ollie Hall and Brad Ellison, as we said, York 16. Jessica Roberts, she was the class 2 ladies winner. She's down there in the holding lanes. Whether they hold her in there, as I said, is going to be questioned, but it'll soon be answered. Bowser still putting a bit of that dust settling solution, and Tim then is just sorting out his paperwork and sorting out who is done what, and looking down onto the start line then. So it looks like Jess Roberts going to be out there. Looks like we're only going to see the 3, so I think Tim's got off lightly on this one. And so the 2 class 2s, 1 class 1, that's all we're going to see. And as I say, this is going to be the last race of the weekend, and what a weekend indeed it has been. So that's it from me, as I'm just about to hand you over to Tim. Thank you very much for listening, and if we are, we'll see you at the next one. And it's back over to Mr. Tim Jones.
Yes, thank you much. So the last race then of the day. So the champion of champions, a bit of a depleted lineup, but your class 1 machine is the one to keep your eye on. That's Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe number 1. So the 2 cars then that's around by, or the entrance to the farmyard bend, that's going to be York 16. Brad Ellison in York 16, and I think it's Jess Roberts on the outside in Scunthorpe 126. So just the 3 cars, a bit of a disappointing turnout, but we shall see what happens, as just think we might wait a minute or so just to see anybody else makes their way down onto the track. I don't quite know how many laps we're going to have either, but I would say probably 4 or 6 or somewhere around there, I'd have thought. But as I say, the lead machine, the one to keep your eye on, is Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe number 1, right outside us here in commentary. So I think we are just waiting just to see if anybody else does make their way on to the track. Ollie Hall in the class 1 machine, and over the far side into the entrance to the farmyard bend, Brad Ellison and Jess Roberts. So Ellison on the inside, Roberts on the outside. So 2 class 2s and 1 class 1. That's all I think we may be having. But as it's got to be said, the weather has really held out today, and as I say, been an absolutely superb day for the thing we had yesterday. But there we go, as we go to the last race end of the day. We get underway, and keep your eye on the Scunthorpe 1 machine of Ollie Hall as he goes down once again down that far side with York 16, Brad Ellison and Jess Roberts in Scunthorpe 126. In hot pursuit, but the class 1, that's your lead car, that's the one you got to catch. As another lap gets completed, Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe number 1, Jess Roberts in Scunthorpe 126, and Brad Ellison in York 16. So just gaining ground very, very slowly, I think, as they go round the start gate turn and down the far side once again, but already coming back round towards us. Still, it's got to be said, holding the lead is Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe number 1, with Jess Roberts in Scunthorpe 126. Third then goes to Brad Ellison in York 16. Yes. So still Ollie Hall, I think still, if anything, just extending the lead down that far side and round the farmyard bend once again as another lap gets completed. Ollie Hall comes back round towards us. Still your race leader from Jess Roberts in Scunthorpe 126. Then comes Brad Ellison in York 16, as they must admit not making a lot of impression. Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe number 1 has once again down the far side he goes and into the farmyard bend and back round towards us for another time of asking. So still Ollie Hall's holding on to it at the moment, with the Class 2s then of Jess Roberts, Scunthorpe 126. I think just about now starting to reel the car in that lead position. Brad Ellison still holding third in York 16, but still a quarter of a straight advantage is the Class 1 machine. Ollie Hall as once again back round towards us, another lap successfully in the lead. Scunny number 1 it is from Scunthorpe 126, and Brad Ellison in York 16. But Jess Roberts is just gaining ever so slightly as once again down the far side we go. Still the Class 1's got it at the moment, as I think we're going to go with 1 lap to go this time around. So Scunny 1 it is, it's going to bring him round. 1 lap to go, and Jess Roberts is definitely closer this time in Scunthorpe 126. So is Brad Ellison in York 16 as round the start gate turn we go for the final time. It's Ollie Hall though down that far side as they go down into in turn 1 for the final time. Jess Roberts still holding second, but they're not going to catch him. Ollie Hall it is that comes across the line, and he's your champion of champions this weekend. Scunny 1 it is from 126 of Jess Roberts, and Brad Ellison completes it all in York 16. So that indeed does complete BAS round number 2 at the Ovals Raceway here in Cwmdu. And once again, thank you to everybody who's helped put the meeting on. Thank you for everybody listening, everybody on BAStv. And as I say, absolutely brilliant weekend. Also, and I've said it before, thank you to all the commentators that have helped us. This will help me this weekend. And we'll do it all again, hopefully, in a few weeks' time. But back over, and I think the last word should go to the voice, Mr. Steve Langley.
No, it shouldn't at all. But no, I just want to say thank you very much to you for inviting me and the other commentators, and a big, big thank you to everybody here at Cwmdu Car Club for putting on a super BAS round. Those of you that have put a meeting on will just know how much hard work goes on before, during and after the meeting. You should all be very, very proud of yourself, Sean, and your team here. It was a cracking weekend. It was a credit to you. It was a credit to the British Autograss Series, and it was a credit to the sport of autograss racing. So well done to you all. Hopefully, spectator-wise, you've enjoyed it. Have a very safe journey home. If you've been watching on BAStv, then we will be back with you for round 3. Don't forget to tune in for that. We'll be bringing you a few new features and everything as well, hopefully, at round 3. But I'm sure you've enjoyed your coverage today or this weekend. Whatever you're up to in the meantime, then take care. But we'll catch up with you very, very shortly. But from myself, Steve Langley, and everybody here at Cwmdu Car Club, British Autograss Series round 2, thank you very much for your support. Look after yourselves, and we'll all catch up soon. But good night.